Prologue. An exhilarating tale, a sanctuary for the mind. Read at your own discretion. He Lingxuan is but an ordinary individual who unexpectedly finds himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball, discovering that he possesses Saiyan blood. Concurrently, two mysterious voices resonate within his mind. Ding! A dimensional chat group invites you to join. Do you accept? Ding! Binding the infinite upgrade system. 15, 45, 80, 99.999, 100 binding complete. Your infinite upgrade system has been successfully bound, and you have received a mysterious gift package. Thus equipped with several extraordinary abilities, he deems himself worthy of survival in the perilous realm of Dragon Ball. Let us observe how he stirs the winds of fate in this treacherous world. Chapter 1. Transmigration, a life and death crisis. In the year 761 of the Age of the Kai, amidst the vast expanse of the universe, on a cerulean planet. This is Earth, situated within the North Galaxy of the 7th universe, where the saga of Dragon Ball begins. An 18-year-old youth, for reasons unknown, finds himself in a desolate wilderness, struggling to survive. He discovers that monstrous insects, towering several meters high, roam the land, alongside dinosaurs that seem even more colossal. There are countless creatures beyond recognition, some appearing as if they were cobbled together, none of which he dares to confront. The youth, contemplating his predicament, huddles deeper into a cave. He has managed to endure in this place for 7 days. When thirst strikes, he drinks dew. When hunger arises, he gnaws on leaves. Forget about consuming meat. He wouldn't even dare approach the shore to catch fish. After sipping some dew collected in the early hours, He Lingxuan's pallid complexion improves slightly. This dew was gathered around 3 in the morning when most creatures were either fast asleep or just stirring. Damn it, I just dozed off while watching a video and woke up in this godforsaken place. If you're going to kidnap me, at least toss me somewhere civilized. I haven't wronged anyone. Oh, cruel fate, are you toying with me? Feeling a surge of anger, He Lingxian curses under his breath. His frail body has endured a prolonged fast, yet inexplicably, a force sustains his vitality. I truly can't comprehend this. I'm an orphan, no money, no power. The only thing I possess is a somewhat decent appearance. If I were to be abducted, at least bring me to a populated area. You could imprison me. This hellish place feels utterly abnormal. How can there be dinosaurs here when they were supposed to be extinct? Muttering incessantly, his mind races. 7 days without food have left him on the brink of collapse. If he doesn't find sustenance soon, he risks losing consciousness and becoming prey for the very creatures he fears. At this thought, a flicker of determination ignites within him. Though his body remains gaunt, a fierce glint emerges in his dim eyes. To hell with it. Tonight, I shall venture out in search of food. If I don't find something to fill my stomach, I will surely starve to death. I, He Lingxian, refuse to perish in such a pitiful manner. Rather than being devoured post-mortem, I shall fight for my life. In truth, he isn't entirely without sustenance. Upon awakening in this strange land, He Lingxian, though initially bewildered, exercised caution. After all, he had no clue of his surroundings. The sudden transition to an unfamiliar realm left him disoriented. 7 days prior, he was awakened by the blistering midday sun. Confused, he began to wander, soon realizing something was amiss, for not a single soul was in sight, not even any animals. After wandering for about an hour, he halted before a hillside, resting on a massive boulder, pondering how he had ended up in this place when a shadow loomed over him. Rubbing his sore calves, He Lingxian sensed something was off. The sky seemed to darken abruptly. Plop! A drop of water splashed onto his head, soaking his hair and shirt, the pungent, foul odor nearly causing him to retch. Even He Lingxian, despite his confusion, understood the gravity of the situation. Stiff with panic, he turned his head slightly and caught sight of a colossal tiger, at least 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Its jaws gaped wide, dripping saliva onto him. In a life-and-death crisis, He Lingxian bolted, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed, covering dozens of meters in mere moments. The giant tiger momentarily stood bewildered, astonished by the speed of this seemingly insignificant human. Regaining its composure, it unleashed a ferocious roar. Roar! In an instant, it surged forward, racing like the wind, Yet for some inexplicable reason, it could not catch up to the diminutive human. Unaware of his newfound speed, He Lingxian focused solely on fleeing. Run, run. As he escaped, thoughts of the tiger's characteristics flashed through his mind. However, he quickly dismissed these notions, for no ordinary tiger could possess such a massive frame. Hence, applying conventional logic to this towering beast was futile. Frantically conjuring escape plans, he considered climbing a tree. Impractical, as tigers are adept climbers. Jumping into water? Unwise, as tigers swim far better than humans. One idea after another flitted through his mind, only to be rejected. Then, a flash of inspiration struck. A cave. Given the terrain, there must be caves aplenty. Yet, this was no simple task. If the cave were not deep enough, the tiger's paw could easily unearth him. With no other option, He Lingxian scanned his surroundings and spotted a cave not far away, its dimensions aligning perfectly with his expectations. He could continue to run, but uncertainty loomed. How long before the tiger caught up? Moreover, a gnawing hunger had taken hold of him. Though he still had the strength to run, He Lingxian sensed he would soon collapse from starvation. This was his final chance. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, surging into the cave. Just as he entered, the tiger's massive paw crashed down. Boom! The sound of its claw striking the cave entrance reverberated, sending rocks tumbling down. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed, a furious lament for having lost its meal to the depths of the cave. Inside the cave, He Lingxian lay sprawled, gasping for breath. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, he realized the foolish tiger had followed him. Phew, luck seems to be on my side this time. This cave is deep enough and narrow enough that the foolish tiger can only extend its paw inside. Temporarily, it should be safe. However, that colossal creature remains at the cave's entrance. Yet, it cannot possibly linger here for long. It must need sustenance. Feeling that he had somewhat regained his composure, He Lingxian murmured to himself, reflecting on his miraculous escape from death, albeit now trapped once again. After hiding in the cave for several hours, He Lingxian finally dared to peek outside. He discovered that the entrance, a mere half-meter opening in the rocky wall, had been thoroughly ravaged, and there was an evident sense of collapse. Taking a few cautious steps forward, he gazed out at the ground strewn with rubble, a clear indication of the massive tiger's earlier tumultuous movements, which had caused the fragile rocks to crack and tumble. Observing this scene, He Lingxian let out a deep sigh. He was not foolish. He understood that even if the giant tiger had departed, it was quite likely to return after satisfying its hunger. More probable still was the notion that it had not yet left. Chapter 2. Foraging and Battling the Giant Tiger. Roar! Roar! After enduring 2 more days of hiding, He Lingxian discerned a reluctant growl from the giant tiger before it finally retreated. Once the tiger had left, He Lingxian, famished and parched, could no longer resist the urge to venture out in search of food and fresh water. Fortunately, his journey was met with minimal peril, though the occasional thunderous noise and the tremors shook the earth and foliage, signaling that this place was far from peaceful. Striving to maintain his composure, He Lingxian ran until he stumbled upon an enormous leaf, filled with dewdrops. Overcome by thirst and hunger, he hurriedly drank several mouthfuls. Cough! Cough! He paused, choking on the water, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no alarming creatures before resuming his drinking. He then gathered some nearby plants to fashion a makeshift cup for water and continued his search for food, but despite his efforts, not even a single fruit was found. Just as He Lingxian was about to surrender, he spotted a vast grove of fruit-laden trees, dozens of them adorned with plump, juicy fruits of unknown origin. On the verge of rushing toward them in excitement, 2 enormous creatures suddenly appeared and began to engage in a fierce battle. Deep within the colossal grove, a gigantic gorilla, towering at least 20 meters high, uprooted a nearby dead tree with its massive hand and hurled it skyward. As the tree soared through the air, a tremendous shadow loomed overhead, enveloping the ground below. An ancient pterosaur emerged, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, its enormous wingspan sending forth a violent gust with a mere flap. After vigorously flapping its colossal wings, 2 terrifying tornadoes formed, tearing the dead tree tossed by the gorilla cleanly in half. As the remnants of the tree rained down, one piece struck the ground a mere 2 meters in front of He Lingxuan, nearly sending him flying from the force of the gale. A wave of dread washed over him, causing cold sweat to break out across his body. He Lingxuan struggled to maintain his calm, cautiously peering ahead. Noticing that the two titanic beasts had not detected his minuscule presence, he exhaled in relief. Soon after, the two giants began to provoke each other. One gestured with a massive hand, while the other flapped its wings repeatedly, as if taunting, "Come down if you dare." The other retorted, "You come up here if you can." Seizing the opportunity amidst their mutual provocation, He Lingxuan swiftly made his escape. Thus, he returned to the cave, leaning against the stone wall, feeling as though he had expended his entire life's worth of running in this one escape, as well as during the previous chase from the giant tiger. To make matters worse, even a makeshift water cup he had woven from leaves had vanished without a trace, likely lost in his hurried flight. Consequently, He Lingxuan found himself devoid of both food and water. Fortunately, he had quenched his thirst prior to leaving, or he might have lacked the strength to flee at all. After several days of cautious survival, He Lingxuan realized that if he did not venture out to seek food soon, he would surely perish from hunger. Summoning his courage, he resolved to search for sustenance once more. Having drained the final drops of dew from his leaf cup, He Lingxuan slapped his face to rouse himself. Yet, the intense hunger gnawing at his belly rendered him weak, and, as he muttered to himself, he made his way toward the cave's entrance. As he approached the opening, even his tendency to grumble fell silent. Crouching low, He Lingxuan cautiously extended himself toward the cave's mouth. He spent half an hour observing, finally feeling a measure of relief before crawling out. However, the instant he emerged, an overwhelming sense of imminent peril flooded his being. A massive tiger's paw, accompanied by shadows and a whirlwind, lunged toward He Lingxuan. Oh no! Damn it! This cunning tiger is tenacious. As panic surged within, he instinctively considered retreating into the cave, but the tiger, perceiving his intent, swiftly retracted its paw, positioning itself at the entrance, effectively blocking He Lingxuan's last glimmer of hope. At that moment, the tiger's face bore a mocking expression as it slowly approached He Lingxuan, step by step, drawing nearer while he stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Yet, as low growls escaped He Lingxuan's lips, the advancing tiger sensed something amiss. Why? Why do you force me? Why not grant me a path to survival? I only wish to live. After hiding for so long, why do you still refuse to let me go? Why? Tell me why. He Lingxuan's strikingly handsome visage appeared unusually fierce as he spoke, emanating a formidable aura that surged forth from within him. Raising his head, his eyes, deep as the night sky, locked onto the approaching giant tiger with an intense ferocity. I shall confront you. With that proclamation, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared beneath the tiger's massive head, his slender arms and seemingly frail fists revealing prominent veins, a testament to his full exertion. It was a mystery how an ordinary person from Earth could possess such speed. Even he himself seemed oblivious to the source of his newfound velocity and strength. With a single punch, he struck the tiger's jaw. Boom! The sheer force of the blow astonished both He Lingxuan and the tiger. The tiger, initially intending to toy with its prey until exhaustion set in, was taken aback when the seemingly insignificant quarry retaliated. Unbeknownst to the tiger, this punch nearly sent it into unconsciousness. The impact caused its pupils to vanish, leaving only whites, and its colossal head was thrust upward with great force. However, due to the frequent skirmishes in the wilderness, the giant tiger possessed remarkable resilience, quickly recovering from its injuries. As it prepared to unleash a roar to express its fury, it was unexpectedly met with He Lingxuan's swift slide beneath its belly, delivering a relentless barrage of punches that transformed its soft underbelly into a mere punching bag. The giant tiger was forced to swallow its roar and felt a surge of pain. Reacting instinctively, it leapt backward, striking down with its powerful claws. The impact created a gust of wind strong enough to send a person flying, the giant claws glimmering menacingly. Just as the giant tiger believed it had vanquished He Lingxuan, it found no trace of its prey's blood or flesh beneath its claws. In a moment of sheer desperation, He Lingxuan summoned an extraordinary burst of strength, narrowly evading the lethal strike. With a powerful push, He propelled himself into the air, soaring several meters high. Yet his thoughts were solely fixated on eliminating the formidable giant tiger before him. Descending from the heights, he executed a devastating single-leg kick aimed directly at the tiger's head. The impact was thunderous. The giant tiger's skull was forcibly driven into the ground, creating a small crater in the earth. Seizing the opportunity, He Lingxuan flipped onto the tiger's back, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches upon its head. At that moment, the tiger's skull was deeply embedded in the earth, rendering it unable to rise. He Lingxuan's face contorted with madness as he recklessly pounded his fists, one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, obscuring the source of the crimson liquid, as both He Lingxuan and the upper half of the giant tiger became drenched in it. As time trickled by, the fervor of his assault gradually waned, his punches growing sluggish until he could muster no more strength. Eventually, He Lingxuan collapsed backward, landing atop the lifeless body of the giant tiger. Chapter 3. The System. Chat Group. As consciousness began to fade, He Lingxuan felt an overwhelming sense of terrifying hunger and a depletion of life force relentlessly assaulting his dwindling awareness. He could not comprehend why he possessed such formidable combat abilities. Perhaps it was due to some transformation his body underwent upon arriving in this place. It seemed that this was no longer Earth, but rather an unknown world or planet. While others who traversed realms were bestowed with golden fingers and surrounded by countless enchanting companions, it appeared that I, as a mere traveler, was destined to perish from starvation. In the moment before losing consciousness, myriad thoughts crystallized, akin to the fleeting illumination of a dying lantern, as countless images began to surface. Just prior to the crossing, he had been cradling a newly acquired laptop, purchased after months of labor, engrossed in the Dragon Ball anime, and had fallen asleep. Upon awakening, he found himself in this wretched place, lamenting the fact that he had not even had the chance to play the games he had bought. Indeed, there was a lingering sense of regret. Yet, in truth, there was little worth clinging to on that side. His foster mother's attitude towards him, the indifference of society. Everything felt like layers of shackles binding him. And now, it seemed, it had finally come to an end. As consciousness slipped into an endless abyss of darkness, a voice resonated from the depths of his mind. Detection complete. You have slain a first-tier dimensional creature. Infinite upgrade system loading. 1103060909999. Loading complete. The infinite upgrade system is at your service. Of course, He Lingxuan, who had already fainted, was oblivious to this voice. Simultaneously, another voice echoed in his mind. Ding. A dimensional chat group invites you to join. Do you accept? Ding. Target detected in a state of coma and perilous environment. Initiating the third chat group regulation. Automatic enrollment in the chat group and issuing a rescue mission. In the chat group, the Shura of the Ninja Realm remarked, Awakening Timespace Lord, I have completed the task of acquiring the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. The items have been submitted. Do remember to check them. In a subterranean cave within the world of Naruto, a commanding middle-aged man sat upon a stone stool, one hand lazily supporting his chin, exuding an overwhelming aura of superiority. His eyes, a peculiar purple encircled by rings, appeared unusually enchanting. This commanding figure was none other than Uchiha Madara, restored to his youth. His rejuvenation and retrieval of the Rinnegan stemmed from joining a mysterious chat group. By merely utilizing the free enhancement feature available to all new members, Uchiha Madara instantly regained his youth, and his chakra surged exponentially. The face of Hashirama on his chest vanished, a testament to the perfect fusion of Hashirama's cells. One could assert that, aside from lacking the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara was now far stronger than he had ever been in his youth, even surpassing Hashirama. Possessing a sage body and chakra that transcended Hashirama's, he could wield would release far beyond Hashirama's capabilities and sense the natural forces of the world, employing them adeptly. His remaining ocular power was sufficient to activate the complete Susanoo, a force to be reckoned with, capable of single-handedly challenging entire nations. With the assistance of the chat group, he gleaned parts of his future. After devising a plan, he located Kaguya and sealed her within the God Tree, selling her to the chat group for a handsome sum of points. Subsequently, he effortlessly defeated Nagato and reclaimed his Rinnegan, his strength and life essence ascending to the realm of 6 paths upon its return. As he delved deeper into the chat group, he began to understand how to accrue points. The first method was daily check-ins, which yielded 1 to 100 points, with a mysterious small gift after a consecutive year of check-ins. The second involved altering one's fate to garner substantial points, a strategy most members relied upon in the early stages, with a few exceptions. The third method was tasks, which could be group-issued world tasks, special missions, or individually posted tasks, where one could spend points to have others fulfill their requests, be it gathering items, collecting resources, or aiding in combat across worlds. Notably, personal tasks had a chance to provide the chat group with additional rewards, beyond the point compensation for the issuer. After completing a task for another member, Uchiha Madara observed his accruing points and felt a surge of delight as he contemplated how to further increase his score when he sensed a notification from the chat group, prompting him to enter. Ding! A new member, the stunning Scion from Earth, has joined the dimensional chat group. Ding! A new member, the Shinigami elementary student, has joined the dimensional chat group. Ding! A new member, the leader of the Arataki gang, has joined the dimensional chat group. Ding! A new member, a student of divine slaying from a mental institution, has joined the dimensional chat group. Ding! A new member, the future captain of the celestial ship, has joined the dimensional chat group. Shura of the Ninja Realm. 5 new members at once. This is intriguing. I hope at least one is a formidable warrior, otherwise it may prove too dull. Rock music enthusiast. Madara, you mustn't say such things. Once everyone joins the chat group, we are all friends. Welcome to the chat group. I am Yunjin, pleased to meet you all. Director of Cosmic Family Planning. Equally, welcome to the newcomers in this wondrous chat group. I have matters to attend to, so I shall remain anonymous. Rock music enthusiast. Uncle Thanos, still as busy as ever, though aside from practicing my craft, I have little time left. Leader of the Arataki gang. Am I truly the protagonist? Joining such a marvelous place. Just by reading the messages, one could envision a man clutching his abdomen, laughing heartily while proclaiming himself as the protagonist, a rather endearing sight. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. It seems the newcomers are quite adaptable. I once thought it was merely a prank by a devil fruit user. It took me some time to comprehend and accept the existence of this chat group. Awakening Time-Space Lord. Every time I see your name, Zoro, I can't help but chuckle. The world's greatest directionally challenged. At this juncture, the chat group issued a new message. Ding! The member count has reached 10. The group marketplace and arena functionalities have been activated. Warning! Warning! The stunning Scion from Earth is in peril. A rescue mission has been issued. The danger level of this second-tier mission in a high-risk world is relatively low. It is advised that 3 members possessing around first-tier level 1 strength participate. Successful completion will reward 1,000 points, along with a mysterious small gift. Chapter 4. Arrival in the Dragon Ball world with 3 giant apes and Susanoo, Shura of the Ninja Realm. Entering the group and immediately encountering life-threatening danger. And the chat group has marked it as a high-risk world. This seems quite serious. I shall claim one of the mission slots. No objections, I hope? As the group members observed this message, their thoughts began to stir, with a few exceptions, as this marked the first instance of a cross-world mission from the chat group. And it was a rescue task in a high-risk world. This implied the opportunity to encounter diverse cultivation methods from other realms, unparalleled powers, and numerous possibilities, an entirely new world. Or rather, a new worldview, comprising countless universes and formidable beings that starkly contrasted with their own. The wealth of information to be gleaned was immense. Not to mention the enticing reward of 1,000 points and a mysterious small gift. Among the 5 veteran members, felt a stirring of excitement. Aside from rock music enthusiast, whose strength was insufficient, the remaining 4 were ready to accept the mission. However, with only 3 slots available, they began to vie for the opportunity. Director of Cosmic Family Planning. I shall claim one of the mission slots. Is that unreasonable? My strength is among the top in this group. Sending someone too weak would be futile. In the Marvel Multiverse universe? In an unknown desolate space. A colossal battleship advanced via spatial folding, destination unknown. In the control room of the battleship, a purple-skinned giant sat in the main seat, flanked by several peculiar-looking aliens reporting various matters. Yet, the purple giant's attention seemed fixated on a chat interface visible only to him. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Weren't you busy just a moment ago? The new members suffice for our group. You may continue with your tasks. Thanos observed the utterances of the world's foremost navigator in the chat, uncertain whether it stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being or was merely a jest, for he, as the sovereign of the universe, was not known for his benevolence. Just as he was about to respond, another message elicited a slight tightening of his composure. The Awakening Time Lord. Indeed, Uncle Thanos, given your formidable prowess, such a trivial amount of points must hold little appeal for you. Kindly refrain from contesting with us mere mortals, as children also require sustenance. The somewhat mocking tone caused Thanos to furrow his brow, while Ebony Maw, who was relaying intelligence, feared he had unwittingly displeased the Titan. The temperament of a cosmic ruler is naturally vast, and being part of this extraordinary chat group, Thanos understood that all participants were far from ordinary, each possessing remarkable potential or unique attributes. Furthermore, the allure of 1,000 points was indeed minimal for him, leading Thanos to remain silent in the chat, subsequently logging off and gazing into the boundless expanse of the cosmic sky, seemingly contemplating something. In the world of spiritual revival. At the first high school in Haohan City, China, a striking youth sat in a classroom, staring into the void, seemingly reveling in a recent advantageous action, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the middle-aged female teacher at the podium, observing the foolishly grinning student, could no longer contain her frustration, erupting, "Li Jiahao, if you are disinterested in your studies, then leave this place and spare us your embarrassing laughter. Have you grasped the knowledge of the awakened? Your parents have invested in your education, not for your idle grinning, but for your learning." The other students involuntarily shivered, clearly intimidated by the furious teacher. A few of Li Jiahao's acquaintances cast him sympathetic glances, silently lamenting his misfortune in provoking this formidable woman, fearing they might share in the repercussions. One classmate, sporting a round face reminiscent of a guinea pig, nervously mumbled, cautious not to draw the ire of either Li Jiahao or the wrathful teacher at the podium. Li Jiahao had been a member of the chat group for some time, and as one of its inaugural members, his strength, though modest, far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. The points earned through his daily check-ins had allowed him to enhance his abilities multiple times via the group's reinforcement function, enabling him to reach the threshold of the first tier. The hierarchy of strength within the chat group was straightforward, ranging from 0 to 10 tiers. The 0 tier represented the level of an ordinary person, while the mid-tier allowed for one to take on 100, and the advanced tier approached the extraordinary, rendering ordinary individuals nearly incapable of inflicting harm, truly a force to be reckoned with. The first tier comprised roughly 10 levels, with the initial threshold signifying a being of extraordinary capacity, capable of effortlessly reducing a multi-story building to rubble, comparable to a combat power of 200 in the Dragon Ball universe, akin to a standard energy blast. The disparity between each level was immense. The first tier's 10th level represented the upper limits of an ordinary planet's capabilities, possessing the power to obliterate something akin to an island nation with a single strike. In the Dragon Ball realm, this would equate to a combat power of 10,000. Thus, Li Jiahao, having attained first-tier strength, heard his classmates' whispered comments but chose not to respond, understanding her sentiment. Standing before his irate teacher, he expressed his apologies. "Teacher, shortly after your lesson commenced, I sensed that I had awakened, and my overwhelming joy caused me to smile involuntarily." "What? You have awakened?" The teacher's fury seemed to dissipate in an instant as she gazed at Li Jiahao in astonishment, subsequently adopting a gentler tone. "Very well, Li Jiahao. Please proceed to the awakening chamber to test your talents. Let us not delay the class. I hope your awakening is genuine." Her words, tinged with a hint of skepticism, marked a complete reversal from her earlier anger. After acknowledging her, Li Jiahao made his way toward the school's awakening chamber, initially contemplating how to request a leave of absence. He realized that this incident provided an opportunity to participate in the task. Casting a glance around, he headed toward the restroom. As the restroom door closed behind him, none were aware that Li Jiahao had vanished from this world. With Thanos having logged off, the remaining 3 members eager to engage in the mission swiftly accepted the task, recognizing the urgency of the rescue operation. The participants in this endeavor included the world's greatest swordsman and notorious navigator from the One Piece universe, Roronoa Zoro, the mastermind from the Naruto universe, known as the Shinobi World Azura, Uchiha Madara, and finally, Li Jiahao, the Awakening Time Lord from the world of spiritual revival. Upon accepting the mission, the trio was transported by the chat group to the multiverse of Dragon Ball, specifically to the island inhabited by He Lingxuan. The moonlight cast its silvery glow upon the earth, illuminating He Lingxuan, whose eyes slowly opened, though he seemed devoid of consciousness. At the same time, a primal force, reminiscent of ancient wildness, began to stir within him. A corridor constructed from an unknown power stretched across the void between two worlds, only to vanish without a trace as an enigmatic being passed through, as if it had never existed. In the multiverse of Dragon Ball, beyond the cosmos, within the Hall of Void, a diminutive figure with blue skin donned the robes of a priest, emanating an overwhelming aura from the rings of light encircling him. His deep-set eyes gazed into the void, observing the infinite Dragon Ball universe along the timelines. Another variable, perhaps? I hope it brings a glimmer of vitality. The darkness cannot be contained much longer. After uttering this, the priest's form concealed a realm deep within the unknown temple, where endless chains of order sealed a chamber, layered with dimensional seals that left no crevice. Yet, at this moment, a chilling darkness seeped through, threatening to assimilate any low-level entity that dared to make contact. This terrifying dark power concealed its existence, as if fearful of being discovered, and pierced through all barriers to enter a Dragon Ball universe. A low, ominous voice echoed within the sealed space. It seems that fellow has not yet noticed. Soon, very soon, you shall find yourselves unable to contain me. No, it is we. Ha ha. The endless dark force began to assail the chains of order and dimensional seals that confined this place, yet they remained unyielding, displaying little effect aside from a minor ripple. Unbeknownst to anyone, a single chain of order, at that very moment, cracked open a minute fissure, allowing a wisp of dark power to escape, though it was swiftly mended. In the seventh universe of a certain Dragon Ball world, three beings from disparate realms materialized simultaneously upon an uninhabited island, dense with jungles and teeming with beasts. As moonlight bathed them, their forms became visible. Each was a man, exuding a distinct aura. One, with a green bandana and bare torso, radiated a primal essence, adorned with three long swords at his side, an astonishing sight for a single individual. The second, clad in battle armor, stood at approximately 178 meters tall, exuding an unparalleled dominion, his mesmerizing Sharingan eyes making it difficult to gaze directly at him, as if one glance could ensnare the viewer's soul. The final figure, a youthful high school student in casual attire, wore an innocent smile, concealing the unknown intentions that lay beneath his seemingly harmless exterior. After exchanging glances, Zoro, the three-sword-style swordsman, spoke first. You can call me Zoro. By the way, where is the new member in need of assistance? We should have been transported nearby. Let us search for them. His confident tone inspired a sense of trust in his ability to navigate, yet it was evident that he was indeed directionally challenged, as his title proclaimed him the world's greatest navigator. The other two shared this understanding. Uchiha Madara gazed at the youthful boy before him and spoke with a calm demeanor. I am Uchiha Madara. You are likely aware of my name. You must be the one known as the awakening master of time and space, correct? How effective is your Sharingan? The boy scratched his head, seemingly a bit bashful, and replied, Of course, it's extremely useful. Truly, the power of the legendary Uchiha clan is unmatched. By the way, you can call me Li Jiahao, or just Jiahao or Shaoli, since you are all older than me. After Li Jiahao finished speaking, the two nodded in acknowledgement. Uchiha Madara continued, Allow me to lead the way, as it would not be wise to let a directionally challenged individual and a novice who has yet to see blood navigate. With that, he strode confidently into the jungle, unconcerned whether the others followed. Li Jiahao said nothing and immediately followed, while Zoro, standing beside him, scoffed. Tisich, I can lead too. Yet he kept pace with the two. After walking for a short while, they still had not located the new recruits they were meant to rescue. Instead, an enormous, reckless rhinoceros charged towards them. The dust kicked up and the massive trees that fell bore witness to the creature's formidable strength. However, it was clear that it had chosen the wrong targets. Tch, what a nuisance! Zoro exclaimed, resting a hand on his sword, prepared to execute a single sword technique to cleave it in two. Yet, Uchiha Madara could not remain idle. With his mesmerizing Rinnegan, he merely fixed a gaze upon the rhinoceros, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pinning the creature to the ground. Feeling this immense pressure, Zoro broke into a cold sweat, yet he did not falter, understanding that he was no match for Uchiha Madara at this moment. He remained confident that in the future, he would not fall short of Madara's prowess. "How dare this beast act so brazenly before me?" Madara declared. "Fire style. Great fire annihilation." With a single hand sign, a torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, reducing the subdued rhinoceros to ashes. "Is this ninjutsu?" The two companions marveled at the sheer power of the fiery assault. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded as a colossal blue aurora surged toward them, imbued with unparalleled might and speed. Even Uchiha Madara's composed expression betrayed a hint of emotion, for he sensed the overwhelming force of this strike, one that no mere flesh could withstand. "Stay close to me, or I cannot guarantee your safety." The vast blue energy swiftly erupted from Madara's body, solidifying into a massive form. A giant composed of chakra emerged in the Dragon Ball universe at that moment. This was the divine power of the Uchiha clan, the Susanoo, attainable only through the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Madara, wielding the Rinnegan, could summon the complete form of Susanoo, truly a manifestation of divine might. As the full Susanoo shielded against the oncoming attack, the surrounding terrain was utterly obliterated. Yet the three remained unscathed. Before them stood the true source of the chaos, a massive ape brandishing a half-consumed giant tiger. Chapter 5. The Scion Giant Ape Battles Complete. Susanoo, standing at a height of several dozen meters, the colossal ape clutched the half-eaten tiger in one hand. Its jaws and fangs smeared with blood, remnants of flesh dangling from its face. The dissipating blue light around it indicated the power of the energy surge it had unleashed. "How audacious of you, creature, to dance before me." Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan glimmered with a violet hue, releasing boundless ocular power, causing the initially rudimentary form of Susanoo to undergo a terrifying transformation in an instant. What began as mere skeletal structure morphed into a half-skeletal figure as the limitless ocular energy surged forth. Flesh and blood began to manifest, completing the lower body as a towering giant, over 200 meters tall, gradually took shape. Upon the emergence of this complete figure, armor began to materialize, revealing a formidable Susanoo. Clad in armor, with wings sprouting from its back and wielding two massive katana. In that moment, the complete Susanoo descended upon the Dragon Ball world, showcasing its boundless might. Atop the head of complete Susanoo, within a hexagonal prism, Uchiha Madara stood alongside Zoro and Li Jiahao, surveying the world below. "Wow, so cool. It would be amazing if I could pilot something like that someday." Li Jiahao exclaimed at the formation of the complete Susanoo, his excitement palpable, though Zoro remained silent. His eyes conveyed his astonishment at the sight of such an immense spectacle. Noticing their awe, a subtle smile crept onto Uchiha Madara's otherwise stoic face, seemingly pleased by their reactions. "Now, let the creatures of this world experience the power of Uchiha Madara." As his words trailed off, a katana was drawn, unleashing a powerful wave of cutting energy that surged toward the giant ape on the mountaintop. However, sensing the impending danger, the ape hurled the tiger carcass forward, which was instantly shredded into pieces by the terrifying blade energy, scattering blood mist into the air. The giant ape's eyes widened in realization, and it attempted to evade the attack, but it was too late. The rapidly expanding blade energy surged forward, and the ape crossed its arms, bracing itself for the impact. Observing the ape's defiance, Uchiha Madara smirked disdainfully, thinking, "How fitting for a beast to attempt to withstand my attack without even trying to evade." Yet, he was soon met with unexpected consequences. As the giant ape absorbed the blow, the mountaintop where it stood was cleaved in two. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the battlefield from view. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara remained confident, as he believed no creature could withstand his assault without succumbing. However, in an instant, devoid of the Rinnegan's insight, he saw the giant ape merely sustaining superficial injuries with minimal blood loss. He scoffed, recognizing that he had underestimated this creature, yet he felt it was still insufficient. "You managed to endure that? It seems I have misjudged you, but how will you fare against my next move?" With that, the complete Susanoo relinquished its katana, forming its hands into a unique gesture. Yasaka Magatama. Numerous blue Magatama were conjured and launched towards the still clouded giant ape. Thunderous explosions erupted, resonating throughout the island, shaking it violently. Just as Uchiha Madara was convinced that the giant ape had perished and prepared to retract the complete Susanoo, a colossal fist unexpectedly emerged from the hexagonal prism of Susanoo. "Look, It's the giant ape. Li Jiahao's voice rang out, prompting Uchiha Madara to react swiftly, abandoning his intention to withdraw the complete Susanoo. Instead, he channeled even more ocular energy to reinforce the hexagonal prism atop Susanoo's head. Yet, the giant ape's overwhelming punch struck the entire complete Susanoo, sending it reeling backward. Even the fortified hexagonal prism began to crack. Unsatisfied with this outcome, the giant ape erupted with a surge of power, causing its massive body to levitate in the air. Then, with a sonic boom, it hurled its fist downward, targeting the hexagonal prism on Susanoo's head. Experienced in battle, Uchiha Madara executed an unexpected maneuver. He placed his hands on Li Jiahao and Zoro's shoulders, vanishing from the hexagonal prism atop Susanoo's head just as the giant ape's devastating punch descended, with a sound akin to shattering glass. The seemingly indestructible complete Susanoo's head was obliterated in that instant, while the giant ape howled at the moon above, celebrating its perceived victory. On another mountain of the island, 3 figures materialized, the trio of Uchiha Madara. Just as Madara landed, an overwhelming fury surged within him, ready to invoke the heavenly obstruction star to obliterate the island along with the giant ape. However, a voice interrupted his thoughts, dissuading him from such an action. Do not act impulsively. Remember, we are here to save lives. If it weren't for the chat group not announcing the death of any members, I would have thought you had annihilated the very person we were meant to rescue. Zoro's calm words reached Uchiha Madara's ears. Madara exhibited no anger at the accusation. Instead, he let out a scornful laugh and replied, "Do you think I am someone of that nature?" In that fleeting moment in the air, my Rinnegan absorbed the conditions of this island, and I detected no signs of life, which prompted my actions. Upon hearing Madara's explanation, Zoro regained his composure, while Li Jiahao took on the role of mediator, offering soothing remarks. Just as the trio deliberated on how to locate the missing individual, the chat group announced the location of the person in need of rescue. Li Jiahao volunteered to lead the way, leveraging his formidable spatial abilities. After executing 2 swift teleportations, they arrived at the sight of a bare young boy lying on the ground. Yet, no one noticed that the full moon above was shrouded entirely by thick clouds, revealing not a glimmer of light. The boy's visage was strikingly handsome, almost divine, yet a furry tail protruded from his back, lending an air of peculiarity. In the devastated forest, where massive boulders lay scattered, a desolate silence prevailed. For figures stood amidst this lifeless expanse. 3 encircled a boy lying on the ground, seemingly caught between life and death, engaged in an earnest discussion. Zoro stroked his chin, contemplating. Could this be the colossal ape we encountered earlier? Li Jiahao examined the unconscious youth before him, his gaze appraising. His physique is impeccable, with an impressive 8-pack abs, though his posture is rather unseemly. He must belong to some extraordinary race. Otherwise, how could he transform into that fearsome giant? He mused that the extent of his transformation must be significant, easily dozens of times, for with his current physical strength, he would struggle to withstand even the most basic fire-style ninjutsu. Madara, too, discerned the truth. The gigantic ape that had decimated his complete Susanoo was none other than this boy before him. The lack of any other creatures in the vicinity, coupled with the fact that they were in the heart of the battlefield, made the situation evident. Despite a tinge of annoyance, Madara had to concede that the boy's transformation into the giant had instilled a sense of trepidation within him. What puzzles me is why a being capable of such terrifying transformation would trigger a rescue mission, Zoro pointed out, striking at the crux of the matter. Indeed, why? The other 2 began to ponder. At that moment, Li Jiahao gazed intently at the boy, now familiar to him, as if he had encountered him before. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him like a thunderbolt, unearthing memories long buried. Isn't this a Saiyan? Could it be that we are in the Dragon Ball universe? As this thought crystallized, everything began to connect and make sense. Dragon Ball, a renowned and influential manga and anime from Earth, features the protagonist Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, who is a Saiyan. Every Saiyan possesses the ability to transform into a giant ape upon gazing at a full moon, amplifying their strength tenfold. The night, the full moon. These 2 elements rendered Li Jiahao momentarily speechless, as he noticed a sliver of moonlight breaking through the thick clouds. This is bad. I must cut off his tail before the full moon appears. He resolved that swiftly severing the Saiyan boy's tail was the safest course of action. However, just as he contemplated this, A notification chimed in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Beep. It has been detected that the group member, the beautiful scion from Earth, is now in a safe location, with no dangers within a 10-kilometer radius. Congratulations to Ninja World Azura, world's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged, and awakening Lord of Time and Space, for completing the rescue mission, each receiving 1,000 points plus a mysterious gift package. Wow, you all are impressive. You completed the task so quickly, remarked the rock music enthusiast. Haha. As expected from a chat group that connects worlds, everyone here is exceptional, almost rivaling my reliability, laughed, leader of the Arataki gang. Logically, I still find it hard to believe that a chat group connecting multiple worlds exists, commented Death God Elementary student. Of course it's real. The best solution is to use the points earned from signing in to enhance your abilities. You'll soon come to believe it. Just save the free opportunities for later, as it's most beneficial to use them during significant upgrades, advised Awakening Lord of Time and Space. I never noticed that the person in need of rescue was a scion. This race possesses immense potential even in this perilous world, Awakening Lord of Time and Space added. By the way, all the new members still lurking should enhance themselves with the points from signing in. Then review the announcements to understand the purpose of this chat group for better interactions in the future, Awakening Lord of Time and Space suggested. Also, there's the Fate Trajectory function. Everyone should check that out to glimpse their future without joining the chat group. However, if you seek detailed future scenarios, specific timelines, and events, additional points are required, as these functions are incredibly useful. Beep. Group member, Awakening Lord of Time and Space, has clarified doubts for new members, earning 1,000 points. Cosmic Family Planning Director, Death God Elementary student, the rock music enthusiast, leader of the Arataki gang. Leader of the Arataki gang. This plus sign is amusing. Clicking it replicates the previous person's words. Death God Elementary student. I clicked it out of curiosity as well. Ninja World Azura. This mission is rather peculiar. Although it's a rescue task, it seems this group member hardly needs our assistance. Still, receiving 1,000 points and a small gift is a nice bonus. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Indeed, but have you all opened your small gifts? I did, and received a swordsmanship talent card. He shared an image. Item, swordsmanship talent card, grade quality, top tier 3-star talent card. Effect, unconditionally enhances swordsmanship talent by 3 to 5 levels. Description, using this card will instantly transform you into a swordsmanship prodigy, even without prior talent. The golden card and its dazzling description were exceptionally striking. Items that enhance talent are rare, and a single talent enhancement card in the group market costs several thousand points, highlighting its significant value. Uchiha Madara glanced at Zoro, who had drawn such an item. Feeling an undeniable stir within him, he too opened his mysterious gift package, but a surge of blue light flashed, revealing an item that darkened Madara's expression entirely. Chapter 7. Gender Transformation Resurrection Card, and the broken clock. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the three, particularly after Zoro revealed his acquisition. The other two turned stiffly to regard Madara, whose face had turned a deep shade of black, as if they had grasped the situation. Madara stared incredulously at the item he had just unveiled, his Rinnegan nearly bulging from its sockets. He simply could not fathom why the chat group's gift would contain such a disgraceful item. It was a blatant affront to decency. Item, Gender Swap Resurrection Card, limited to Senju Hashirama. Rank quality, second tier special resurrection card. Function, can resurrect Senju Hashirama and transform his gender. With the user's loyalty initially set at 100, the user can choose whether to bond, and if bonded, loyalty can be enhanced. Description, by utilizing this card, one can gain a gender-swapped, loyal brother. Having read through the entirety, Uchiha Madara felt that even his Rinnegan was no longer of use. Consumed by the filth he had witnessed, enraged, his formidable presence involuntarily radiated outward. The slumbering He Lingxuan on the ground was stirred by this energy, seemingly on the brink of awakening. As for the other two, Li Jiahao appeared unaffected by the oppressive aura, while Zoro struggled to maintain his stance, leaning heavily on his sword due to the overwhelming pressure. Enough already. What is wrong with you? You've been off ever since earlier, and now you're just exuding this oppressive aura, Zoro remarked, somewhat irritated after adjusting to the pressure. It was only then that Uchiha Madara realized, retracting his overwhelming presence. His expression softened slightly, though it remained grim, and yet his Rinnegan glinted with a fierce intensity. Humph, it's nothing of concern. Let us take this fellow on the ground to a place where humans reside, and we shall consider this mission accomplished. Uchiha Madara then shifted his focus to the target that had not been lying on the ground awaiting rescue. If he was not mistaken, had something undesirable been summoned? Yet, even if it were subpar, it should still serve a purpose, as it was a random item from the myriad realms. Just watch me. My luck is bound to be exceptional. Li Jiahao, seemingly oblivious to Uchiha Madara's lingering awkwardness, directly addressed the issue at hand, simultaneously unveiling a mysterious little package from the dimensional chat group. The package shimmered with golden light, unveiling a pocket watch. This watch emanated an ancient aura, its age indeterminate. Yet it conveyed a sense of the weight of time itself, leaving its purpose a mystery. To the other two, Li Jiahao's reaction was even more astonishing than Madara's. The usually jovial and composed Li Jiahao was now overtaken by a strong wave of surprise and a hint of confusion. Item: pocket watch from an unknown era, rank quality, 5th tier special item, severely defective. Currently equivalent to a 2nd tier item. Function: time-space acceleration, can accelerate the speed of an entire time-space by up to 100 times. Time-space delay, can create a domain where all recognized entities, including oneself, experience a deceleration as if in a space slowed several times. Time-space pause, can halt time for 10 seconds depending on the area. Time-space corridor, defective, currently only allows glimpses into closely related futures. Observing Li Jiahao in a daze, Uchiha Madara found himself imagining what peculiar item he might have acquired. However, Li Jiahao simply waved dismissively, as if he had unearthed something obscure, unwilling to share it with the others. Madara speculated that if it were of little significance, why the need for secrecy? Of course, there was also the possibility that he had struck gold, but such a chance was virtually non-existent. Well then, the mission is complete. Let us return to our respective worlds. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Jiahao's figure vanished from the sight of the two, and seeing him depart with such urgency solidified Uchiha Madara's inner convictions. Shortly thereafter, Zoro and Uchiha Madara also teleported away from this perilous realm. Meanwhile, the slumbering He Lingxuan's consciousness gradually began to awaken. As time flowed, the sun rose high, casting its scorching rays directly upon He Lingxian, who lay half-buried in a pit. Due to his prolonged slumber, he felt discomfort and instinctively turned away from the sun. Lying on his side, after enduring the sun's relentless heat for a while, He Lingxian finally awoke, immediately sensing something amiss. Why do I feel so chilled? Sitting up and glancing down, he discovered his flawless form exposed to the wilderness, scorched by the sun. Stunned, He Lingxian stood frozen in place. What the hell happened to my clothes? After a moment of roaring frustration, he recalled his previous memories. He should have collapsed atop the corpse of the giant tiger after unleashing an inexplicable power to slay it. Why was he now in this deep pit? As He Lingxian glanced around, two pieces of information surged into his mind, sending him into a frenzy of excitement. A system? And a chat group? Without hesitation, he silently invoked the system within his mind. I am here, the infinite upgrade system at your service. Detecting host awakening, consciousness clear, beginning rules explanation. This system possesses the capability to allow the host to upgrade infinitely. By slaying a creature of level 1 or higher, the host can earn upgrade points, with a minuscule chance of receiving additional rewards. Furthermore, the first kill of each distinct level will yield mysterious rewards. For specifics on level classification, please refer to the associated world. The host, when slaying creatures of levels above their own, will receive substantial upgrade points and significantly enhance additional dropped rewards. The system will periodically issue tasks to assist the host in rapid growth. Completion of each task will yield generous rewards, with the acceptance and fulfillment of tasks entirely at the host's discretion. After absorbing the extensive knowledge of rules from the infinite upgrade system, He Lingxian grasped the system's specific functions. 1. Slaying creatures of level 1 or higher grants upgrade points. 2. There are first kill bonuses and task functionalities. Although it appeared simple, He Lingxian was overwhelmed with excitement. Armed with this system, he could survive even in this treacherous world. Right. The system mentioned the ability to view the current world. He hastily checked. Infinite upgrade system. Host, He Lingxian. Age, 19. Current world, Dragon Ball world. Combat power, 100 points, modifiable. Note, based on world classification. Creatures with combat power below 10,000 are considered level 1. Those below 100 million are level 2, and each increment of 100 million raises the level. Talent: low-level Scion bloodline, modifiable. Skills: none. Upgrade points: 100 points. Normal level 1 creatures yield 10 upgrade points. First kill multiplies by 10. Items: 1 first kill gift pack of level 1. Chapter 8. Opening the first kill gift pack, acquiring the ability to steal. Upon viewing the details of his current world, He Lingxuan felt a profound understanding wash over him. The Dragon Ball world? Why was he here? And why did he possess Scion blood, albeit of a low tier? Questions swirled in his mind, yet he quickly regained focus. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to find something to cover his body. Suddenly, an idea struck He Lingxuan. Chat groups typically featured a group shop, offering a myriad of items for sale. As long as he had points, which could be earned through sign-ins, he was certain he could purchase a set of clothing. Without hesitation, he accessed the chat group interface to begin browsing. As expected, the group shop offered a well-tailored set of decent clothing for just 1 point. Under normal circumstances, no one would consider such a purchase, given the value of points, but for him at that moment, nothing was more pressing than acquiring a complete outfit. Thus, he promptly signed in. Ding! Congratulations on your successful sign-in, earning a full 100 points. Additionally, as this is your first sign-in, you have received a chance for the Multiverse roulette lottery. To his surprise, an unexpected bonus. However, the moment he received the points, He Lingxuan immediately spent 1 point to equip himself with clothing. A mysterious and profound force enveloped He Lingxuan's body, and in an instant, a form-fitting garment appeared upon him. Even a considerate opening was made for the tail at his back, allowing it to emerge freely for movement. As he attempted to manipulate the tail, He Lingxuan found it quite amusing. However, after some time, he began to ponder how he would survive in this unfamiliar realm. Although he now possessed a combat power of a full 100, he was far from invincible in this unpredictable world reminiscent of Dragon Ball. In order to hone his skills and discern the current timeline of this world, he resolved to break free from the shackles of his previous mundane existence. From this new beginning, he vowed to continuously elevate himself along the path of combat, relishing the exhilaration it brought. His ambitions were clear: to engage in the fiercest battles, indulge in the strongest spirits, feast heartily, and marry several beautiful women. The first step was to open the initial kill gift pack and uncover its treasures, preferably those that could swiftly enhance his early combat abilities. System: open the initial kill gift pack. Congratulations! The initial kill gift pack has been unlocked. You have struck luck and acquired the exceptional skill, Ability Steal. Ability Steal? He Lingxuan was momentarily puzzled as he accessed the system for a detailed description of the skill. Skill: Ability Steal. Effect: grants the ability to seize the talents and skills of others, provided they are unable to resist or there exists a significant disparity in power. Killing the opponent also allows for the specified theft of one's skill or ability. Description: the more foes you encounter and the longer you survive, the more means you will possess, ultimately amassing an inexhaustible array of trump cards. How remarkable! This means that after vanquishing foes, I can acquire their innate skills and gain experience points. Truly a double benefit. This is simply extraordinary. Such a skill is coveted by many, and now it is mine. He Lingxuan could already envision the thrill of battling adversaries, suddenly claiming one of their skills or innate talents. How despairing that would be for them. Or, during combat, deploying an endless array of trump cards, leaving opponents bewildered before delivering the final blow. The mere thought of this exhilarated He Lingxuan, compelling him to seek an enemy to test the prowess of his newfound skill. However, upon reflection, he realized his only means of movement at present was running, as techniques such as the instant transmission required learning. Unless his combat power and aura were exceptionally formidable, he could not master them intuitively, an ability he currently lacked. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he instinctively began to run, surprisingly no longer feeling hungry after being rescued by a group member. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind this change, it was a welcome relief, as it granted him the energy to pursue prey. His speed escalated rapidly, reaching a limit propelled by his 100 combat power. Suddenly, a sound like thunder echoed through the wilderness, signifying that He Lingxuan had attained supersonic speed. With this velocity, he swiftly emerged from the deep pit and into the heart of the forest, gazing upon the vast trees, reminiscent of his past memories. He Lingxian felt no trace of fear, only exhilaration at the prospect of hunting. With a combat power of 100, he marveled at its effectiveness. Even without mastering the manipulation of energy, it was no wonder that Son Goku in the original story displayed such extraordinary feats, able to disregard most conventional weaponry with mere dozens of combat points. Perhaps the Saiyan physiognomy naturally surpassed that of typical Earth martial artists. Regardless, equipped with this combat power, He Lingxian was confident in his survival within the wilderness. After all, Earth's creatures, no matter how formidable, could not exceed certain thresholds of combat power. Armed with his infinite upgrade system and 100 upgrade points at his disposal, combined with his Saiyan lineage and robust combat prowess, He Lingxian felt no trepidation regarding sustenance. The only challenge lay in finding a way to escape this desolate place and reach a human settlement. Bounding through the forest like a monkey, he searched tirelessly for signs of prey. Yet, to his bewilderment, despite the distance he had covered, he encountered not a single creature. Previously, the forest had been teeming with colossal beings. Even if some had been cleared away by the members who rescued him, it was implausible that all had been exterminated. Or had all the creatures vanished? With this question lingering, He Lingxian quickened his pace, yearning to burst forth from the forest and discover the whereabouts of human settlements. He envisioned exchanging points from the chat group for currency in this world, indulging in a lavish feast to satiate the hunger that had plagued him over the past few days, even though he currently felt no appetite. But wait, there wasn't a single shadow in sight, not even a bug. This was utterly bizarre. The figure in motion came to a halt, scrutinizing the surroundings for any traces of animal tracks or signs of life. Upon closer inspection, He Lingxian was delighted to discover several enormous footprints. Recognizing that they were at least 3 meters wide, he surmised that a colossal creature had passed through. Without hesitation, he turned around and made his way toward the source of the tracks, unaware that he was merely 10 minutes away from exiting the forest and reaching a road. After a few minutes of rapid movement, he caught sight of a light ahead and knew he was nearing the exit. Suddenly, the sound of trees rustling violently in the wind reached his ears as he burst forth from the forest and into a rugged hillside. Upon arrival, he spotted a pterosaur soaring deeper into the mountains, seemingly separated from its kin. Instantly, He Lingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast aimed at the creature. With a resounding crack, the golden ki blast soared through the air, striking the pterosaur's wing at breathtaking speed, resulting in a spectacular explosion that sent plumes of smoke billowing into the air, causing the creature to plummet to the ground. In that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a first-tier creature and earned 10 upgrade points. You can now seize the low-level talent of extended stamina. Would you like to proceed with the theft? What incredible fortune! He had expected a minuscule chance to acquire a talent. He Lingxian thought excitedly, quickly responding to the system with a mental command. Steal. Received. Initiating the theft of extended stamina. Theft successful. Would you like to integrate? To his astonishment, it was that simple. He had anticipated some hurdles. Then let's integrate. Upon uttering those words, He Lingxian felt a surge of energy transforming his body, significantly enhancing his endurance and stamina. After flexing his fists and feeling the vitality coursing within him, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With a swift motion, he darted toward the place where the pterosaur had fallen, arriving in just a few breaths. However, upon seeing the charred remains of the creature, with half of its body nearly incinerated, his appetite for consumption evaporated. Glancing at the system panel detailing his combat power, He Lingxian was thrilled to discover that this talent could also be enhanced, contributing an additional 5 points to his combat prowess. Infinite upgrade system. Host, He Lingxian. Age, 19. Current world, Dragon Ball world. Combat power, 105. Upgradable. Talent, low-level Saiyan bloodline. Upgradable. Extended stamina, upgradable. Skill, Ki blast, upgradable. Upgrade points, 110. Items, none. Observing the upgradable label next to the low-level Saiyan bloodline, He Lingxian felt an irresistible urge to experiment with it, imagining the possibilities of evolving into a transcendent bloodline or even an ancient Saiyan lineage. Without hesitation, he commanded the system, allocate points to the low-level Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Adding points to the low-level Saiyan bloodline requires the consumption of 100 upgrade points. Do you confirm this expenditure? Confirmed. Understood. The points are being allocated. The low-level Scion bloodline has now been upgraded to a mid-level Scion bloodline, resulting in a potential enhancement and an increase of 100 combat power. Is this the completion of the enhancement? Why does it feel rather unremarkable? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a surge of change emanating from deep within his bloodline coursed through his body, accompanied by a pain that felt as though his very being was being torn apart, eliciting a muffled groan from He Lingxuan. Damn it! No one mentioned it would hurt this much. As his body endured the relentless tearing and reorganization, its strength naturally ascended, directly augmenting He Lingxuan's combat power by an additional 100 points. Gazing at the panel displaying 205 combat power, He Lingxuan could not help but smile with satisfaction. Any improvement was welcome, especially compared to being powerless and crushed by others, a stark reality he had faced in his past life under a brutal societal order. The feeling that this 205 combat power bestowed upon He Lingxuan was entirely different from the previous 105. It felt several times more formidable. In fact, the pre-enhanced version of himself would have struggled to inflict any damage even with a full-force attack. After all, even in the Dragon Ball universe, the first major antagonist, King Piccolo, had a combat power of merely 210 without the use of the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. And what did this level of combat power entail? Dividing two demon entities with combat powers around 170, a casual strike could obliterate a city, enduring countless heavy weapon assaults without a scratch. Although subsequent combat powers in Dragon Ball escalated into the millions and billions due to the power-up system, it was undeniable that this combat power had surpassed that of an ordinary individual by an unfathomable margin. On Earth in his past life, he would not be far from being considered a Superman. With a sense of fulfillment regarding his newfound strength, He Lingxuan began to seek creatures to hunt. Following his enhancement, he felt an abundance of energy surging within him. Perhaps, after some exploration, he could even learn to fly. This newfound strength also granted him a qualitative leap in perception and observation, allowing him to spot a herd of rhinoceroses several kilometers away. More accurately, it was an enlarged group of rhinoceroses, and upon closer inspection, there were at least dozens, which thrilled He Lingxuan immensely. After all, if he were to eliminate them all, it would yield several hundred upgrade points. Perhaps he could even upgrade his bloodline once more. With this thought in mind, He Lingxuan exerted force beneath his feet, causing the ground to crack dramatically, propelling his entire body forward. Bang, bang, bang. After breaking the sound barrier in rapid succession, within mere seconds, He Lingxuan found himself near the rhinoceros herd. Upon closer inspection, there were around 70 to 80 adult giant rhinoceroses, along with 20 to 30 juvenile ones. Although they were not fully grown, their size was still formidable due to their species. Looking at this massive group of giant rhinoceroses, He Lingxuan could not suppress his joy, as if he had stumbled upon a prime location for effortless leveling up in an online game, while others remained oblivious. What a thrill! My apologies, dear rhinoceroses. But for the sake of upgrade points and to combat the dangers of this world, your sacrifice is necessary. I have never claimed to be a good person. Being virtuous is exhausting. It is far more liberating to act on one's desires. My past self was devoid of freedom, shackled by constraints. Shaking off such thoughts, He Lingxuan raised his hands, allowing the energy within him to surge. Chapter 10. A Frenzy of Slaughter, System Glitch. Golden energy blasts formed in the blink of an eye, continuously emitted from He Lingxuan's hands, targeting the resting giant rhinoceros herd. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions echoed throughout the mountainous terrain. Countless giant creatures that had fled to this area began to exhibit varying degrees of chaos. As for the giant rhinoceroses, they suffered catastrophic casualties in an instant, with their numbers dwindling rapidly. He Lingxuan, meanwhile, received a constant stream of notifications from the infinite upgrade system regarding the accrual of upgrade points and the drop of several low-level abilities. This invigorated He Lingxuan, who continued to unleash energy blasts, depleting a considerable portion of his energy reserves. The explosive sounds resonated throughout the wilderness, altering the very landscape. Finally, after consuming more than half of his energy, He Lingxuan ceased the bombardment. In truth, given He Lingxuan's current combat power, accurately eliminating them one by one would have been a simple task. The reason for expending so much energy and using energy blasts was that He Lingxuan had devised a method to exploit a glitch in the system. Glancing at the system panel, He Lingxuan wore an enigmatic smile. Infinite upgrade system, host, He Lingxuan, age, 19, world, Dragon Ball World. Combat power, 205, points available. Talent, mid-level Scion bloodline, points available. Low-level stamina talent, points available. Skills, energy blast, points available. Ability theft, not available. Upgrade points, 1050. Items, low-level resilience talent 3, low-level strength talent 1. Staring at the impressive 1050 upgrade points and the depleted energy within him, He Lingxian silently recited, System, add 1 point to combat power. Ding. Allocation complete. Your combat power has been increased by 1 point. At that moment, He Lingxian meticulously sensed the fluctuations in his internal energy and was astonished to discover that it had rapidly returned to a state of fullness, while also increasing by 1 point. It truly works, this glitch. In fact, the moment He Lingxian first noticed the possibility of adding points to combat power on the panel, he had conceived of this clever strategy. He had hoped to try it, which is why he had wasted energy in the previous battle, constantly using energy blasts to attack. To his surprise, he successfully exploited the glitch, signifying that in future battles, as long as he had even a single upgrade point remaining, he could turn the tide, exhausting his opponents. With this realization, He Lingxian burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. I, He Lingxian, shall become invincible. After a considerable time, He Lingxian finally calmed down, striving to steady his emotions, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his inner excitement. Now it was time for slaughter. Damn it. You animals on this island have kept me on edge these past few days. Today, I, He Lingxian, shall seek justice. Bah. For revenge and upgrade points. You shall obediently contribute to my cause. The thrill was evident on his face as He Lingxian embarked on a frenzied rampage. Encountering those giant creatures along the way, he initiated his assault with a barrage of energy blasts. Sometimes, he even experienced unexpected surprises, as certain species possessed the ability to burrow underground. Once his energy reached a critical threshold, He Lingxian would promptly use upgrade points to boost his combat power, thereby replenishing his energy reserves. A horde of Tyrannosaurus-like creatures fled in a panic, as if something terrifying were pursuing them, fearing that any delay would result in death. And rightly so. As golden beams of light approached rapidly, striking down upon the fleeing Tyrannosaurs. Bang, bang, bang. Thinking they could escape? Dream on. Energy blast, expand. A golden energy blast transformed into a radiant beam, halting in front of the fleeing Tyrannosaur herd. Then, a buzzing sound rang out. Boom. The energy blast expanded like a ballooning net, enveloping all the fleeing Tyrannosaurs and instantly reducing them to dust. Huh. You thought you could escape? Did you really believe my enhanced energy blast would be a mere trifle? He Lingxian floated in the air, satisfied as he observed the scene before him. Indeed, the augmented energy blast did not disappoint him, exhibiting unparalleled control and power. This must be the last of the giant creatures on this island. What a fruitful endeavor. Infinite upgrade system. Host, He Lingxian, age, 19, world, Dragon Ball World. This is the sensation of power. Quite remarkable indeed. One must say, the system truly lives up to its reputation. Had I been using a different external aid, my advancement might not have been so effortless. After spending 10,000 upgrade points to enhance my Scion bloodline, I was not disappointed, much like the Scion royalty. I can maintain a measure of rationality in my Great Ape form. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is that I can allocate points to my Great Ape transformation, which suggests the possibility of harnessing Great Ape power in humanoid form, akin to Broly. As He Lingxian contemplated further, a sudden pang of hunger struck him, accompanied by a rumble from his stomach. Indeed, I am rather hungry. After testing the Great Ape transformation, I shall roast some of these Tyrannosaurs for sustenance. With that thought, he soared towards a nearby mountain. Upon reaching the summit, not particularly high, He Lingxian descended from his flight technique, stretched his limbs, and then addressed the system panel regarding the Great Ape transformation. System, allocate points to Great Ape transformation. Ding. The Great Ape transformation requires the consumption of 10,000 upgrade points. Are you certain? Taking a deep breath, He Lingxian replied with conviction, confirmed. Understood, commencing enhancement. Enhancement complete. The Great Ape transformation has been upgraded to humanoid Great Ape transformation. You have gained the ability to transform freely. Humanoid Great Ape transformation. Ability increases the host's power tenfold, with further enhancements proportional to the increase in anger. With the upgrade of Great Ape power complete, He Lingxian could hardly contain his eagerness to experience just how formidable he had become in his humanoid great ape form. Chapter 11. The Might of the Great Ape. Sweat-drenched Goku and Piccolo. With fists clenched, He Lingxian unleashed an overwhelming aura, his tail thrashing behind him. The power of the great ape, awakened from the depths of his bloodline, surged forth. His already formidable presence multiplied exponentially in that instant, as his foundational combat strength, enhanced by the great ape power, soared to a staggering 100,000. Thus, this tremendous aura began to double repeatedly, escalating from 100,000 to 200,000, from 200,000 to 300,000, from 300,000 to 600,000, and finally reaching an impressive 1 million combat power. The terrifying aura emanating from this tenfold increase swept across the globe. As his roar intensified, He Lingxuan's aura expanded wildly, causing his physique to swell significantly. His original height of 182 centimeters surged past 2 meters. Warriors across the globe, attuned to the flow of energy, sensed this abyss-like, terrifying aura. Among them was none other than the savior, Goku, who had defeated the Demon King Piccolo years prior. In the peaceful outskirts of Baotou Mountain, Goku's family was enjoying a blissful daily life. A few years ago, Goku had wed Chi-Chi at the martial arts tournament, and now they had a son named Gohan, named in honor of Goku's grandfather. During this time, Goku, as a martial artist, had not ceased his training. His strength had significantly increased compared to years past, now surpassing 400 in combat power. Although the weight of his training gear reduced his effective strength to around 300, it still marked a considerable improvement from the 200 he had exhibited at the martial arts tournament. However, just as Goku was finishing a meal and preparing to train, he sensed an overwhelming aura from the other side of the planet. Even at such a great distance, he could feel the sheer power radiating from it. Momentarily frozen in place, cold sweat trickled down his forehead and back, his expression grave as he focused on the source of this terrifying energy. This aura, while not evil, carried a sense of lethal intent, as if it had extinguished many lives. In the face of this oceanic energy, Goku felt as if he were but a leaf adrift in the current. What could be happening on the other side of the planet? What kind of monster possesses such a fearsome aura? This cannot be. I must investigate, as I cannot ascertain whether it poses a threat to Earth. Goku swiftly removed his training gear, launching into the air to partially resist the pressure of this terrifying energy. However, he sensed that the aura itself did not intend to harm anyone. Otherwise, their modest combat power would have rendered them powerless beneath its weight. On the other side of the planet, in a desolate area rarely touched by human presence, a reborn Piccolo, having lost to Goku at the martial arts tournament, sought solitude to train with aspirations of one day conquering the world. Yet, despite his rebirth, Piccolo's heart remained kind, untainted by malice. While training under the weight of his gear, he suddenly felt the world-shattering aura, causing him to be pinned to the ground by its overwhelming force. Piccolo's face turned pale, droplets of sweat forming on his brow, his thoughts racing. How could such a powerful presence exist on Earth? If such a being emerges, how could I ever hope to dominate this world? Muttering to himself, Piccolo rose from the ground, sensing the oppressive weight of the energy. He removed his training gear and, after a moment's contemplation, erupted into the air, heading towards the source of the aura. He had sensed Goku's energy and followed, eager to keep pace with his rival. After all, how could he rule the Earth if he fell behind? Meanwhile, on came House, Krillin, and the others, having sensed the terrifying aura and Goku's energy, felt fear, but gathered their courage to fly towards the source. As warriors and martial artists, it was their duty to confront any potential threats to Earth. Regardless of whether they were a match, at the very least, they must fight. Only Master Roshi remained behind, reclining in his chair, his gaze distant as he watched the departing figures of Krillin and the others. Though shielded by sunglasses, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. After all, his students had surpassed him. On an unnamed island, He Lingxian gradually withdrew his overwhelming aura, closing his eyes to savor the tumultuous energy coursing within him. And a satisfied smile graced his lips. His combat power now stands at a full 1 million. In the early days of Dragon Ball, who, other than Frieza, could rival me? His confident tone underscored the tremendous assurance this power bestowed upon him. Yet, He Lingxian suddenly realized that the energy he had just unleashed would undoubtedly be sensed by others. If it were the era of the androids, his 1 million combat power would be insufficient. Nonetheless, he remained confident that, with the assistance of the infinite upgrade system and the chat group, he would soon achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. By then, regardless of the era, he would possess at least a modicum of self-defense. After all, this 1 million combat power was the result of his diligent training and enhancements. With a sense of satisfaction regarding his current strength, He Lingxuan selected several sizable pieces of Tyrannosaurus leg meat, gathered some firewood, and ignited a ki blast to roast the meat for his meal. Then, he settled down, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating his future plans. Sensing my aura, Goku and the others will likely seek me out. Provided we are not in the era of the androids, I can then accompany them to the city. However, it is inevitable that there will be some friction along the way. Nonetheless, it will ultimately become clear which era we inhabit. Even if it is the age of artificial beings, I can always bide my time, hone my skills, and once I transform into a Super Saiyan, those mere artificial beings will be at my mercy. Chapter 12. The so-called techniques, the arrival of Son Goku. Speaking of which, where is he? I have been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. Staring at the dinosaur leg, which was merely charred on the surface, He Lingxuan felt a twinge of impatience. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted from his hand, reducing the entire dinosaur leg to mere scraps. Suddenly smacking his forehead, He Lingxuan remembered that he had not yet reverted from his great ape form. He had been pondering how to heat the dinosaur leg when he thought it was not cooking fast enough, and his uncontrolled energy had obliterated it instead. After reverting to his human form, He Lingxuan attempted once more to heat the dinosaur leg with his energy. After all, slow roasting with fire was far too tedious. Yet, without a doubt, this leg was reduced to shambles as well. At that moment, a serious expression crossed He Lingxuan's face. It seemed essential that he use his energy to fully cook the dinosaur leg today. Amidst repeated attempts and failures, with the dinosaur legs dwindling, He Lingxuan still found no success. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that through these continuous attempts, his mastery over his energy had indeed improved. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection shows that the host's mastery of energy has reached a rough level. The technique template has now been unlocked. Please check it yourself. What on earth? I am merely trying to cook a dinosaur leg, and now a new template has been activated? Ding. This template has been unlocked because the host's grasp of energy barely qualifies. The energy blasts used during combat have hindered the host's mastery, to the point where it has not even reached a rough level. Hearing the system respond to his inner doubts, He Lingxuan's expression darkened. Is my control over energy really that poor? With this question lingering in his mind, He Lingxuan opened the system panel to explore this so-called technique. Infinite upgrade system. Host, He Lingxuan. Age, 19. World, Dragon Ball World. Combat power, 100,000 points, upgradable. Talent, Advanced Scion Bloodline, not upgradable. Advanced Physical Talent, not upgradable. Integrates all physical talents. Human Great Ape Transformation, not upgradable. Technique, rough. Control over one's own power is approximately 10. Upgradable. Skills, Energy Blast 3, upgradable. Energy Wave 3, upgradable. Flight Technique 3, upgradable. Ability Absorption, not upgradable. Upgrade points, 5,050 points. Items, none. Gazing at the newly added technique under skills, He Lingxuan began to comprehend the situation. This so-called technique likely pertains to the extent of mastery over one's own power, akin to the martial arts training of the Dragon Ball characters, which is essentially a development and utilization of their own strength. As an outsider, He Lingxuan could only rely on sheer brute force. Thus, he did not feel ashamed to only wield 110 of his strength. After all, he could still strive for improvement, upgrading. System upgrade. Maximize my technique. He Lingxuan commanded directly within his mind. Ding. All upgrade points are now being consumed for enhancement. Wait, why all the upgrade points? Does this thing consume that much? As He Lingxuan exclaimed in surprise, he saw his upgrade points plummet to 0, and at that moment, he felt a pang of heartbreak, as all his hard-earned points vanished in an instant. Ding. Enhancement complete. The rough technique level of 10 has been upgraded to beginner level 605. In that instant of enhancement, He Lingxuan felt a significant boost in his control over his energy and the power he could exert. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could easily defeat several opponents he could not have before the enhancement. Is this what technique entails? Over 5,000 points have multiplied my combat powers several times. This is rather impressive. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, even as my combat power increases dramatically in the future, I should at least maintain a 60 capability of control, right? Realizing this, He Lingxian felt that spending 100 upgrade points to enhance his technique by one level was exceptionally worthwhile. After all, unlike others who, when their combat power increases rapidly, often lose control, as evidenced by the early Goku and the Super Dragon Ball Goku. Although their power disparities were vast, their ability to utilize their strength differed greatly. With the aid of the system, He Lingxian would not face such setbacks. Once his technique advanced to a certain level, it would not regress. Regardless of how much his combat power increased, even if it surged by dozens or hundreds of times in an instant, he would not experience the wildness that Goku faced during his transformations into Super Saiyan, which rendered precise control over energy nearly impossible, nor would the energy consumption escalate dramatically. As he pondered the intricacies of technique, He Lingxian suddenly lifted his gaze to the distant horizon, murmuring, "Is he coming? Perhaps my luck is not too shabby." Several kilometers above, sensing the previously terrifying energy gradually diminish, Son Goku furrowed his brows, but continued to fly towards the source. Shortly after Goku's arrival, Piccolo followed closely. Detecting Goku's presence not far ahead, and a subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. Perhaps even he was unaware of it. As for Krillin and the others, due to their relative strength, their pace was naturally much slower than that of Goku and Piccolo. Feeling the energy within him far more manageable, He Lingxian picked up a roasted dinosaur leg and began to heat it, resulting in success this time. The leg was cooked to perfection. With one hand clutching the dinosaur leg, he began to feast, for after such a prolonged battle, anyone would be famished, especially a scion like him. After consuming about 70% of the leg, He Lingxian set aside the half-eaten dinosaur leg and looked up at the descending orange figure. It was Son Goku, clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform. The moment Goku landed, He Lingxian acutely sensed his formidable presence. It seems this is set shortly before Raditz' arrival. He Lingxian surmised based on Goku's energy, which barely registered a few hundred in combat power. That presents no significant issue. I have ample time to develop and grow. Given some time, I need not fear even Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, let alone the God of Destruction. Perhaps only an angelic level would pose a considerable challenge, though angels are not permitted to act freely. At that moment, a notification from the system jolted He Lingxian back to attention. Ding! Detection of one of the destined protagonists. Son Goku, scion named Kakarot, in your vicinity. A task has been assigned. Chapter 13, The Three Options of the System. Task, Path of Destiny. This is a special main storyline task with 3 sub-options that the host may choose at will. Sub-option 1, eliminate him. And I shall be the protagonist. Kill Son Goku and usurp his position to receive a Destiny gift pack. Note that this action may lead to significant changes in the subsequent plot. Please choose wisely. Sub-option 2, a stepping stone on the path of growth. Continuously defeat Son Goku and other characters from the original story, both heroes and villains. Upon defeat, a certain amount of upgrade points can be earned, and this can be repeated. However, there is a 1-month interval between defeats to receive rewards, and there is a minuscule chance of obtaining character skill packages as drops. Note, the first defeat will guarantee a character skill package drop, which will include skills from other timelines as well as past and future characters. Reminder, the more significant the character defeated, the greater the rewards obtained. Sub-option 3, I am the villain. Eliminate all protagonists from the original story. For each protagonist killed, receive a mysterious gift package, and slaying the main character grants a Destiny villain gift package. Additionally, one can recruit original villains as subordinates. For each recruited, a villain gift package will be awarded. Note, this choice may cause temporal chaos, leading to the appearance of unknown characters or entities within this timeline, thus significantly increasing the level of danger. He Lingxian gazed at the 3 options presented by the system, his eyelids twitching incessantly, thinking to himself that there was no real choice at all. Damn, these options were truly toxic. Selecting the first one would be akin to becoming Sun Wukong himself, an idea that held no appeal for him, especially with the existence of the chat group, which indicated that his adventures would not be limited to the Dragon Ball universe. Choosing the third option would mean becoming a villainous overlord, ruthlessly eliminating foes and recruiting the defeated as minions. However, Such actions would likely lead to rejection from the members of the chat group. Although his system necessitated the extermination of beings of varying levels to earn upgrade points, there were tasks available as well. Besides, he need not confine himself to the Dragon Ball realm for leveling up. Countless races existed in myriad worlds, such as the infamous Zerg, whose numbers could scarcely be quantified. Even the weakest among them could survive in the universe and absorb everything to evolve. By the system's standards, their strength would not be negligible, and should he encounter such beings, a mere key blast could yield a bounty of upgrade points that he could scarcely fathom utilizing fully. Moreover, due to his past life's experiences, he held a favorable view of the original characters in Dragon Ball. From the moment he realized he had entered this world, he had harbored various ideas to amend the original story's shortcomings, further dissuading him from adopting a villainous role. For instance, he envisioned guiding Gohan to train diligently, preventing him from becoming the underwhelming character he was, and speculated on how formidable he might become during the Tournament of Power. He mused over the legendary warriors, the fusion of Vegeta and Goku into Vegeto, as well as the amalgamation of Goku and Vegeta into Gogeta. How powerful were these invincible fighters? Could he ever engage in a fervent battle alongside them? What boy has not fantasized about fighting alongside their idols, or even facing them in combat, regardless of the outcome? That feeling would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Beyond these considerations, myriad reasons led him to conclude that only the second option might be viable. The first was incongruent with his character, while the third could invite unforeseen complications and troubles. He was not a cold-blooded killer, devoid of empathy, making such a choice unnecessary. The second option involved defeating original characters to earn rewards, even possessing the potential to drop skill packages, with intervals as brief as a month, ensuring a steady source of upgrade points. Even without slaying beings for points, engaging in monthly battles against original characters would yield substantial rewards. This represented a sustainable method for accruing upgrade points, with increasing ease as his power grew. Moreover, it afforded him the opportunity to interact with characters he had only ever witnessed in anime and manga, a dream fulfilled for a devoted Dragon Ball fan like him. As these thoughts deepened, he noticed Sun Wukong observing him cautiously from a short distance. He Lingxuan made his decision, silently affirming, "System, I choose option 2. In an instant, he found himself before Sun Wukong, who had no time to react as he delivered a powerful punch to Wukong's abdomen, the force of which was staggering. In that moment, Wukong's face turned pale, and he sputtered, seemingly on the verge of fainting, his body weakly collapsing to one knee. "Kakarot, as a scion, why are you so weak?" He Lingxuan remarked coldly, as if the assailant were not himself. His mind echoed the notification of his chosen option. "Ding, host has selected option 2. Stepping stones on the path of growth. From this moment forth, defeating original characters and those recognized by the system will yield upgrade points and skill packages. Ding. Host has defeated Sun Wukong, earning 100 upgrade points, and due to this being the first defeat, a skill package is awarded, containing a random skill related to Sun Wukong's present and future." As He Lingxuan felt a flicker of joy within, Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The disparity was staggering, far beyond any means of compensation. The swift defeat he had just experienced indicated that this was not a benevolent person, at best, one who would avoid the slaughter of innocents. Moreover, this stranger referred to him as Kakarot, a name he did not recognize, and yet he acted as if they were acquainted, treating him as if he were a lesson to be learned. Sun Wukong's bewilderment surfaced in that fleeting moment before he was defeated, as he felt the intense pain in his abdomen, overwhelmed by an insurmountable gap. Typically optimistic, Wukong felt an unexpected tinge of despair, an emotion he had never experienced, even when nearly slain by Piccolo Daimao. At this moment, the vastness of the difference was painfully evident. "All right, Kakarot, get up. I barely used any strength. After all, your combat power is only around 400. I have always been precise in controlling my strength." Despite this, He Lingxuan was aware that had he been the version of himself prior to mastering his abilities, a single punch could have easily ended Wukong's life, as he had once struggled to control his power. Chapter 14. The Fallen and He Lingxuan's Confession. Yet, the system's power was his own, and thus He Lingxuan felt no shame in his actions. Just as Sun Wukong regained his footing, Piccolo arrived, witnessing the moment of Wukong's defeat, shattering something within his mind, his pride. Aside from Sun Wukong, No adversary had ever diminished his pride, and defeating Wukong was the key to global domination. But in that instant, as Wukong was effortlessly vanquished, Piccolo's insignificant pride crumbled. He was born with the mission to defeat Sun Wukong and rule the world, grappling with uncertainty about whether this path was right or wrong. Throughout his years of training, he often helped lost souls and those in peril in the wild, embodying both good and evil to ultimately redeem himself in the narrative. Curse you, Sun Wukong. I have yet to defeat you, and you fall to another. I must first vanquish this person who defeated you, then eliminate you to achieve world domination. With that, Piccolo gathered a sphere of ki, hurling it towards He Lingxuan. Boom. The explosion of the ki blast enveloped the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring clarity. In that moment, Piccolo charged downward, seemingly seeking to exploit the chaos to attack He Lingxuan. However, He Lingxuan watched with keen interest, eager to see how Piccolo would proceed. At this juncture, he was virtually invincible, while Piccolo's power barely surpassed 400. Even if he unleashed his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon, concentrating his strength to exceed 1,000, it would still be insufficient to challenge He Lingxuan, whose normal power far exceeded 100,000. Unexpectedly, amidst the swirling dust, Piccolo did not retaliate. Instead, he assisted the recovering Sun Wukong and retreated hastily. With a smirk of mockery, Piccolo declared, Sun Wukong, you've fallen into my hands. Remember, you can only die at my hands. Don't think I'm saving you. I merely intend to defeat you honorably and then unify the world. Despite Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong sensed that he was no longer the malevolent Piccolo Daimao, but rather a new entity, embodying an entirely different essence, one of goodness. Wukong nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Piccolo. Without your help, I would have been in dire straits. Yet, suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in their ears. Still here chatting leisurely. And you don't think to flee? You are truly pathetic. It was He Lingxuan, who had appeared behind them in an instant, delivering a statement that sent shivers down their spines, as if they had encountered a ghost. A gentle hand rested upon the shoulder of Piccolo, who was half embraced by Sun Wukong. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, layer upon layer, forcing both Piccolo and Sun Wukong down from the sky, or rather, into the depths below. Bang! Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the original character, the newly reborn Piccolo, and earned 100 upgrade points. Given that this is your first defeat of a target character, you will receive a small skill package as a reward. Hearing this familiar notification, He Lingxuan's face broke into a smile, while Piccolo and Sun Wukong wore expressions of bitter confusion, lying on the ground. Suddenly, a sound of rushing air echoed from afar. It was Krillin and the others who had arrived. Witnessing this scene, He Lingxuan felt his heart swell with glee. For each of these newcomers would yield countless upgrade points and skill packages. The next moment, He Lingxuan vanished from his spot. Sun Wukong, realizing the situation, prepared to shout at Krillin and the others to flee, but before he could utter a word, they plummeted from the sky, with no chance of resistance, and were swiftly defeated. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the original character Krillin and earned 100 upgrade points. Given that this is your first defeat of a target character, you will receive a small skill package as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the original character Tien and earned 100 upgrade points. Given that this is your first defeat of a target character, you will receive a small skill package as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the original character Yamcha and earned 100 upgrade points. Given that this is your first defeat of a target character, you will receive a small skill package as a reward. Observing the continuous influx of upgrade points and skill packages, He Lingxuan's heart blossomed with joy. Then, in the next instant, he reappeared before Sun Wukong and Piccolo, where Sun Wukong bellowed, "What have you done to Krillin and the others?" He chuckled. "What have I done to them? What of it? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to resist me? Do you think your meager combat prowess can stand against me? As a fellow Saiyan, you are utterly weak, so weak that I can barely take you seriously. However, given your perplexed expression, I shall kindly elucidate for you. Both you and I hail from the renowned warrior race of the universe, the Saiyans, who serve under the Frisia Corps for the conquest of the cosmos. Looking at you, it seems that perhaps a violent blow to your head in childhood has caused your memories to falter. Otherwise, according to the Saiyan tradition of memory installation, your purpose would be to eradicate all humans on Earth." He Lingxuan stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. This line of reasoning had been concocted upon witnessing the system notifications and the arrival of Sun Wukong. Exposing his Scion identity and stating his intentions were key to living peacefully on Earth. He awaited the arrival of the Frisia army to sell this planet, thus completing his mission. However, due to unforeseen complications, it would not be long before other Scions would arrive here. Noticing the changing expressions on Sun Wukong's face, He Lingxuan cleared his throat and continued, "Of course, my purpose in coming here is merely to find a place to reside and cultivate for a time, preparing to exact revenge on our archenemy. The reason I subdued you is simply that you are far too weak. In terms of cosmic power metrics, your combat abilities barely exceed 400, while those humans over there are just above 200. As for me, I possess a staggering combat power of 100,000. Yet, even this is insufficient against our race's nemesis." Finally regaining his composure, Sun Wukong understood the vastness of their disparity upon hearing He Lingxuan's explanation. It was no exaggeration to say that should He Lingxuan desire it, they could be transported to another realm in an instant or obliterated by a mere energy blast. Chapter 15. A bounty of skill packages. What manner of foe is this, with combat power surpassing your own by such a margin? Sun Wukong pondered, having calmed somewhat. He recalled how He Lingxuan had repeatedly engaged them without delivering fatal blows, clearly with ulterior motives. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have easily annihilated them and effortlessly obliterated the world. Do you remember the Frisia Corps I mentioned earlier? It is an invasion force created by the cosmic tyrant Frisia, and our archenemy is none other than this cosmic emperor. Upon hearing He Lingxuan's words, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo were filled with confusion, for had he not just claimed that the Scion race was under Frisia's command? I know what you wish to say. Indeed, the Scion race once served as loyal dogs to Frisia. However, over a decade ago, Frisia summoned all Scions engaged in warfare back to our home planet, Vegeta, and personally annihilated it. Though the reason behind this remains a mystery, perhaps due to some unfounded legend or other motives, it is undeniable that he obliterated the Scion race. While I harbor no deep-seated feelings for the Scions, as I survived precisely because I refused to follow orders and did not return to Vegeta, I am nonetheless insufficient in the face of Frisia's malice, a being of 530,000 combat power. He Lingxuan paused, glancing at Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who seemed momentarily stunned at the mention of the number 530,000, as if struggling to fathom such a level of power. Ignoring their astonishment, He Lingxuan continued, "I only came to this planet because it is sufficiently remote, and I became aware of your existence through information I had obtained. However, I have no interest in exterminating the humans on this planet. I merely sought a worthy opponent, yet I am disappointed to find you so weak." He feigned extreme disappointment, feeling as if he could pursue a career as an actor. "Given your utterly unimpressive strength, I intend to visit you for entertainment each month. If, after 3 visits, one of you has not made any progress in strength, I shall eliminate him directly, one by one, until none of you remain. Of course, if you manage to defeat or kill me, that would also be quite an accomplishment." With a disdainful gaze directed at Sun Wukong and Piccolo, he delivered his arrogant proclamation while also glancing at Krillin and the others, who had just risen. This display instilled an immense sense of pressure in Sun Wukong and Piccolo, leading Sun Wukong to question, "Your aura lacks any malevolent essence. I believe your nature is not inherently evil. Why engage in such actions?" I almost forgot. He Lingxuan's heart raced at this realization. It dawned on him that in the original narrative, they were capable of sensing a person's aura and whether it bore evil intent. It was said that those who learned to perceive energy could discern such matters, just as a person who has committed many misdeeds would exude an aura that feels quite unsavory. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, energy equates to a person's life essence. Once it is depleted, so too is the individual. Thus, ordinary people typically cannot conceal the nature of their energy. Though internally somewhat flustered, he maintained an outward composure. Energy may reveal certain truths, but it does not encompass everything. Well, I hope you will grow stronger quickly. I look forward to the day you can challenge me. Before his words concluded, He Lingxuan's figure vanished before them. Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whether to feel relieved or fearful. However, one certainty emerged. The formidable presence they had just encountered harbored no ill intent toward them or Earth. The only concern lay in the monthly battles he had mentioned. What degree of growth would he expect? Otherwise, they might lose at least one member every 3 months. Though unsure if he was serious, early preparation would be prudent. Consequently, Sun Wukong resolved to return and discuss how to address this matter with his companions. As for He Lingxuan, to avoid drawing attention, he had now appeared within a bustling city. With his current combat prowess, he could traverse the globe in no time, effortlessly locating a human city. After dealing with a few bandits in the wild to acquire some funds, he indulged in a lavish feast in the city before checking into a luxury hotel, gazing out at the vibrant scenery beyond the window. He Lingxuan found himself lost in thought for the first time in ages, feeling rather uncertain about his future. Despite possessing 2 formidable advantages that could be considered golden keys in the narrative. However, having experienced extreme emotional neglect from a young age, he found himself utterly unprepared for normal social interactions. Despite possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, he remained friendless, leading him to seek solace in the virtual realm. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of such burdensome matters, He Lingxuan directed his gaze toward the unopened character skill packages displayed on the system panel. After washing his face, he reclined on his large bed, contemplating the packages in the system. He spoke softly, "System, open the skill package for Piccolo." As for why he chose not to open Goku's package first, it was simply because he believed that the best treasures should be saved for last. After all, the potential to unlock future skills was an enticing prospect, whether it was the Kaioken technique, Super Saiyan transformations, or the legendary godly technique, among others. All were invaluable skills. Ding! The skill package for Piccolo has been opened. Congratulations, the host has acquired the skill meditation. He found this outcome acceptable, at least it was not entirely useless. He then instructed the system to open Krillin's skill package. To his surprise, it yielded something unexpected. Ding! The skill package for Krillin has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained insights into martial arts cultivation and energy manipulation from Krillin's future. Undoubtedly, this knowledge was vital for him at present, as mastering energy would allow him to control his outward battle aura and sense the energy levels of others. Without hesitation, He Lingxuan commanded the system. Integrate the insights into martial arts cultivation and energy manipulation from future Krillin. Chapter 16, Skills Acquired, Kaioken Ding. Acknowledged. Integration is in progress. Please prepare for potential mild discomfort and mental disorientation. Upon hearing this notification, He Lingxuan sensed impending trouble. Indeed, the next moment, a pain that felt as if it could pierce through his very soul surged throughout his body. His mind began to spiral into chaos, and in that instant, he felt as if he might lose consciousness. System, is this what you call mild pain and disorientation? How could you? The pain intensified, layering upon itself with increasing severity, coupled with a tumultuous mental state that led He Lingxuan into a deep slumber. However, due to his robust constitution and a battle power already reaching 100,000, he awoke after merely 15 minutes. Upon regaining consciousness, He Lingxuan felt an influx of knowledge regarding martial arts and energy within his mind. While he was pleased with this acquisition, he couldn't help but grumble about the system's unreliability. Soon, he managed to harness the energy that had previously emanated from him in overwhelming waves. If a detector were to scan him now, it would reveal that his current battle power was approximately 100 points. Opening his eyes and assessing his condition, He Lingxuan nodded in satisfaction. The contents of Krillin's skill package had exceeded his initial expectations. It was no exaggeration to say that with the decades of martial arts experience and energy mastery from future Krillin, he felt confident he could defeat Goku even under similar battle power circumstances. With a sense of contentment regarding his rewards, He Lingxuan proceeded to open another skill package. System, open Yamcha's skill package. Ding! The skill package for Yamcha has been opened. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Wolf Fang Fist. Observing this skill, He Lingxuan wore a resigned expression. He had anticipated that he would not always receive favorable outcomes, especially since Yamcha's skills were not particularly impressive. Next, he commanded the system to open the skill packages for Tien and Kaiatsu. Ding! The skill packages for Tien and Kaiatsu have been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained the 4 symbols Fist and the skill Telekinesis. Oh, I didn't expect to receive something valuable. Telekinesis is quite versatile. Regardless of other factors, as long as one's mental strength was formidable, telekinesis could be employed in most realms and would possess considerable power. Although Kairatsu's use of this skill was weak and accompanied by side effects, That was merely due to his insufficient strength and mental acuity. For He Lingxuan, even at a lower level, utilizing telekinesis would allow him to easily overpower foes with battle powers in the tens of thousands. Feeling a sense of anticipation, He Lingxuan declared, "System, open Goku's skill package." At that moment, he was filled with a mix of anxiety and complexity, not daring to hope for anything extraordinary. He would settle for a simple Super Saiyan transformation if necessary. As He Lingxuan's anticipation grew, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! The skill package for Goku has been opened. Congratulations. You have been incredibly fortunate to acquire the skill Kaioken. His eyes widened, and he could scarcely contain his excitement. This is fantastic. While it may not be the ultimate transformation, Kaioken is still remarkable. Especially since he now possessed the form of a great ape, his battle power would be significantly enhanced. After a moment of contemplation, He Lingxuan realized the potential in this situation and felt exhilarated. The physical strength of his great ape form, with just a little training, could allow him to utilize Kaioken at multiples of 10. The more he considered it, the more excited he became. Just how many times could he amplify his Kaioken in the great ape form? If he could achieve that, he would truly soar. After some calculations, He Lingxuan understood that the multiplicative factor of Kaioken could be further augmented after his transformation. For instance, when a Saiyan transforms into a Super Saiyan, their battle power increases by 50 times from their base state. Therefore, if he then employed Kaioken, the increase would not simply be additive, but multiplicative. In essence, under Super Saiyan conditions, utilizing Kaioken could yield a battle power of 500 times that of his normal state, potentially surpassing even Super Saiyan 3. However, due to the chaotic nature of Super Saiyan energy, the physical body was often unable to withstand the strain of Kaioken, leading to catastrophic consequences. He Lingxuan contemplated whether the system could enhance his physical strength directly. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even if direct enhancements to physical strength were not feasible, he could still augment Kaioken. This way, he could optimize the technique and elevate its limits, thereby reducing the physical toll it took during use. With this line of thought, He Lingxuan calmed himself, as he had only gained a few hundred upgrade points from defeating a couple of characters from the original story. Lamenting his current lack of resources, he opened the system panel to ascertain the skills he possessed and to assess his status. Infinite Upgrade System. Host. He Lingxuan. Age. 19. World. Dragon Ball Universe. Battle Power. 100,000. Points available for allocation. Talent. Advanced Scion Bloodline. Non-allocable. Advanced Physique Talent. Non-allocable. Fusion of all physique talents. Great Ape Transformation. Non-allocable. Techniques. Beginner. Approximately 65 in self-power utilization. Allocable. Skills. Kamehameha 3. Non-allocable. Ki Blast 3. Non-allocable. Flight Technique 3. Non-allocable. Kaioken. Non-allocable. Low-level telekinesis. Allocable. Ability Steal. Non-allocable. Upgrade points. 600. Items. None. He Lingxuan was momentarily taken aback by the enhancement of his techniques due to the fusion of Krillin's future martial arts experience and energy mastery. He then noted the low-level telekinesis, which could be upgraded with just a few hundred points, alongside the non-allocable Kaioken. Chapter 17. The Enhanced Telekinesis and the Rescue Mission of the Chat Group. It turned out that enhancement was indeed not possible. Although I had anticipated that the upgrade points might be insufficient for enhancing the King's Fist, I was still surprised to find that enhancement was entirely unattainable. However, the telekinesis could be enhanced, which was unexpected. After contemplating for a moment, He Lingxuan decided to proceed with enhancing this so-called low-level telekinesis to observe the effects. To my astonishment, despite his current combat power and a mental strength that far surpassed that of a mere dumpling, this low-level telekinesis could merely shift the large bed in this room slightly. This was a far cry from the overwhelming power I had imagined that could effortlessly crush thousands or even tens of thousands of combat power. Moreover, the energy consumption was quite significant. It truly lived up to its designation as low-level telekinesis. I could only hope that the enhancement would yield a delightful surprise. System. Enhanced low-level telekinesis. Ding. Enhancement in progress. Enhancement completed. Consumed 100 upgrade points. Low-level telekinesis upgraded to intermediate telekinesis. Feeling an immediate and profound transformation in the telekinesis, He Lingxuan's expression brightened with surprise. He had not anticipated that a mere enhancement of 100 upgrade points could engender such a remarkable change. After a brief trial, he found that using telekinesis to levitate himself was not only extraordinarily effortless, but also consumed nearly no energy. Previously, merely lifting himself had required considerable effort and energy consumption. The disparity was astonishing. It could only be attributed to the prowess of the system. At that moment, another voice echoed in his mind, catching He Lingxuan off guard. However, he quickly realized it was a notification from the chat group. It seemed that since binding to the chat group, apart from redeeming some items with points, he had not opened the chat group at all. Thus, he was unaware of what had transpired. In the chat group, the activity level had significantly increased since the arrival of new members. Excluding Thanos, who was perpetually engaged in cosmic conquest, the others had ample free time. Shura of the Ninja Realm. I have decided to execute the unification plan after a while, and I will create signs of severe injury to lure the Otsutsuki lurking in the shadows. Only then can the ninja world truly develop without worry. Awakening Time and Space Lord. As expected of you, Madara. There is no need to feign injury to lure the Otsutsuki. When you finally implement your plan, do let me know. I will rush to assist. My innate abilities will allow me to capture the Otsutsuki hiding in the shadows at the slightest disturbance in space. Shura of the Ninja Realm. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You wouldn't offer your assistance for free, would you? Rather than spending points to seek your help, it's better for me to handle this myself. After all, apart from the god of Otsutsuki, no other Otsutsuki poses a threat to me. Awakening Time and Space Lord. Come on, Madara. Seeking my help is a win-win situation. You won't be at a loss. Just 1,000 points. No need for 1888 or 1998. I'm always on standby. Shura of the Ninja Realm. Get lost. Awakening Time and Space Lord. Alright. If anyone in the group needs assistance, just let me know. I'm ready to help for just 1,000 points. Then his avatar dimmed. Leader of the Arataki gang. Huh. Little brother, you're quite amusing. Although I don't have many points, you're always welcome to visit me. We, the Arataki gang, will treat you well. Future captain of the celestial ship. By the way, when can we change our names? I really can't bear this title. I'm just a humble pilot. Albeit the top one. Rock and roll fanatic. Don't worry about that, Sister Yuku. Names carry certain implications and representations, signifying that you are destined to become the captain of the celestial ship. Shinigami elementary student. What about me? Isn't my name a bit outrageous? I'm a high school detective, not a Shinigami, let alone an elementary student. Rock and roll fanatic. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. I haven't complained about my name. I'm not directionally challenged. But becoming the world's greatest swordsman is indeed my dream and goal. Just remove the directionally challenged part. Shinigami elementary student. So when will this chat group enable name changes? Shura of the Ninja Realm. Such trivial features are inconsequential. It would be better to add functionalities that enhance one's strength. At that moment, a familiar yet foreign rescue mission alert rang out, capturing the attention of both offline members and those engaged in conversation. Warning. Warning. A crisis has been detected involving group member. I study godslaying in a mental hospital. A rescue mission has been issued. This world has been classified as a special mythological realm, so members should proceed with caution. This mission is classified as a low-level Tier 1 task. Due to the high danger posed by items attached to the member I study godslaying in a mental hospital, it is recommended that 5 group members with at least 0 to intermediate level or Tier 1 level 10 strength accept the mission. Completion of this mission will yield 500 group points and a talent ability package from the world of I study godslaying in a mental hospital. Beautiful Scion from Earth. A rescue mission? It seems there won't be too much danger. I can participate to give it a try. Also, when will this chat group allow name changes? He Lingxuan glanced at his name in the chat group, struggling to maintain composure. While he indeed possessed a rather handsome appearance, ever since awakening the Scion bloodline, his masculinity had increased significantly, especially when the power of the great ape stirred within him. His previously delicate features transformed into strikingly handsome ones. He was quite pleased with this change. However, now was not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. The second group member in need of rescue had emerged. If his memory served him correctly, I Study Godslaying in a Mental Hospital was one of the most popular novels on a major free online platform in the city, and the title was exclusively associated with its protagonist, Lingxia. It was a pity that he had not finished the entire plot in his previous life. but he had learned through various channels that the protagonist's future was precarious. Yet so what? It was merely a trivial Cthulhu. Just a few years or months of leveling up, and I could sweep through effortlessly. Chapter 18. Deciding the rescue team and heading to the god-slaying world, He Lingxuan was quite confident in his rapidly increasing strength. After all, with the support of the system and his own efforts, his power had escalated to a terrifying 100,000 combat power in less than a day. Even among the chat group members, he could be considered to possess Tier 1 level 10 strength. With a full-force attack directed at the core of the Earth, he could even destroy a planet. A casual strike held enough power to annihilate a landmass the size of a small island nation. Not to mention his transformation into the Great Ape form, which would amplify his combat power tenfold, were it not for the Scion's low resistance to magical and mental aspects. He Lingxuan felt that after transforming into the Great Ape form, he could single-handedly conquer the god-slaying world. 10 times the combat power equated to a staggering 1,000 combat power. This was no jest. At that level, even a mere surge of energy could induce terrifying changes on the surface of an ordinary planet. However, due to his lack of confidence in his mental resistance and special resistances, He Lingxuan believed it would be prudent to be cautious, lest he fall victim to some unforeseen ability and meet an untimely end. At this moment, the chat group erupted into chaos once more. Shura of the Ninja Realm, what is going on? We just rescued a new member not long ago, and now another one is in trouble. New members are indeed troublesome. However, my plans haven't yet commenced, so I can participate in this mission. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. I won't be participating this time. I have some matters to attend to. Good luck to you all. Leader of the Arataki gang. It seems it's time for me to step in. Ha. I shall save this fellow named I study godslaying in a mental hospital. Moreover, I hope he gets to know the Arataki gang and ideally joins us as a significant ally. Director of Universal Family Planning. I will also participate in this mission. I didn't attend the last one, so I must get involved this time. My strength should be sufficient, right? Currently, Thanos was merely at the standard level of a sub-god, as he had yet to utilize his free enhancements. Nonetheless, such prowess constitutes a significant threshold within the planning of the chat group. After all, during this period, Thanos possessed scarcely any gems, relying solely on his formidable close combat skills, lacking any capacity for widespread destruction. Thus, one could easily conclude that his strength was not extraordinarily impressive. However, the acquisition of the gems alters the situation entirely, for these gems essentially embody the principles of cosmic laws. Once obtained, even if one cannot fully master them, immense power can still be harnessed. After Thanos articulated this sentiment, none of the group members voiced dissent, as only a handful were qualified for the mission. The others either lacked sufficient strength or were preoccupied. After further deliberation, 5 members were confirmed for the rescue mission. Thanos, the director of family planning in the Marvel Universe. Li Jiahao, the time-space gifted individual from the Spirit Awakening world. He Lingxuan, the Scion from the Dragon Ball Universe. Arataki Itto from the Genshin Impact world. And Uchiha Madara, the Shinobi World's demon of the Ninja Realm. Among these 5 members, even the weakest, Arataki Itto, possessed the capability to contend against 1,000 foes. Of course, this 1,000 refers to ordinary individuals or typical fighters, not fully armed soldiers. While this distinction may seem negligible against stronger entities, it is worth noting that Arataki Itto, due to his world's system, lacks the defensive capacity to withstand the assault of most bullets, rendering him vulnerable even to a fully equipped army. Upon finalizing the personnel, the group members simultaneously activated their teleportation. They materialized within a 1-kilometer radius of Lingxia. The rain poured heavily, obscuring the sky, yet it could not conceal the chilling darkness that enveloped the surroundings. Void of constraints, Lingxia stood to the side, gazing blankly at Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, his eyes fixed intently upon the distant figure of the King of Ghosts. Kid, watch closely as I make this strike. Why? It's going to be quite impressive. Before Lingxia could express his disdain, Zhao Kongqing propelled himself off the ground with astonishing speed, charging towards the King of Ghosts. The King of Ghosts, sensing that this man was at the end of his tether, opted not to engage him directly, instead maintaining a vigilant stance, prepared to deflect his assault. The light in Zhao Kongqing's eyes burned like a lit torch, growing ever brighter. he burst through the curtain of rain. Advancing upon the king of ghosts with no frills, raising his hand, he swung his blade. An unprecedentedly vast crescent moon cleaved through the night sky, slicing through raindrops with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The sheer velocity of this strike was so formidable that even the king of ghosts could not evade it with ease, even if it wished to flee. Its current state rendered it incapable. Thus, the black crescent moon traversed the sky, gently severing the grotesque head adorned with a pale ghostly visage. Just as Lin Xie was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tremor coursing through him. He stiffly turned his head, only to witness a hulking, headless corpse slowly rising from the muddy ground. On its body, a pale, eerie ghostly face scuttled like a parasite, crawling from its legs to its back, then to its chest, ultimately embedding itself in the torso of the king of ghosts. Meanwhile, the severed head nearby had lost its ghostly face entirely. Lin Xie's pupils constricted in shock. The king of ghosts had not perished. The rain continued to fall. The original outcome, the fated life and death, would be altered by the imminent arrival of another. Grasping Zhao Kongcheng's long blade, Lin Xie's eyes radiated an unprecedented killing intent and cold ferocity. Empowered by the starry night dancer, which enhanced him during the night, Lin Xie vanished from his position the moment he drew the blade, striking towards the ghostly visage of the king of ghosts, for he understood that this was its true form. However, the next moment unfolded in a manner Lin Xie could never have anticipated. The seemingly exhausted king of ghosts erupted with terrifying strength. A mere swing of its arm shattered the long blade, sending Lin Xie hurtling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. How could this be? Why did it suddenly become so powerful? A stream of crimson energy, invisible to ordinary eyes, surged into the king of ghosts, continuously augmenting its strength. Gritting through immense pain, Lin Xie rose from the ground, retrieving the nearby long blade, his eyes betraying a hint of unprecedented madness. Under the shroud of darkness, the enhancement from the starry night dancer persisted, rapidly mending his injuries. Yet, in the next moment, the king of ghosts' sudden transformation nearly induced a flight response in Lin Xie. The once headless king of ghosts now sprouted terrifying ghostly faces from various parts of its body, with numerous eyes and mouths emerging, alongside countless hands, feet, and tentacles, creating an utterly grotesque spectacle. Suddenly, a tentacle lashed out, producing a sound that pierced the air as it lunged towards Lin Xie. Just when Lin Xie believed he was destined for demise, a tall man clad in casual attire appeared before him, effortlessly incinerating the tentacle that had approached at supersonic speed with a mere wave of his hand. Chapter 19. The Reversal of Time and Space. Zhao Kongcheng's Resurrection. Alas, unexpected events do occur. Otherwise, the chat group would not have issued a mission. The tall man who appeared abruptly and shielded Lin Xie from the attack was none other than He Lingxuan. Upon being teleported, He Lingxuan immediately utilized his energy to scan the life forces within several kilometers, detecting a presence exuding a uniquely sacred aura. He quickly deduced that this was Lin Xie's location and arrived here at incredible speed, resulting in a scene akin to teleportation. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the tall man, Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment, and a moment of clarity struck him. An unnamed fury surged within him. Yet mindful of the current predicament, he strove to temper his tone. You are Zhao Kongcheng's companion, aren't you? A guardian of the night, I presume. With such prowess, why could you not arrive sooner? Old Zhao is but a mere individual without restrictions. Be cautious of that creature. Something feels amiss. Seeing Lin Xie so agitated and hearing his words, He Lingxuan began to grasp his understanding of the situation. Hey, I'm not a guardian of the night. I'm just a passing scion. Pay more attention to what's in your mind. That's no illusion. As He Lingxuan turned to explain to Lin Xie, the transformed king of ghosts unleashed countless tentacles, striking from all directions towards He Lingxuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air being sliced echoed once more. Within mere fractions of a second, countless tentacles reached Lin Xie and He Lingxuan, crashing down with a force that seemed poised to tear them apart. Hey, interrupting a conversation is quite rude, don't you think, monster? In the blink of an eye, He Lingxuan sprang into action, the approaching tentacles appearing to freeze in time. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xie barely registered the swift movements. The tentacles that were about to strike them disintegrated into fragments, and in the next instant, The grotesque form of the transformed king of ghosts was reduced to an incomprehensible mass of flesh. Even a still-rolling eyeball fell at He Lingxian's feet, prompting him to kick it back toward the pile of remnants. Ugh, what a disgusting thing. As the unknown crimson energy merged with the dismembered mass, it unexpectedly caused the already fragmented body to writhe. In the following moment, a flash of light flickered, followed by a resounding explosion. It turned out that as He Lingxian turned to face Lin Xie, he launched an energy sphere that promptly incinerated the writhing remains of the King of Ghosts, eliminating any chance of further resistance. I have no habit of holding back. He Lingxian turned with a dismissive expression, gazing at the still-dazed Lin Xie. Well then, the situation has been resolved. I haven't yet asked for your name. The reason for such inquiry lies in He Lingxuan's desire to conceal his identity as a time traveler, lest the mere utterance of his name incite suspicion. Lin Xie, visibly astonished by He Lingxuan's displayed prowess, gradually spoke. I am Lin Xie. He Lingxian responded with a hearty laugh, patting Lin Xie on the shoulder. Then I shall call you Xie. Once the others arrive, I will submit the mission. Conveniently, he lies here, still clinging to life. Surely someone in the group will be able to save him. At this point, He Lingxian shook his head, silently lamenting that he should have first retrieved the celestial beings from Corinta, for he possessed no means to heal others. Meanwhile, Lin Xie began to sense something amiss. This individual before him appeared not to be the so-called Night Watcher, and his inexplicable words prompted Lin Xie to ponder what resided within his mind. Beyond the mysterious psychiatric hospital that only he knew of, could it truly be? No. Could the information he spoke of from within his mind actually pertain to that previous chat group interface? Was it not merely a peculiar ability from the psychiatric hospital? Thus, Lin Xie called out in his mind, chat group. In the next instant, a golden chat interface materialized before him. Glancing at the most recent messages, Lin Xie quickly grasped the situation. He turned to the handsome, tall man before him, his expression one of embarrassed apology. I misjudged you. I am sincerely grateful for your undertaking of this rescue mission. Otherwise, I might have truly met my demise. I cannot even bear to imagine how heartbroken my aunt would be. Just then, the rain intensified, as if seeking to wash away the lingering scent of blood and obliterated darkness. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks, resembling tears. After apologizing, Lin Xie silently gazed at the nearly lifeless Zhao Kongqing. It would be inaccurate to say he was devoid of life. Rather, his vitality had been depleted, though Lin Xie's current abilities could not discern this. Beside him, He Lingxian, attuned to the sensing of life forces, wore a grave expression, for he could sense that Zhao Kongqing's life force had utterly dissipated. Even if celestial beings were available now, they would be futile unless they could reverse time and resurrect him. Perhaps then Zhao Kongqing could be saved. Tick-tock, tick-tock, boom, boom. The torrential wind and rain, accompanied by thunder, rendered the already tumultuous night even more chaotic. Lin Xie picked up a long knife, the rain washing over his face as he staggered through the pool of blood towards Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body. I told you, being a hero is not an easy task, he murmured, gazing at the cold Zhao Kongqing. How many people know that you stake your life in battle here? Do you realize that, miles away in the city center, the world remains vibrant and lively? They sing in KTV, indulge in hot pot, share intimate moments in hotels, and savor popcorn in theaters. And you can only die here in silence. They remain oblivious that amidst this torrential downpour, a man has slain a mythical creature. They have no inkling that their carefree revelry is due to the sacrifices made by others. Is this truly worth it? Lin Xie stared intently at Zhao Kongqing's pale face, seemingly awaiting an answer. Unfortunately, he was destined never to speak again. He Lingxian, too, fell into silence, recalling that before his journey through time, he was merely a young man striving for a living. Just then, a voice broke the tension, plunging the atmosphere into awkwardness. Haha, I have arrived. A flash of silver light revealed a youth clad in a black windbreaker, suddenly appearing in the air. Upon hearing this exclamation, Lin Xie abruptly turned, his eyes, imbued with a hint of murderous intent, fixed upon the newly arrived youth. That single glance unsettled Li Jiahao, who had just utilized spatial abilities to teleport here. He felt an uncomfortable chill run down his spine. Perceiving the intense gaze from the youth who appeared to be of similar age, Li Jiahao quickly exclaimed, Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I just arrived, I haven't done anything. Even He Lingxian wore a look of exasperation, but at that moment, Li Jiahao's gaze fell upon him. Suddenly, he recognized He Lingxuan, though initially he felt he might be mistaken. After piecing together information from the current mission participants, he confirmed that this handsome young man was the scion they had rescued not long ago. Feigning familiarity, he said, "Hey, do you remember me? Oh right, you were unconscious then, so you probably don't. I was one of those who helped save you. Aren't you grateful?" Observing his smug demeanor, He Lingxuan could barely contain his urge to punch him, yet he restrained himself, recalling how Li Jiahao had saved him during a time of peril. Noticing Lin Chiye's increasingly dangerous expression, He Lingxuan could not help but warn, "Hey, someone has died here. Perhaps you should tone it down. Or I fear Chiye might end up taking you down." Upon hearing these words, Li Jiahao finally noticed the middle-aged man lying in the shadows beneath the heavy rain. His complexion pale and utterly still, unmistakably deceased. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just a dead person, right?" Look, just as Li Jiahao spoke, a long knife was pressed against his neck. "Say one more word, and I will end you." Lin Chiye's expression was wild, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. He would not permit anyone to belittle Zhao Kongqing, who had perished as a hero protecting countless lives. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Chiye seemed to recollect something. Caught in a complex struggle of emotions. At that moment, Li Jiahao stammered, "Hey, brave man, could you lower the knife? We can talk this out. My words were thoughtless. And I apologize. However, I can revive that uncle lying on the ground. So could you please put the knife away?" Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that despite his appearance of fear and trembling, Li Jiahao's tone lacked any semblance of panic, as though he believed that even if his throat were cut, he would remain unscathed. "Perhaps I should indeed end you. To speak of resurrecting the dead is quite audacious." Lin Chia's tone turned icy. Yet the murderous intent gradually subsided. After all, he was a good youth. How could he impulsively take another's life? As the atmosphere grew tense, another voice emerged, leaving the three present momentarily stunned. "Hey, kid, are you not tired of holding that knife up? If you were to bring it down, I would respect you as a true hero." A formidable young man clad in ancient battle armor had appeared in the Wujie space, arms crossed, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. Accompanying him were a bald, purple giant and a robust youth who resembled a simpleton. They were none other than the late-arriving shinobi world Azura, Uchiha Madara, the cosmic overlord Thanos, and the leader of the Arataki gang, Arataki Ito. Ha, I hope I'm not late. There were just too many bizarre things along the way. I couldn't help but stop and observe, Arataki Ito exclaimed excitedly. "Did you not notice that it would have been resolved long ago? This boy was merely waiting for us to arrive before submitting the mission," Uchiha Madara remarked coolly, having deduced the general circumstances with just a few glances. Thanks to years of combat experience and keen insight. Finally, the knife is lowered. Such things can be quite perilous. One should refrain from using them against allies in the future. Allow me to assist this fallen uncle. I haven't activated my abilities in a while. Domain expansion. As his words fell, a silver radiance emanated from Li Jiahao, enveloping a peculiar domain, within which time flowed and space twisted in an extraordinary manner, creating an illusion of moments stretching into millennia, a juxtaposition of tremendous force and feebleness. Extreme minimalism. Domain reversal. Quickly, step away from me, lest you be affected. Time and space reversed. Words escaped his lips, each syllable pronounced with intention, as he approached the lifeless form of Zhao Kongqing. As he drew nearer, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded within the diminishing space that enveloped him. The battered body, riddled with wounds and seeping blood, astonishingly began to mend itself. No, it was more accurate to say it was reversing time. Time itself, unraveling in reverse. Blood flowed back into the veins, wounds closed, and the pallor of death gave way to a healthy hue. Lin Chiye, held back by He Lingxuan outside this realm, could hardly comprehend the extraordinary scene before him. What was he witnessing? Zhao Kongqing, once a mere corpse, was being resurrected. Lin Chiye struggled to grasp the magnitude of such power capable of achieving the impossible. The memory of having threatened such a being with a blade felt utterly absurd in retrospect. As the realm dissipated and the temporal forces faded, Zhao Kongqing was revived, albeit temporarily ensnared in a state of unconsciousness due to a subtle manipulation by Li Jiahao, yet devoid of any mortal peril. Remarkably, after executing such a formidable feat, Li Jiahao's demeanor remained unchanged, as if he had expended no energy whatsoever. The incredibility of this ability would be met with disbelief were he to share it. He Lingxuan was not overly concerned about this power. After all, even the most extraordinary abilities possess inherent flaws. The higher the level of engagement, the greater the consumption, a natural law. Nevertheless, for someone like Zhao Kongcheng, whose awakening of forbidden powers had barely granted him a modicum of combat prowess, the revival likely posed minimal drain on Li Jiahao. Indeed, this resurrection might even grant him complete mastery over the Forbidden Realm. Chapter 20. A task accomplished with ease and bountiful rewards. My apologies for my earlier offense, and thank you for saving him, Lin Xia managed to say, still recovering from his astonishment, as he addressed the self-satisfied Li Jiahao. Yet, even a thick skin could not withstand the multitude of curious gazes, prompting Li Jiahao's expression to revert to normalcy. Adopting an air of aloofness, he nodded at Lin Xia, seemingly conveying that his apology was of little concern. By the way, I would also like to express my gratitude to you and Uncle Uchiha Madara for accepting my rescue mission to bring me back to my world. As for the one I have yet to meet, I shall thank him in person next time. With a smile, He Lingxuan extended his gratitude to Li Jiahao and Uchiha Madara. Li Jiahao responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, while Uchiha Madara appeared indifferent. To show my appreciation, feel free to call on me for any assistance you may require. I am more than capable of helping. My strength remains formidable, he declared, releasing an aura that immediately astonished Uchiha Madara, who could hardly believe the transformation. Previously, in the Dragon Ball universe, He Lingxuan had been merely a slightly stronger than average human, with his true form being unimpressive aside from his formidable great ape transformation. Yet, in less than a day, his prowess had undergone a radical transformation, leaving Uchiha Madara utterly astonished. Even Li Jiahao's expression revealed a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated such a dramatic escalation in He Lingxuan's capabilities within just a few hours. Surely, not even a Saiyan could achieve such exponential growth so effortlessly. Clearly, in this world of spiritual revival, the existence of Dragon Ball as a narrative is acknowledged, Li Jiahao mused internally. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he maintained a composed smile and nodded at He Lingxuan, signaling his understanding. Now, let us introduce ourselves. Besides Li Jiahao and Uncle Uchiha Madara, who are old acquaintances, the rest of us are new members of this group. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is He Lingxuan, a Saiyan, and it is a pleasure to meet everyone. He Lingxuan cast a friendly gaze upon the assembly, making his introduction. Hello, everyone. I am Arataki Ito, the leader of the Arataki gang, the foremost faction in Inazuma. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Arataki Ito boasted, thumping his robust chest and flashing a broad grin at the group. The scene elicited stifled laughter from the others, as He Lingxuan had not anticipated encountering such a comical character in reality. I am Li Jiahao, an unremarkable awakener in this world of spiritual revival. I look forward to your guidance, he stated, his typically stoic countenance betraying a hint of levity as he offered a slight smile. Lin Xia, having regained his composure, surveyed the diverse yet formidable individuals present and introduced himself. I am Lin Xia, a recently recovered blind man and mental health patient. I am Thanos. Feel free to address me as you wish, came the deep voice of the bald, purple-skinned figure. As the introductions circulated, Uchiha Madara, who had remained aloof with arms crossed, finally spoke up. Oh, you hardly resemble someone just recovering from a grave illness, he remarked, before unveiling his name. I am Uchiha Madara. With that declaration, his dark eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, fixating on a small boy atop a nearby building, accompanied by a little black dog, a sight that inexplicably instilled a sense of dread in Uchiha Madara. What has come over him? Why the sudden surge of power? Li Jiahao pondered, observing Madara's intense focus on the building, and as he followed his gaze, he too sensed something amiss, his own presence becoming ethereal, as if he might dissipate into the air. Suddenly, Li Jiahao's serious voice broke through the tension. Hey, Lingxuan, this mission should be completed by now, right? If so, submit it promptly. I have a feeling we need to leave soon, or trouble may arise. Uchiha Madara remained silent, his gaze still fixed intently in that direction, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan almost transforming into the Rinnegan. Hearing this, He Lingxuan did not question further, silently submitting the mission in the chat group within his mind. Ding. Mission successfully submitted. Settlement in progress. Binding successful. Rescue task completed. Chat group members may return to their world at any time. Contribution rewards settling. Settlement complete. For this rescue mission, the breathtaking scion from Earth contributed 90 to the task, earning an additional mysterious gift. The time-space sovereign in Awakening contributed 5, receiving 500 points. The Shinobi World S. Azura contributed 2, gaining 200 points. The others, including the non-participating Thanos and Arataki Ito, each received a minor contribution of 2, earning them an additional 200 points, as they had merely observed the events unfold without offering tangible assistance. Nonetheless, their presence during such perilous circumstances warranted a share of the reward. A sense of foreboding enveloped Thanos, who had remained silent until now, as he finally voiced his unease. There is an ominous aura pervading this planet. It conveys a sense of impending trouble. As the cursed being of the goddess of death, Thanos was nearly immortal. And even within the Marvel Universe, he stood apart, possessing an acute sensitivity to the extraordinary due to his vast experiences across the cosmos. There may be certain extraordinary entities present on this planet, perhaps even deities, He Lingxuan remarked nonchalantly. The others' initially furrowed brows began to relax upon hearing this, relieved to at least have an idea of what they were up against. However, He Lingxuan's subsequent comment reignited their tension. But most deities in this world are quite peculiar. Some can induce mental turmoil and physical abnormalities simply by observing them. Moreover, their attitudes toward humanity are often less than favorable. This revelation stirred a sense of unease among the chat group members, prompting Uchiha Madara to retract his aura, fixing his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan on Lin Xie as he inquired. Is that so? As the task has concluded, let us each return to our respective realms to avoid any unforeseen accidents. Hey, you over there, Lin Xie, is it? We outsiders might attract the attention of the deities, so do take care to avoid any situations that might lead to rescue missions being issued in the chat group. Although the rewards are quite appealing. In an instant, a bright light flashed, and Uchiha Madara had already returned to his own world. Farewell, until we meet again. I hope that when next we encounter you, Xie, you will have grown more capable. After Li Jiahao bid farewell to Lin Xie, his figure vanished in a flicker of silver light, disappearing from this world. Goodbye. Watching the direction of their departure, Lin Xie murmured to himself. Only Arataki Ito remained, bewildered as he looked around, eventually noticing the task in the chat group had been marked complete. The old man hasn't even made a move. And it's already over? No matter, I'll head back now. My little brothers are surely waiting for me. Choosing to return, Arataki Ito's figure also vanished from the spot. Observing everyone in the chat group departing, Lin Xie sighed deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Just then, a large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. Keep it up, Xie. I believe in you. I can sense the companions of that uncle lying on the ground are approaching, so I'll take my leave and not trouble you further. With that, He Lingxian's figure vanished from this world, returning to the Dragon Ball universe. This feeling is quite pleasant, having friends. In the pouring rain, a woman draped in a dark red cloak, soaked to the skin, stood in the street, a black long box strapped to her back, gasping for breath. Xiangnan. I've arrived at the old residential area. Where's old Zhao? Just 2 buildings ahead, in the empty lot, Wu Xiangnan's voice came through the earpiece. His tone somewhat suppressed. Hong Ying, you need to be prepared. Prepared for what? We lost contact with him a few minutes ago, and old Zhao's emblem has not moved for several minutes. Hong Ying's pupils constricted sharply, her body trembling slightly, before she shot forward like a swift arrow. Don't say such things. Perhaps he's just tired. Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with a sob. Hong Ying, don't speak, she shouted in anger. The thunder rumbled in the heavens, and the rain poured down like a cascading curtain, continuously washing the earth. After suppressing her emotions and rushing forward for a while, Hong Ying finally spotted the open, unforbidden void. However, as she approached the dilapidated sign, her hurried steps began to falter, 1 step, 2 steps, until she entered the void, where a young boy came into view. He carried a long sword on his back and held a sleeping middle-aged man in his arms, seemingly preparing to leave. Witnessing this scene, tears streamed down Hong Ying's face uncontrollably. Thank goodness, he's safe. In the Dragon Ball universe, a flicker of silver light marked He Lingxian's arrival in a hotel room. Glancing at the ticking clock, he realized it had only been half an hour since he last departed. Sigh, This task was indeed an eye-opener, and it concluded rather swiftly. After a moment of reflection, He Lingxian's expression shifted to one of concern. The world's protagonist nearly perished. This extraordinary crisis is indeed perilous. Is it due to joining the chat group? Or has the world itself undergone a transformation? Contemplating the abnormal circumstances encountered in the world where he learned to slay gods, He Lingxian felt a chill run down his spine. Originally just a minor boss in the beginning, having been easily dispatched by the protagonist, it now revealed such terrifying aspects. According to the world's hierarchy, it might possess a mental strength comparable to that of Limitless or even Klein. This sudden and inexplicable mutation is alarming, especially considering the potential for similar situations to arise in other worlds, particularly in Dragon Ball, where the escalation of power following dark transformations is absurdly exaggerated. The thought alone was enough to send shivers down He Lingxian's spine, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss such thoughts. After all, armed with both the system and the chat group as my dual golden fingers, I will surely grow rapidly, and with strength, no danger shall daunt me. Now, it was time to review the rewards from this task, starting with the chat group task reward settlement. 500 base group points. A talent skill package from the world of slaying gods, along with a mysterious package earned through my 90 contribution points. This constitutes the rewards from the chat group. Additionally, there were the spoils acquired from slaying creatures in that world. Ding. New world detected. Would you like to update the world level assessment? No. Upon seeing this message, He Lingxian nearly lost his composure. After all, this is not my main world. Does it mean I have to travel to this world to level up in the future? Thus, he promptly denied it, and the subsequent message from the system nearly made him grin widely. Ding. Algorithm update in progress. Current world is extremely special. In this world, slaying creatures will yield special drops and unlock the mental power template. Chapter 21. The Third Royal Ruins, Eternal, with the activation of this template. He Lingxian immediately sought out Lin Xia's location and eliminated the mutated Ghost Face King. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the first-level creature. You have gained 10 upgrade points and received a mysterious world package, Slaying God World. Next came the exhilarating unpacking segment. The chat group opened the talent skill package and the mysterious package. Ding. Opening. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent skill now. 66 Forbidden Ruin, Devouring Origin Sword Sheath. Third Royal Ruin, Eternal. The Devouring Origin Sword Sheath seems decent. I recall it can store any form of energy and release it in the shape of a sword. Overall, it's quite flashy and can somewhat enhance my lethality. He Lingxian gazed at the newly acquired Forbidden Ruin number 66, Devouring Origin Sword Sheath, and imagined unleashing an aura during battle, transforming it into a vaporous sword. Summoning 1,000 swords. The increase in lethality may not be substantial, but it sure looks impressive. Strength is one thing, but style is forever. Upon seeing the Eternal that followed, He Lingxian was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, What? Eternal? It's actually eternal. Looks like my luck this time is truly extraordinary. According to the original description, Eternal possesses the ability to grant an object or creature an absolute state of permanence. Theoretically, no external factors, including divine attacks, can affect Eternal. While it grants endless lifespan, it also possesses absolute defensive capabilities. Researchers have assessed that this Forbidden Ruin poses a potential threat to deities. Hence its classification as the Third Royal Ruin. In simple terms, obtaining Eternal means acquiring a lifespan close to eternity, with no external force able to affect its immortality. Although this is relative, as the attacks endured cannot exceed a certain threshold, the most important aspect remains that eternal life. In the original narrative, even after thousands of cycles over billions of years, both spirit and flesh remain eternal and everlasting, existing through the ages. Despite the myriad paths to immortality within the Dragon Ball universe, such as wishing upon the Dragon Balls or attaining true divinity, these methods ultimately possess their limitations. With the exception of the Super Dragon, He Lingxian, unexpectedly, found himself with a battle power of 100,000 on the very first day of binding to the system and entering a chat group. Furthermore, he awakened the form of the Great Ape, allowing him to unleash tenfold battle power. Subsequently, he embarked on a rescue mission within the chat group, inadvertently activating the system's mental template. After effortlessly dispatching his foes, he completed the task with ease, earning himself 2 generous gift packs. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, he was astonished to discover he had opened 2 forbidden zones, one of which directly resolved his future concerns regarding longevity. Even when his power eventually surpassed the need for such a thing, he could bestow it upon his future spouse or offspring for their protection. While it may not be deemed sufficient by then, for He Lingxuan in the present, it was indeed a true treasure. The other could serve as a means to showcase his prowess in battle. It seemed he had made a fortuitous choice. Moreover, he still had a system gift pack yet to be opened. What if it contained another extraordinary forbidden zone or divine relic? It was not beyond the realm of possibility, considering he had already unlocked immortality. The most pressing matter now was the chat group. He Lingxuan exclaimed with a hint of excitement in his voice. Integrate immortality with the yuan-devouring sword sheath. Ding. Integration in progress. At that moment, He Lingxuan felt 2 distinctly different forces surging into his body, imparting a unique sensation. It seemed that with a mere thought, the energy he unleashed could manifest in the form of a sword. The power of immortality enveloped his body and soul, embodying eternity, constancy, and enduring principles. He Lingxuan could even distinctly sense that if he refrained from transferring the essence of immortality to other objects or individuals, he would achieve timeless existence, true immortality. He could potentially outlast even the life cycle of the universe, provided he could withstand the cataclysm of the cosmic explosion. Though the innate defensive capabilities of immortality were not absurdly formidable yet, nonetheless, this was still immensely powerful, especially in the heat of battle. While he could not use immortality to withstand damage in comparable confrontations, its benefits would be profound when ambushed or overpowered. Whether it was due to his strength, He Lingxuan found he could render immortality a latent force within himself, readily accessible with a mere thought, manifesting automatically during surprise attacks. In critical life-threatening situations, it would safeguard his life. The more he pondered the implications of potential future encounters with the Scions, the more he recognized the utility of immortality. System, open the panel. Infinite upgrade system, host, He Lingxuan, age, 19, current world, Dragon Ball world. Battle power, 100,000, points available for allocation. Mental power, 1,000, points available for allocation. Training in physical and energy techniques in the Dragon Ball world will also enhance the soul. Talent, advanced Scion bloodline, points not available for allocation. Advanced physical talent, points not available for allocation. All physical consumption reduced by 100, defensive power increased by 300. Great ape transformation, points not available for allocation. Can enhance battle power tenfold. Technique, beginner, only about 65 proficiency in utilizing one's own power, points available for allocation. Skills, immortality, points not available for allocation. Yuan-devouring sword sheath, points available for allocation. He blast 3, points not available for allocation. He wave 3, points not available for allocation. Flight technique 3, points not available for allocation. Kaioken, points not available for allocation. Intermediate telekinesis, points not available for allocation. Ability theft, points not available for allocation. Upgrade points, 610. Items, Mysterious Gift Pack 1, Slashing God World. The Yuan-devouring sword sheath can indeed be upgraded. It appears rather weak. However, since it can be enhanced, I shall, system, allocate points to upgrade the Yuan-devouring sword sheath. Ding. Allocation complete, 100 upgrade points consumed. Yuan-devouring sword sheath 1, new ability. Swords formed from gathered energy possess greater lethality. The energy capacity of a single sword has increased. Seeing that the upgrade was accomplished with only 100 points expended, He Lingxuan nodded in satisfaction. He was eager to test the efficacy of the Yuan-devouring sword sheath, anticipating it would be quite impressive, and he could conveniently record a video to share in the chat group. Oh, it seems there is still a system gift pack left unopened. System, open the mysterious gift pack, Slashing God World. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Forbidden Zone No. 076 from the Slashing God World. Vibrational Frequency Manipulation. Vibrational Frequency Manipulation? I recall it allows one to control the vibrational frequency of objects directly or indirectly touched within the Forbidden Zone. It seems somewhat trivial, yet it might rely heavily on the strength of mental power. If my mental power reaches over 100,000, perhaps I could even induce tremors on a planetary scale. Considering this, it may prove quite useful in battle, as such abilities are relatively common across realms, with the distinction lying in their potency. Much like the disparity between Whitebeard's tremors from the tremor fruit and Blackbeard's initial use of it, the effectiveness is primarily determined by the user. What can my current mental power achieve? I'm genuinely curious. I should test it soon. By the way, can points be allocated for upgrades? System, integrate, vibrational frequency manipulation. And open the panel. Infinite upgrade system, host, He Lingxuan, age, 19, current world, Dragon Ball world. Battle power, 100. 000, points available for allocation. Mental power, 1000, points available for allocation. Talent, advanced Scion bloodline, points not available for allocation. Advanced physical talent, points not available for allocation. All physical consumption reduced by 100, defensive power increased by 300. Great ape transformation, points not available for allocation. Can enhance battle power tenfold. Technique, beginner, only about 65 proficiency in utilizing one's own power, points available for allocation. Skills, immortality, points not available for allocation. Yuan devouring sword sheath 1, points not available for allocation. Vibrational frequency manipulation, points available for allocation. Ki blast 3, points not available for allocation. Ki wave 3, points not available for allocation. Flight technique 3, points not available for allocation. Kaioken, points not available for allocation. Intermediate telekinesis, points not available for allocation. Ability theft, points not available for allocation. Upgrade points, 510, items, none. Oh, it can indeed be allocated points. It seems only 100 upgrade points will suffice. He Lingxuan surmised the 2 forbidden zones were closely ranked. I truly am formidable now, having grown so powerful through my relentless efforts. Feeling the continuous flow of energy and the overwhelming strength capable of obliterating worlds, He Lingxuan couldn't help but marvel at his progress. In the future, with a focused gaze and a single thought, he commanded, System, allocate points to vibrational frequency manipulation. Ding. Allocation successful. Vibrational frequency manipulation has been upgraded. Vibrational frequency manipulation 1. New ability. Increased vibrational frequency. The range of the forbidden zone now depends on the host's mental power. After the upgrade was complete, He Lingxuan glanced outside. The sky had darkened. In this untainted night sky, untouched by industrial pollution, one could behold a magnificent celestial tapestry adorned with countless stars. The twinkling stars glimmered like distant diamonds, exuding a tranquil and mysterious beauty. Whether in the serene stillness of nature or the grandeur and enigma of the starry sky, both impart a sense of spiritual purification and relaxation. Such a night sky resembled an unparalleled masterpiece, utterly flawless. He Lingxuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. For in his previous life, in a world thick with industrial fumes, even the moonlight appeared hazy, let alone the stars. Witnessing such a scene seemed nearly impossible, unless one distanced themselves from cities and the pervasive industrial pollution. However, as an ordinary person in his past life, achieving that was simply unfeasible. Ultimately, the choices for ordinary people were pitifully few, a reality dictated by the society of his previous existence. Reflecting on his past experiences, the initially joyous mood of He Lingxuan was now overshadowed by a layer of gloom. In the end, that world is exceedingly unkind to ordinary individuals, particularly to those who possess nothing, as their plight only becomes more dire. Shaking his head, He Lingxuan endeavored to divert his thoughts from such matters. Thus, he resolved to indulge in a restful slumber, planning to contemplate other things upon awakening. It had been ages since he had experienced a proper night's sleep. Especially on such a sumptuous bed, luxuriating in sleep was indeed a pleasure. With these thoughts, He Lingxuan soon fell into a deep and remarkably sweet slumber. Drooling onto his pillow, he even began to snore, which illustrates the immense pressure he had been under. Reflecting on his recent transition from the world of his previous life to this one, he realized he had been on the run until today when he finally bound himself to a system and a chat group, which marked a turning point in his fortunes. Having been pursued by a giant tiger, he had endured 3 days without food or drink, managing only to find a few drops of dew in his desperate search for sustenance. He survived for 7 days on that meager moisture until cornered by the tiger, when he unleashed his Scion powers and turned the tables. Following that, the The rescue mission announced by the chat group revealed just how dire his condition had been. After enduring 7 days of hunger and thirst, he awakened to his Saiyan bloodline. It is known that the Saiyan bloodline, often referred to as the gluttonous bloodline, requires substantial nourishment. One can only imagine the risk of starvation after such prolonged deprivation, were it not for the appearance of the full moon, which transformed the dazed He Lingxuan into a great ape, consuming the flesh of the giant tiger. The few who awaited rescue would have arrived only to find the situation hopeless. Afterward, He Lingxuan faced off against a fully realized Susanoo. At that time, even in his great ape form, his battle power was only a little over 800. Although awakening his Saiyan bloodline granted him an additional 100 points of battle power, his extreme hunger rendered him in a diminished state during his transformation, resulting in a mere 80 points of battle power. Thus, his combat effectiveness was significantly impaired. It is fortunate that Uchiha Madara recognized the situation as a rescue mission and refrained from using lethal force. Otherwise, He Lingxuan would not have survived. In his sleep, He Lingxuan appeared to dream of something delightful, mumbling incoherently. Hee, my two-dimensional wife, the perilous android 18 from the Saiyan Dragon Ball world, grow stronger. Haha, Super Saiyan unleash. Frieza, meet your end. I am invincible. Occasionally, he spoke in his sleep while snoring, seemingly relaxing considerably. In his dream, He Lingxuan looked around and discovered that his surroundings had transformed into a verdant expanse. Then, a powerful, dark aura emanated from the distance, prompting He Lingxuan to turn and behold Frieza, fully powered and radiating malevolence. Chapter 23. Awakening from Dreams and Facing the Future. Is this Frieza? Why does he appear this way? His energy is astonishing. He Lingxuan then witnessed Super Saiyan Goku being utterly overwhelmed and slaughtered by Frieza, with no sign of resistance whatsoever. This displayed an insurmountable gap in strength between the two. He Lingxuan could scarcely believe that Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, could not withstand Frieza. As someone who had grown up watching Dragon Ball, this was an inconceivable reality. Previously, Goku's effortless combat against Frieza stood in stark contrast to this grim sight. Yet, amid his astonishment, He Lingxuan quickly discerned that Frieza's state was abnormal. The dark energy enveloping him and his nearly mindless assault hinted at a departure from the original narrative. Even a fool familiar with Dragon Ball could recognize Frieza's irregularity. Soon, the immensely powerful Frieza stood triumphantly over the vanquished Super Saiyan Goku, revealing a black 4-star Dragon Ball upon his chest, his malevolent smile echoing with laughter. Is that the Dark Dragon Ball? At that moment, He Lingxuan felt as if Frieza had spotted him, directing his wicked gaze towards his location, a massive energy sphere forming in his hand. Die, foul monkey. The energy projectile, capable of obliterating him, hurtled toward He Lingxuan with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. Boom. He Lingxuan jolted upright in bed, his hand instinctively pressing against his forehead. So it was just a dream, he murmured, as thunder rumbled outside. The torrential rain followed, crashing down with ferocity, accompanied by the periodic crack of lightning, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of impending doom. Why did I suddenly dream such a thing? Am I truly that fatigued? He pondered, glancing at the clock on the wall, realizing it was around 4 in the morning. He recalled having fallen asleep around 7 or 8, meaning he had slept for 7 or 8 hours. Had it not been for the thunder and the nightmare, he might have slept until noon the following day. With these thoughts, He Lingxuan found himself entirely awake, not merely due to the tempest outside, but rather from the unsettling feeling induced by his nightmare. It was as if an ominous premonition loomed on the horizon. Perhaps I should test my strength at sea. Since I cannot sleep, I might as well scour the ocean for some experience points. Contemplating Frieza's possession of the Black Dragon Ball in his dream, He Lingxuan felt acutely aware of his inadequacy in power. It was time to swiftly elevate his battle prowess, at least to the level of Goku's Super Saiyan 3 transformation. If he could also achieve a breakthrough by combining Super Saiyan 4 with divine energy, that would suffice. Further still, if he could defeat a god of destruction, that would be even better. With aspirations for the future, He Lingxuan soared through the window, enveloping himself in energy to shield against the rain. The exhilaration of flying through the sky was unparalleled, as he reveled in the freedom and release from the constraints of the past few days. High above, he called out in joy, dissipating the protective energy around him. The rain lashed against his face, and as he soared at supersonic speeds, The garments he had purchased from the chat group clung tightly to his body, accentuating the muscles that had developed from his increased battle power, resembling a tantalizing uniform. Observing the rapidly changing landscape below, He Lingxuan's velocity reached supersonic levels. Within mere minutes, as he gradually slowed his pace, he spotted the coastline. Upon landing on the sandy beach, the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, and in the distance, greater swells loomed on the horizon. He stepped into the water, which gradually enveloped his feet, then his knees, thighs, and chest, until it reached above his head. He Lingxian began to swim into the depths. Merely a few dozen meters beneath the surface, he encountered countless schools of fish, darting in various directions. Raising his hand, he unleashed a ki blast, obliterating the fish into nothingness. Yet, the system did not announce any experience points gained. Ding! The quantity of individual fish does not meet the first level evaluation criteria. Please do not be perplexed. The system's judgment is infallible. He Lingxian chuckled at the system's explanation. If the fish here did not meet the standard, surely the deep sea would. After all, the oceans of the Dragon Ball world must be teeming with formidable creatures, certainly stronger than those on land, excluding martial artists and other anomalies, of course. Without further ado, He Lingxian dove down into the depths, descending 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, and finally 1,000 meters. At this moment, the pressure of the deep sea was palpable, reaching 101 atmospheric pressures, significantly greater than the pressure experienced on land, equivalent to each square centimeter of his body enduring the force of 100 kilograms. As the depth of descent increases, the pressure exerted by the seawater upon the human body also intensifies. For every 10 meters submerged, the pressure experienced by the body rises by 1 atmosphere. However, due to the protective cushion of air surrounding the body, coupled with the extraordinary ability of immortality, He Lingxian harbored no concerns for his safety. In fact, he perceived the deep sea as an excellent training ground. Without hesitation, He Lingxian continued his descent until he reached a depth of 5,000 meters, a realm where light was nearly non-existent. Yet, perhaps due to the peculiarities of this world, the ocean floor was home to numerous gigantic creatures, undoubtedly of the first magnitude. Thus, He Lingxian resolved to engage in training and accumulate experience points. Suspended in the water, He Lingxian slightly reduced the protective air, subjecting himself to greater pressure for enhanced training efficacy. As he acclimated to the underwater environment, it felt akin to a place with gravity several times stronger than that on land. Sensing the life forces surrounding him, He Lingxian prepared to experiment with a newly acquired skill derived from the world of god-slaying, universal frequency activation. With a mere thought, he unleashed a sudden burst of ultra-high frequency vibrations within his mental perception range, instantly obliterating all marine life in the vicinity. In the aftermath of this strike, countless notifications of kills and the arrival of experience points flooded in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 550 first-magnitude creatures. Experience points awarded. Acquired talents. Underwater breathing 300. Electrical discharge 30. Limb regeneration 15. Skin defense 50. Toxin resistance 20. Ding! Numerous identical talents detected. Would you like to merge them into a higher-level skill, or convert the excess talents into experience points? He Lingxian gazed into the abyssal depths, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The rewards were quite favorable. He hadn't anticipated that his mere 1,000 points of mental energy, combined with universal frequency activation, would facilitate such effortless monster clearing. Noticing the minimal consumption of mental energy, He Lingxian felt immense satisfaction. The system initiated the merging of identical talents to a higher tier and converted the surplus into experience points. After mentally confirming with the system, He Lingxian awaited the changes to his body and the accrual of experience points. Ding! Acknowledged. Fusion and conversion initiated. Please be patient. Detected available talents for mutual fusion. Would you like to proceed with unified fusion? Fusion. Ding! Fusion complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a supreme physique. Additional talent conversion successful. Experience points awarded. Upon hearing the system's response, He Lingxian beheld the acquisition of a supreme physique and a staggering 70,000 experience points, his expression one of delight. It seemed that each ordinary low-level talent could convert into 100 experience points. He had been extraordinarily lucky to drop a total of 1,000 talents. despite many being identical. After the fusion, 700 remained converted into experience points, yielding another 70,000, a commendable conversion rate, considering they were all low-level talents. System, open the panel. Infinite upgrade system, host, He Lingxuan, age, 19, world, Dragon Ball world. Combat power, points can be allocated. Currently increasing slowly due to environmental factors. Mental energy, 1,000, points can be allocated. Talent, advanced Scion bloodline, non-allocatable. Supreme physique talent, allocatable. All physical consumption reduced by 300. Defense increased by 1,000. Recovery ability enhanced by 1,000. Regeneration of severed limbs. Energy storage increased by 100. Toxin resistance increased by 1,000. Human form Great Ape transformation, non-allocatable. Enhances combat power tenfold. Technique. Beginner, approximately 65 mastery over personal strength. Points can be allocated. Skills. Immortality, allocatable. Devourer Sword Sheath 1, allocatable. Universal Frequency Activation 1, allocatable. Ki Blast 3, allocatable. Ki Wave 3, allocatable. Flight Technique 3, allocatable. King Kai Fist, allocatable. Intermediate Telekinesis, allocatable. Ability Absorption, non-allocatable. Experience points. Points. Items. None. Gazing at the resplendent panel, He Lingxuan felt a profound sense of fulfillment. However, he grappled with the question of how best to allocate his points. Aside from the human form Great Ape transformation, he could enhance nearly everything else. For instance, upgrading the King Kai Fist would undoubtedly reduce its consumption and elevate its upper limits. Additionally, augmenting immortality might unveil abilities that would allow the host to adapt swiftly to any environment, as well as bolster its defensive capabilities and range of use. The techniques and mental energy were also excellent choices for allocation. Refining techniques would enhance his mastery over his ki and strength, while mental energy would expand his sensory range and reaction speed. After much contemplation, He Lingxuan decided to prioritize upgrades for immortality, mental energy, and technique, as the ability to adapt to various environments was crucial for a Scion. Moreover, he could always find another location to grind for experience points later. Having reached a conclusion, He Lingxuan mentally instructed the system, allocate points to enhance immortality, upgrade technique to 100, reserve 10 points, and allocate the remainder to mental energy. Ding. Acknowledged. Points allocation in progress. In a mere moment, He Lingxuan felt a tremendous transformation in his body and perceptive abilities. His sensory range expanded rapidly, enveloping thousands of nautical miles, and continued to grow. Moreover, He Lingxuan sensed that he could operate normally in any environment without impediment. Ultimately, he discovered that his mastery over his abilities had significantly improved. He could now effortlessly obliterate planets and display immense power without straining, while also executing intricate maneuvers. This newfound control over his strength was reflected in the updated techniques on the system panel, termed subtle mastery. As the name implies, it involved a meticulous grasp of one's own strength, allowing for the perfect expression of human potential. It resembled the prowess exhibited by Jiren during the Tournament of Power, where his control over strength remained at the level of subtle mastery. He could even utilize a single unit of strength as several, or even dozens. In contrast, Goku and Vegeta, upon transforming into their Super Saiyan Blue forms, became overwhelmingly ferocious, struggling to achieve even a fraction of Jiren's level of control. As Vegeta had pointed out, their strength was fundamentally comparable. The disparity lay in their mastery over that strength. Thus, the function of technique proved exceedingly vital. With the system's existence, no matter what form He Lingxuan transformed into or how chaotic his ki became, the level of technique displayed on the system panel dictated the extent of his operational finesse and strength. This aspect bore a resemblance to the legendary state of eternal validation achieved by the greats. Chapter 24. A frenzied accumulation of points and various messages from the chat group. Of course, He Lingxuan remained acutely aware of his own insignificance. In comparison to such existences, he felt remarkably small. Even the supreme being of the Dragon Ball world, Zeno, would regard him as nothing more than an insignificant insect, much less himself, whose combat power barely reached several 100,000. He was fully cognizant of his standing in the Dragon Ball realm. He could not even defeat Frieza, the first boss from Dragon Ball Z, despite being one of the strongest forces during the early and mid stages. Thus, he resolved to strive harder, to continue accumulating points and training. His immediate goal was to amass 1 million experience points. With his current mental energy of 3,500, He Lingxuan could detect a vast area through his mental perception. Naturally, if he utilized Qi, he could sense the entire globe at will, albeit not as precisely as with mental energy, and could only detect life forces. Furthermore, mental energy played numerous roles, including elevating his dimensional level, which was crucial. With a higher dimensional level in the Dragon Ball world, he could comprehend various forces related to the laws, such as the threshold for attaining divine realms being the understanding of divine Qi. Certainly, the enhancement of mental fortitude remains paramount, leading to an elevation in comprehension and reaction speed, along with an improved perception of spatial dimensions. In essence, mental prowess is remarkably versatile. Upon sensing a vast multitude of marine creatures, He Lingxuan revealed a sinister aspect akin to that of a dragon king, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. With a mere thought, the marine life within his mental reach was instantly shattered into a crimson mist by the force of his will. Just as a cacophony of notifications was about to inundate him, He Lingxuan silenced the system alerts, opting to first indulge in a spree of destruction before reviewing the aftermath. Thus, He Lingxuan unleashed a massacre, effectively cleansing the ocean floor of perilous marine life accumulated over the years, thereby sparing other fish from impending doom. He Lingxuan exuded an aura of fury, causing the seabed to churn with colossal whirlpools and tumultuous waves, which created chaos upon the ocean's surface. The coastline, too, underwent a dramatic transformation, as if a storm were imminent. The gales relentlessly battered the cliffs, while waves, reminiscent of a tsunami, surged forth at an alarming velocity, inundating the shore. Numerous marine creatures, seemingly fleeing for their lives, were swept away, including those that typically resided in the abyss, now caught in the tumult of the tidal wave. Amidst a volcanic rock formation thousands of meters beneath the sea, He Lingxuan sat cross-legged beside this seemingly volatile volcano, eyes closed, confronting the boundless darkness. Although appearing to meditate, he continuously emitted mental energy, employing his immense power to obliterate deep-sea creatures of the first magnitude. The reason for his stationary position, rather than traversing to cover a broader area with his mental reach, was that he realized staying put while utilizing his upgrade points to enhance his mental capacity and recover energy consumption proved far more efficient. As he felt the steady influx of upgrade points far exceeding the rate of expansion and depletion, a satisfied expression adorned He Lingxuan's face. After a night of relentless slaughter, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of profound contentment, and ascended towards the cosmos. Breaking through the Earth's ozone layer, he entered the vastness of space, initially sensing a slight discomfort from the absence of oxygen, but quickly acclimated without adverse effects. This was evidently a manifestation of his superior physique's adaptive talent, coupled with the effects of immortality, enabling a scion, who would otherwise perish in the vacuum of space, to thrive. He Lingxuan's venture into the cosmic expanse was motivated by a desire to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength and capabilities. Infinite Upgrade System, Host, He Lingxuan, Age, 19, World, Dragon Ball Universe. Battle Power, 1,000,000, Upgradable. Mental Power, 100. 000, Upgradable. Talent, Advanced Scion Bloodline, Upgradable. Supreme Physique Talent, Upgradable. All physical consumption reduced by 300. Defense enhanced by 1,000. Recovery ability increased by 1,000. Possesses the ability to regenerate from severed limbs. Energy storage increased by 100. Toxin resistance increased by 1,000. Human form Great Ape Transformation, Upgradable. Can enhance battle power tenfold. Techniques, Subtle Mastery. Achieved near-perfect utilization of personal strength, Upgradable. Skills, Immortality 1, Upgradable. Devouring Blade Sheath 1, Upgradable. Universal Resonance 10, Upgradable. Ki Blast 3, Upgradable. Ki Wave 3, Upgradable. Flight Technique 3, Upgradable. Kaioken, Upgradable. Intermediate Telekinesis, Upgradable. Upgrade Points, 1,000,000. Items, none, after a full night of carnage. He Lingxuan accumulated approximately 3 million upgrade points, a figure that included the benefits derived from talent skill exchanges. Otherwise, such an abundance would have been unattainable. elevating his battle power to 1,000,000 points and his mental power to 100,000 points, alongside an upgrade in immortality and enhancing universal resonance to level 10. Cost him over 2 million upgrade points, thus leaving him with exactly 1,000,000 points. Despite the considerable expenditure, each investment proved worthwhile, as the elevation provided by immortality transcended expectations. The enhancement was not merely qualitative, it was immensely quantitative as well. For instance, the threshold for enduring attacks was concretely elevated to below the second magnitude, applicable across various realms, be it magic, mental, or physical strength. In other words, he could completely immunize himself against all attacks below the third magnitude, or those with a battle power of less than 100 million. Moreover, the quantitative enhancement allowed his influence to extend to 10 individuals, as opposed to the previous singular effect on himself or any other entity or weapon. This was undeniably formidable, as it represented immortality, an existence that could endure alongside the universe, possessing absolute constancy. The prospect of eternal life was an aspiration fervently desired by any ambitious soul. In addition to the immortality upgrade, universal resonance had also seen a tenfold enhancement. It now enabled him to affect anything he sensed or observed without reliance on material means, causing either beings or objects to tremble in an instant, with the potency remaining undiminished regardless of distance. This skill could be deemed a powerful technique for long-range combat. Furthermore, numerous supplementary effects, such as increased power and unique buffs, were in play. He Lingxuan surmised that any adversary with a battle power below 1,000,000 would be utterly obliterated by his universal resonance. He could effortlessly induce seismic tremors on an ordinary planet, capable of demolishing its surface. With all these capabilities combined, He Lingxuan felt confident that he could contend with Frisia. Gazing into the vast cosmic void, adorned with twinkling stars, He Lingxuan recognized that despite his newfound ability to annihilate planets, he remained insignificant against the grandeur of the universe. Closing his eyes, his vast mental energy radiated outward, enveloping the entirety of Earth. He perceived Son Goku and Piccolo, who were diligently honing their skills. The two, engaged in a flurry of movements, had been sparring for hours before finally pausing. Both were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, clearly having fought earnestly, sustaining several injuries in the process. Goku, leaning on his thigh and catching his breath, glanced at Piccolo, who stood nearby, still perspiring from their recent bout. There's no need to worry too much. After all, you sense that guy's power. It's definitely beyond our reach at the moment. Besides, he doesn't seem to pose any immediate threat to Earth. Upon hearing Goku's somewhat naive remarks, Piccolo felt a surge of frustration. Why did I lose to him back then? Piccolo scoffed. Goku, you truly are naive. Just because someone with such power isn't plotting anything now. What about in the future? If he ever harbors any intentions, we wouldn't stand a chance. What would happen to your family and friends then? After a brief pause, Piccolo scrutinized Goku's innocent expression and continued, or do you plan to rely on the mercy of your enemies? But that's just classic Goku for you. His earlier harsh tone softened slightly in thought. Goku, upon hearing Piccolo's words, either out of embarrassment or some other reason, scratched the back of his head and chuckled heartily, eventually calming down to say, that's why we're training so hard. Even if there is still a vast gap between us and that guy, we'll do our best, and if necessary, consider other options. At this point, Goku's expression sharpened, causing Piccolo to feel a shiver run down his spine. Sensing an ominous premonition, as Goku spoke, Piccolo's mind raced with various strategies, all of which he dismissed until he recalled a terrifying sensation buried deep in his memory. Could it be the Demon Seal wave? Suddenly, Piccolo was struck by a thought and raised his head to glance at Sun Wukong's cheerful expression. It seems you've come to the same conclusion, haven't you, Sun Wukong? The latter, noticing the uncertain glimmer in Piccolo's eyes, surmised that he had likely deduced some strategy. Humph. Quite devious, Sun Wukong. Well, have you finished resting? We must continue our battle. We cannot afford to pause in our training against that foe. Piccolo beckoned to Sun Wukong. All right, here I come. As soon as the words left his lips, both shattered the sound barrier, colliding elbow to elbow with a resounding impact. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of combat resumed, and nearby, Krillin and others engaged in their training could only lament their insufficient strength before immersing themselves anew in their endeavors. As for other notable figures on Earth, There were few deserving of He Lingxian's attention, save for Dr. Gero, the future creator of androids. He could indeed be considered a genius. An ordinary human with minimal combat prowess had managed to engineer beings that even Super Saiyans could not defeat. This only highlighted the extraordinary scientific aptitude of Earthlings within the Dragon Ball universe. For instance, future Bulma, under dire circumstances, succeeded in creating a time machine capable of traversing the fabric of time itself, further exemplifying the remarkable scientific talent of Earthlings. While only a handful of individuals reached such heights, they were still vastly superior to those from other planets. Both Bulma's family and Dr. Gero's lineage could be regarded as exceptionally gifted in the realm of science. After observing Dr. Gero's android creation process, He Lingxian redirected his mental focus towards Bulma's family. However, he encountered an unexpected scene, prompting him to promptly withdraw his mental probe. All right, it's time to commence. He Lingxian opened his eyes, silently affirming within. His entire being began to surge with power and energy, yet it remained perfectly contained, devoid of any explosive aura. Just as He Lingxian prepared to unleash his strength, a message in the chat group caught his attention. Deadly elementary student, help. I've been captured by a dangerous organization. They forced a pill down my throat, and I feel like I'm about to faint. After sending this urgent message, the deadly elementary student abruptly logged off, evidently succumbing to unconsciousness. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Why hasn't the chat group issued a rescue alert? Given the situation, this new member should be in peril, right? Ninja Realm Azura, utterly foolish. It's clear that the chat group has determined he is in no real danger. I learned to slay gods in a mental asylum. I've just begun my training here, so I can't help. However, since Madara has said so, he should be fine. Let us hope the new member is safe. Leader of the Arataki gang. Oh no, not again. It feels like something always goes awry in this chat group. Am I destined to fall into a trap? Amidst playing bug battles with the children, Arataki Ito suddenly shouted, startling the two bug contestants, causing them to flee in all directions. The nearby children, seeing Ito's sudden outburst, assumed he was unable to handle the game and promptly took away his bugs, leaving a bewildered Ito behind. Chapter 25. The combined form of the humanoid giant ape and the Kaioken, combat power surpassing 100 million. Director of the Cosmic Reproductive Program. So, the new member hasn't utilized their points for enhancement yet? Naturally, I mean the points they VE signed in for themselves. The Group S points should ideally be saved for critical moments, as they are a free enhancement. Awakening Lord of Time and Space. It seems they Haven T, or they wouldn't have been subdued by an ordinary person. Even a trained Special Forces soldier would be powerless against someone with such a vast disparity in physical ability. Awakening Lord of Time and Space. As for point enhancements, it's a matter of personal choice. If one feels the urgency to use them, they may do so. After all, there must be a limit to these enhancements. It's unlikely one can continue to receive free enhancements after reaching a certain level of strength. That is how I perceive it, but our current power is insufficient to reach that tier. As a high school student who must rise by 6 in the morning and attend early study sessions at 7, despite having more free time due to his awakened talents, Li Jiahao still had to attend school. He felt quite helpless about this, as although he was eligible for recommendation due to his high talent level, his family lacked the influence to exempt him from schooling. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. To be fair, that swordsmanship talent card is genuinely effective. My understanding of the sword has progressed remarkably. I've already reached the level of an iron-cutting swordsman and can execute flying slashes. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Furthermore, I feel that if it weren't for my current frail physique, I could advance even further, perhaps by several steps. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Therefore, I plan to utilize my points for enhancement once I sense I've hit a training bottleneck. Perhaps that will allow me to reach a higher level. Ninja Realm Azura. Oh, I'm quite eager to see your strength post-enhancement. Perhaps you'll be able to contend with me then. Ninja Realm Azura. As for my plans, they are set to commence as well. I may not have much time afterward. I hope you can advance swiftly so we can face each other. Ninja Realm Azura. If you win, I, Uchiha Madara, will grant you a wish, whether it be for the Sharingan, a bloodline limit, or any assistance you may require. Ninja Realm Azura. This ninja world has become exceedingly dull. Ever since Hashirama's demise, no one has been a worthy opponent. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Of course. That is perfectly acceptable. I too look forward to our duel. I am acutely aware that I am still far too weak, whether facing the generals of my world, the four emperors, or certain members of this group. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. However, I firmly believe that my future self will not be inferior to anyone. Originally, my ambition was to become the world's greatest swordsman, but after joining this chat group, I believe I can achieve that goal sooner than anticipated. Thus, I must challenge more formidable opponents to enhance my swordsmanship. On the merry-go, Zoro, who was lifting what seemed to be tons of dumbbells in his training, sent messages in the group while continuously swinging the massive weights, his upper body drenched in sweat, which only fueled his desire to train further. Observing the goofy expressions of Captain Luffy and the others nearby, his thoughts drifted through a myriad of reflections. But he ultimately reaffirmed his resolve and embarked on the next phase of his training. Rock music enthusiast, Sai, recently Liyue Harbor has felt increasingly turbulent. Especially with the Fatui from Inazuma stirring up trouble, it truly feels like a storm is brewing. Rock music enthusiast, I sincerely hope for peace. Many have already chosen to remain indoors. Yunjin stood at the window, gazing at the desolate streets, feeling a sense of melancholy. Yet, she remained confident that under the leadership of the Gor Khan, everything would soon return to normal. Stunning Scion from Earth, if there's anything needed, just send a task my way. I can assist whenever you need, as I'm quite bored at the moment. Stunning Scion from Earth. By the way, I'm currently attempting to unleash my utmost power in space and am planning to go live. Feel free to join if you're interested. In the vacuum of the universe outside Earth, a remarkably handsome man stood, curiously possessing a furry tail. As a human, he stood calmly in the vacuum of space. An extraordinary feat defying logic. Ding. The member, Stunning Scion from Earth, has initiated a live stream. Come and watch. Given that Stunning Scion from Earth is the first member to activate the live streaming feature, a reward of 1,000 group points has been granted. Upon starting the live stream, He Lingxuan had already amassed his internal energy, witnessing group members joining one after another. Without uttering a word, he suddenly concentrated his aura to its pinnacle and unleashed it. A staggering combat power of 1 million erupted at that moment. And both Sun Wukong and Piccolo on Earth felt an aura that was exponentially greater than before, their expressions turning grave. How could one possibly attain such power in such a brief span of time? Is he still human? Behold, first comes the might of the humanoid giant ape. A tenfold increase in combat power. In the next instant, an aura 10 times more potent than before erupted from He Lingxuan's being. His physique swelled, reaching a towering height of 2 meters, his form becoming considerably more imposing. Indeed, this is the tenfold combat prowess of the humanoid giant ape, undeniably formidable. Perhaps even reaching 10 million. Coupled with the King's fist, surpassing 1 billion is not out of the question. Let us proceed. Tenfold King's fist. With a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos, the overwhelming aura resonated across the vast emptiness of space. Even those on Earth felt this newfound strength, though they could scarcely fathom its magnitude, as it transcended their wildest imaginations. In a timeline where the average combat power barely reached a few hundred, He Lingxuan's humanoid giant ape form, enhanced by the tenfold King's fist, achieved a staggering combat power of 100 million, rendering him virtually invincible. In the chat group, spectators watching the live broadcast were equally awestruck by the palpable aura of immense strength. In terms of combat prowess, He Lingxuan now stood unrivaled among them. Neither Uchiha Madara nor Thanos could hope to contend with him. The crimson flames of energy surged and rolled, emanating an unparalleled wave of heat. As if capable of incinerating everything in their path, He Lingxuan's roar shattered the very fabric of time, sending ripples through the vacuum of space. The force of his voice obliterating distant asteroid belts. Shinobi World Azura, how can such strength be possible? Not long ago, he was far inferior to me. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara, experiencing He Lingxuan's explosive power through virtual projection, felt for the first time as insignificant as an ant. Realizing that with just a single strike from He Lingxuan, he could be erased from existence without a trace of resistance. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Is such strength even attainable by a mere human? Will I ever reach such a level of power? Even Zoro, usually brimming with confidence, found himself doubting whether he could ever achieve such heights in the face of this world-destroying force. Rock music enthusiast, surely, even the gods lack such power. Initially intrigued by the live broadcast feature activated by a newcomer in the chat group, Yunjin entered the virtual interface and witnessed this earth-shattering scene. Even her deep reverence for the Rock King made her question whether deities could attain such levels of strength. Awakening time and space sovereign. Goodness, my friend. Have you activated a cheat? In the world of spiritual revival, not long after awakening, Li Jiahao, preparing to have breakfast, heard the notification sound from the chat group and opened it. To his surprise, he discovered that a new member from the Dragon Ball universe, a Scion, had initiated a live broadcast to showcase his newly unleashed strength. Intrigued, Li Jiahao joined the live stream, only to be left astounded by He Lingxuan's overwhelming aura. Not long ago, he had been a mere weakling, yet now he exuded such formidable energy. Even more astonishing was his transformation into a humanoid giant ape reminiscent of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly from the Dragon Ball Super movie, resulting in a staggering increase in power. By the time He Lingxian unleashed the tenfold King's fist, Li Jiahao was left in disbelief, wondering if he had somehow mastered the King's fist from the Sword King in just over a day. Or perhaps, he truly possessed some extraordinary abilities or a system of sorts. Unlike others, Li Jiahao, being familiar with the Dragon Ball manga, felt the impact of He Lingxuan's display more profoundly than anyone else. Universe Family Planning Director. Perhaps even I would stand no chance against such power. This aura is truly overwhelming. Only after acquiring the cosmic stones might I contend with him. Thanos also marveled at the sheer might of this aura, recognizing that in the Marvel universe, power discrepancies are vast and illogical. For instance, once Thanos possessed all 6 Infinity Stones along with the Infinity Gauntlet, his power could scale from being unable to extinguish a star to effortlessly obliterating entire galaxies and altering the fabric of the universe. The disparity is immeasurable. Yet the Marvel universe is rife with such fantastical notions, including dark magic, which also elevates combat power across dimensions. Awakening time and space sovereign. If I'm not mistaken, that red aura signifies a special technique, multiplying his strength several times over, even tenfold. Leader of the Arataki gang. Wow, this intensity is truly terrifying. Even Raiden Shogun would likely fall short of such power, although I must admit I've never seen her. Captain of the future skyship. Such levels of strength and presence could only be achieved by beings of the star god emissary caliber, I presume? Captain of the future skyship. If I possessed such power, perhaps I could play a pivotal role in the war against the abundant beings. Captain of the future skyship. Alas, I am still far too weak, despite recently achieving first place in flying and piloting. In the world of Honkai, Star Rail. Amidst the fierce conflict between the Celestial Fleet and the abundant beings, Yu Hang, as a member of the Celestial Fleet, sought to contribute her strength. With her competitive nature, she had recently won first place in the Star Chariot flying competition, forging a close friendship with a fellow pilot of equal prowess. This friend was, in stark contrast to her, the very antithesis of her character. During this tumultuous period, numerous events unfolded, accompanied by profound regrets. Upon learning that another battle was imminent, Yu Hang engaged in rigorous training daily, determined to make a meaningful impact in the conflict. Upon joining this extraordinary chat group, she glimpsed a future filled with potential for greater strength. Thus, she devoted her daily sign-in points to enhancing her abilities. Recently, she discovered that the chat group's marketplace offered the power of the Star God, allowing her to trade points to wield the strength of the Star God emissary and defy fate. While to unleash her full potential, one must abide by fate. It is essential to understand that even star gods cannot defy their destiny. Failure to comply would lead to demise. Upon learning this news, Yu Hang began accumulating points to exchange for the power of the star god. After witnessing He Lingxian unleash such strength shortly after joining the group, she couldn't help but wish he could assist in eradicating the abundant beings in her world. Yet, contemplating her own lack of means to compel him, she set aside that thought, resolving to bolster her own power instead and to gauge the extent of this fellow group member's abilities, especially since he had expressed intent to unleash his utmost strength. In the Dragon Ball universe, after He Lingxian unleashed the power of the humanoid giant ape combined with the tenfold King's fist, he achieved an astonishing combat power of 100 million. Feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him, He Lingxian believed that the multiplier of the King's fist could still be increased. Although his current power was already equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 2, He Lingxian remained unsatisfied, eager to test his limits, assured that with his immortal existence, he would not meet his demise. Chapter 26. Limits, or exceeding limits with the hundredfold King's fist. Let us proceed. It is time to test my limits. 20-fold King's fist. The aura, which had already reached 100 million in combat power, doubled at this moment. He Lingxuan's 10-fold strength as a humanoid giant ape, further amplified by the 20-fold King's fist, soared to 200 million combat power. This surpassed Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, by a staggering 80 million in combat prowess, a level of power unmatched in the early Dragon Ball saga. Remarkably, this extraordinary combat strength was achieved by He Lingxuan in less than 10 days since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. In merely 2 days, albeit with the assistance of the system, an astonishing level was achieved. It is quite outrageous. While there were those who, upon acquiring the system, immediately began to wield extraordinary powers, becoming harbingers of destruction or newly minted angels, even attaining the omnipotence of the sovereign, capable of erasing laws and the like. Others, for instance, began with a perfect mastery of the ultimate tranquility technique, the power of destruction, and divine angelic strength from the onset. In contrast to these prodigies, He Lingxuan felt that his system was rather conventional. Thus, he pondered how much strength he could attain with his willpower and current physical prowess. Could he reach 30 times, 40 times, or even 50 times the strength of the Kaioken? Regardless, he resolved to give his utmost. Perhaps he could transcend his limits. Master of future time and space, can he increase the Kaioken by another 10-fold? What manner of monster is he? Is there no limit? A series of questions reflected Li Jiahao's shock. He had not anticipated that He Lingxuan could stack another 10-fold atop the 10-fold Kaioken, and most importantly, it appeared he had yet to reach his limit. Learning to slay gods in a mental institution. I am utterly astounded, Brother Xian. Is there truly no limit? I wish I possessed your strength. If that were the case, perhaps I could unravel the mysteries of this world. Lin Xie, having watched the live stream, felt somewhat numb. The exponential increase in He Lingxuan's power was simply beyond belief, and the palpable aura he exuded made Lin Xie feel as if even the gods paled in comparison. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. In light of this, it would be better for me to strive for strength myself. I concede, my abilities are still insufficient, and I must train harder. Learning to slay gods in a mental institution. Indeed, then let us enhance our training. Let us push ourselves. Upon finishing their conversation, the two withdrew their consciousness from the live stream and chat group. The icons in the chat dimmed, alongside the long-absent Shinigami elementary student. The remaining members of the group, upon seeing their messages, fell into contemplation, preparing to focus on He Lingxuan's live stream before committing to their own training or hastening their plans. It seemed he had grown accustomed to this, so he would directly attempt the 50-fold Kaioken. He Lingxuan murmured to himself, sensing the power within him nearing tranquility, along with the sensation of energy surging through his body from the 20-fold Kaioken. He understood he had yet to reach his limit. Thus he aimed to elevate to the 30-fold Kaioken. In an instant, his gaze sharpened with intensity, and He Lingxuan unleashed his energy, the crimson aura around him expanding in several waves. The already formidable presence intensified even further. 20-fold Kaioken, 200 million combat power 30-fold Kaioken, 300 million combat power 35-fold Kaioken, 350 million combat power 40-fold Kaioken, 400 million combat power 50-fold Kaioken, 1 million in base form, 10 million in humanoid giant ape form, multiplied by the full 50-fold Kaioken, resulting in 500 million combat power. To put this into perspective, even Cooler, who surpassed Frieza with an additional transformation, possessed only 7 billion combat power at full strength. Now, relying on the Kaioken technique and the might of the humanoid giant ape, He Lingxuan had transcended a staggering 500-fold power disparity to reach this level. The magnitude of this enhancement surpassed the 300-fold increase of the Super Saiyan form. This was nothing short of astonishing, due to the ferocious energy of the Super Saiyan transformation. The future Goku could not stack the Kaioken beyond this point. Thus, the Kaioken technique was largely forgotten in the later Dragon Ball series, only to be merged with Super Saiyan Blue in Dragon Ball Super. However, this amalgamation was absent in the original manga. Therefore, whether the Kaioken could be combined with Super Saiyan Blue remains an enigma. Furthermore, Goku himself indicated that the tenfold Kaioken did not provide the substantial enhancement one might expect. He felt the overwhelming energy surging within him. He Lingxian sensed he was nearing his limit, perhaps capable of achieving the 70 or 80-fold Kaioken. Yet, since he initially intended to challenge his limits, he should not rely solely on intuition. Let us test the true limit. 100-fold Kaioken. With a fierce exclamation, the terrifying crimson aura surged forth once more, a wild energy that seemed capable of obliterating everything. As he felt the energy, now magnified 100-fold, raging within him, He Lingxian felt as if he might burst apart. Even the immortality hidden deep within him threatened to trigger automatically. In that moment, He Lingxuan's fierce expression began to soften, as if some force had taken effect. Just as he was taken aback, a sensation of perfect control over his power washed over him. This realization struck him. It was the power of technique, the ability to control his strength perfectly. He had not anticipated that such an effect would manifest at this critical juncture. However, exceeding the limits with the 100-fold Kaioken was already the pinnacle of what could be achieved through technique. Any further escalation might lead to his instant demise. Even with perfect control of his energy, for his physical form remained too frail. After experiencing the tremendous 1 billion combat power, surpassing the normal state by 1,000 times, He Lingxian wore a satisfied expression as he released the Kaioken and the humanoid giant ape transformation. His combat power returned to 1 million, yet notably improved, as the bottleneck from this transformation seemed to have opened significantly, promising rapid advancement in future training. In the meantime, on Earth, at West Capital, after Goku's battle with Piccolo, he returned home, eager for a meal. From a distance, he spotted a gleam in the living room window, and a rare smile graced his face. He hurriedly descended from the air and opened the door. "Kiki, Goten, I'm back. Is dinner ready? I'm starving," he exclaimed, scratching his head sheepishly with one hand while the other clutched his rumbling stomach. However, upon his first glance inside, Goku's pupils constricted with alarm, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. He saw He Lingxian, for reasons unknown, seated at the dining table, enjoying various dishes while playfully interacting with his son, Goten. This scene appeared harmonious, yet it sent a shiver down Goku's spine. Hearing the noise, Kiki promptly called out to Goku, "Oh dear, you must be hungry. Come eat. Honestly, you could have mentioned a friend was coming over. Moreover," she added, "little he is quite a remarkable tutor. He just helped Goten with his homework." Kiki, while serving dishes, noticed Goku standing frozen at the door, sensing something was amiss. After placing the food down, she turned to He Lingxian, saying, "Mr. He, could you please help Goten with his studies later? Don't worry, I often make plenty of food for Goku, so feel free to eat to your heart's content." He Lingxian, thoroughly enjoying his meal, also noticed Goku's return. However, his visit was not without purpose. He had matters to discuss with Goku. "Mrs. Kiki, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. As for tutoring, of course, I would be happy to assist. After all, Goku and I are friends. To be honest, I initially couldn't tell you were a mother." He Lingxian complimented Kiki before diving back into his meal. Kiki chuckled, "Haha, Mr. He is joking. Today, Goku seems rather aloof. He usually dives into dinner at this time." A hint of dissatisfaction crossed her face as she mentioned Goku's unusual behavior. Kiki then approached Goku, who remained frozen at the door, taking his hand and gently pulling him inside. Goku, feeling inexplicably anxious, did not utter a word, his body instinctively following Kiki's lead. At that moment, Chi-Chi sensed something amiss and was about to inquire, but He Lingxian spoke first, saying, "Wukong, I have some matters for which I seek your assistance. This situation is rather troublesome. Please accept this." As he spoke, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Furthermore, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that your son Gohan possesses remarkable talent. I intend to take him for training for a while. What do you both think?" Upon seeing Chi-Chi's immediate inclination to refuse, He Lingxian quickly added, "By the way, this universal capsule contains 10 billion in cash. I hope you will consider it carefully." He Lingxian smiled broadly, observing the changing expressions of Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi appeared somewhat tempted, but remained concerned about Gohan's safety. He Lingxian reassured her, "Rest assured, Gohan will not be in any life-threatening danger. Given my relationship with Wukong, I would never harm him. Additionally, I will bring him back to see you every few days. How does that sound?" Just as Chi-Chi was about to agree, Sun Wukong extended a hand to block her, displaying a somewhat wary demeanor. He Lingxian found this amusing and swiftly vanished from the dining table, reappearing beside Wukong. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he turned to Chi-Chi and said, "Let Wukong and I have a brief discussion." Seeing his apprehensive expression, "It will be quick." Chi-Chi, torn between her thoughts, glanced at the vanishing figures of Sun Wukong and He Lingxian, and then at Gohan, who was still happily eating. As a child, Gohan was quite perceptive to malice, yet He Lingxian exuded a sense of comfort, leading Gohan to feel only mild surprise at his words, without significant resistance. He Lingxian took Wukong outside, and, noticing Wukong still processing the situation, remarked, "Why are you still in shock?" Once Wukong gathered himself, he took a few cautious steps back and asked, "Why are you at my home? Didn't you say you only come to assess our strength once a month? It's only been 2 days, and what do you intend to do with Gohan?" A flurry of questions from the martial enthusiast confirmed his urgency. "Calm down. You're throwing so many questions at me all at once. Let me address them one by one," He Lingxian responded with a smile. "First, why am I at your house? I mentioned earlier that I came to seek your assistance. I am not here to assess your strength. As for training Gohan, I speak no falsehood. His talent surpasses yours by a considerable margin. With proper training, I believe he could become a worthy opponent, but he must refine his character first. Now that I have answered your questions, let me explain what I need from you. I have heard about the existence of wish orbs in your world, and I require them, which necessitates your help. Do you understand?" As He Lingxian elaborated, it was evident that Sun Wukong's demeanor became noticeably more relaxed, though he remained tense. When He Lingxian mentioned the Dragon Balls, Wukong's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "The dragon does not grant every wish. The wishes it can fulfill do not exceed the limits set by its creator, and you have clearly surpassed that limit. Therefore, the Dragon Balls hold little value for you." "Oh, is that so? I had anticipated more. However, my desire for the wish orbs is unrelated to you. Here's the deal. If you can gather the Dragon Balls within 7 days, I promise to only assess your strength for the next 3 years and will not eliminate you." Chapter 27. Imparting Knowledge, The Journey to Corin Tower. Only one can of Sinza left. After hearing He Lingxuan's explanation, Sun Wukong found himself in a dilemma about whether to acquiesce to his request. However, he quickly resolved this dilemma. After all, what would happen if he refused? Did he possess the strength to oppose him? Not to mention Chi-Chi and Gohan were still at home, just a short distance away, having their meal. Watching Sun Wukong deep in thought, He Lingxian smiled, confident that Wukong would make the right choice. Indeed, the next moment, Sun Wukong agreed, saying, "I accept your request. Collecting the Dragon Balls should take about 3 or 4 days. As for Gohan, I need to discuss it with Chi-Chi and also seek his opinion." Pleased with this response, He Lingxian stepped forward, extending his right hand with the index and middle fingers raised, pointing them at Wukong's forehead. Just as Wukong tensed, He Lingxian declared, "This concerns some training methods, insights, and a special technique. Train diligently. I hope you do not disappoint me." Suddenly, Wukong, feeling bewildered, realized that a wealth of knowledge had seemingly appeared in his mind. Information about the Science, methods for rapid improvement in strength, and a technique that could exponentially enhance his power, the Kaioken. As for how He Lingxian could transmit his knowledge and memories, it was, of course, due to the application of mental energy. It is no exaggeration to say that with his current mental prowess, He Lingxian could alter the global perception of humanity without difficulty, let alone imparting training experiences and a special technique. The reason for bestowing this knowledge upon Sun Wukong was that, with him around, the subsequent narrative would likely spare Wukong from death. However, without the Kaioken technique, Wukong would lose a significant trump card, causing substantial alterations to future events. Although He Lingxuan's presence would also lead to significant changes in the original storyline, his primary motivation was to cultivate Sun Wukong, recognizing his immense potential. After all, it was improbable that Wukong would face adversities alone in the future. He Lingxian, having contemplated numerous matters, after imparting the knowledge, made his way towards Sun Wukong's residence. Mindful not to waste food. Following a hearty meal, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi deliberated. After Chi-Chi confirmed the substantial cash within the universal capsule, despite her lingering concern for their son, she ultimately acquiesced under Sun Wukong's persuasion. The couple then sought Gohan's opinion. Naturally, the young boy was reluctant to leave his parents. But hearing that they would visit him often and that he could return home every few days, He found himself somewhat fond of He Lingxian, yet still in a quandary. At that moment, He Lingxian entered, crouching down to pat Gohan's small head and whispering a few words in his ear. Whatever he said prompted Gohan to agree to train with him. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi exchanged puzzled glances. But upon hearing He Lingxian mention staying over for the night and taking Gohan to train the next day, they nodded in agreement, with Chi-Chi immediately embracing Gohan. After a restful night, the next morning, He Lingxian, having spent the night on the sofa, departed with a reluctant Gohan in his arms, flying swiftly to a designated location. Although the speed of their flight was considerable, Gohan felt no chill as He Lingxian enveloped him in a protective aura. After several minutes of flight, they arrived at an imposing column that seemed to reach the heavens, Conan Tower. He Lingxian had brought Gohan here to train under the guidance of the Cat Sage and, incidentally, to procure some senzu beans, with no intention of returning them. As they landed at the base of Conan Tower, a dark-skinned boy guarding the area looked at the pair with surprise before scrutinizing Gohan and inquiring, "Are you Sun Wukong? I saw you when I was a child. Why haven't you grown up?" Gohan, hearing his father's name, replied, "Ah, Sun Wukong is my father. I am Sun Gohan. Nice to meet you." The dark-skinned boy seemed to understand suddenly and asked, "So are you two here to challenge Conan Tower? You wish to meet the legendary deity, right?" "Indeed, however, it is not the two of us who will ascend this tower, but rather Gohan alone." After saying this, He Lingxian turned to Son Gohan with a tone of earnest encouragement, saying, "Gohan, this is your first task, to reach the center of the tower where I will be waiting for you. I believe in your capabilities. Even when your father was your age, his combat strength was inferior to yours." With that, He Lingxuan's figure vanished from sight. As Gohan watched him leave, he stood momentarily stunned, but recalling the promise made by He Lingxian, he commenced his own journey up the tower, climbing repeatedly, only to fall time and again. Gohan, who had always been of a timid disposition, displayed an unexpected tenacity. While Gohan struggled up the tower, He Lingxian had already arrived at the location of Master Roshi. However, upon his arrival, he was met with an infuriating sight. Instead of the ample supply of senzu beans that should have filled several large containers, there remained merely a scant 1.5, with a disheveled, rotund figure greedily grasping a handful of beans, preparing to consume them. It was clear that he had already indulged just moments before He Lingxuan's arrival. Senzu beans are life-saving treasures, and to see them so squandered incited He Lingxuan's wrath, unleashing a formidable aura that startled Master Roshi, causing his fur to bristle. In an instant, He Lingxian delivered a swift kick to the still-dazed Yajirobe, sending him tumbling down the tower, and quickly collected all the scattered senzu beans. After securing the majority of the remaining beans, he handed several to Master Roshi, stating, "Here, use these as seeds. You must plant them as soon as you can. They are of utmost importance. As for anyone who wishes to waste them, that rotund fellow just now serves as a warning. Should anyone attempt to seize them by force, do not hesitate to inform me." As He Lingxuan's anger began to subside, he tossed a crystal infused with his energy, which would allow him to sense any disturbances. Chapter 28, Arrival at the Sacred Realm, inquiring about the hyperbolic time chamber. By the way, as a token of my appreciation, this universal capsule contains a variety of delectable fish and seasonings that should suffice for decades, He Lingxian said, tossing a universal capsule to Master Roshi. Master Roshi promptly caught it and nodded in acknowledgement. Also, shortly, a child will ascend the tower. You should be familiar with him. He is Goku's son, Son Gohan. When he arrives, I would appreciate your guidance on his training. After issuing his instructions, He Lingxian soared into the skies above the tower, heading to meet the Supreme Kai. Oh dear, that truly frightened this old turtle, Master Roshi exclaimed, licking his paw, glancing outside at the absence of Yajirobe, who had been sent tumbling down the tower. With a resigned sigh, he held the universal capsule, his expression shifting from fear to delight as he contemplated the feast awaiting him. However, just as he prepared to indulge, he remembered the crystal He Lingxian had given him and carefully stored it away before beginning his meal. On Earth, in the Sacred Realm, the Supreme Kai and Kibito observed the unfolding events with expressions of concern, particularly when they noted He Lingxuan's approach to the Sacred Realm. The Supreme Kai even considered concealing the realm. Nevertheless, recalling the terrifying power He Lingxian had demonstrated beyond Earth, he dismissed that notion. After all, his own fragile form could not withstand such upheaval, and even Goku would not stand a chance against him. As these thoughts swirled within the Supreme Kai's mind, he let out a sigh. What are the true intentions of this outsider? If he is indeed benevolent, then why did he just send Yajirobe tumbling from the tower? Yet, if he is malevolent, he has not committed any acts of mass slaughter against humanity. What perplexes me is his recent rampage in the depths of the ocean. Questions plagued the Supreme Kai's mind. As the deity of Earth, he was privy to every action taken by He Lingxuan. Thus he understood the extent of his power. Kibito, observing the Supreme Kai's turmoil, spoke up to offer reassurance. Supreme Kai, you need not be so anxious. During his time on Earth, aside from the incident with Yajirobe and the Sins of Beans, he has shown restraint. Even after defeating Goku and Piccolo, he is currently training Goku's son, Gohan. This suggests he possesses a moral compass, viewing matters from a different perspective. Given his strength, should he choose to act against us, we would have no means of resistance. Would we? Upon hearing Kibito's thoughtful words, the Supreme Kai gradually relaxed. Indeed, with such power, He Lingxuan could do as he pleased, and it was best to allow events to unfold naturally. As a Supreme Kai, he truly wished to avoid witnessing the suffering of humanity. Just as the two conversed, a sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of He Lingxuan, who had flown swiftly to the sacred realm. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai and Kibito, reminiscent of their appearances in the Dragon Ball anime from his childhood, He Lingxuan allowed a rare smile to grace his face. His earlier fury at Yajirobe's wasteful consumption of Sins of Beans was indescribable. After all, in the future timeline of Dragon Ball, an abundance of Sins of Beans could have spared Earth from disaster. Perhaps Akira Toriyama intended to limit their availability due to their overwhelming power. Regardless, for He Lingxuan, who found himself in the world of Dragon Ball, such wastefulness was utterly unforgivable. A single bean could sustain one for 10 days. Why squander them so? Witnessing that scene had ignited within him a desire for retribution, for in this perilous world, one could never predict the next moment's outcome. This was no animated world, nor a fictional narrative. Each Sins of Bean represented a precious chance at life, and such matters were no jest. Equipped with the Sins of Beans, alongside the Scion's ability to recover strength after injury, and through diligent training, He Lingxuan felt confident he could thrive even without the aid of a system. Yet, the past was behind him. He could always seek the Dragon Shinran for assistance, whether to acquire more Sins of Beans or to inquire about rapid cultivation methods. After all, solutions abound in the face of challenges. Greetings. I trust you are the Supreme Kai of Earth and his attendant. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I may require your assistance in the future. Upon hearing He Lingxuan's introduction, the Supreme Kai and Kibito exchanged glances before simultaneously responding, Not at all, not at all. I must inquire, what brings you to Earth? What is your purpose for visiting the sacred realm? The Supreme Kai asked cautiously, wary of provoking a being whose strength could easily extinguish his existence. Oh, it's nothing of great significance. I merely wish to utilize certain areas of the sacred realm for training, and I intend to bring along that lad, Gohan. Ah, yes, he is Goku's son. The Supreme Kai, upon hearing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily responding, You are certainly welcome to train as you please. However, I must inform you that the sacred realm lacks optimal training facilities. Supreme Kai, you jest. Surely you have a training area where time flows differently, known as the hyperbolic time chamber? He Lingxuan said with a cheerful smile as he observed the Supreme Kai's expression. Yes, we do have such a place. But the conditions are quite harsh. The temperature fluctuates drastically between day and night, and the gravity inside is 10 times that of Earth, making it inhospitable for ordinary individuals, let alone for training. The Supreme Kai advised, seemingly attempting to dissuade He Lingxuan from this endeavor. However, it was evident that He Lingxuan's objective was to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He was well aware of its significance. After all, it was the most overpowered training location in the original series. Though each individual could only enter for 2 days, the ability to train there was invaluable, especially when one reached the level of Super Saiyan 3, at which point they could forcibly break out of the space. Do not concern yourself, Supreme Kai. Simply inform me of its location, and I shall return to train after a few days, He Lingxuan replied, patiently awaiting the Supreme Kai's response, confident that he would not be denied. As for his reasoning to return after a few days, it was to seek the Dragon Shinran's wishes and to ensure that Gohan had ample time to complete his ascent to Master Roshi's location. As he contemplated this, He Lingxuan heard the Supreme Kai's reply. Chapter 29, The Collected Dragon Balls and Shinran's Wish. Certainly, there There is no issue. However, I cannot help but inquire. With your immense strength, why do you still strive so diligently to enhance your power? Upon hearing the deity's question, He Lingxuan's expression suddenly transformed into one of serene calmness as he replied softly, "It is precisely because I am still so insignificant. Within this vast universe, countless beings surpass my strength. Although I have surpassed the majority, I am by no means invincible. Moreover, as a scion, the pursuit of greater strength is an inherent duty. One cannot cease training simply because they have attained a certain level of power. After all, with my current strength, which is merely 1,000,000 in its normal state, I am still far from our clan's adversary, Frisia." After responding to the deity, he silently contemplated further. The deity, upon hearing these words, could not help but ponder the formidable strength of an adversary who could match such power. He Lingxian gazed upon the boundless sky and the seemingly infinite cosmos beyond it, filled with countless twinkling stars. Each star system could potentially harbor life, and who is to say that an exceedingly powerful being might not emerge? Possibly one that surpasses even the Ice Demon clan from birth? "System, activate the panel," He Lingxian silently commanded, and before him appeared a golden data interface. Infinite upgrade system. Host, He Lingxian. Age, 19 years. World, Dragon Ball World. Combat power, 1,500,000. Points available for allocation. Mental power, 100,000. Points available for allocation. Talent, Supreme Saiyan Bloodline, non-allocatable. Ultimate physical talent, non-allocatable. All physical consumption reduced by 300. Defense enhanced by 1,000. Recovery ability increased by 1,000. Possesses the capability of regeneration from a severed limb. Energy storage increased by 100. Toxin resistance increased by 1,000. Human form Great Ape transformation, non-allocatable. Can enhance combat power tenfold. Techniques, subtlety. Approaches perfect utilization of 1's power at approximately 100. Points available for allocation. Skills, Immortal 1, non-allocatable. Devourer Sword Sheath 1, non-allocatable. Universal Frequency Movement 10, non-allocatable. Ki Blast 3, non-allocatable. Ki Wave 3, non-allocatable. Flight Technique 3, non-allocatable. King Kai Fist, non-allocatable. Advanced Telekinesis, non-allocatable. Ability Theft, non-allocatable. Upgrade points, 1,000 points. Items, none. Indeed, after unleashing his ultimate combat power in space, He Lingxian decided to elevate his Scion bloodline for future training, unexpectedly spending a staggering 1,000,000 upgrade points. However, the enhancement was astonishing, as it immediately boosted his combat power by 300,000 upon upgrading, with subsequent increases of 200,000 over the following days, leading to his current normal state of 1,500,000 combat power. Additionally, due to the peak status of his bloodline, it automatically increases daily by 1,000th of his normal combat power, equating to an increase of 1,500 combat power each day. While this may seem minimal, it accumulates to an impressive figure over time, especially as his normal combat power escalates into the hundreds of millions or even billions, where daily increments could reach tens of millions or more. Furthermore, during combat, his power escalates with the intensity of the battle. Although He Lingxian remains uncertain about its precise normal limits, nonetheless, he is confident that it will undoubtedly play a pivotal role in combat. There are numerous hidden benefits to mention, but in summary, the top-tier Scion bloodline that cost 1,000,000 upgrade points far exceeds the royal bloodline of Vegeta from the original narrative. While there may be some difference compared to the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, it is not substantial, primarily in terms of combat power growth and various extraordinary attributes. However, a notable advantage is that He Lingxian does not succumb to madness. In fact, should his top-tier Scion bloodline upgrade once more, he might even rival or surpass the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Yet, the required upgrade points for such a feat would undoubtedly be astronomical, potentially reaching into the hundreds of millions. In addition to these enhancements, He Lingxian has also elevated his telekinesis to an advanced level, allowing him to utilize it almost flawlessly in conjunction with his formidable mental power. According to his estimations, the advanced telekinesis powered by 100,000 mental strength is sufficient to defeat foes with combat powers in the hundreds of thousands, proving exceptionally effective for eliminating weaker adversaries. This precision control enables the eradication of individuals exceeding hundreds of thousands or even millions without collateral damage, a rare capability. He Lingxuan, highly content with his all-around development, retracted his thoughts and closed the system panel just as the deity spoke again. Allow Bobo to escort you to the room of spirit and time. I still have unfinished business here, my apologies. No worries, is Bobo the one standing beside us? He Lingxuan remarked, glancing at the expressionless black servant. Bobo. Indeed. Let Bobo guide you henceforth, he confirmed. Bobo introduced himself and assumed a hospitable demeanor, extending his hand in invitation. He Lingxuan stepped forward, following Bobo. As they traversed, He Lingxuan admired the divine palace's exquisite architecture, marveling, it certainly lives up to being the abode of a deity. After passing through 2 corridors, Bobo halted and addressed He Lingxuan, esteemed guest. This is the entrance to the room of spirit and time. You may enter at any time. But do remember that each individual is allotted only 2 days, equivalent to 2 years inside. Should you exceed this time, you shall find no way to exit. Observing Bobo's serious demeanor, He Lingxuan nodded in acknowledgement and began to scrutinize the entrance. After a moment of observation, his formidable mental power allowed him to perceive a subtle difference in the entrance's spatial properties, coupled with an inexplicable sensation. It must be the disparity in the flow of time, he mused. Gurgle, gurgle. He Lingxuan realized his stomach was growling. After all, he had yet to eat breakfast and was feeling quite hungry. It seems I have a true science appetite, he thought. Turning to Bobo, who stood patiently, He Lingxuan asked, Do you have any food here? I find myself rather hungry. Bobo promptly replied, Of course, follow me. However, there may be a brief wait. Hearing this, He Lingxuan's face lit up with joy, for he was indeed quite hungry. Besides, if food was readily available, why not seize the opportunity? Contemplating further, He Lingxuan pondered. Once I enter the room of spirit and time for training, I won't be limited to mere dough made of flour and water, will I? Growing increasingly dissatisfied with the thought, He Lingxuan resolved to gather some long-lasting provisions from the city to store in his universal capsule, preparing for several years' worth of sustenance. After indulging in a hearty meal with Bobo, He Lingxuan bid farewell to Lin Xian and the deity before temporarily departing the divine palace. He first checked on Sun Wukong's progress in his training, discovering to his surprise that he had begun his training at the location of Master Rashi. Pleased with this outcome, He Lingxuan momentarily left the vicinity of Conan Tower. After receiving generous donations from various individuals, He Lingxuan arrived at the bustling city. Embarking on a grand shopping spree, he filled numerous universal capsules with an abundance of food and clothing, knowing that during his training in the room of spirit and time, he would inevitably face wear and tear on his garments. After an entire day of frenzied shopping, He Lingxuan checked in on Sun Wukong once more and found him soundly asleep, so he chose not to disturb him. Anticipating his imminent entry into the room of spirit and time for rigorous training, He Lingxuan reveled in a few days of carefree enjoyment in the city. During the journey, it was inevitable to visit Sun Wufan, and he even brought him home to meet Chi-Chi. As for Sun Wukong, he was still on a quest for the Dragon Balls and had yet to return. On the 5th day after departing with Sun Wufan, He Lingxuan arrived at Sun Wukong's residence. He discovered that Sun Wukong had indeed returned, bringing with him all 7 Dragon Balls. Pleased with this development, He Lingxuan nodded in satisfaction. Upon seeing He Lingxuan, Wukong promptly approached, presenting the Dragon Balls to him. Here are the Dragon Balls you requested. If you wish to make a wish, you need to speak it aloud in front of them. Dragon, please grant my wish. Hearing Sun Wukong's soft words directed at him, Lingxuan nodded, accepting the Dragon Balls and arranging them neatly on the ground, then proclaiming loudly, Come forth, Dragon. Please grant my wish. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, transforming the previously clear blue into a starless night. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light, expanding until they formed a long, slender dragon. The dragon lowered its massive head, gazing at the familiar Sun Wukong and the unfamiliar He Lingxuan, and spoke, State your wish. Any wish I can fulfill, but only one. Witnessing the awe-inspiring emergence of the dragon, He Lingxuan, who had grown up watching the Dragon Balls, felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly regained his composure and addressed the dragon, saying, Dragon, please use your utmost power to grant me a bracelet that can adjust my own gravity. Upon hearing this wish, the dragon responded, No problem. Your wish is quite simple. However, I can only enhance the gravity of the bracelet up to a factor of 10. Are you sure you want to proceed with this wish? He Lingxian pondered the dragon's words, realizing that a tenfold increase was indeed considerable. Under the conditions of the hyperbolic time chamber, this could allow for substantial training. Of course, I am certain, he affirmed. The dragon nodded, its eyes shimmering with a red glow, and a bracelet appeared on He Lingxuan's right wrist. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon vanished, transforming back into the 7 dragon balls, which scattered into the skies. In that fleeting moment, He Lingxian swiftly became 7 shadows, collecting the now stone-like dragon balls. After tossing the 4-star dragon ball to Sun Wukong, he said, Sun Wukong, a year from now, if I have another wish, I will come to find you. This 4-star dragon ball will remain with you. As He Lingxian prepared to depart, he sensed Sun Wukong's mixture of confusion and curiosity. Realizing this, he called out from the air, we Scions experience significant gains in training under conditions of high gravity and heavy loads. Don't you know any scientists? You could enlist their help to construct a gravity chamber. Your strength would increase remarkably. With those words, He Lingxuan's figure vanished into the sky, leaving Sun Wukong behind. Murmuring to himself, a gravity chamber, huh? Flying towards Corin Tower, He Lingxian was adjusting the settings on his gravity bracelet. However, he was cautious about raising the gravity too high in midair, as a sudden shift could cause him to plummet. After setting the gravity to 3 times normal, He Lingxian felt a sudden heaviness, nearly causing him to fall from the sky. After a period of adjustment, he resumed his flight. Upon reaching Corin Tower, He Lingxian met up with Sun Wufan, who had been training with Master Rashi. Together, they made their way to the sacred world of the Kais. Spotting familiar faces, He Lingxian greeted, Hello, Supreme Kai Bubbles. I'm back, this time with Sun Wufan for training. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles nodded at He Lingxian, then turned their attention to the shy Sun Wufan, who was hiding behind him. As an observer of the mortal realm, the Supreme Kai recognized Sun Wufan as the son of Sun Wukong and was not surprised, having heard of He Lingxuan's intention to bring him along during his previous visit. Not to mention, just recently, the child had been climbing Corin Tower under Master Rashi's guidance. Could you please take us to the hyperbolic time chamber? I intend to train there for a year. However, Wufan may come out midway, so I would appreciate it if you could look after him or train him a bit. He Lingxian requested. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles nodded in agreement, and soon Bubbles led the way, with He Lingxian holding Sun Wufan's small hand, following closely behind. Sun Wufan peered curiously from behind He Lingxian, glancing around as if everything fascinated him. Chapter 30, Training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. After a brief moment, He Lingxian guided Sun Wufan into the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon entering, they found a room serving as a buffer zone, so the tenfold gravity did not immediately hit them. He Lingxian and Sun Wufan looked around, noticing a small stream of water and a large supply of flour. This must be the food available in the chamber. Thankfully, he had brought a substantial amount of delicious provisions, or they would have been in for a hardship. Grateful for his foresight, He Lingxian turned to the vast white landscape outside the chamber, realizing this was the true hyperbolic time chamber. Wufan, what do you think of this place? It seems like there's nothing here. Sun Wufan questioned, perplexed. He Lingxian, realizing he hadn't yet explained the situation to Sun Wufan, turned around, crouched down to pat the boy's little head, and said, Wufan, this is the place where we will be training. Your father trained here when he was young. The flow of time here is different from the outside. You can think of it as time passing quickly inside, while only a short while goes by outside. This means you might not see your mom and dad for a long time. If you wish to back out, I can take you out right now. So tell me, Wufan, do you want to train alongside me and become a brave warrior, or would you prefer to remain a coward, staying with your parents until the villains arrive? Powerless to resist? Earlier, Sun Wufan had agreed to train with He Lingxian because he had shown him a future where Radit's arrival led to his father's demise and his mother's despair. This revelation had prompted Sun Wufan, who had initially been reluctant to train, to resolve himself to pursue training with this stranger. Indeed, Sun Wufan had initially referred to He Lingxian as uncle, but under his earnest persuasion, he began calling him Big Brother. Although He Lingxian had hoped for brother, he accepted Big Brother as a more favorable term than uncle. After a moment of deep thought and intense inner struggle, Sun Wufan nodded firmly at He Lingxian. Big Brother Lingxian, I will never accept such a future. I will persist in training with you. Seeing the determination in Sun Wufan's eyes, He Lingxian nodded in approval and stood up, laughing heartily. Wufan, you're fantastic. Truly a little man. Prepare yourself. It may take some time to adapt since the gravity here is 10 times that of the outside world, and the temperature fluctuation between day and night is extreme. With that, He Lingxian stepped into the chamber first, followed closely by Sun Wufan. In the next moment, they were both hit by a force equivalent to 10 times Earth's gravity, causing varying degrees of discomfort. Sun Wufan collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, while He Lingxian had deactivated the gravity on his bracelet before entering, allowing him to adapt quickly. Wufan, take your time to adjust to the gravity here. I will go over there to train, and once you're acclimated, come find me. After giving Sun Wufan his training instructions, He Lingxian, leveraging his formidable combat prowess and physique, swiftly adjusted to the tenfold gravity. After moving a couple of kilometers away, he began his foundational training. 10,000 push-ups for warm-up, 10,000 sit-ups for warm-up, 10,000 one-handed handstand push-ups for warm-up. After a series of warm-up exercises, He Lingxian noticed a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead as he glanced at Sun Wufan, who was about a kilometer away, struggling to adapt to the tenfold gravity. Remarkably, he was managing to walk, showcasing his remarkable potential. What an incredible adaptation speed. It's worth noting that Sun Wufan's current combat power was not particularly high. After a moment of admiration, He Lingxian focused, ready to commence serious training. With a subtle motion, he adjusted the gravity on his bracelet to double, and in an instant, an immense weight bore down on him, nearly causing him to stumble. The gravity of the gravity wristband is effectively twice its own, while the tenfold gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber arises from the environment itself. This results in a cumulative effect, where the tenfold gravity is multiplied by the twofold, culminating in a staggering 20 times the gravity of Earth that He Lingxian must endure. This realization underscores the significance of his decision to request the gravity wristband from the Eternal Dragon instead of the gravity chamber, as the scientists on Earth and in the universe could certainly replicate the latter. Why squander a wish on something so easily attainable? He Lingxuan's objective is straightforward. During the years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he aims to adapt to the maximum gravity level achievable with the wristband, which, in conjunction with the chamber's environment, reaches the peak of tenfold gravity. By that time, his inherent combat prowess is destined to escalate to an alarming degree, with the transformation into a Super Saiyan merely requiring a catalyst. He remains untroubled by the feasibility of this goal, for he possesses the lineage of a top-tier Saiyan. In terms of growth potential, adaptability, and overall capability, he is only marginally beneath the legendary Super Saiyan. Soon, He Lingxian embarked on his training to acclimate to the gravity. After approximately half an hour, he successfully adjusted to the 20-fold gravity. Meanwhile, Son Gohan had also nearly adapted to the 10-fold gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber and was jogging towards him. Witnessing Gohan approach, He Lingxian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Gohan, having acclimated to the 10-fold gravity, was running faster and faster, covering 2 kilometers in a mere 20 seconds, continuously accelerating. Initially running for over 10 seconds, he reached speeds akin to 100 meters per second, though still slower than his pace outside, indicating he had not fully adjusted but was ready to begin training. Breathless, Gohan arrived before He Lingxian, panting slightly as he proclaimed, "Brother Lingxian, I did it. I've adapted to the gravity here. Well done, Gohan." He Lingxian praised. "Now, let us train together to fully acclimate to this gravity, after which we will spar, and I shall guide you in correcting any flaws in your training." With Gohan receiving praise, He Lingxuan's expression shifted to seriousness as they prepared for their sparring session. Subsequently, He Lingxian led Gohan through various rigorous training regimens, intense exercises that perhaps disregarded the safety of their bodies. As for injuries, with thousands of senzu beans obtained from the cat sage, He Lingxian had little concern for Gohan's well-being. After an exhaustive training session, during which Gohan consumed 2 senzu beans, He Lingxian calculated, utilizing his formidable mental acuity, that over 10 hours had elapsed, indicating it was time for rest. From the all-purpose capsule he had brought, he produced a plethora of delectable dishes, sharing a joyful meal with the exhausted Gohan. Then, as day turned to night, the previously high temperatures plummeted to frigid lows, leaving the weary Gohan feeling the chill. Yet, he soon felt enveloped by a warm aura that swiftly dispelled the cold. "All right, tonight is an exception. In the future, you must endure the fluctuations of temperature on your own," He Lingxian instructed. Turning to see He Lingxian meditating with his back to him, Gohan smiled warmly. "Brother Lingxian, you are so kind. Though you are relentless during training, It is for my benefit. With such thoughts, Gohan drifted into slumber. Sensing his sleep, He Lingxuan's previously stern visage softened. Young one, the path ahead is long. You shall not regret this choice. Contemplating this, He Lingxian closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Meditation, a skill acquired from defeating Piccolo, harmonizes one's energy and gradually enhances strength, mental fortitude, and dimensional understanding. Although the latter offers minimal enhancement, it is still a valuable skill, serving as a substitute for sleep and aiding in mental recovery. Beyond these benefits, it aids in cultivating a tranquil mind, a skill He Lingxian plans to impart to Gohan in a few days, allowing him to refine his abilities in lieu of sleep. This might help maintain composure during the upcoming Grade 8 training. As dawn broke on the following day, He Lingxian roused Gohan to continue their training. The second day's regimen proved even more grueling than the first, as He Lingxian had amplified the gravity of his wristband to an astounding 50-fold. The day unfolded with foundational training followed by sparring, yet Gohan, still youthful, found his combat abilities constrained by his shorter limbs, leading to moments of frustration in their exchanges. He Lingxian offered words of encouragement. You'll grow out of it. For now, we focus on honing your combat awareness. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Gohan looked forward to his growth, prompting He Lingxian to muse. Perhaps adulthood isn't as blissful as childhood after all. Childhood is often yearned for. Yet adulthood may lead one to reminisce about carefree days. Gohan, initially eager to grow up, found himself in a moment of contemplation upon hearing He Lingxuan's sigh. Enough pondering. Let us continue our training. These questions will reveal themselves in time, He Lingxian urged. What followed was a monotonous yet essential training routine, one that brought He Lingxian immense satisfaction as he witnessed their progress. The system panel displayed a gradual increase in combat power, a truly exhilarating sight. A saying rings true: had there been a progress bar for tasks, many would strive harder. Yet, not everyone is endowed with such a system. Over the course of the ensuing month, He Lingxian elevated the gravity wristband to a staggering 100-fold, equating to enduring 1,000-fold gravity while training and living in the hyperbolic time chamber. This exemplifies the formidable nature of top-tier Saiyan lineage. And He Lingxuan's combat power had become astonishingly formidable. Having fully adapted to the 1,000-fold gravity, he discovered his combat strength had surged to a remarkable 3 million. This was merely after a month of training. Otherwise, it could have been even higher. Of course, should he encounter an equally matched opponent. A combat power exceeding 10 million would not be out of the question. Casting a glance at the meditating Gohan and reflecting on the month of arduous training, He Lingxian marveled at how different Gohan's character was from the original narrative, as if he had awakened the latent fierceness within his bloodline. Yet, this transformation filled He Lingxian with pride. Based on estimations and mental perception, Gohan's training under He Lingxuan's careful planning had allowed him to surpass his father, Goku, significantly, reaching an impressive combat power of over 1,000, even exceeding Raditz upon his arrival on Earth. System, open the panel. Infinite upgrade system, host, He Lingxian, age, 19, current world, Dragon Ball Universe. Combat power, 3 million, can be increased. Belongs to the second tier. Mental power, 200,000, can be increased. Talent, top tier Saiyan bloodline, cannot be increased. Top tier physical talent, cannot be increased. All physical consumption reduced by 300. Defense increased by 1,000. Recovery ability increased by 1,000. Possesses the ability to regenerate from loss of limbs. Energy storage increased by 100. Toxin resistance increased by 1,000. Humanoid giant ape transformation cannot be increased. Can enhance combat power 10-fold. Technique, subtlety, mastery of one's own strength is nearly perfect. Can be increased. Skills, Immortal 1, cannot be increased. Devouring Blade Sheath 1, cannot be increased. Universal Frequency Movement 10, cannot be increased. Ki Blast 3, cannot be increased. Ki Wave 3, cannot be increased. Sky Dance Technique 3, cannot be increased. King Kai Fist, cannot be increased. Advanced Telekinesis, cannot be increased. Ability Theft, cannot be increased. Upgrade points, 1,000 items. None due to intense meditation under high gravity. His mental power has risen to 200,000, an increase of 100,000. One can only say that the growth of mental power is indeed slow. Chapter 31. The attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan by He Lingxian. The panel indicates that He Lingxuan's current combat power has reached 3 million, signifying that he has met the minimum standard for transforming into a Super Saiyan in its regular form. During his subsequent training period, he can attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan, and upon successful transformation, his combat power will directly multiply by 50. Moreover, with the techniques granted by the system, he can fully master his own ki, meaning he can utilize the King Kai Fist in Super Saiyan form. He may even combine it with the Great Ape transformation. At that time, his regular combat power could increase significantly, possibly allowing him to directly transform into Super Saiyan 4, which boasts a staggering 4,000 times the regular combat power. Although this is partly due to the power of the Great Ape, which equates to a return of bloodline strength. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3 could allow him to reach the realm of Super Saiyan 4. However, once he trains to full capacity, his combat power could multiply by 800. The limit of breakthrough is not clearly defined. It depends on the strength and abundance of the ki provided by others. Most importantly, Super Saiyan 4 has minimal energy consumption. Even if his ki is exhausted to the point of fainting, the transformation will not automatically revert, as demonstrated in Dragon Ball GT. He Lingxuan is, of course, concerned about whether this universe follows the GT timeline, or if the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is permitted, considering that the canonical timeline involves the transformation of gods. Despite the fact that the god transformation far exceeds the multiplication effect of Super Saiyan 4, the latter is undeniably stylish. Furthermore, given the stability and nature of Super Saiyan 4, it may well be possible to integrate divine ki into it. In such a case, He Lingxuan dares not imagine the level of enhancement that could be achieved. Perhaps he could unleash the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4, augmented by divine ki. In that form, he might even contend with the god of destruction. Of course, this is predicated on having sufficient regular combat power. Otherwise, he would struggle against even a mere boss. Feeling the immense power within him capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, He Lingxuan is filled with excitement and a growing anticipation for the future. The upcoming training period will be dedicated to experimenting with his transformation into a Super Saiyan. A glimmer of excitement shines in his eyes as he recalls various techniques related to the transformation. The foremost requirement is an anger that transcends reason, coupled with a sufficient quantity of S cells. Regarding the requisite anger, He Lingxuan is not particularly worried. After all, the myriad events of his past life, although he claims to have forgotten, still bring him pain and fury whenever they flash through his mind late at night. The most crucial aspect is the S cells, which naturally increase for a Saiyan living in a peaceful environment, as long as their quantity is sufficient. Even a Saiyan with low regular combat power can transform into a Super Saiyan. However, that likely requires decades of tranquil living. He Lingxuan is acutely aware that since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, even with the time spent in the Room of Spirit and Time, it has only been slightly over a month. His awakening to the Saiyan bloodline occurred merely days after his arrival, within such a brief span. He lacks confidence in the quantity of S cells within him. Moreover, his month-long experience has been filled with slaughter and training, with only scant moments of relaxation. Nonetheless, one must attempt all things. Even if he cannot transform now, he could always rest for a year after training and try again. Furthermore, with sufficient regular combat power, transforming into a Super Saiyan would become easier, as evidenced by the battles between the 6th and 7th universes in Dragon Ball Super. For instance, Caulifla successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan under Vegeta's guidance, after which she mentioned that with enough regular combat power, one could attempt to gather ki behind them and perhaps transform into a Super Saiyan. However, He Lingxuan remains skeptical about this. That said, he still intends to give it a try. To avoid disturbing Gohan, who is still meditating, He Lingxuan flies several dozen miles away to attempt his transformation into a Super Saiyan. First method: begin by attempting to gather ki behind him, then unleash it. With a formidable 3 million ki, the intense energy radiating from him feels as if it is igniting the air, distorting his vision. Instantly, this vast energy condenses under He Lingxuan's control, continuously gathering at his back. After a while, realizing that nothing has happened, He Lingxuan understands that this method has failed. Next, he will try to invoke anger. If not for the purpose of transforming into a Super Saiyan, He Lingxuan would truly prefer not to revisit the painful memories of his past life. Closing his eyes, He uses his powerful mental prowess to meditate while recalling scenes from his previous life, as if they are unfolding before him. In the next instant, an overwhelming fury rises from the depths of his heart, flooding his mind. This is clearly intentional on He Lingxuan's part. Otherwise, given his current mastery over his emotions, it would be quite simple to maintain control. Haha. Infinite rage combined with the latent S cells within He Lingxuan's Scion bloodline manifests as a golden aura, flickering intermittently. The terrifying energy accompanies transformations in his hair color and eyebrows, occasionally shifting to a golden hue, surging by 20 or 30 times, reaching levels in the tens of millions. Although this value is not fixed, its lower limit is steadily rising, indicating that He Lingxuan's current state is becoming more stable and powerful. At this moment, He Lingxian feels he is on the verge of success, yet he senses an invisible shackle restraining him, preventing him from fully becoming a Super Saiyan. Damn it! I have even recalled those absurd events to evoke my anger. Could it not be enough? Break free. The once flickering golden aura and hair color solidify in an instant. The next moment, He Lingxuan's hair and eyebrows transform into a brilliant gold, standing on end like an explosion. Simultaneously, his aura multiplies 50-fold, skyrocketing to 1.5 billion in combat power. This exceeds the full power of the current universe's ruler, Frieza. It matches the combat power exhibited by Goku during his first transformation into a Super Saiyan in the original story. Apart from the explosive rise in hair and the change in color, He Lingxuan's expression turns cold and fierce the instant he transforms into a Super Saiyan. His entire demeanor undergoes a profound transformation. Chapter 32. Full Power Super Saiyan Form. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? The energy consumption feels immense, but he should be able to adjust quickly. He then closes his eyes, utilizing his mastery of 100 of his internal power and key manipulation. In mere moments, the energy that was leaking from his body slowly retracts back inside. Upon reopening his eyes, while He Lingxian does not unleash a powerful aura, he can feel the once chaotic energy becoming remarkably stable. Not bad at all. Is this the full power of a Super Saiyan? This consumption must be among the highest of all transformations, second only to that of Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, with the mastery of the technique known as 100, He Lingxian swiftly grasped the full power form shortly after transforming into a Super Saiyan. In this state, his strength and speed were remarkably balanced, and the energy consumption was minimal, preventing any leakage or excessive volatility. Moreover, He Lingxian sensed intuitively that he might soon be able to stack the Kaioken technique while in Super Saiyan form. At that moment, he believed he would possess genuine self-defense capabilities. He Lingxian then turned his gaze towards the approaching son Gohan, aware that his transformation into a Super Saiyan had disturbed Gohan, who had been in deep meditation. As Gohan flew closer, he marveled at the dramatic transformation in He Lingxian's hairstyle and color, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that you, Brother Lingxian? What happened to you? Your energy feels incredibly fierce, and it seems to have surged significantly. In the presence of that powerful aura, I feel utterly powerless." He Lingxian chuckled heartily at Gohan's bewilderment. "Gohan, what you see is a transformation unique to our Saiyan heritage, known as the Super Saiyan." Gohan's eyes sparkled with interest, eager for further explanation. Seeing Gohan's anticipation, He Lingxian smiled gently and continued, "Do not worry. With diligent training, you too shall reach this level. Under my guidance, it will not take long." To set a goal for Gohan, He Lingxian elaborated, "The power of a Super Saiyan increases overall strength by an astonishing 50-fold. This enhancement will allow you to conquer many foes you currently cannot defeat." Observing Gohan's growing excitement as he spoke, He Lingxian playfully tapped his head and advised, "Do not think of the Super Saiyan as invincible. It is merely a transformation. True strength lies in your baseline combat power, and the energy expenditure is considerable, especially before mastering the full power form." Noting Gohan's expression of partial understanding, He Lingxian elaborated, "Your normal state is already sufficient to defeat all adversaries. When you transform into a Super Saiyan, even against numerous foes, victory is within your grasp." I want to emphasize that while the transformation is essential, what truly matters is a steadfast heart for martial arts, as that will lead you further on your journey. He Lingxian concluded with heartfelt advice about the importance of dedication to training and maintaining a martial spirit. After all, as long as Gohan perseveres, his future will undoubtedly surpass that of most. With his assistance, reaching the level of an angel is not beyond reach. However, overthinking is futile. Diligent training remains paramount. One must not be complacent, possessing a combat power of 1.5 billion after transforming into a Super Saiyan, along with the tenfold strength of the great ape form, still amounts to just 1.5 billion. Furthermore, with the potential stacking of the Kaioken, his strength might exceed 10 billion. Yet that level of power would only suffice to defeat Cell, the ultimate antagonist of the Android saga, falling short of the hundreds of billions seen in the Majin Buu saga, not to mention the formidable foes to come, including gods of destruction and angels. Many targets await surpassing. Stagnation is not an option. After bolstering his resolve, He Lingxuan resumed training with Son Gohan. As time flowed swiftly, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, with the gravity of the weighted clothing set to 500 times. Combined with the tenfold external gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber, He Lingxuan now endured the equivalent of 5,000 times normal gravity, resulting in a combat power of a staggering 10 billion. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, that figure soared to 500 billion. Not to mention the additional power of the great ape form, which would result in an astronomical figure. This level of strength was more than sufficient to decimate opponents from the Buu saga, as no character prior to the fusion of Vegeto could surpass He Lingxuan in his great ape transformation into Super Saiyan. Regrettably, despite reaching a certain threshold of baseline power, He Lingxuan had been attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 2 for the past 6 months without success. Nevertheless, his current strength was ample. With an additional half-year of training still ahead, perhaps the memories of past anguish, which had replayed in his mind too many times, left him feeling numb. Despite harboring anger, it was insufficient to catalyze a transformation into Super Saiyan 2. A noteworthy development during this period was that He Lingxuan, through absolute mastery of his ki, had achieved the ability to transform into Super Saiyan while in great ape form, with the Kaioken stacked atop that. Furthermore, due to the immense gravitational pressure enhancing his body, He Lingxuan could even unleash a Kaioken that exceeded tenfold in that state. Now, He Lingxuan contemplated whether to continue training. After all, with his combat power at this level, he could enter and exit the hyperbolic time chamber at will. Prolonged training was not beneficial for the mind and body, especially for the young Son Gohan, who should have been around 5 years and 6 months old. However, after half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, He Lingxuan had also celebrated Gohan's 6th birthday. Chapter 33. Emergence. With this thought, He Lingxuan's attention naturally turned to Son Gohan, who was currently engaged in various exercises in his Super Saiyan form. Indeed, after 6 months of rigorous training, coupled with He Lingxuan's guidance and sparring, Gohan's baseline combat power had recently reached an impressive 3 million. This period of training had consumed dozens of senzu beans, highlighting the perilous nature of his journey. Just days prior, He Lingxuan had crafted an illusion using his formidable mental energy, which was set at a staggering 1 million. In this illusion, the young Gohan, lacking in mental fortitude, found it nearly impossible to distinguish reality from illusion, unless his combat power far exceeded that of He Lingxuan, which was unrealistic. He was susceptible to the vivid scenes presented to him. At the onset of the illusion, He Lingxuan announced an early conclusion to the training session, instructing Gohan to take a well-deserved break. Obediently, Gohan nodded and exited the hyperbolic time chamber, returning home. Upon his return, he was met with a shocking sight. His father, whom he revered as omnipotent, was being trampled by a peculiar scion in an unusual battle suit. Enraged by this sight, Gohan unleashed a powerful aura and charged at the scion. However, after only a few exchanges, he was swiftly defeated, oblivious to any discrepancies, convinced that he simply needed more training. Lying on the ground, Gohan glared fiercely at the scion who had bested him, who smirked and taunted, "Such courage to attack me. Can't you see your father beneath my foot? You dare to resist?" Ha ha. Hearing this, Gohan's eyes blazed with fury, wishing nothing more than to vanquish the scion. Yet even in this moment of rage, he harbored no murderous intent. This speaks volumes of his inherent goodness. However, kindness would yield no advantage. In the next instant, the scion seized Chi-Chi by the neck with one hand, lifting her into the air and launching an energy blast towards her. Witnessing this, both Son Goku and Son Gohan felt their wounds fade away, unleashing a tremendous aura in an attempt to thwart the attack. Yet, it was too slow, too late. As they realized the futility of their efforts, Goku rushed to embrace the unknown Saiyan, shouting to Gohan, "Gohan, run." He then self-destructed, intending to take the Saiyan with him. And the explosion echoed in the sky as Chi-Chi was reduced to ashes. As the dust settled, a Saiyan emerged, bearing only superficial wounds. He cast his gaze upon Gohan, who had not fled, his expression revealing a desire to torment him to death. Witnessing the tragic demise of his parents, reduced to nothing but ashes, an unprecedented fury and murderous intent flooded Gohan's mind. It felt as if the shackles within him had shattered in an instant, unleashing an overwhelming tide of rage. In that moment, Gohan ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan, nearing the second level of transformation. "I will kill you. I will avenge my parents." The chilling tone of his voice was unrecognizable, emanating from the usually gentle Gohan. Clearly, his inner fury had reached a true zenith. In the next moment, he pierced through the Saiyan's chest and hurled him into the sky, taking a stance of readiness. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue energy wave erupted from Gohan's hands, reducing the Saiyan to ashes without a hint of resistance. Soon after, Gohan awoke from the haze of despair and confusion, reflecting upon his current Super Saiyan state and the vividly real experiences that had unfolded in his mind. It took him a considerable time to recall the events that had transpired. In hindsight, his impatience was evident. After hearing Brother Lingxian mention that he had met the minimum requirements to transform into a Super Saiyan, he had sought guidance on the transformation process. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded. Though he had consented, the illusion crafted by mental suppression felt indistinguishable from reality. This experience left Gohan in a state of recovery for several days. The current regimen of maintaining Super Saiyan form during training was also imparted by He Lingxuan. This was an essential path to mastering the full power of a Super Saiyan. Unless one possessed extraordinary advantages, achieving full power would require a period of diligent practice. The key was to maintain the Super Saiyan state while engaging in daily life and training, which would ultimately lead to mastery over the full power form. Gohan now found himself at this very stage. According to He Lingxuan's formidable mental acuity, Gohan's battle power had soared to nearly 200 million after transforming into a Super Saiyan. This indicated that his base power had approached 4 million. Such remarkable feats were attainable through the combination of intense gravity training and the use of senzu beans. This was the essence of a Saiyan. With the right conditions, one could infinitely grow stronger. After much contemplation, He Lingxian resolved to leave the hyperbolic time chamber once Gohan had sufficiently mastered his full power, allowing him to relish in the joys of life. Since arriving in this realm, a constant sense of crisis and insecurity had driven him to become ever more powerful. As the saying goes, fear of insufficient firepower. Had it not been for the current timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, He Lingxian, after merely a month of training, would have been on the verge of invincibility. He could have emerged long ago, but the feeling of inadequacy in his combat strength compelled him to persist. After all, battles of equal strength could never compare to the exhilaration of overwhelming victories. Thus, in He Lingxuan's view, enduring hardship for a time in exchange for a long life of carefree leisure was utterly worthwhile. After approximately another month of rigorous training, He Lingxian adjusted the gravity on his gravity training device to 1/200 times, compounded by the environment's tenfold gravity, resulting in a staggering weight equivalent to 12,000 times normal gravity. This represented a 2,000-fold increase from the previous month, despite He Lingxuan's training having relaxed slightly. Otherwise, he might have achieved an even greater increase. At this juncture, Gohan's mastery of the Super Saiyan full power was nearing completion. After a grueling 7 months of training, they finally decided to exit. Although only 14 hours had passed outside, the peculiar nature of the hyperbolic time chamber was evident. "Gohan, we're leaving now," his tone brimming with excitement. Gohan expressed high hopes for their return to the outside world. However, having witnessed the brutality of the illusion, it was certain that he would continue his training with unwavering commitment. As they stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber, both He Lingxian and Gohan were greeted by a refreshing sensation. The normal environmental temperature, standard gravity, and the gentle breeze were all absent within the chamber. They simultaneously stretched, emitting contented sighs. "Finally free," Gohan exclaimed, glancing at He Lingxian, whose hair was disheveled and clothes somewhat tattered. "Isn't it a relief, Brother Lingxian?" "Indeed. It feels remarkably lighter," He Lingxian acknowledged, reveling in the sudden ease that came from the shift in gravity. However, in the next moment, he quickly adjusted the gravity training device to its maximum setting. Although this was still 2,000 times less than what he had endured in the chamber, it was the gravity he intended to maintain in daily life, aiming to adapt fully as if it were the norm. Yet, upon observing Gohan's disheveled appearance and glancing down at his own state, He Lingxuan realized they both required a good cleaning. "Gohan, let us freshen up. We're a bit too filthy. I have some spare clothes." With a sweep of his mental energy, He Lingxuan discovered a bathing area within the God Temple. Though the reason for its existence was unclear, its presence was fortuitous. After a thorough cleansing and changing into fresh garments, He Lingxuan, utilizing his precise control over the sword of devouring elements, conjured a key blade to tidy their hair. Thus, the rejuvenated duo departed the God Temple, with Gohan heading home while He Lingxuan chose to indulge in a bit of leisure. Ascending to the heights of the city, He Lingxuan beheld the vibrant metropolis. Even at night, it was aglow with lights, momentarily making him feel as though he had returned to Earth. While this was indeed Earth, it bore significant differences from his previous life. Descending rapidly into an alley, He Lingxuan emerged, contemplating the need to find a hotel for the night. Planning to address other matters in the morning, his gaze swiftly settled upon a towering establishment named the Royal Hotel. As he strolled the short distance of a few hundred meters, He Lingxuan moved slowly, yet it felt as though he had witnessed the entirety of a human life. An infant nestled in a stroller, pushed by parents, a young boy or girl holding hands with their guardians, a solitary young adult sipping a drink while contemplating work, a pair of individuals on the brink of middle age, seemingly arranged for a blind date, and an elderly couple sitting by the roadside, engaged in light-hearted banter, radiating sweetness despite their age. All of this appeared to form a closed loop, encapsulating the ordinary life cycle within human society. They did not seek great wealth, but rather wished for a life free of calamity, a modestly comfortable existence with children and living parents, a life that perhaps most longed for. Regrettably, such a life was reserved for only a fortunate few, while the majority served as cogs in the societal machine, leading lives of profound solitude. Even those blessed with striking appearances and sharp minds might find themselves subjected to greater trials. In his past life, He Lingxuan had endured numerous injustices and tribulations simply due to his striking beauty, a trait often ascribed to women, yet applicable to him as a man. The memories of those hardships remained vivid in his mind. Thus, he yearned for strength, craving security. Otherwise, he would not have entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Gohan for training, despite possessing such a powerful system. Now, even with cataclysmic power at his disposal, He Lingxuan remained unsettled within. This unease stemmed from a feeling of not belonging, akin to an existence that could be dismissed as inconsequential. Upon arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, his initial concern had been mere survival. Later, after gaining strength, he had considered, much like other traversers, the idea of amassing a harem. However, He Lingxuan currently finds himself in a state of profound confusion. He possesses immense power, yet lacks a clear objective. Perhaps his sole aim is to grow stronger, to no longer endure any form of bullying or oppression. As he approaches the entrance of the Royal Hotel, He Lingxuan clenches his fists, feeling the formidable strength of his body and energy. Simultaneously, he employs his mental prowess to scan his surroundings, as if he is apprehensive that the power he possesses might be illusory. Upon entering the Royal Hotel, he throws down a substantial amount of cash, instructing the attendant to provide him with the finest room available. He then ascends the stairs, with the attendant promptly following to describe the hotel's features, leading the way. Once they reach the opulent suite on the top floor, the attendant opens the door, places the key on the table inside, and departs. After surveying the room's layout, He Lingxuan sinks into the plush sofa, enveloped by its softness. System, open the panel. Infinite upgrade system. Host, He Lingxuan. Age, 19. World, Dragon Ball World. Combat power, 13 billion points. Can be augmented. Currently limited to approximately 3 billion due to gravitational suppression of 10,000 times, with strength steadily increasing. Currently at the third tier. Mental power, 5 million points. Can be augmented. Talent, top tier Saiyan bloodline, non-augmentable. Superior physique talent, non-augmentable. Reduces all physical consumption by 300. Increases defense by 1,000. Enhances recovery by 1,000. Grants the ability for regeneration from severed limbs. increases energy storage by 100, increases toxin resistance by 1000. Human form Great Ape Transformation, non-augmentable, can enhance combat power by 10-fold. Techniques, subtlety, approaching perfect utilization of personal power at nearly 100, can be augmented. Skills, Immortal 1, non-augmentable. Devourer Sword Sheath 1, can be augmented. Universal Frequency Movement 10, can be augmented. Ki Blast 3, can be augmented. Ki Wave 3, can be augmented. Sky Dance Technique 3, can be augmented. King Kai Fist, can be augmented. Advanced Telekinesis, can be augmented. Ability Theft, non-augmentable. Upgrade points, 1,051. 100 points, due to system options. Defeating original characters each month grants points. First tier awards 100 points, second tier awards 10,000 points, third tier awards 1,000,000 points. Having defeated Gohan 7 times in the hyperbolic time chamber, he initially earned 100 points for defeating him at the first tier. Then achieved the second tier in the following 5 months, earning 50,000 points. And finally, due to successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan, reached the third tier, earning 1,000,000 upgrade points. Items, Gohan Skill Pack 3, due to system options, defeating original characters has a minuscule chance of yielding skill packs. First defeat guarantees a drop. After defeating Gohan 7 times over 7 months, apart from the guaranteed drop on the first occasion, only 2 skill packs were obtained. After glancing at his panel, He Lingxuan's gaze finally settled on the items section, particularly the 3 skill packs dropped from defeating Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. The drop rate is indeed low, yet it is still a commendable outcome. He promptly opens Gohan's skill pack. Ding. Opening in progress. As the contents materialize, He Lingxuan's eyes widen, and he murmurs to himself, "What confusion is this?" Chapter 35. Gohan's Unbelievable Skills and the Members of the Chat Group. Ding. The host has successfully opened Gohan's Skill Pack 3. Congratulations, host. You have been extraordinarily fortunate to obtain the skills Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash, and Potential Unleashed. Initially, He Lingxian was indifferent to Kamehameha and Ultimate Flash until he examined Potential Unleashed, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Skill, Potential Unleashed. Description, harnesses all latent potential within oneself, which erupts once anger reaches its peak. What is this? What is this? This is Gohan's game-changing skill. Even with this passive ability, Gohan surpasses Broly in potential. In the later stages of Dragon Ball Super, Gohan, compelled by the threat to his daughter and the Tournament of Power, emerged from 7 years of neglected training to unleash the mysterious power of Gohan, transforming into his beast form in a single surge of potential unleashed. He could even rival the likes of Black Frieza. To illustrate the concept simply, Mysterious Gohan, Ordinary Super Saiyan Goku, and Vegeta, Human Form Great Ape Broly, Ordinary Super Blue Goku, and Vegeta, Super Saiyan, Broly Legendary Super, Broly Super Saiyan 1 Gogeta Ultra Instinct Goku Ultra Instinct Vegeta Black Frieza Beast Gohan. To leap across so many tiers without even calculating the finer details illustrates the incredible nature of this skill. Essentially, as long as your potential is sufficient, once your rage meter is maxed out, you can overpower your opponents with ease. While Gohan's ability to transcend so many levels stems from years of accumulated potential, He Lingxian firmly believes that with his top-tier Saiyan bloodline, his potential will rival Gohan's, especially considering he can still upgrade. The only challenge lies in the extreme anger required. However, this is easily surmountable. The system is not merely for observation. Once upgrade points are allocated, it may lower the necessary anger threshold, or perhaps even eliminate the need for anger altogether, allowing for immediate activation. The more He Lingxian contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes, prompting him to declare, System, merge Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash, and Potential Unleashed. Ding. Merging in progress. In an instant, knowledge pertaining to the condensation and release of Kamehameha and Ultimate Flash floods his mind, enabling He Lingxian to master these formidable techniques. Following this, regarding Potential Unleashed, he perceives no immediate changes within himself, despite his overwhelming mental power. Perhaps this skill is latent, requiring anger to manifest. With that, He Lingxian decides to rest and contemplate further matters in the morning. Suppressing his excitement, he dismisses all thoughts, and, with a mere thought, his attire transforms into sleepwear. He flops onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. This time, he sleeps longer than ever, for a full 4 days and 3 nights. Upon awakening, He stretches and gazes out at the night sky, initially believing he had only dozed for a short while. After a brief mental scan, he realizes that 4 days and 3 nights have indeed passed. Ah, what a rejuvenating sleep. Is this the feeling of having power? Truly, it is distinct. After a moment of reflection, He Lingxuan leaps out of the window, finding himself in a bustling night market. The lengthy street is adorned with countless stalls offering grilled squid, barbecued treats, pancakes, cold noodles, snail rice noodles, and a plethora of other delicacies that dazzle He Lingxuan's senses. Just as his stomach growls, he embarks on a culinary spree, purchasing from one stall after another, casually tossing bills onto the counters as he collects his bounty. His speed of acquisition is even outpaced by his consumption, a testament to a Scion's appetite. After indulging for 3 to 4 hours, or rather, after feasting for 3 to 4 hours, He Lingxuan wanders to the outskirts, patting his food-filled stomach. In the next moment, his energy begins to circulate, swiftly digesting all the food, and his belly returns to its normal state. Oh, it has been a while since I checked the chat group. Instantly, a golden frame, distinct from the system interface, materializes before He Lingxuan. Let me see what they are discussing now. After several minutes of reading, He Lingxuan finally absorbs all the information, organizing some key points. The Shinigami elementary student has now entered a stable trajectory. That is to say, Shinichi Kudo has transformed into Idagawa Conan, marking the timeline of Detective Conan entering an infinite loop of elementary school, thus officially commencing the plot where Conan faces death wherever he goes. Zoro's timeline has progressed to the onset of a major storyline as he approaches the Sabaody archipelago. Furthermore, Zoro has attained an upgraded swordsmanship talent due to a previous acquisition of a swordsmanship talent card, elevating him to the level of a great swordsman. However, he has only excelled in technique, leaving ample room for improvement in strength and physique. The timeline of Thanos has now reached the moment when the Ancient One is about to fall, indicating that Thanos is poised to launch an assault on Earth. Uchiha Obito's plan is progressing remarkably well. The ninja world has united to form a coalition, prepared to confront Uchiha Obito in a battle to the death. The appointed time is 1 month from now, as decreed by Uchiha Obito. In the world of Star Rail, Yukuin has officially become one of the soldiers set to engage in a fierce battle against bountiful prey. With exceptional driving skills, Yukuin has rapidly garnered numerous achievements, securing many opportunities for the Luofu immortal ship. In the Genshin Impact world, Arataki Ito is currently on the run due to the official enactment of the I Hunt Decree, which mandates that all possessors of the vision must surrender theirs. It is evident that he has no intention of complying. Unlike his previous timeline, where he was easily defeated and his vision taken, the enhanced abilities he gained from the chat group have made him a formidable opponent, even against the likes of Kuju Sera. However, with the military closing in, Ito, reluctant to inflict harm, has no choice but to flee. He has faced traps several times along the way, narrowly escaping each time thanks to his formidable strength. This has led him to frequently lament in the chat group about being pursued and ensnared. In contrast, Yunjin continues her daily practice and performances, experiencing no significant changes in her life. As for Li Jiahao in the world of spiritual awakening, little is known about him since He Lingxuan had never encountered his world in his past life. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Raditz and Goku's Combat Power of 800. Based on his previous actions and what he has shared in the group, it is clear that his world resembles a realm of spiritual awakening, where individuals can awaken their talents. His awakened talent revolves around time and space, which is incredibly powerful. Following the fierce battle he endured, Lin Xie has joined the Night Watchers, experiencing a narrative similar to that of the original story, and is nearing the progression of the Mother of Serpents arc. Due to the differing flow of time across various worlds, even after spending half a year training in the hyperbolic time chamber, only a month or 2 has passed in other realms. Noticing that many group members are currently offline, He Lingxuan exits the chat interface and begins to train on the spot. Having acclimatized to the increased gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber, he still feels considerable pressure, which aids in accelerating his training. He contemplates whether to ask Bulma to construct a gravity chamber, but dismisses the thought since they are not well acquainted and have never met. Previously, he had mentioned to Goku that a gravity chamber would significantly benefit training. Perhaps Goku may not be the brightest in other matters, but he excels in training. Thus, He Lingxuan surmises that Goku will likely seek Bulma's assistance in creating a gravity chamber, given that she is the only scientist he knows capable of such a task. He plans to visit Goku in a few days to see if he already has a gravity chamber, and, if so, he can ask for his help. As for relying on Bulma, He Lingxuan expresses his disinterest, at least for now, so enlisting Goku's help seems most appropriate. After shaking the sweat from his forehead, He Lingxuan suddenly senses something and looks to the east. Raditz? Should I let him stay? He muses aloud. Before reaching out with his senses to gauge the energy of Goku and Piccolo, the Z warriors, he discovers that their energy has indeed increased during this time, albeit not by much. Goku and Piccolo have seen the most significant growth, approximately a few hundred combat power each, with Piccolo just over 700 and Goku reaching 800 combat power. However, at such a level of strength, if Raditz behaves himself, they could easily handle him. Of course, this probability is slim, so the original plot is likely to unfold, but with his involvement, such events are unlikely to repeat. As for the Spirit Bomb, its effectiveness depends on the contribution of others and requires charging, thus it holds little significance for him. After all, he has already taught Goku the Kaioken technique. Even if he is uncertain whether Goku has mastered it, if he has learned it, using even a single Kaioken would suffice to defeat Raditz. Reflecting on the situation, He Lingxuan decides to pay a visit, as Raditz is not inherently malevolent, at least among the Saiyan race. He possesses a relatively agreeable disposition. In the original narrative, he merely wished for Goku to join him, and upon realizing that his nephew had greater potential, he sought to take Gohan with him, ultimately leading to their mutual demise at Goku's hands. In summary, if even someone like Vegeta can be redeemed, Raditz too has potential for reformation, especially considering that he is a high-class warrior by talent, albeit having grown complacent and not training diligently, resulting in his meager power level of just over 1,000, which was his level even in childhood. He Lingxuan muses whether Raditz's transformation into a Super Saiyan would resemble that of Super Saiyan 3, finding the thought amusing. However, to encourage him to change his ways, Raditz must first endure a thorough beating. Let Goku and the others take the initial action. If they cannot overcome Raditz, He Lingxuan will step in to deliver a decisive blow, guiding him towards redemption. For the Saiyans, strength is paramount, second only to sustenance. Earth possesses the conditions for both, being a veritable culinary paradise in the 7th universe. Witness how Beerus and Whis, the supreme deities of their respective universes, exhibit delight after sampling even the most mundane Earth dishes, underscoring the subpar quality of food on other planets. As for strengthening oneself, it is even simpler. He can wish for additional gravity training devices from the dragon, then enlist Bulma to build a gravity chamber. For the Saiyans, such enhancements would undoubtedly lead to a swift increase in combat power. Strength, after all, is merely a means to an end. Currently, He Lingxuan's base combat power has naturally increased to around 13.1 billion, rendering it sufficiently adequate for his needs. With these thoughts, He Lingxuan ascends into the sky, flying eastward. After calculating Raditz's landing point with his formidable mental prowess, he awaits not far from the designated spot. Gazing upward, a vessel resembling a meteor descends rapidly, landing precisely where He Lingxuan had predicted. With a resounding boom, an explosion and a cloud of dust erupt, creating a deep crater in a farmer's field. The farmer, startled by the commotion, hastily grabs his hunting rifle and drives his pickup truck to the crater's edge, cautiously approaching. As the smoke dissipates, he observes a circular machine. Puzzled by its nature, suddenly, a loud noise signals the opening of the hatch, and a muscular man with waist-length hair steps out, a tail coiling around his waist. Is this the planet Kakarot sent me to? The environment seems decent, Raditz remarks as he surveys his surroundings. He wonders whether Kakarot has managed to conquer this world. Just then, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Why you? Who are you? The farmer stammers, aiming his gun at Raditz. Raditz glances at the farmer, noting the reading on his scouter, which settles at 5. Huh, a combat power of merely 5 dares to point a weapon at me? Raditz's tone is far from friendly. Startled, the farmer inadvertently pulls the trigger, and a hot bullet streaks through the air toward Raditz. With a casual gesture, Raditz catches the bullet, crushes it in his hand, and releases it. Clattering to the ground, the flattened bullet lands at the farmer's feet as Raditz looks down at him disdainfully. Is this the famed combat power of 5? Ha ha ha, witnessing it in person is indeed amusing. He Lingxuan stood not far away, smiling as he observed the scene, aware that Sun Wukong and Piccolo were also on their way. Chapter 37. Sun Wukong utilizing the Kaioken, the beaten Raditz. At that moment, the sound of air being sliced through echoed in the sky. Raditz's battle scanner suddenly began to fluctuate, prompting him to look up. He spotted a green-skinned individual alongside someone resembling the guardian of this planet. However, due to the distance, he could not discern their exact features. As the battle scanner stabilized, it registered their power levels at 500 and 550, causing Raditz to relax and display a disdainful expression. Two insignificant beings with power levels around 500 dare to look down on me from the sky? They are certainly courting death. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Raditz's mouth as he raised his hand to fire two energy blasts into the air, aiming to bring them down. Yet, the two figures in the air did not evade the blasts, absorbing the hits. With a thunderous explosion, the smoke cleared to reveal the two, unharmed, as they descended, revealing themselves to be a de-equipped Piccolo and Sun Wukong. Given their current battle power, a standard energy blast posed little threat to them. They aren't scathed? Just two weaklings with over 500 in power? Let us see how Raditz, will deal with you. With that, Raditz advanced, but upon catching sight of Sun Wukong's face, his expression shifted to one of confusion. Is it you? Kakarot, your face is identical to our father's. But tell me, why did you fail to complete your mission? Upon noticing Raditz's tail coiled around his waist, Sun Wukong and Piccolo immediately understood that he was the scion He Lingxuan had warned them about, planning to invade Earth. Although Piccolo still harbored significant resentment towards He Lingxuan, Sun Wukong's animosity had lessened after learning the Kaioken technique and ways to grow stronger. Both exhibited caution towards the obviously malevolent scion, with even Piccolo shedding his gravity gear to avoid being swiftly overwhelmed due to the vast power disparity. Hearing Raditz's words directed at him, Sun Wukong promptly retorted, "What do you mean? I am not Kakarot. I am Sun Wukong. And your so-called mission to conquer this planet. I absolutely refuse to partake in such deeds." "Oh, is that so? Then allow me, your brother, to personally educate you. Here's the deal. Eliminate this green-skinned creature beside you and kill 1,000 people, disposing of their corpses here, or I may consider sparing you if I witness the slaughter myself." Raditz, having sensed the significant gap in their power levels, flaunted his arrogance while issuing commands to Sun Wukong. Just as Sun Wukong was about to counter, Piccolo interjected, "Sun Wukong, you can sense that his energy is far superior to ours, but he is not invincible, at least not compared to that other guy." Heeding Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong turned to him, and after sharing a brief glance, they launched an assault on Raditz. "You truly are ignorant. It seems you do not understand that when the power disparity reaches a certain threshold, numbers become irrelevant." Raditz scoffed mockingly. With that, he vanished from his position and collided with Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Just one clash sent them both hurtling backward, skidding across the ground and leaving long trails in their wake. Exchanging glances, Piccolo and Sun Wukong simultaneously disappeared in opposite directions, launching several energy blasts to obscure their movements. Raditz, unfazed, awaited their approach, confident in his overwhelming advantage. However, as the smoke from the energy blasts enveloped his vision, Sun Wukong and Piccolo seized the moment to engage him with rapid strikes from different angles. For a fleeting moment, Raditz found himself on the back foot, but quickly regained composure and unleashed a burst of energy, sending both warriors flying. He swiftly pursued the retreating Piccolo, executing a fluid combo that left him incapacitated on the ground. Well, it seems you're not as reckless now. This is quite a rarity." He Lingxuan observed the unfolding battle with keen interest, ready to intervene, but noted that Raditz's actions deviated from the original narrative, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, as he had managed to incapacitate Piccolo first. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong ceased hiding and, enveloped in a crimson aura, halted his backward trajectory, charging towards Raditz. However, upon seeing Sun Wukong's current power level on his scanner, Raditz's expression shifted dramatically. 600 power level. How is that possible? It exceeds mine by 100 points. Could it be he was concealing his strength? The revelation from the scanner left Raditz visibly shaken, yet he remained unconcerned, reasoning that a mere 100-point advantage was insufficient to obliterate him. With renewed resolve, he unleashed his energy and engaged Sun Wukong in a fierce confrontation. Their fists and feet clashed, battling from the sky down to the ground, utterly decimating the farm, while shockwaves rattled the trees surrounding the area. As he began to falter, Raditz called out, "Kakarot, regardless of everything, I am your brother. Are you truly going to kill me? Hearing this, Sun Wukong's heart softened, and his relentless assault momentarily faltered. Sensing this, Raditz seized the opportunity, retaliating with an energy blast followed by an uppercut that momentarily knocked Sun Wukong unconscious. Then, he unleashed a series of rapid strikes, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Approaching the exhausted warrior, Raditz boasted, "Indeed, I am your brother, but losing focus in battle is a grave mistake." As Raditz laughed at Sun Wukong's furious glare, he taunted, "Next, I will hunt down everyone connected to you and eliminate them before your eyes. And then I shall eradicate all life on this planet. What will you do then? Ha! Despicable. Unforgivable." Sun Wukong roared, double Kaioken. In an instant, fueled by desperation, Sun Wukong unleashed a power that far exceeded his limits, delivering a devastating blow to Raditz, leaving him on the brink of death. However, after exhausting his physical limits with the Kaioken, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Meanwhile, the seemingly defeated Piccolo, being a Namekian, possessed unparalleled regenerative abilities and could recover as long as he was not completely annihilated. Chapter 38. The marvelous use of the Senzu Bean, the subjugation of Raditz. Radiating immense killing intent, Piccolo approached Raditz, prepared to finish him off. Sensing the overwhelming aura, Raditz immediately begged for mercy. "Spare me. I swear I will leave Earth immediately and never return. Please, have mercy." In a panic, Raditz witnessed Piccolo's fingers aligning on his forehead, as his battle power surged dramatically on the scanner. Realizing that Piccolo was charging a technique akin to the Kamehameha, Raditz understood that such an attack could easily spell his demise. With the power level exceeding 1,000, Raditz comprehended that Piccolo's assault would be more than sufficient to end him. Recognizing that pleading with Piccolo was futile, he swiftly shifted his focus towards the fatigued Sun Wukong. Pleading, "Kakarot, I was wrong. I am your only remaining family in this world. Spare me this once, and I will leave Earth immediately. I will do anything you ask." His desperate pleas continued, but Sun Wukong, having already felt the sting of betrayal, resolutely turned away, refusing to look back. "Even old Sun has abandoned you. Prepare to meet your end." Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo's ultimate technique reached its zenith, boasting an astonishing power level of 1,300. Against the severely injured Raditz, it was more than sufficient to end his life. With a whoosh, the special beam cannon shot towards Raditz's head amidst his despairing gaze. Boom. Originally believing he should venture to the underworld to reunite with his parents, Raditz discovered, to his astonishment, that he was still alive. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, only to find a figure had appeared, intercepting a fatal blow meant for him. "It's you. Right, you're a Saiyan too. Are you here to save him?" Piccolo's face turned pale in fear, though it was already green. Indeed, the one who had blocked the attack was He Lingxuan. His decision to intervene was not without consideration. In the vast universe, the Saiyan race was scarce, and even accounting for movie adaptations and fan creations, their numbers barely exceeded a few dozen. In the official canon of the 7th universe, only a handful of Saiyans remained, and He Lingxuan was unwilling to witness the extinction of their lineage. More importantly, he sought to find individuals capable of safeguarding Earth in his absence, essentially, free guardians. His rescue of Raditz stemmed from the hope of potential transformation, the possibility of redemption. After all, in both the original narrative and the present, Raditz had not killed any Earthlings aside from the farmer who had shot at him. The crux of He Lingxuan's intentions lay in his desire to cultivate a formidable rival for himself. Perhaps no one from the original story could match his prowess, augmented by the system, but what if other methods were employed? For instance, fusion. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta, whether through the Metamoran dance or the Patera earrings, resulted in a power increase that surpassed their individual strengths by many folds. In such scenarios, leading them in training might yield surprising results from the fused entity. Indeed, as one of the last remaining Saiyans in the universe, unless utterly irredeemable and guilty of unforgivable actions on Earth, He Lingxuan intended to extend a measure of leniency. Nodding towards Piccolo, he conveyed a silent message. "I will protect him. What can you do about it?" However, it was clear that Raditz needed a lesson. Just as Piccolo wore a puzzled expression, He Lingxuan retrieved 2 Senzu beans from his pocket. One he placed directly into Goku's mouth, while he crouched down to feed the other to Raditz. Observing Raditz's hesitance to swallow, He Lingxuan momentarily unleashed his aura, causing Raditz to panic as the battle power reading on the scouter skyrocketed to 10,000, then broke the scale. This indicated that his savior possessed at least that much power. After intimidating Raditz, He Lingxuan calmly explained, "This is called a Sinza bean. It can heal your injuries. Chew it and swallow. The effects are swift." He added, "Do not fear. I have no intention of harming you. After all, you are so weak that it would be unnecessary to use such a thing against you." Finding some logic in He Lingxuan's words, Raditz reluctantly chewed a few times and then swallowed the Sinza bean. Meanwhile, Goku, noticing something in his mouth, extended his tongue and licked the Sinza bean into his mouth, swallowing it down. In mere moments, Goku's injuries and energy were restored to their peak, even exceeding his previous power, reaching approximately 3,000. His strength had surged more than threefold, a testament to the Saiyan race's unique abilities. However, such recovery could only occur occasionally, as it would consume a portion of the potential accrued during training. Fully revitalized, Goku sprang to his feet, gazing at He Lingxuan, who was engaging Raditz in friendly conversation. After swallowing the Sinza bean, Raditz felt his injuries rapidly healing, his tone restoring to normal within just a few breaths. Had the scouter not malfunctioned, he would have believed his battle power now approached 2,000, nearing 3,000. This illustrated that Raditz was far behind Goku in terms of potential accrued through training and combat. Otherwise, the gap between their recoveries would not have widened in such a manner. "I feel so much stronger," Raditz exclaimed, his arrogance returning as he sensed a newfound power. However, upon noticing He Lingxuan's displeased expression, he sensed impending doom. "Let's discuss how you will live on Earth, what you can and cannot do," he stammered, eager to negotiate. He Lingxuan then placed a hand on Raditz's shoulder and led him into the thicket. Piccolo and Goku exchanged glances, revealing a sense of resignation. Yet they understood that He Lingxuan harbored no ill intentions towards Earth or them. Otherwise, he would not have used Sinza beans to heal Goku. Though they remained curious about the source of these beans. From the thicket, the sounds of Raditz's anguished cries echoed, accompanied by the rustling of trees and the fleeing of birds and beasts. The one-sided beating produced a remarkable commotion. Eventually, even Piccolo could not resist covering his sensitive ears, while Goku chuckled, seemingly unconcerned by the situation. In the forest, Raditz lay despondently on the ground, his gaze vacant as he looked up at He Lingxuan. Fear evident in his eyes, yet he remained motionless, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. As for He Lingxuan, he did not inflict harm. Rather, he simply engaged in friendly dialogue. The nature of their exchange consisted of repeated beatings followed by Sinzu bean restorations, leading Raditz to believe he could retaliate only to be subdued again, this cycle continuing until he had lost all desire to resist. Lying on the ground as if awaiting He Lingxuan's next move. Through this relentless ordeal, his battle power had soared to a staggering 200,000. After that point, no further increase was possible, as Raditz's potential had been thoroughly exhausted. "How about it? Can we converse properly now? Have you submitted?" He Lingxuan inquired, smiling at Raditz. Yet, Raditz merely glanced at him, remaining still. Observing this, He Lingxuan spoke again. "If you do not rise, shall we continue this a few more rounds? If you cannot answer my questions, I see little reason for you to remain alive." At the mention of further rounds, Raditz sprang to his feet, carefully responding, "I submit. I submit. That's all I wanted to hear. I thought you might still be defiant. By the way, after all this time, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is He Lingxuan, and I am also a Saiyan, although I chose this name for myself, discarding my previous one." Upon uttering this, He Lingxuan's demeanor shifted to one of chilling indifference, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. In response, Raditz quickly retorted, "That is impossible. Among the Saiyans, aside from Prince Vegeta and our small group, Kakarot is the only one left." However, he immediately reconsidered, realizing his tone had been overly passionate, possibly offending He Lingxuan. He quickly subdued his demeanor, cautiously observing He Lingxuan's expression, relieved to find no anger reflected in his gaze. He Lingxuan, unfazed by Raditz's assertion, responded with a subtle mockery, "Is that so? Then what of Vegeta's brother, who was banished for his low battle power? And there are undoubtedly other Saiyans scattered across the cosmos, not merely your group. I am one of them. Originally, I was processed secretly by King Vegeta alongside another Saiyan child whose battle power exceeded 10,000, Broly. Fortunately, I survived due to various circumstances. Logically, Vegeta should be my adversary. As Raditz listened, dread washed over him, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he grappled with the realization of a terrifying truth. Sensing that his life might be in jeopardy, fearing that He Lingxuan might resort to lethal measures, especially after he had just claimed to be part of Prince Vegeta's squad, Raditz displayed an expression of sheer terror. Observing Raditz's fearful demeanor, He Lingxuan calmly remarked, "I am indifferent to this matter. For survival of the fittest is the law of nature. However, it is indeed necessary to give him a sound thrashing upon his arrival on Earth." He continued, "As long as you focus on your training here and refrain from wrongdoing, I shall not trouble you. You may leave now." He waved Raditz away. "Of course, if you wish to attain strength comparable to mine or have aspirations to grow stronger, feel free to seek me out. I usually maintain my combat power at a steady 1000. You should have a spare combat measuring device, yes?" After saying this, He Lingxuan turned and departed. After a moment of hesitation, Raditz flew into the depths of the mountains, secure in the knowledge that with his strength, he could survive anywhere, as long as sustenance was available. Meanwhile, Piccolo and son Goku, who had been waiting for quite some time, watched He Lingxuan emerge. Piccolo, puzzled, inquired, "Where's that guy? Did you kill him?" "Killed him? Not at all. I merely instructed him to remain compliant on Earth," He Lingxuan replied. Piccolo nodded in understanding, recognizing his own inability to oppose He Lingxuan's decisions. At that moment, son Goku burst forth, addressing He Lingxuan, "You mentioned that Bulma could create the gravity chamber. But due to material constraints, she can only achieve a maximum of 50 times gravity, and it will take a month for the first construction. As she is collaborating with her father." He Lingxuan nodded, adopting a tone of casual acknowledgement, and said, "Regarding the materials for the gravity chamber, you might consider looking for your childhood spacecraft and Raditz's craft. Perhaps your friend could process them, yielding unexpected results." Son Goku, contemplating this, glanced at Raditz's spacecraft, preparing to take it to Bulma shortly. In a distant corner of the universe, on a planet base occupied by Frieza's army, Vegeta and Nappa displayed grave expressions upon receiving news about Earth. "Are we still heading to Earth? It seems that this scion named He Lingxuan possesses a battle power that exceeds even yours, and he was exiled by the Scion King. Our presence there could be perilous." Nappa expressed his reluctance. "Humph, that remains to be seen. After all, he merely overextended the outdated combat measuring device. Besides, if his power truly surpasses our expectations, we can simply retreat," Vegeta retorted dismissively. "Moreover, with the existence of the moon on Earth, if we time our arrival during a full moon, we could transform into great apes, thereby amplifying our power tenfold. What is there to fear?" Vegeta's disdain for He Lingxuan was palpable, yet Nappa voiced concern. "But He Lingxuan is also a scion. He should be able to transform into a great ape as well. Even if he can transform, what of it? As a royal scion, my transformation retains my reason, unlike those other scions who lose their sanity upon transforming." Vegeta contemplated this, recognizing that even if He Lingxuan's battle power exceeded his own, the advantage of retaining his intellect could facilitate an escape if necessary. Thus, he resolved to take the risk. After deliberation, Nappa ultimately acquiesced to Vegeta's will, and the two set off on their journey to Earth. Given the speed of their spacecraft, it would take a full year to reach their destination, as Earth was situated in a rather remote location. Upon delivering Raditz's spacecraft to Bulma, son Goku observed her exuberance. Even in his naivety, he sensed Bulma's joy. Subsequently, Bulma assured him that the gravity chamber could be calibrated to 100 times gravity, and the time frame could be shortened to just 1 week. This was feasible as the basic framework had already been established. Although her father insisted on adding some extraneous features, like music, son Goku was elated by this news, as it indicated he could advance to the next stage of training based on the knowledge imparted by He Lingxuan. After bidding farewell to Bulma, he returned home to find Gohan had returned after just 1 day. Eagerly, son Goku inquired about Gohan's experience. Gohan revealed that he had been training for over 6 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, a place son Goku recalled from his childhood. He marveled at Gohan's perseverance, having only managed a brief stint there himself. Although He Lingxuan's guidance had undoubtedly aided Gohan, one could not overlook Gohan's own dedication and inner strength. Suddenly, an idea struck son Goku. He would challenge Gohan to a sparring match to gauge his newfound strength. After enduring rigorous training with He Lingxuan, Gohan's power must have significantly increased, perhaps even surpassing son Goku's own. Despite having recently recovered from severe injuries, Son Goku felt confident he could hold his own against Gohan. With this thought in mind, he proposed a sparring session. Observing Gohan's hesitance, Son Goku assumed his son was reluctant, prompting him to encourage Gohan to fight with all his might. Gohan contemplated revealing that he had trained under He Lingxuan and could unleash a battle power 50 times greater as a Super Saiyan, but seeing his father's unwavering confidence, he decided against it. The two made their way to a relatively flat area on a mountain, once a dense jungle, but now transformed into Son Goku's training ground. They took their positions, and Son Goku urged, "Come on, Gohan, give it your all. Let's spar." Gohan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided not to transform into a Super Saiyan, unleashing only a fraction of his energy. In a flash, he was upon Son Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Son Goku had no time to react and was struck in the abdomen. The disparity in their power was too vast. Had Gohan not sensed something amiss and retracted much of his strength at the last moment, the scene could have taken a more tragic turn. Nonetheless, the punch left Son Goku reeling, and he collapsed, foaming at the mouth, taking quite some time to recover before standing again. Gohan, alarmed, rushed to his father's side. In He Lingxuan's training, Son Goku had endured far harsher treatment. Had it been anyone else, they would have been in a grave situation. Once he regained composure, Son Goku patted Gohan's head and reassured him, "Haha, I'm fine. Don't worry. I just didn't expect your strength to reach such heights. It seems I must intensify my training." Had he not been clutching his abdomen with one hand, his assertion would have held more weight. Gohan, somewhat relieved by his father's words, assisted him back home. Upon seeing Son Goku in such a state, Chi-Chi feared he had encountered a formidable foe and sustained serious injuries. However, Gohan sheepishly admitted, "I accidentally hurt Dad during our sparring session. I'm sorry, Mom." He pouted, adopting an innocent expression, eliciting a wave of maternal affection from Chi-Chi. "My dear Gohan, you have endured so much," she exclaimed, embracing him tightly while soothingly stroking his head. "It's all right. There's no need to worry or apologize. Goku will be fine. He recovers quickly." While comforting Gohan, she shot a stern glance at Son Goku, as if warning him never to spar with Gohan again. Even though Son Goku was the injured party this time, to Chi-Chi, both were irreplaceable family members, and she wished to shield them from harm. After a series of linguistic frictions, Sun Wukong ultimately regained his composure, bringing the commotion to an end. However, following the tumult, the family found themselves closer than before, without any lingering tempers. After dinner, Sun Wukong took the opportunity to wash the dishes while Chi-Chi was absent, cautiously addressing Son Gohan. "Gohan, I hope you can help me practice from now on. Is that all right? You can play or study whenever you like." Speaking in a tone of negotiation, Sun Wukong conversed with Son Gohan, who hesitated for just a moment before acquiescing. In the following week, after each meal, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan would excuse themselves for a walk, secretly training instead. Fortunately, no injuries resulted from these clandestine sessions. Although it was a practice match, it was primarily Son Gohan instructing his father, overpowering Sun Wukong in terms of combat prowess. While Son Gohan had learned to control his energy, he still struggled at lower levels. At his current standard of 4 million in power, he could only manage to reduce it to a minimum of 4,000. Thus, being outmatched by Sun Wukong's combat power of just over 3,000 was the norm. As for He Lingxuan, he spent the week indulging in leisure, occasionally chatting with members of the group about amusing happenings across different worlds. Chapter 41. Sun Wukong acquires the gravity chamber and the world rescue mission one day. After concluding his training, Sun Wukong received a call from Bulma, informing him that the gravity chamber was ready for him to pick up. Elated by the news, he informed Chi-Chi and swiftly headed towards Bulma's residence. From the outskirts to the city, Sun Wukong reached his destination in just over a minute. Upon arriving above Bulma's house, he spotted her waving from her vast lawn. Descending, he approached Bulma, who, before she could speak, was greeted with Sun Wukong's eager inquiry. "So, is the gravity chamber truly completed? How many times the gravity does it provide?" Bulma's initially cheerful expression shifted instantly upon hearing his question. She promptly punched him on the head. "You haven't changed a bit after all this time," she said with a hint of exasperation. Sun Wukong, rubbing his head and feigning innocence, replied, "I just flew down. I didn't do anything. Why did you hit me?" Bulma sighed, seemingly resigned, muttering to herself, "Sun Wukong. Still the same as in childhood. Suddenly, Sun Wukong leaned in, curious about her murmurs. What did you just say? Nothing. By the way, the gravity chamber you requested is in this universal capsule. Let me explain how to adjust the gravity, she said, producing a capsule from her bag and tossing it to the ground, revealing a vast gravity chamber in the yard. Wow, this is the gravity chamber, right? It's amazing, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Come on, let me show you how it works, Bulma beckoned, leading him inside. After a thorough explanation and demonstration, Sun Wukong finally grasped the chamber's functionality, eagerly returning home with it to commence a new round of training. Meanwhile, at a luxurious hotel in West City, He Lingxuan luxuriated in a hot spring, emitting pleasurable sighs. Ah, soaking in a hot spring is bliss. I haven't relaxed like this in ages. With his eyes half closed and a white towel draped over his shoulders, he reclined languidly in the warm water, reveling in the soothing embrace of the heat. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, a notification sound jolted him awake. Ding! A cataclysmic disaster has emerged in the Genshin world, with the likelihood of second-tier or higher enemies appearing. All members are advised to prepare. A world rescue mission has been issued with no limit on participants. Upon completion, the base reward is 10,000 group points, along with an additional contribution gift pack and potential rewards of world authority and essence. Upon reading this, He Lingxian furrowed his brow. This rescue mission was indeed a world rescue mission and promised substantial rewards. However, the mention of possible second-tier and above enemies indicated the potential appearance of third-tier adversaries, which were classified as world-destroying entities within the chat group. It's crucial to note that the term world-destroying here does not refer to the early power level of Vegeta from Dragon Ball, who claimed he could destroy a planet with energy attacks, but rather to the outright obliteration of an entire planet. The difference in magnitude is considerable, akin to Frisia's planet-destroying attack, which annihilates planets entirely. Such beings would possess power levels in the hundreds of thousands, making the challenge exceedingly daunting. Aside from his companions, it seemed few could undertake this mission if such beings emerged. Moreover, this only pertained to a first-tier, third-tier entity. Should a top-tier, third-tier being appear, their combat power might reach nearly 100 million, though that seemed improbable. If such foes arose, what chance would Teyvat, the world of Genshin, have to endure? Naturally, the members of the group also received the notification and began fervently discussing the situation. Leader of the Arataki gang, hey, don't joke around. I'm still on the run. You suddenly tell me the world is ending. What do you mean? This isn't funny. Rock and roll enthusiast, what? A cataclysmic disaster is about to hit Teyvat? What about Liyue, which just lost its deity? Indeed, Elder Zhong's recent faux death during the Divine Invitation ceremony signifies the onset of Liyue's storyline. I study godslaying in a mental hospital. Don't panic. The group leader issued a mission, right? Everyone will help. Though my strength isn't particularly formidable, I'll do my utmost. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. Exactly. No matter how strong the enemies are, I won't back down, especially since I've reached the level of a great swordsman now. I can contribute to this battle. Shinobi World Esajura. I happen to be free. My strength has progressed further, now at second tier level 9. In your world, I'm as powerful as a deity. Director of Cosmic Family Planning. I'm afraid I can't participate this time. I'm currently in the crucial phase of acquiring jewels and can't afford to leave. However, once I secure them, I'll use a travel token to help. Director of Cosmic Family Planning. Just remember to agree when I arrive. I'm logging off now. I need to wrap up my operations. With that, Thanos' avatar dimmed. Elementary School Grim Reaper. I genuinely can't be of assistance. Even though I want to help, I'm nothing but a weakling without a tier to stand on. I hope someone streams it. I'll cheer for you all. Future Skyship Pilot. I must apologize as well. A new round of war with the bountiful prey has begun, and I must assist. I'm truly sorry, and my strength isn't great. I mainly rely on piloting the skyship. I have to log off now to board. The avatar of the skyship pilot also dimmed, clearly having gone to the battlefield. Rock and roll enthusiast. Thank you all for your help. Otherwise, Teyvat would indeed be in peril. Awakening Time and Space Sovereign. Let us not be too optimistic. The strongest among us was previously Madara, and now he has only reached second tier level 9. This mission is likely to feature third tier entities, so it seems the exquisite scion from Earth. This mission depends on you. Chapter 42. The Anomaly in the Genshin World. Arrival of group members across Teyvat. Exquisite scion from Earth. I was just soaking in the hot spring. I finished rinsing off when you tagged me. He Lingxian had just concluded his bath, rinsed off, and changed into his clothes, now seated on the sofa in his room, perusing the chat group's messages. From the beautiful Scion of Earth, fear not, for I have attained the 4th stage, normal state. Leave the task of confronting this extraordinary being to me. I shall handle all foes above the 2nd tier. From the beautiful Scion of Earth, little death god, you may also partake in accumulating points, with me around. You are in no danger. From the beautiful Scion of Earth, here's the deal. I will grant each of you an energy shield that cannot be breached by entities not exceeding the 3rd tier. Level 5. From the beautiful Scion of Earth, furthermore, it will enhance your offensive might and regenerative capabilities, ensuring you are not easily vanquished by 3rd tier adversaries. Upon reading He Lingxian's message, the entire chat group fell into a stupor, interrupted by the chime of a red envelope notification. Ding! A large red envelope has been issued by the beautiful Scion of Earth. Hurry and seize it. Awakening time and space sovereign. You must be cheating. Surely you are. Do you have a system? How could you possibly become this powerful so quickly? Li Jiahao lost his composure entirely. In this era of awakened talents and spiritual resurrection, he believed himself invincible after awakening his time-space abilities. He never anticipated encountering such an anomaly upon joining this chat group. Initially, He Lingxian was merely at the 1st tier, yet now he had remarkably ascended to the 4th tier. Such rapid advancement is beyond belief. Gradually accepting the reality, Li Jiahao swiftly claimed the red envelope, only to discover a continuous surge of energy manifesting within him. This newfound strength, combined with his time-space talent, led him to believe he could perform feats such as large-scale time pauses or spatial manipulation. Ding! The awakening time and space sovereign has received the red envelope from the beautiful Scion of Earth. Ding! The Azura of the Shinobi realm has received the red envelope from the beautiful Scion of Earth. Ding! The world's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged, has received the red envelope from the beautiful Scion of Earth. Following this were a series of notification messages. World's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged. After merging with this power, I feel my stamina boundless. I just casually struck a sword, and the blade's aura cleaved through the sky and sea. Leader of the Arataki gang. Haha, just now I noticed the pursuers I had thrown off have vanished. I feel incredibly energized. Rock music enthusiast. Thank you, beautiful Scion of Earth, for your generosity. Your arrival is a blessing for Teyvat. Just after Yunjin sent her message of gratitude, she sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the sea. Had it not been for the energy she had just absorbed from He Lingxian's red envelope, she might have been rendered immobile. A flicker of panic crossed her delicate features as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing that everyone appeared paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place. In an instant, pitch-black clouds engulfed everything, including hope and salvation. Outside Liyue Harbor, according to the original plot, the awakening of the Archon Ozer seemed to have undergone a terrifying transformation, tainting the ocean, which now resembled ink mixed with water. The abyssal sea churned with countless whirlpools, and Ozer's form was entwined with dark runic tentacles. Each tentacle exuded an overwhelming aura, causing even the prepared Liyue Qixing to feel a sense of foreboding. Even the approaching immortals sensed this terrifying presence. A masked youth, wielding a green spear, stood atop the Chuanyu pavilion, his grip tightening around the weapon, veins bulging. The ominous aura he radiated incessantly gnawed at his consciousness. How could such a level of pressure exist? I have only felt this sensation in the presence of the Emperor. Even Ozer in his prime could not reach this level. Why does he possess such power upon his recent unsealing? Indeed, this youth is the immortal Xiao. Upon sensing Ozer's aura, Xiao was engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. Other nations in Teyvat also faced varying degrees of peril. For instance, in Inazuma, countless phantom deities and monsters invaded everyday life, launching attacks. If not for the unsettling aura, which alerted Raiden Shogun, she would not have acted swiftly to protect and vanquish numerous monsters. The potential casualties were unimaginable. The relentless monsters continued to assault the barrier, as if determined to annihilate Inazuma entirely. And this calamity was merely the onset of an unprecedented upheaval. Even the Great Carrier War from 500 years ago pales in comparison to this crisis. The highest adjudicator of Fontaine, Nayet, the embodiment of the second-generation Hydro Dragon King, could only strive to fend off the sudden disaster, despite his lack of authority. Thus, casualties persisted, even with his utmost efforts. The ever-lazy Anemo Archon Barbados, also known as Venti, sensed the abnormal winds from Teyvat and promptly returned to Mondstadt. In the chat group, the recovering Arataki Ito and Yunjin immediately issued a plea for assistance. Leader of the Arataki gang, help us. Were it not for my newfound strength and the power granted by Lingxian, my gang would have been annihilated just now. In an instant, countless monsters emerged from nowhere to attack us, but fortunately, they were all low tier to slightly above. With my formidable strength, I can still hold on. But these monsters seem endless, emerging in waves. Thankfully, it seems Raiden Shogun intervened, creating a lightning barrier to protect everyone, though I fear it won't hold for long. Rock music enthusiast, I too sensed a terrifying pressure from the seaside. Had it not been for He Lingxuan's power, I might still be frozen in fear. For this strength is at least second tier. Upon seeing the messages, the group members eagerly accepted the mission and descended upon Teyvat, only to find that the chat group transported them to various nations across Teyvat, rather than a single location as before. Chapter 43. The chaotic Teyvat continent in the world of Genshin Impact. One of Teyvat's 7 nations, Liyue, faced a terrifying upheaval, where even ordinary slimes wielded significant lethality. Not to mention the myriad of elemental creatures and monsters, alongside those composed of remnants of fallen archons, who could disrupt the minds of ordinary people merely by proximity. The catastrophic ancient Archon War led by the Geo-Archon Morix resulted in countless Archons being slain and sealed. Liyue, being the most resource-rich region during ancient conflicts, bore the brunt of the most devastating disasters. Were it not for the hidden immortals emerging from the shadows, the situation would have deteriorated far worse. In Liyue Harbor, amidst the terrifying pressure, everyone regained their senses and began to flee in panic, save for the Qiqing troops and the immortals, along with a blonde traveler, Lumen. According to the original storyline, the sacrifice of the Chuanyu Pavilion should have subdued the abyssal Archon Ozer. However, due to the world's upheaval, Ozer's power had escalated several tiers, to a level beyond the capacity of the mortals and immortals to confront. Observing from the shadows, Zhongli could no longer remain passive. Gazing at the boundless black clouds and the encroaching Archon power, murmuring to himself, "Is this force from beyond the world? What a colossal variable. I must intervene." The tips of Zhongli's long hair began to glow faintly as the overwhelming geo-elemental force surged forth, creating a barrier that repelled all monsters influenced by the upheaval. Countless lives that were about to perish at the hands of the monsters witnessed the shield and exclaimed in awe that the Geo-Archon had manifested. Yet, shortly thereafter, a figure descended from the heavens, causing Zhongli to reconsider his decision to act. The immense energy radiating from the figure descending from the heavens confirmed to Zhongli that he was indeed an ally. Outside Liyue Harbor, the vortex demon god Ozhel, tainted by this peculiar power, experienced a surge in strength, unleashing countless whirlpools and towering waves upon the harbor. The terrifying force left the celestial beings and the Liyue Qiqing at a loss, and just as despair began to creep in, a colossal rock elemental barrier emerged to shield against the onslaught. The celestial beings recognized this familiar power and exchanged glances, having fought alongside the Geo-Archon for many years. They instantly knew he was the one who had intervened. However, they did not see the presence of the Geo-Archon himself. Outside the barrier, Ozhel, witnessing his attack thwarted, descended into deeper madness, amplifying his powers several-fold and causing the seemingly indestructible barrier to crack under his assault. The waters he commanded grew denser, akin to the depths of an abyss. Some seawater seeping through the barrier dripped onto the ground of Liyue Harbor, corroding everything it touched, transforming it into the same seawater. Just as the approaching seawater threatened to engulf fleeing individuals, a dramatic spear imbued with rich geo-energy and a unique force shot forth, forming a protective banner that deflected the encroaching waves. It was Yunjin. After harnessing He Lingxuan's power and combining it with her own geo-vision, her strength may not have been overwhelmingly powerful, but it was sufficient to block the eerie seawater. In a moment of urgency, she hurled her spear, transforming it into a banner, a maneuver she had perfected during her theatrical practice for self-protection. "Hurry, the seawater is about to fall." Yunjin's voice rang with urgency. Although the crowd expressed their intent to assist, their teleportation left them unsure of where they would arrive. The man on the ground, hearing this, scrambled backward, not daring to look back. Observing the gradually shattering barrier, The celestial beings and Qixing rallied their spirits and continued to gather their strength, preparing for the next wave of assault. Even the disruptive Fatui paused their attacks, heeding their executive's command to retreat upon witnessing the bizarre scene. The attacks quickly charged and were unleashed through the three returning machines. The ground shook with thunderous roars. Three powerful strikes, imbued with precedence and tremendous energy, struck Ozhel, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. However, with a deafening roar, the dust cleared to reveal the Vortex Demon God, untouched and unharmed. Witnessing this, a flicker of despair crossed the faces of the onlookers. Even the celestial beings frowned, seemingly devoid of better options. If it comes to that, I will unleash the cursed obstacles and engage him in a battle to the death, declared Xiao, resolute and determined to face his fate. As he prepared to mix the wind elemental power with the cursed obstacles, transforming it into a black hurricane, a voice and figure descended from the heavens, interrupting him. Liyue, is it? Very well. If I eliminate this five-headed beast, the crises elsewhere should be easily resolved. Annihilation. All swords return to the source. In an instant, countless golden energy swords filled the heavens, hovering like the legendary sword of Damocles, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon the Vortex Demon God Ozhel, as if any single one of those suspended swords could cleave him asunder. At the center of these golden blades floated a man clad in a flowing white robe, his sword finger raised. His unparalleled beauty and aura, complemented by the overwhelming spectacle of swords, left all who beheld him in awe. Even the celestial beings had only witnessed such a sight during the ancient times when the Geo-Archon Morix unleashed his full power. Indeed, the man was He Lingxuan, donned in ancient attire, having teleported to Liyue Harbor via the chat group, just in time to confront the Vortex Demon God Ozhel, creating this breathtaking scene. Wow, this is so incredibly cool, exclaimed a small white floating spirit beside the traveler, Ing. Chapter 44. The Annihilation of the Vortex Demon God Ozhel. With a dispassionate glance, He Lingxuan surveyed the rampaging Ozhel and calmly uttered a single word. Fall. Countless golden energy swords cascaded from the sky, each imbued with formidable power. The spectacle of their descent illuminated the previously overcast sky. The Vortex Demon God Ozhel's eyes betrayed a flicker of human-like fear upon witnessing the deluge of golden swords. Yet, quickly regaining his composure, he harnessed the ocean's might to conjure a colossal water barrier in an attempt to shield himself from the impending onslaught. Layer upon layer of abyssal waters formed a barrier, striving to halt the golden blades. However, it was evident that these efforts were futile. The layers of barriers, akin to the depths of the sea, could consume and obstruct all, yet they proved insufficient against He Lingxuan's assault. Soon, the first golden long sword reached the barrier, causing the onlookers, including the celestial beings and the traveler with her small floating companion, to hold their breath, fearing the barrier might succeed in thwarting the attack. As He Lingxuan stood amidst the multitude of swords, he let out a cold snort, prompting the golden swords to accelerate. The first sword pierced through the water barrier as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, plummeting downwards. From a distance, spectators witnessed a golden blade strike and obliterate one of Ozhel's heads, causing it to explode. In quick succession, a torrent of golden blades descended, reducing the entirety of Ozhel's form to mere remnants. He Lingxuan, standing majestically in the heavens, bellowed, "Gather! Annihilate!" The remaining golden swords surged forth, coalescing into a colossal golden sword that radiated the power to eradicate worlds, resting upon the Vortex Demon God's remains. Confusion spread among the onlookers, as many did not comprehend the necessity of this final move after Ozhel's defeat. Could it be? It is said that when a demon god falls, the power within them is released, affecting the entire region. He must be attempting to prevent this power from spreading, one celestial being elucidated, and the crowd's expressions shifted to understanding. Indeed, the next moment, as Ozhel succumbed to his demise, his authority and boundless energy erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, threatening to annihilate the surrounding area. Yet, the preformed golden giant's sword descended, quelling the self-destructive chaos and the inexplicable energies that ensued. Even the tainted sea was purified following the sword's descent. Finally, that is resolved. Now, the precise strike covering the entire world must commence. Thankfully, my mental strength remains robust. However, I must admit, this sword of consuming origin is quite effective, particularly for creating an impressive spectacle. He Lingxuan mused inwardly, while outwardly maintaining an air of nonchalance, exuding an aura of aloofness. Just as those in the Chuanyu pavilion believed the crisis had been averted, a report suddenly sent the Qixing into disarray. Emergency report. Strange monsters and phenomena have emerged across Liyue, and the original creatures have been enhanced to varying degrees. Even slimes have mutated. Upon hearing this urgent report from the Liyue Qixing, Ningguang and Kuching's expressions darkened considerably. Even the traveler and Paimon gasped in shock, as many believed that the crisis would be resolved upon vanquishing the Vortex Demon Osale. They were taken aback to discover that monstrous mutations had begun to appear nationwide, leading to immeasurable losses and casualties. In her capacity as one of the Liyue Qixing, Ningguang promptly composed herself and inquired, "What are the casualty figures? Have the stationed troops across various regions commenced their operations as mandated?" The report affirmed that all actions were in accordance with established protocols. However, the casualty count was not severe. Just as the situation threatened to escalate, a rock element barrier intervened, shielding everyone from the impending crisis, an evident manifestation of the Geo-Archon's divine presence. The Geo-Archon yet lives. The messenger from the Qianyan army's tone grew increasingly fervent as he conveyed this news. "That is reassuring," Ningguang responded, visibly relieved, as she patted her chest, the weight of concern lifting from her. Not far away, the traveler and Paimon approached to inquire about the developments. During their conversation, He Lingxuan summoned his internal energy, ascending further into the air while standing atop a magnificent golden sword, his white robes billowing in the wind. "This position should suffice," he murmured to himself. "It is time for the myriad swords to descend upon the world." With a surge of energy, countless golden energy swords began to coalesce in the sky above Teyvat. Each second saw thousands of golden blades materializing, blanketing the horizon. As He Lingxuan's mental prowess expanded to envelop the entirety of the Genshin world, a judgment from the heavens was imminent. Every sin and aberration would be severed beneath the celestial sword. Meanwhile, members of the invading forces in other nations employed various tactics to confront the mutated monsters. This was merely the initial phase of the invasion. The external creatures had yet to make a formal appearance, inciting enhancements and mutations within the existing monsters of Teyvat. In Inazuma, numerous mutated beings, blocked by the lightning barrier, coalesced into a colossal cyclops, its form imperfect and adorned with various appendages, tentacles and claws, giving it an unsettling appearance. Observing the formidable creature from within Inazuma City, many lost the will to resist, and the morale of the troops began to waver. As for the Raiden Shogun, she was currently being manipulated by Raiden Ei to maintain the protective lightning barrier, leaving her unable to engage. Suddenly, the stationary Cyclops initiated its assault, its massive arm crashing into the lightning barrier. The impact generated a tremendous backlash, rendering the Cyclops' arm momentarily vulnerable, yet it merely shook off the injury, sending numerous surrounding creatures sprawling to the ground. The severed limb was swiftly rejoined by the marine monsters, restoring its form. Despite the relentless attacks and the significant damage inflicted by the barrier's counterforce, it was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Consequently, the lightning barrier was gradually weakened, and as fissures began to appear, panic ensued among the populace. Chapter 45. The Purging of the Celestial Aegis and Uchiha Madara's might. Witnessing the protective lightning barrier, which had previously shielded against the monstrous onslaught, develop a crack, the citizens of Inazuma City fell into disarray. However, under the leadership of Kujusera and the head of the Kamisato clan, the people gradually regained composure and sought refuge. Why do such monsters suddenly emerge? Pondered Kamisato Ayato as he directed the crowd, acutely aware of the calamity unfolding. Despite the mobilization of numerous troops and familial forces for rescue operations, the majority of the populace remained in a state of panic, with some resorting to petty theft amidst the chaos, further plunging Inazuma into turmoil. Outside the barrier, the Cyclops launched a new wave of attacks, exacerbating the cracks in the lightning shield. Some creatures even managed to extend a claw through the breach, only to be incinerated by the barrier's formidable energy. Yet, as the cracks multiplied, the anxiety within the barrier escalated, and the Raiden Shogun contemplated dismantling the shield to counterattack. After all, the barrier's retaliatory capabilities were limited against such a composite monster, especially with an endless tide of creatures from the sea supporting it. Without the barrier, The military would be incapable of halting the sheer number of monsters, leading to catastrophic casualties among the populace, leaving none to survive besides the Raiden Shogun herself. However, as the assault intensified and the Cyclops persisted in its onslaught, the Raiden Shogun braced herself for an all-out confrontation. Boom. Just then, the Cyclops delivered another mighty blow, and the fissures in the lightning barrier widened enough for smaller monsters to infiltrate. Troops of the Shogunate, heed my command. Protect the people and fend off these creatures. With Kuju Sera's authoritative call, the Shogunate forces formed an orderly line to combat the invading monsters. Amidst the chaos, Kuju Sera felt a surge of frustration. Drawing her bowstring taut, her vision emanated a radiant glow as she channeled her immense electro-energy into the arrow, which shone with a violet brilliance. With a single shot, 3 monsters were felled, yet against the inexhaustible horde from the ocean, her efforts felt like a mere drop in the ocean. Crack! Crack! Just as the lightning barrier was on the verge of collapse, the Raiden Shogun prepared to dissolve the barrier and engage directly. But at that critical moment, a commanding voice resonated from above. No matter how many ants there are, can they truly overturn the heavens? Celestial Aegis. A colossal meteor broke through the clouds, descending with overwhelming force towards the Cyclops beyond the barrier. The creature sensed the impending danger, raising its gaze to the immense meteor, feeling an instinctual terror despite its limited intellect. Boom, boom. As the meteor struck, countless monsters disintegrated into ash, and the Cyclops met the same fate. However, the remaining sea creatures quickly amalgamated to form an even larger monstrosity, roaring defiantly, as if to challenge. Is your meteor exhausted? Do you have another? Oh, this is intriguing. But how will you withstand the second? A meteor, even larger than the first, hurtled down, its fiery descent threatening to incinerate all. Behind it stood an energy giant towering 1,000 meters tall, its head crowned with a hexagonal prism. Within it was Uchiha Madara, empowered by the support received through the chat group. With the enhancements from the chat group and his recent power surges, Madara's strength had reached unprecedented heights. He could confidently boast that within the context of the Naruto universe, among all foes encountered in the original series, including those from Boruto, perhaps only the legendary Otsutsuki could rival him. The power of a level 2 Grade 9 warrior equates to a battle prowess of several 100,000 in the Dragon Ball realm and advancing to the next tier. Akin to Frisia's capability to obliterate planets, was not out of reach. In a world like Genshin, where the concept of planet-level combat power had never been explicitly demonstrated, Madara could be deemed invincible. It is evident that the current circumstances are incomparable to those of the past. This peculiar and extraordinary force has elevated even the most insignificant of creatures to a higher tier, enabling them to merge and acquire powers of greater magnitude. Most significantly, the orchestrator behind this chaos has yet to reveal themselves. According to the functionalities outlined in the chat group, it is highly probable that this hidden mastermind has attained a level of power equivalent to the 3rd tier of Star Annihilation. This represents a qualitative leap from the 2nd tier, a gap that ordinary individuals cannot possibly bridge, much akin to the world of Dragon Ball, where a disparity of over 20 in combat strength suffices to dominate, and a difference of 50 can approach an instant kill. For instance, with one individual possessing a combat power of 100,000 and another at 150,000, the latter can effortlessly overpower or even slay the former. This disparity in levels, while varying across different realms, remains relatively consistent, unless one possesses an extraordinary skill akin to the Kaioken or can transform to significantly amplify their power. Transcending tiers is indeed a formidable challenge. High above the city of Inazuma, Uchiha Madara stands within the apex of his newly manifested complete Susanoo, observing the devastating might of the heavenly obstruction star. The immense creature, reformed from the monsters, was obliterated by the 2nd descending heavenly obstruction star, leading to the annihilation of the majority of the aquatic beasts. This provided a brief respite for the Raiden Shogun, allowing the cracks in her lightning barrier to swiftly mend, restoring it to perfection. With a mere flap of the wings of the complete Susanoo under Madara's control, the people of Inazuma beheld a figure that resembled a true deity. A magnificent warrior. Is this what a genuine divine being looks like? The awe-inspiring stature left a middle-aged man speechless as he gazed upon the 1,000-meter-tall, complete Susanoo. That meteorite was indeed a manifestation of this deity's power, someone remarked. Another individual knelt, murmuring, O mighty warrior deity, I beseech you, save Inazuma. Vanquish these invading monsters. In sum, all who witnessed this spectacle reacted in myriad ways. Chapter 46. The directionally challenged Zoro, one sword style. Annihilation of all Uchiha Madara could certainly hear their voices. Yet he chose to disregard them. Just as he was preparing to further eliminate the mutated creatures in the sea, a woman's voice reached his ears. Thank you, unknown warrior or deity, for dealing with these monsters. I am the deity of Inazuma. Seeing that your target aligns with these creatures, might you open your heart and allow me to guide you into the Pure Land for a conversation? Indeed, this voice belonged to the second Raiden Shogun, Raiden Ei, who was in the Pure Land. Originally, she was controlling the Raiden Shogun to erect a lightning barrier, safeguarding the populace from the monster's onslaught. However, this conflicted with the Raiden Shogun's own intentions, which were to slay the monsters directly to prevent greater casualties. Although this would result in some losses among the populace, exterminating the enemy was deemed worthwhile. Nonetheless, Raiden Ei would not endorse this approach. Thus, leveraging the rules established previously, she could entirely control the Raiden Shogun's body to maintain the lightning barrier protecting the people of Inazuma. Just as the barrier was on the verge of shattering, the Raiden Shogun's consciousness gained the upper hand, ready to withdraw the barrier and initiate an assault. However, at this critical moment, Uchiha Madara intervened, allowing Raiden Ei to regain control and restore the lightning barrier. Subsequently, although Uchiha Madara was somewhat perplexed, he acquiesced to Raiden Ei's request and entered the Pure Land for a dialogue. Merely a second had elapsed in the external world when their conversation concluded within the Pure Land, as the time differential allowed for adjustments. Following this, Uchiha Madara commenced his actions in alignment with Raiden Ei's conversational plan. Meanwhile, in the land of Sumeru on Teyvat, the sparse population meant that, despite the abundance of monsters, casualties were relatively minimal. However, the current deity of Sumeru, the Lesser Dendro Archon, was currently trapped, leaving the nation without divine protection. Relying solely on the Dendro Archon and numerous mercenaries to safeguard their territory, uniting in resistance against the oncoming monsters. Yet, it wasn't long before the monsters amassed and began their siege. In an instant, both the Dendro Archon and the mercenaries suffered losses. The leading Dendro Archon, Sino, had already unleashed his full power, plunging into the throngs of monsters. Despite his rapid slaughter, the influx of new monsters outpaced his efforts. The sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. Damn it, we are critically short on manpower. The monsters are multiplying, and we are on the verge of being unable to hold them off. Sino, adorned with a wolf-headed mask and wielding a staff-like weapon, unleashed continuous bursts of lightning, decimating numerous monsters. Just as a gigantic, corrupted wild boar charged at him, Sino sensed danger amidst the chaos of enemies surrounding him, each launching diverse attacks, rendering him momentarily helpless. At that moment, a voice rang out, instilling a slight sense of calm within him. Get down. Subsequently, a flurry of arrows imbued with Dendro energy soared through the air, sweeping away the monsters surrounding Sino. It was Tighnari, who had just burst forth from the forest at this critical juncture. The two stood back to back, facing the onslaught of corrupted monsters, their eyes ablaze with an unprecedented resolve to fight. The battle resumed. Yet, as the conflict progressed and fatigue set in, even their combined efforts began to feel burdensome. In the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a colossal beast radiating a terrifying aura emerged from the ground, exhibiting features of various other monsters. Clearly a fusion creature. Sino and Tighnari exchanged glances and charged forward, only to discover that their attacks felt akin to mere scratches against the creature, while any contact from it could spell their doom. Just as they found themselves on the brink of despair, a surge of sword energy descended from the heavens, cleaving the beast in two. Can this chat group not be more reliable? To teleport us right into a horde of monsters. At least it serves as a warm-up. A man with a green headband wielding a katana descended from above, clearly the one responsible for that decisive strike. This was Zoro who, after accepting a mission from the chat group, had initiated a teleportation that brought him directly to this location, fortuitously rescuing one of the leaders of Sumeru. Turning to Sino and Tighnari, Zoro called out, "This is quite dangerous. How did you end up trapped here? Is there a route out? I can help you fight your way out." As another wave of monsters charged fearlessly, Zoro effortlessly dispatched them with a single slash. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Sino replied, "It's just outside the city. But there are simply too many monsters, which is why we ventured out to hold them off. If we need to escape, it's not too far given your capabilities. He gestured in the direction, adding, the number of monsters keeps increasing. If we don't clear them out and delay them, they will soon breach the city. We must buy time, even at the cost of our lives. Sino's resolute tone left Zoro feeling a hint of frustration. Without hesitation, he knocked both of them unconscious, muttering, "So that location is it? It should be quick, let us charge through." With one hand gripping his sword and the other carrying a person, Zoro surged forward, albeit in the opposite direction of the city. Clearly, Zoro had overestimated his sense of direction. As he pressed on, the number of monsters only escalated, and instead of approaching the city, he found himself engulfed by trees. Confused, he pondered, this can't be right. Did he not say it was not far? I've run for miles. Why haven't I arrived yet? As he faced an endless tide of monsters, Zoro felt a surge of irritation. He set down the individuals he was carrying, fixed his gaze, and sheathed his sword. One sword style, annihilation of all. A crimson flash of blade light sliced through the world. In an instant, the roars of the monsters ceased. Every creature within several miles was reduced to mere blood and remnants scattered across the sky, leaving only a peculiar scent lingering in the air. Even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, within the realm of pirates, could not execute such a widespread annihilation in an instant. Zoro's accomplishment stems from having ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, bolstered by the formidable power of He Lingxuan. Moreover, Zoro fights with the full strength of the three-sword style, as opposed to a single sword, indicating that he has only unleashed a fraction of his combat prowess. After dispatching a multitude of monsters, Zoro continued to lead Sano and Tenali deeper into the heart of the creature-infested forest. As they progressed, Sano, feeling the jolting motion, gradually regained consciousness. Dazed, he glanced around, realizing he was amidst a dense jungle. Am I still alive? Those monsters seemed merciless. Why am I here? The confusion within him snapped Sano to full awareness. He noticed he was being carried on Zoro's back, who was galloping deeper into the woods. Upon closer inspection, Sano discovered that Tenali was also being carried, with countless monsters pursuing them. Desiring to dismount from Zoro's back, Sano found himself firmly pinned by Zoro's grip, as if ensnared by a massive iron mechanism, rendering him immobile. With no other choice, Sano called out, "Hey you, let me down. How did you bring us here?" Zoro, already exasperated from running, felt anger boil within him. "You were the one who pointed this direction, claiming the town was just ahead. After all this running, we ended up in the forest without a town in sight. And now you blame me?" In a huff, Zoro released both of them, then executed a swift, single-sword technique to clear the area. As Sano was freed, he performed a backflip to land gracefully on the ground, catching Tenali and setting him down gently. Upon raising his gaze, Sano was awestruck by Zoro's display of power. The man's strength was astonishing. However, reality soon struck him, and he urgently inquired, "Why did you knock us out and bring us here? Was it to attract the monsters?" After clearing the area, Zoro, irritated, retorted, "You're the one who insisted the town was nearby in this direction. I've run far, and yet all I see is forest. What's going on? I was fighting just outside Summer City. I could see the town from there." Sano's questions piled up, but after some dialogue, he confirmed a startling fact. This immensely powerful man was named Zoro, and he was hopelessly directionally challenged, so much so that he had wandered into the forest despite being able to see the buildings clearly. Feeling drained, Sano roused Tenali and explained the situation, leading them to decide that they would guide Zoro instead. A few minutes later, with a reluctant Zoro trailing behind Sano and Tenali, they pressed onward. As they led the way, the monsters began to close in, their numbers overwhelming like an encroaching tide. It could be said that they blanketed the mountains and skies, with countless creatures filling the air, numbering in the tens of thousands. Witnessing this sight, Sano and Tenali were filled with despair. Despite Zoro's previously displayed prowess, the sheer mass of monsters could easily overwhelm them. "It seems today is our end. I can't fathom why so many monsters have appeared. I hope everyone in Sumeru is safe," Tenali expressed anxiously. "Let us confront them. We'll kill as many as we can to alleviate some pressure on everyone," Sano declared fiercely, his long weapon crackling with elemental energy. "Don't worry. We won't face any trouble. These monsters are not enough for me to handle with just 2 strikes." Despite his words, Zoro equipped all 3 of his swords, biting one while wielding the other 2 in hand, his aura shifting to an intense ferocity. Witnessing Zoro's three-sword stance, both Sano and Tenali couldn't help but doubt whether he could truly manage with a sword clenched in his mouth. 9 mountains and 8 seas unite as one world. Gather 1,000 realms to form a small 1,000 worlds. This realm multiplied by 3 is the essence of the three-sword style. A great 3,000 great worlds. As he recited this incantation, Zoro's demeanor turned grave, and his power surged forth, harmonizing with the strength bestowed by He Lingxuan. This strike would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. With a flash of blinding light, Sano and Tenali barely had time to react, as countless monsters were cleaved into mere fragments. Yet, in the next moment, a transformation occurred. The dismembered creatures were drawn to the incoming monsters, amalgamating into colossal beasts. The aura emanating from these newly formed giants was so formidable that even Zoro felt the pressure. Just as Zoro prepared to unleash his technique once more, he sensed something and looked up. A radiant golden light illuminated the sky, even tearing through the heavy clouds. It was as though the dawn of hope shone upon the world. The golden light manifested as countless golden energy swords, their numbers eclipsing the stars themselves. Yet, Zoro remained undaunted, for he recognized the power within these golden swords as that of He Lingxuan. The energy they exuded resonated with the immense power within him. Finally, it has arrived. This strength is truly astonishing. Zoro marveled, gazing at the countless golden energy swords and the essence each contained. Is this a miracle? Those witnessing the scene gasped in awe. In the next instant, the golden swords descended from the heavens, executing divine retribution as they obliterated every monster with pinpoint accuracy. Swish, swish, swish. The seemingly endless tide of monsters was swiftly annihilated beneath the might of the golden swords, vanishing without a trace. In Fontaine, Teyvat, the arrival of Li Jiahao and Lin Xie was imminent. Upon their descent, they discovered that the situation had been precariously contained, overseen by the supreme judge, Navelet, who hovered high above Fontaine. Navelet bore another title, the Dragon King, master of the water element in the world of Genshin. Albeit merely the second generation of the Dragon King, yet his strength was not to be underestimated. Presently, he was manipulating the vast seas of Fontaine to crush the monsters or expel them from human territories. Upon witnessing the monsters being controlled, Lin Xie and Li Jiahao exchanged glances, feeling assured that their presence was unnecessary. However, what transpired next dashed their hopes. A colossal creature, or more accurately, a skeletal behemoth, rose to its feet. This was the remnant of a terrifying being created by a mysterious alchemist, known as Alinus. It had been tainted by an ominous force. As the crisis unfolded, the source of the anomaly arose from beyond the world. Are you joking? With our limited strength, how could we possibly confront such a monstrosity? Even with Lingxian's power, this is beyond our capabilities. Li Jiahao exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the boundless skeletal monster. I concur, while we have been enhanced, we are still ill-equipped to take on this creature. Lin Xie added, mirroring Li Jiahao's sentiments. From above Fontaine, Navelet noticed the awakening skeleton and felt an immediate sense of foreboding. If he were at his full strength, he would not fear such a foe. However, his current predicament required him to protect the people of Fontaine, while simultaneously contending with countless monsters and this terrifying, aberrant skeleton. The situation had reached a perilous climax, and Fontaine's elite forces were severely limited. Even the water deity, Farina, was merely a persona of Focalers, lacking any divine power to assist. The presence of the abyssal sea's waters poses a significant risk, rendering the entire Fontaine precarious. However, for Violet, escape is hardly a concern, as the Water Dragon King. He is virtually invincible across the expansive seas, making flight a trivial matter. Yet, it is evident that he will not flee. Having witnessed and adjudicated countless cases, he has come to appreciate the complexities of humanity, and his bond with them has become inseparable. Naturally, he refuses to abandon them. Yet he finds himself utterly powerless in the face of this dire situation. The only recourse would be to reclaim the ancient dragon's authority and become a complete dragon. At that point, he would command all water elements present on the Teyvat continent, effortlessly resolving the current crisis. However, according to the storyline of Genshin Impact, the traveler has only just arrived in Liyue, and there remains a considerable distance to Fontaine. As Violet pondered his course of action, Lin Xie and Li Jiahao, two individuals of notable intellect, devised a strategy based on their inherent abilities. Enhanced in strength, their combat prowess is formidable, and their defenses are impenetrable. Yet, due to the nature of their methods, they cannot inflict widespread destruction. Thus, Lin Xie would temporarily hinder the skeletal foe, while Li Jiahao, drawing upon his talent and the power bestowed upon him by He Lingxuan, along with a previously acquired artifact, aimed to reverse time, effectively altering the temporal state of an object or event. Moreover, he could ensure its permanence, albeit at the cost of energy depletion and artifact destruction, leaving him unable to unleash his full potential for a time. After all, the task's level promised rewards commensurate with a world quest, and Li Jiahao would not squander such an opportunity lightly. Now, Li Jiahao's objective was to manifest the Water Dragon King's ancient authority, the dominion over water, drawing it forth from the fabric of time to enable Violet to address the current peril. As a seasoned player of Genshin Impact, he understood that Violet in his complete form could master all water elements, making short work of a mere skeleton. The ensuing events would be left to He Lingxuan, whose strength was surely sufficient to quell the source of the calamity with a mere delay. Unbeknownst to Li Jiahao, He Lingxuan had already unleashed a spell enveloping Teyvat, rapidly approaching Fontaine. As he had not communicated this in their group chat, Li Jiahao opted for this course of action in pursuit of task contribution. Thus, he summoned the power of time and space, arriving beside Violet, an ancient pocket watch materializing in his hand, as both his own energy and that granted by He Lingxuan began to wane dramatically. Violet soon realized he was caught in a time stop, a prudent choice to avert disruption, as halting a single individual requires minimal consumption. In the next instant, a force originating from the essence of the Genshin world emerged from the temporal fabric, gradually merging with Violet's being. He transformed into a complete dragon, the time stop lifted. Confused yet invigorated by the newfound power of the ancient dragon's authority, Violet felt a surge of confidence to tackle Fontaine's crisis. Observing Li Jiahao, who seemed to be on the verge of collapse, he effortlessly waved his hand, using water elemental force to gently lower him to the ground. His gaze then shifted towards the young man, wielding a long blade and fiercely attacking the skeletal foe. As he summoned Lin Xie back to his side with a mere gesture, Violet's expression hardened, an unprecedented killing intent radiating from him. The water elemental force of all Fontaine, nay, all Teyvat, began to coalesce. In an instant, the aberrant skeleton was obliterated by this overwhelming water elemental power. Yet, the subsequent scene filled Violet with foreboding. The skeletal remains began to absorb nearby monsters, replenishing its flesh and growing in strength. Even his absolute mastery over water elements was rendered ineffective against this mutated creature. Without hesitation, Violet commenced gathering water elemental attacks, and in a heartbeat, the skies of Teyvat blazed with light. Countless golden energy swords danced through the air before descending, exterminating the myriad monsters. Astonishingly, even the skeletal being, which had been absorbing monsters, was cleaved in two. These golden swords continued to spread forth, saturating the skies of Teyvat's 7 nations: Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Sumru, Fontaine, Natlan, and the East. Each nation bore witness to the relentless slaughter of monsters, and any creature touched by the golden blades was instantly vanquished, unable to mutate or recover. The populace, threatened by these monsters, beheld the golden swords, convinced that a divine miracle had descended. The deities and powerful beings of each nation, upon sensing the might of these golden blades, were left in awe, uncertain if they could withstand even a single strike. Crucially, these golden swords blanketed the entirety of Teyvat, appearing virtually limitless. The architect of this phenomenon, He Lingxuan, sat cross-legged high above Teyvat, his mental focus locking onto each monster, precisely raining down the swords of annihilation. At last, as the crises across the 7 nations seemed to dissipate, He Lingxuan lifted his gaze towards the world beyond, murmuring, "Have you finally revealed yourself? I had begun to wonder how long you would hide." Chapter 49. The Battle of the Complete World Destroyer and the Super Saiyan beyond the boundaries of the Genshin world. An immense and indescribable colossal tentacle, brimming with countless appendages, invaded from all directions, serving as the source of this aberration. It is the larval form of the World Destroyer. Though it remains an immature entity, it possesses the capacity to corrupt and annihilate worlds. The World Destroyer unequivocally belongs to the malevolent factions among the myriad powers of the cosmos, making them a rare sight to behold. After all, each World Destroyer, even in its larval state, emerges only after eons of cyclical existence, with a minuscule probability of 1 in 100 billion. Such stringent conditions imply that countless ages may pass without a single World Destroyer being born. However, their method of propagation is excessively simplistic and thoughtless. Each World Destroyer, upon reaching maturity, can split off its primal force, transforming it into embryos that can be injected into worlds yet to be invaded or already under assault. This simplicity and mindlessness stem from their ability to generate countless embryos during their growth phase. Once they attain their complete form, they can devour the universe, utilizing various rule-based techniques to disseminate their essence across the myriad realms. It can be asserted that any universe lacking the capacity to overpower a complete World Destroyer will be effortlessly inundated by countless embryos. This is why, despite their stringent birth conditions, numerous World Destroyers still exist across the myriad realms. Fortunately, this particular World Destroyer is still in its larval stage. Otherwise, it would merely have to traverse the Genshin world to assimilate or obliterate it. This information was promptly relayed to the members of the chat group the moment He Lingxuan detected its presence. Awakening Master of Time and Space. Hey, what are we doing? Is it too much to expect us to confront such a being at our current stage? Leaning weakly against Lin Xie, he lamented upon learning the nature of their adversary. Shinobi Realm Azura. Once I break through to the 3rd tier, I might stand a chance, but for now, the gap is too vast. Even the typically proud Ban had to concede that he was not a match for the World Destroyer as he currently stood. Others were even less inclined to voice their thoughts, having already expended considerable effort against the previous monsters. Stunning Scion from Earth. Alright, let me go meet it first. I hope it doesn't disappoint. After sending the message, He Lingxuan closed the chat panel, his gaze penetrating as he focused on the World Destroyer beyond. At that moment, not only did the chat group respond, but his system also provided a new prompt. Ding! A world-destroying entity has been detected, and its power level has reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, poised to advance to the 3rd tier. A mission has been issued. Please check it, host. For more details, ding. The reward for completely annihilating the World Destroyer is 1 unlimited upgrade opportunity and 10 million upgrade points. Should the World Destroyer ascend to the 3rd tier before being slain, the reward will be doubled. He Lingxuan gazed at the system notification, his eyes flickering with excitement. Indeed, his system was magnificent. What did unlimited upgrade opportunities signify? For instance, the Pinnacle Scion bloodline he currently could not enhance, and the ability of ability theft from the previous gift package. These were talents and skills that remained immutable for him at this moment. Additionally, 10 million upgrade points were at stake. Most importantly, if he advanced, the reward would be doubled. That equated to 2 opportunities for unlimited upgrades and 20 million upgrade points. This prospect ignited a fervor within He Lingxuan. The 3rd tier in the Dragon Ball world represented a combat power exceeding 100 million. This implied that the World Destroyer's battle prowess had yet to reach that level. As for the 4th tier, even if He Lingxuan utilized all transformations possible, he could not ascertain whether he could achieve it. Best not to dwell on it. The 4th tier was measured in Jing, a unit far beyond trillions. Now, how formidable was he? System, display the panel. Unlimited upgrade system. Host, He Lingxuan. Age, 19. Current world, Dragon Ball world. Combat power, 15 billion points. Can be increased, currently suppressed by gravity, equivalent to 8 billion combat power, which belongs to the 3rd tier. Mental power, 5 million points. Can be increased. Talents, Pinnacle Scion bloodline, non-incrementable. Pinnacle physique, non-incrementable. Humanoid Great Ape transformation, non-incrementable. Can enhance combat power by 10 times. Techniques, perfect. Achieving 100% control over his own power, every strike is full force, allowing him to manipulate his power at will. Capable of extreme bursts of 400 attacks, non-incrementable. Skills, Immortal 1, non-incrementable. Devouring Blade Sheath 5, non-incrementable. Universal Frequency Movement 10, non-incrementable. Ki Blast 3, non-incrementable. Ki Wave 3, non-incrementable. Sky Dance Technique 3, non-incrementable. King S Fist 1, non-incrementable. Advanced Telekinesis, non-incrementable. Ability Theft, non-incrementable. Potential Burst, non-incrementable. Upgrade points, 500. 000 points. items. None. Through the natural growth of his pinnacle Scion bloodline's combat power and the persistent pressure of gravity. He Lingxuan's standard combat power had reached approximately 15 billion. As for why his upgrade points were only 500,000, that was due to the significant enhancements made to several skills, such as the King's Fist, which consumed a full 500,000 upgrade points. Nevertheless, the enhancement's effects were quite satisfactory, reducing the burden on his body and ensuring that the King's Fist of 10 times or below bore no strain, maintaining its doubling effect despite his elevated power level. Additionally, the upgrades to his techniques and the rapid enhancement of the devouring blade sheath upon arriving in Teyvat had caused He Lingxian to plummet to 500,000 upgrade points. Even after accounting for the points gained from defeating numerous monsters across Teyvat, elevating his technique to perfection cost him 100,000 upgrade points. And the effects were evident. Regardless of the magnitude of power surges, he could master his strength with flawless precision, even achieving quadruple critical damage. Moreover, with his mastery over 100 of his power, coupled with his exceptionally high mental acuity and insight, it could be said that as long as the technique was not too difficult, He Lingxian could analyze and learn it at a glance. In the original Dragon Ball lore, the only technique comparable to his perfect technique was the Zizai Ji Gong, yet it was evident that what lay beneath its surface was far more complex, likely intertwined with divine power and the comprehension of certain laws. As for the devouring blade sheath, after reaching level 5, the golden energy swords that spread across Teyvat were the most tangible proof of its effectiveness, enhancing the energy limits and power of the condensed golden energy swords, along with operational range and other aspects. In summary, reaching level 5 required a considerable expenditure, costing several million upgrade points, which returned He Lingxian to square one. Yet, the investment was well worth the resultant power enhancement, allowing him to contend with 10 versions of his former self without breaking a sweat. Thus, in the face of this so-called world destroyer, He Lingxian remained utterly unperturbed, for its combat power was but a fraction of his own. Now, let me test what methods this alleged world destroyer possesses. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, He Lingxian transformed into a beam of sword light, piercing through Teyvat and arriving beyond the world. Observing the immense figure of the evil god, larger than the world itself, a playful smile graced He Lingxuan's face. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed, pressing downwards with a reverse grip, emanating an invisible force that seemed capable of shattering everything. Universal frequency movement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This was the reverberation of space, the frequency of all things, the silence of life. Countless high-frequency vibrations were unleashed in an instant upon the colossal form of the world destroyer. Its body began to disintegrate, its power collapsing, as if its very essence were on the brink of being lost to the other side. Bang, bang, bang. This world-exceeding form, with countless mixed tentacles and organs, erupted in a cataclysm. Boom. In that moment, the world destroyer's body and power were shattered into countless particles, dissipating beyond the world. Within Teyvat, those with the power to perceive events beyond the world were left astounded. Could it be? Had this world-destroying monster truly been dispatched so effortlessly? The Empress of the Eastern Kingdom, one of the 7 rulers of the mundane, the Ice God, endowed with power far surpassing that of ordinary archons and possessing immense charisma, was profoundly shocked as she glimpsed the scene beyond the world through the barrier. Was it truly resolved so simply? Something felt amiss. The Geo-Archon Morix, one of the 7 rulers of the mundane, had recently feigned death in a bid for retirement but returned to action due to this calamity, resulting in the unraveling of his plans. He too possessed power that transcended most archons and gods, and upon witnessing He Lingxian so effortlessly eliminate the threat to the world, he sensed something was off, yet due to his own strength, could not pinpoint the discrepancy. Beyond the world, witnessing the world destroyer being so easily dispatched, He Lingxian maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixated on the location where it had vanished. Time ticked by, and inquiries began to surface within the chat group regarding the situation, as no notification of mission completion had yet appeared. However, He Lingxian remained silent, his focus unwavering on the spot of disappearance. Finally, growing impatient, He Lingxian spoke into the void. Did you think you hid well? Are you waiting for me to leave before you attempt to devour this world? It seems you possess some ability to sense my existence beyond this world. A smirk curled at the corners of He Lingxuan's mouth, If it relished hiding, he would make it regret that choice. In the next moment, He Lingxuan's gravity ring unlocked instantly, and after using upgrade points to augment his combat power, all his energy surged back, propelling his combat power to an astounding 20 billion. His physique transformed, becoming remarkably robust, as his aura surged tenfold. His combat power soared to 200 billion. This was the might of the humanoid great ape. With combat power of such magnitude, even the very fabric of space began to tremble. He Lingxian observed the slow emergence of black particles. Fully aware that the World Destroyer had activated some innate divine talent akin to primordial powers to preserve itself. It had hidden its body and soul, shattered into countless particles, within the interstices of deep space, seemingly waiting for him to depart from the Genshin realm. Little did it know, the chat group and his system had yet to issue a notification regarding its defeat, and his own formidable mental acuity had sensed enough anomalies to confirm that the World Destroyer had not met its end. However, this method resembles an innate divine ability, indeed possessing extraordinary advantages, possibly stemming from the innate skills of a World Destroyer from a complete realm. Nevertheless, as long as the disparity in power and magnitude is sufficiently vast, such a technique can be effortlessly countered. It is akin to the battle between Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and Bu in the hyperbolic time chamber of Dragon Ball Z, where the unleashed power approaching trillions shattered the dimensional barriers. This implies that once power reaches nearly trillions, it can indeed breach the very fabric of genuine space. If 200 billion is insufficient, then allow me to demonstrate the true power of the great ape combined with Super Saiyan. This represents an astounding 500 times the strength. With a roar, crackling energy surged forth from He Lingxuan's body, akin to the gravitational pull of a star, radiating an aura capable of shaking countless worlds. As He Lingxuan's hair transformed and soared into a golden hue, his once obsidian eyes shifted to a brilliant azure. The energy surrounding him escalated exponentially, merging with the power of the great ape, reaching a staggering 500 times his normal state. A battle power of 100 trillion. In the realm of Dragon Ball, such a level of strength would render one invincible prior to the collapse of power scaling. The terrifying aura generated endless ripples in the surrounding void, awakening countless dark particles hidden in the depths of space. Had it not been for He Lingxuan's deliberate control, even Teyvat would have crumbled under such a dreadful presence. One must admit, the perfect level of technique and the resultant complete control are indeed immensely powerful. Such a magnitude of explosive strength can be easily regulated, capable of being diminished to merely a punch that cannot even tear a sheet of paper, or amplified to a casual strike that could obliterate worlds. Under the oppressive weight of this terrifying aura, innumerable dark particles began to coalesce into a humanoid monster. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to He Lingxian himself. Do you think that by transforming into my likeness, I would refrain from attacking you, or that it would instill confidence in you to challenge me? Bang. Following a final utterance, a horrific golden flame erupted with overwhelming pressure, nearly causing the humanoid form of the World Destroyer to disintegrate. O revered strong one, your might instills awe within me, thus I am willing to concede and spare this world, if you could grant me, the Chaos Mother, my life. Now that I have reached a growth phase, I can wield a fragment of the great Chaos Mother's power. Surely, you would not desire mutual destruction, correct? The harsh, raspy voice emanating from the humanoid world devourer caused He Lingxuan's brow to furrow in discomfort. However, from his words, it could be deduced that he had attained the third tier of power, also known as the growth phase, exceeding 100 million in battle strength. This implies that he could expect a doubling of rewards. Thus, He Lingxian responded without hesitation, let me witness the extent of your so-called Chaos Mother's power. In the next moment, the air shattered as golden lightning flashed, delivering a strike that transcended light speed directly to the humanoid visage of the World Destroyer. The destructive force capable of annihilating worlds coalesced into a single punch, obliterating the humanoid form and transforming it into an unnamed dark god, which then shattered, fracturing the very fabric of space itself. Not dead yet. No, this is indeed the so-called Mother Goddess power. Remarkably, it withstood my blow. It seems that the claim of borrowing the Mother's power holds some truth. Initially, the World Destroyer assumed that no matter how powerful this being was, even if he did not intend to spare him, After mentioning the possibility of leveraging the mother's power, he would grant him the opportunity to utilize it. However, He Lingxuan, without adhering to the martial code, delivered a decisive blow that obliterated the World Destroyer's resurrection armor. The resurrection armor is a protective boon granted to every World Destroyer upon reaching a new level, allowing them to obtain a fraction of their mother's power for survival or combat. After reaching the growth phase, one could only access this power from the mother twice. Having already lost one opportunity during the initial upheaval, he had regained it upon breaking through to the growth phase, only to have it obliterated once more. Thus, the World Destroyer, stripped of all means of survival, found himself in a state of utter terror as he felt his hidden form being unearthed once more. With no other recourse, he began to gather his strength, but this time he had learned from his past, clustering countless humanoid avatars to obscure He Lingxuan's vision in a bid to escape. "O respected warrior, spare my life. I do not wish for us to perish together. Should you attack again, I shall invoke the power of the Mother God to slay you." The multitude of raspy voices echoed from all directions, eliciting a twinge of irritation in He Lingxuan. Did he truly believe these avatars would be of any use against me? What do I care if I force you? I shall see how you intend to escape, and how many lives your so-called Mother God can preserve for you. The rewards bestowed by the system are exceedingly bountiful. I have marked your life. After mocking him, He Lingxuan's fury erupted, shattering numerous avatars, leaving only the fleeing original form. Now, I shall see how you intend to flee. All swords returned to their master. Countless golden energy swords surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying aura, launching towards the fleeing World Destroyer. Sensing the immense threat behind him, the World Destroyer resolved to confront He Lingxuan, igniting his own primal energy and calling upon the power of the Chaos Mother. In an instant, an aura far exceeding He Lingxuan's current might manifested behind the World Destroyer, marking the emergence of fourth-tier power, a force capable of annihilating the cosmos. This power derived from a complete World Destroyer, the very essence of the being before him. In that moment, the multitude of golden energy swords disintegrated under this overwhelming presence. It was as though the whispers of a dark god from the depths of chaos echoed in He Lingxuan's mind. "Release my child, and I shall grant you a path to survival." He Lingxuan grasped the meaning of this statement, erupting into laughter. "Ha! You dare threaten me?" Hundredfold King Kai fist. A crimson aura enveloped him, overlaying the golden energy, and in the next moment, an unfathomable battle power, nearing the fourth-tier strength, manifested upon He Lingxuan. "How dare a mere insect threaten me? I shall remember your presence. Soon, I will seek you out to extinguish you. First, I shall annihilate this so-called child of yours." He Lingxuan, in both his past and present, utterly despised being threatened, especially now that he possessed unparalleled strength. This transgression had crossed one of his lines. To threaten me? Once my strength surpasses yours, I shall reduce you to nothingness. What manner of creature are you? Capable of experiencing a sudden surge of power 100-fold, and yet maintain complete control? However, I must inform you that the gap in tiers cannot be easily bridged. Light of the Dark God, the Chaos Mother behind the World Destroyer was incensed, especially since He Lingxuan had proclaimed intentions to settle the score with her in the future. She would not allow He Lingxuan to return alive. In the next moment, amidst the anguished cries of the World Destroyer, he was entirely sacrificed, thus opening a portal that transcended countless cosmic dimensions. The fourth-tier power erupted instantaneously, casting an unfathomable dark light that sought to suppress He Lingxuan's aura, aiming to corrode and annihilate him completely. Is this all you can muster? Weakness, or perhaps a lack of sustenance? Despite the suppression of his aura, He Lingxuan remained defiantly gazing towards the portal, where the form of the complete World Destroyer extended a thumb downwards in mockery. "Since this is your true strength, then let me introduce you to my own Kamehameha." Indeed, it was the Kamehameha wave, having witnessed Son Goku unleash it several times. He Lingxuan had comprehended its release and had simply refrained from using it until now, thus it had yet to appear on his system panel. At this moment, He Lingxuan unleashed the full force of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, combined with his mastery of 100 techniques and the ability to quadruple his power. This particular Kamehameha reached the fourth tier, a manifestation of transcendent strength. The once seemingly invincible evil godlight was instantly shattered, pierced through by the Kamehameha, even breaching the so-called portal to attack the evil god's true form. The horrifying shriek of the evil god echoed from the other side of the portal. Yet upon hearing it, He Lingxuan felt an exhilarating rush, causing the Kamehameha in his hands to erupt once more, akin to a second explosive surge. Come. Even if I cannot vanquish you this time, I shall at least strip away your defenses. 200 times Kaioken. The grand explosion of the Kamehameha wave. He Lingxuan's aura surged once again, exponentially increasing the range of his Kamehameha, repelling all of the evil god's power. In the next instant, the portal collapsed. It was unclear whether the evil god had intentionally closed it or if the terrifying might of the Kamehameha had obliterated it. Nevertheless, the mission was accomplished. Upon sensing the complete destruction of the portal, He Lingxuan immediately reverted to his original form. As he did so, he felt as if his body were on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the upgraded Kaioken that reduced physical strain and the immortal essence within him striving to maintain his corporeal form, he might have truly perished in that moment. Gasping for breath, He Lingxuan heard a notification in his mind, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Ding! Congratulations, host. For exceeding the mission requirements by defeating the World Destroyer-S core, you are awarded a chance for complete bodily restoration and a system upgrade. The original mission reward has tripled. Congratulations on receiving 3 unlimited upgrade opportunities and 30 million upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first defeat of a third-tier creature, earning 10 million upgrade points and a mysterious gift pack. Chapter 50. The arrival of new members and the upgrade of the chat group. Ding! The World Destroyer has been completely defeated. The crisis in the original God world has been averted, and the World Rescue mission is complete. The mission has been accomplished, and rewards are being distributed. Contribution values have been calculated. The stunning scion from Earth accounted for 99% of the contributions, receiving an immense contribution gift pack, while the remaining members shared a smaller contribution gift pack. Upon hearing that the mission was completed, the members of the chat group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Having felt the overwhelming aura from beyond the world that had suggested impending doom for the entire Teyvat continent. When the contributions were announced, no one was surprised, as it was clear that He Lingxuan had single-handedly dealt with the mastermind behind the chaos. Subsequently, they all opted to claim their mission rewards and return to their respective worlds. Finally, it is over. The rewards were indeed bountiful. Now I must carefully plan how to utilize these upgrade points and unlimited upgrade opportunities. After consuming several senzu beans, He Lingxuan finally regained his composure and pondered how to best allocate such a significant sum of upgrade points and the 3 unlimited upgrade chances. First, I shall return to the Dragon Ball world. Remaining in the void is somewhat uncomfortable. Chat group, return. In the next instant, an inexplicable force enveloped He Lingxuan, transporting him back to the Dragon Ball world. This crisis has finally come to an end. Yunjin gazed up at the sky. Her exquisite profile blushed with a hint of color, radiating extraordinary beauty. Observing the stillness beyond the world and receiving the notification of the task's completion in her mind, Yunjin finally relaxed her tense demeanor. Sensing the dissipating power belonging to He Lingxuan within her, she understood that the apocalyptic crisis had indeed been averted. Had it not been for He Lingxuan, perhaps this mission could not have been accomplished, and the world would have perished, with her meeting her end in an unknown corner. He Lingxuan's sudden intervention and the overwhelming might of his sword technique had left Yunjin profoundly shaken. It could be said that the success of this mission was entirely due to He Lingxuan alone. She wondered when she would next encounter this great savior after this ordeal. With a myriad of complex thoughts, Yunjin slowly departed from the port, intending to craft a theatrical piece about He Lingxuan's heroic deeds, ensuring that the tale of his world-saving efforts would endure for eternity. In a luxurious hotel room in West City on Earth, an individual suddenly materialized. He Lingxuan turned his head, glancing around, and murmured to himself, "I'm back? Ah, truly remarkable is this chat group. I had wished to observe how I was returned. And yet here I am in the blink of an eye. It seems I must reach a certain level of power to perceive such matters." He then dismissed these thoughts, opening the chat group to check for messages. Upon discovering he had received a grand contribution gift pack and 10,000 group points, he casually browsed through the messages from the other members, only to find a private message from Yunjin. Private message. The rock-loving theater enthusiast. Is He Lingxuan there? I wish to adapt your heroic act of saving Teyvat into a theatrical piece for posterity. Would that be permissible? Private message. The stunning scion from Earth. Of course. I can provide additional details, but do remember to portray me handsomely, alright? Private message. The stunning scion from Earth. Also, there's no need to call me Great One. We are all members of the same group, so just call me Lingxian. Besides, I'm a few years younger than you. Private message. The rock-loving theater enthusiast. Certainly. I shall call you Lingxian. As for depicting you handsomely, that is unnecessary. You are already quite dashing. Many witnessed your valiant act against the demon. Additionally, I may need to consult you regarding certain questions and details as I work on the script, and once it is ready, I will send it to you for your review. Private message. The stunning scion from Earth. Absolutely, no problem at all. I have plenty of spare time lately aside from training, so feel free to interrupt me anytime. While the two discussed the play, a notification suddenly rang out in the chat group. Ding. New member Endless Wine Jug has joined the Dimension chat group. Ding. New member Demon Queen has joined the Dimension chat group. Ding. New member Bald Demon King has joined the Dimension chat group. Ding. New member True Love is Aguman has joined the Dimension chat group. The stunning scion from Earth. For new members at once? The influx of new members to the chat group is quite substantial, even if it has been a while since the last edition. True Love is Aguman. What is this? Am I seeing things? Did I drink too much and lose my senses? Awakening Timespace Lord. Welcome to all the new members. You can check the pinned messages in the chat group for various introductions compiled by everyone, giving you a clear understanding of what this chat group entails. Elementary School Reaper, indeed. Initially, I too found it hard to believe in the existence of a chat group connecting countless worlds, but after some time of verification, I can confirm its authenticity. Elementary School Reaper. If you are still skeptical, you can check the daily sign-in the upper right corner. Elementary School Reaper. Signing in grants points that are nearly all-purpose. If you accumulate enough points, you can use your initial sign-in points to enhance yourself and test the veracity of the chat group. Elementary School Reaper, moreover. Rest assured that everyone in the group is kind-hearted and will not harm you. Recently, under the guidance of He Lingxuan, we even saved a member's world. Ding. Group member, Elementary School Reaper, has alleviated the doubts of new members, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Ding. The number of chat group members has exceeded 15, and an upgrade has commenced. Ding. Upgrade complete. New features include name changing and ability detection, enabling the detection of one's own strength and the specifics of a target's abilities, with a point cost if the strength disparity is too great. The training ground function has been activated, and a lottery feature has been introduced. Chapter 51. Collective Renaming. Election of Group Leader and Administrator. Ding. Due to the chat group's membership exceeding 15, a group leader and one administrator position have been opened for election. Members may decide amongst themselves. As He Lingxian gazed at the incessant stream of messages, he fell into a brief contemplation. In other words, I can change my name now. Right? Change it. It must be done immediately. In the chat group, he expressed his desire to rename himself as Super Saiyan He Lingxian, grumbling as he did so. Finally, after all this time, he could rid himself of that damned name. Ding. Acknowledged. Name change completed. Ding. Announcement. The stunning scion from Earth has changed their name to Super Saiyan He Lingxian. Ding. Announcement. The world's greatest swordsman, directionally challenged, has changed their name to Three-Sword Style Swordsman Zoro. Ding. Announcement. The Grim Reaper elementary student has changed their name to Kudo Shinichi. Ding. Announcement. The Director of Universal Family Planning has changed their name to Universal Overlord Thanos. One notification after another gradually eased the frown on He Lingxuan's face. It seemed he was not the only one dissatisfied with the chat group's name. That damn chat group didn't even bother to inform everyone about the notifications. As his emotions settled, He Lingxian noticed the last announcement from the chat group, and a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. A competition for the position of group leader and administrators? The position of group leader is undoubtedly mine. As for the administrators, there should be more spots opening up later. As the chat group mentioned the availability of an administrative role, indicating there would certainly be more opportunities. However, it might require waiting until the number of members increases. Regarding these new members, the boundless wine jug must be that fox demon, Tushan Yaya, who wields ice magic. As for the demon queen, although there are many candidates throughout the myriad realms, the most likely is the transformed angel, the demon king Morgana, also known as Angel Liangbing. The name of the bald demon king. He Lingxian was certain it was that man who could split the earth in two with a single punch, Saitama. Also known as Saitama, the Demon King. True Love is Aguman. This name is undoubtedly from the anime known as Digimon in his previous life. Although there are many series in Digimon, the most classic remains the first, featuring Tai Kamaya and his partner Agumon. Without a doubt, this true love is Agumon refers to Tai Kamaya, though due to various timelines, it is unclear what Tai Kamaya has experienced. After all, in some timelines, Tai Kamaya has faced great hardships. He Lingxuan shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and promptly initiated a vote for group leader in the chat group. He also sent out a red envelope. As for what was inside, merely a strand of his own power, enough to ensure survival, along with 10 magical beans and 100 group points. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan, I noticed that nobody seems to have seen the election for group leader and administrators. So I'll shamelessly announce it myself. I'm not one to be subtle. I hope everyone will cast a vote for me. As for the red envelope, it's for everyone. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. The contents are rather ordinary, just a strand of my power that can withstand all attacks below the 3rd tier, along with 100 points and 10 magical beans that can restore all energy and injuries. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. Honestly, I don't have much to offer. Just this little gift for everyone, and I hope you'll vote for me. After becoming the group leader, I will ensure everyone is well taken care of. Observing the somewhat pretentious He Lingxuan, the others said nothing but quickly claimed the red envelope, accepting it as a gesture from him. Most members, except for a few cautious newcomers or those not online, received their share. Uchiha Madara naturally claimed his red envelope and noticed the group leader vote. Considering his own strength, which paled in comparison to He Lingxuan's, he decided to vote for him. After all, if the position of group leader was unattainable, there was still the role of administrator. Feeling the power absorbed into his body from the red envelope and the magical beans appearing in his hand, Uchiha Madara fell into deep thought. From the chat group's ability detection feature, he had seen the description of the magical beans. Item: Magical Bean. Origin: Dragon Ball Universe. Effect: provides a person with 10 days of satiety and can heal any injuries, restoring expended physical strength or energy. Initially, he thought He Lingxuan might have exaggerated the effectiveness of the magical beans. After all, even if He Lingxuan was significantly stronger than him, it was unlikely he possessed many. Moreover, even if he did, they would presumably be reserved for self-preservation. After careful consideration, Uchiha Madara concluded that having a healing effect was already remarkable. But he was astonished to discover they could indeed heal all injuries and provide 10 days of satiety. The other group members likely shared similar thoughts, and upon seeing the detailed description in their hands, they cast their votes. Talent awakened Li Jiahao. Wow, Lingxuan, you're really generous. 10 magical beans? Something that can save lives, and you're giving it to so many of us. Without a doubt, I'll vote for you as group leader. Especially since there's still the administrator position to compete for. Shinobi World Azura Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Li Jiahao is correct. Since you're so generous, I won't hold back either. I'll vote for you as group leader. Of course, I still see the possibility of competing for the administrator role. I wonder how powerful you are now, Li Jiahao? Talent awakened Li Jiahao. Hehe, although I may not match your raw strength. It's hard to say how things would go in an actual fight. Shinobi World Azura Uchiha Madara. Oh, if you're so confident. I look forward to witnessing your abilities and techniques. Ding. Detected that group member Super Saiyan He Lingxuan has received more than half the votes for group leader. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan has been elected as group leader. Yunjin, congratulations, Super Saiyan He Lingxuan, on becoming our group leader. I have no noteworthy gifts to offer, aside from my acting skills, but if you don't mind, I invite you to come to my world to watch my theatrical performance. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan, thank you. Thank you. No need for gifts. After all, I became group leader with everyone's support and votes. As for your offer to watch a play, I would be delighted to visit your world and enjoy your performance soon. After responding to Yunjin, He Lingxuan quickly examined the privileges of being a group leader and was taken aback by their significance. Chapter 52. The privileges of the group leader and the contribution gift package. Among the most important privileges of the group leader, one allows the leader to vote others out of the group, where the leader possesses 5 votes, and all members participate in the voting process. If the votes surpass half, the individual is ousted. For instance, if a person whom everyone dislikes joins the chat group in the future, this function can be employed to vote them out. Overall, it is a rather advantageous privilege. Although it requires agreement from other members, the leader's single vote counts as 5. There are also many other privileges, such as earning 10 times the points from sign-in compared to regular members, meaning both the minimum and maximum sign-in points are increased tenfold. The lowest sign-in earns 10 points, while the highest can reach 1,000 points. Another crucial privilege is that the group leader receives a 90 discount when using group functionalities. Whether for enhancement features or training grounds that require points to access, everything is at a discounted rate, including the group mall, except for items sold by other members. Of course, transferring points does not receive a discount. This will greatly reduce He Lingxian's expenses in the chat group. Additionally, there is a remarkable privilege that left He Lingxian in awe. Once a year, he can receive unlimited enhancement opportunities, choosing either comprehensive enhancements or specific individual enhancements. This means that when He Lingxuan's strength reaches a certain limit in the future, the chat group can also assist him in breaking through that limit. Besides these three significant privileges, there are also minor ones like muting privileges. Overall, the privileges of the group leader are exceedingly generous. It seems this gift-giving was indeed worthwhile. He Lingxian thought. Next comes the planning for this so-called contribution gift package and the system upgrade points. In the chat group, he opened the gift package. Ding. Opening detected that you have become the group leader, initiating a lucky critical strike on the gift package. Congratulations on your incredible fortune. You have received a threefold critical strike. Obtained item, World Essence 3. What is World Essence? Let me see what it can do. Item, World Source Quality. Description, a peculiar power composed of the essence of the world, capable of achieving anything when the quantity is sufficient. He Lingxian gazed at the description of the world source quality, momentarily lost in thought. How should this be utilized? After a lengthy contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. This time, after transforming into a Super Saiyan and stacking the Kaioken, the immense strain on his body nearly caused it to explode. Could this power not be harnessed to enhance his physical constitution? After all, other aspects could be augmented through the system, making it unnecessary to squander such a precious resource for additional strengthening. In the chat group, he commanded all available world source quality to comprehensively enhance his physical strength. Without hesitation, he selected the 3 portions of world source quality in his inventory and utilized them to bolster his constitution. In the next moment, without any prompts, an exceedingly gentle force began to circulate within him. He Lingxian could distinctly perceive his body growing stronger, and due to his mastery of perfect level techniques, he could manipulate all his powers and energies. Thus, he felt as though the essence of his life was undergoing a continuous ascent, resembling a mortal transforming into a deity. It is essential to note that within the Dragon Ball universe, physical bodies have limits, and the extent of one's defense predominantly relies on the strength of their ki. This explains why even the immensely powerful Goku, whose combat prowess has reached unfathomable heights, can still be harmed by ordinary weapons. Goku has a tendency to conceal his ki, only unleashing it during battles, which keeps his regular energy at a low level. While this is a testament to his control over his own power, it makes him vulnerable to ambushes. Consider the infamous assassin Hit from Universe 6, who possesses the ability to leap through time. During a confrontation with Goku, whose strength far surpassed his own, he swiftly eliminated him. Had Goku not held back, he might have faced dire consequences. This scenario highlights significant flaws within the combat system of the Dragon Ball universe, but for He Lingxian, these challenges were insignificant. Equipped with a chat group and a system, he could swiftly rectify such deficiencies, evolving into a truly versatile warrior. Indeed, due to the 3 portions of world source quality, He Lingxuan's life essence was on the rise. Every facet of his physicality was rapidly enhancing. Even the essence of his energy was elevating. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the essence of the world, savoring the sustained enhancement it brought. Soon, he felt a profound transformation within his body. It seemed that even if he refrained from using his ki, suppressing all its power to merely a fraction of his combat strength, he could withstand attacks exceeding millions without sustaining any harm. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sensation within him, as though he could swiftly recover even from severe injuries, such as severed limbs or a shattered heart. This feeling intensified, akin to becoming an immortal being, or rather, the elevation of his life essence significantly enhanced his recuperative abilities. The ki within him appeared to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming denser and of a higher nature, reminiscent of the divine ki Goku possesses after his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Just as He Lingxian reveled in the elevation of his life essence, A surge of power erupted from deep within his bloodline. The overwhelming force brought forth a sensation of pain, intertwining with the comfort of his life essence's enhancement. Pain and comfort stimulated his mind, as an unceasing flow of power threatened to burst forth. Upon sensing the anomaly, He Lingxuan instantaneously awakened from his meditation, bursting through the hotel window and soaring into the sky. With sonic booms resonating, he eventually reached the vacuum of space, no longer concealing the ki that erupted from deep within his bloodline. In the next instant, a crimson aura surged from He Lingxuan's body, causing a dramatic transformation in his appearance. Chapter 53, Super Saiyan God. Behold, the essence of power was undergoing a fundamental transformation. As the force from deep within his bloodline continued to erupt, gradually becoming more harmonious, a red flame enveloped He Lingxuan in an instant. On Earth, sensing the sudden disappearance of He Lingxuan's overwhelming ki, the inhabitants looked skyward in confusion. Why had his aura vanished? Was it possible that he had encountered an adversary so formidable that it led to his demise? Piccolo, whose green visage was already paled by He Lingxuan's previous display of terrifying ki, fell into deep contemplation upon sensing the abrupt absence of He Lingxuan's energy. Surely not. Perhaps he merely concealed his aura. After all, if he truly faced a foe of such magnitude, Earth itself might be devastated. After pondering for a while, Piccolo concluded that the likelihood of He Lingxuan's death was minimal. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he returned to his meditative training. After all, in Piccolo's view, with sufficient strength, anything was achievable, especially with the weight of a mountain pressing upon him. Why did He Lingxuan's aura suddenly flare and then vanish? Surely it was a misunderstanding. Moreover, why did it feel as though the direction of the ki was in space? Goku also sensed the sudden emergence and disappearance of He Lingxuan's aura. Thanks to the training insights He Lingxuan provided and the Kaioken, Goku's perception had improved significantly. He recognized that He Lingxuan was not an inherently malevolent individual. His demeanor and energy indicated as much. After all, he had spared their lives. Given He Lingxuan's prowess, he should be fine. After all, even Gohan had become exceptionally strong under his tutelage. Goku himself was just beginning to adapt to the 50x gravity training. Although he had grown over tenfold stronger than before, the gap between him and Gohan and He Lingxuan remained vast. Indeed, upon acquiring the gravity chamber, Goku immediately began his training, and in just a few days he had adapted to 50x gravity, boosting his combat power to over 40,000. Furthermore, he had mastered the tenfold Kaioken. As for why he advanced so swiftly, it was undoubtedly due to Gohan's presence as a training partner. Currently, Gohan maintained a combat power of over 4 million. Even when suppressing his strength to spar with Goku, he was still formidable. Meanwhile, the other Z fighters on Earth paid little mind to He Lingxuan's disappearing ki, as he had previously mentioned that he would engage them in battle every month. If they did not progress, he would eliminate them. This immense pressure compelled them to improve continuously, resulting in significant boosts in their combat power within a short time. In the vastness of space, He Lingxuan was completing his life transition and mastering the power surging from deep within his bloodline. His hair had transformed into a vibrant red. Indeed, following the enhancement of his life essence, the power emerging from his bloodline was that of a Super Saiyan God. Even his ki had been elevated to divine status. Is this the Super Saiyan God? The enhancement is indeed substantial. I sense a baseline multiplier of 8,000. Once I fully master it, I believe I can achieve even greater heights. He Lingxuan opened his eyes, now fiery red, and his already youthful form radiated with newfound vitality. The essence of the world this time has truly elevated me immensely. I feel as though I could resurrect perfectly like Majin Buu, even if just a single cell remained. And my energy recovery rate has significantly accelerated. Of course, this accomplishment is also due to the formidable strength of my soul, which allows me to exist for a time even if my body is destroyed. This duration is ample for me to condense my form. He Lingxuan murmured to himself, then raised his hand to squeeze, savoring the vast power now within him. The evolution of life essence is indeed terrifying. It seems even my energy has transformed into divine energy. In the realm of Dragon Ball, I have now become akin to a deity. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as He Lingxuan appeared immensely satisfied with his current state. Importantly, in this form, as long as I refrain from battle, I can maintain it indefinitely with minimal consumption. After thoroughly contemplating the form of Super Saiyan God, He Lingxuan expressed his awe. The crimson aura dissipated, accompanied by specks of luminescence, and with the transformation back from Super Saiyan God, his red hair and crimson eyes faded away. His normal state has also seen a significant enhancement. Most crucially, the strength of his body has greatly increased. If I were to utilize a 200x Kaioken in my Super Saiyan form as I did before, it might not be so taxing. And I could even withstand a higher multiplier. He Lingxuan certainly did not forget his initial objective, to augment his physical strength, enabling him to unleash formidable power at will. Now, not only has that goal been achieved, but I have also gained unexpected blessings. The enhancement of life essence. How many years would it take for beings in the Dragon Ball world to truly ascend to divinity? This means a lifespan approaching infinity, and a body nearly indestructible, akin to Majin Buu. That would indeed count as true divinity. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, it seems that even attaining a divine status merely results in a lifespan nearing infinity. In terms of life levels, there remains a qualitative gap compared to mortals. Even after suffering fatal wounds, one would still perish, such as having their heart pierced or their brain destroyed, these physical damages. The flaws in the Dragon Ball world system are evidently too vast. He Lingxuan shook his head, contemplating the absurdity of Goku and Vegeta, whose battle powers could obliterate the universe, yet they could not survive within it. It is quite ludicrous that Goku, due to his relaxed demeanor, allowed his energy to dwindle to such a low point that he was injured by ordinary bullets. If it were the current He Lingxuan, even if he were to restrain all his power and rely solely on his physique, he would likely overpower the early Frieza and withstand his full force attacks without issue. Even if injured, he could recover in the blink of an eye. This disparity is hard to articulate. The current He Lingxuan is comparable to a perfect Majin Buu who has absorbed Goku or Vegeta from the Dragon Ball Super timeline, possessing not only a terrifying lifespan but also an overwhelming combat prowess capable of annihilating the universe, coupled with a degree of immortality. Fortunately, there is still the chat group and the system. Otherwise, I would have to rely on the Dragon Balls to alter the essence of life, perhaps wishing for an immortal form like Zamasu from the Super Shenron. But that would be too costly. Wishes are embodiments of miracles and fantasies, with an overwhelming array of possibilities. Having gathered my resolve, I shall proceed to train. System, open the panel and upgrade me. Chapter 54. System upgrade and comprehensive enhancement of talents and skills. Having gathered my resolve, I shall proceed to train. System, open the panel and first upgrade my top-tier Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Acknowledged, deducting upgrade points. 10 million points have been deducted to upgrade the top-tier Saiyan bloodline to the legendary Saiyan bloodline. Please check the detailed upgrade information yourself, host. He Lingxuan's eyes lit up at this, his heart brimming with joy. Although 10 million points were consumed to elevate the Saiyan bloodline, the name Legendary Saiyan Bloodline suggests it is akin to Broly's, does it not? He quickly opened the detailed description of the upgraded Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Talent, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Unlimited upgrade points available. New ability 1. Potential growth. The potential within will grow every second, even doubling each year. New ability 2. Combat power growth. Combat power increases every second, approximately doubling annually, with a more detailed breakdown being an increase of 1/356th of normal combat power daily. New ability 3. Bloodline reversion. Greatly enhances and multiplies the development of bloodline powers. New ability 4. Transformation sublimation, capable of enhancing the multiplier of Super Saiyan forms. For instance, a standard Super Saiyan with a 50x normal state could potentially exceed 100x or even more after sublimation. New ability 5. Rage energy. The angrier one becomes in battle, the more energy they can unleash, potentially leading to limitless outbursts. However, if one falls into uncontrollable rage, there is a significant risk of self-destruction. This truly resembles Broly's bloodline. However, given my current strength and the present circumstances, I doubt anyone could provoke me into a state of extreme rage. Gazing in astonishment at the new abilities of the legendary Saiyan bloodline, He Lingxuan marveled. Furthermore, my situation is entirely distinct from Broly's. My mental and spiritual strength is likely far superior to his. Even if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan form, I doubt I would lose my rationality. I wonder, once I have completed upgrading these talents and skills, if I could contend with Beerus. Contemplating Beerus's casual display of upgrades, He Lingxian couldn't help but shake his head. That guy's true strength, even without employing destruction energy, is comparable to the fused Vegeto and Super Saiyan Blue from the later stages of Dragon Ball Super. Yet, once he utilizes destruction energy, his combat power skyrockets. He is undoubtedly the strongest being beneath the angels. Indeed, one must not become too arrogant. Now I find myself contemplating a confrontation with Beerus. Should I upgrade? Would I then wish to challenge Whis? Never mind, I won't dwell on that. I recall having another chance for a system upgrade, correct? System. How long will it take to upgrade? He Lingxian inquired mentally, and in the next moment, the system delivered a set of messages that caught him off guard. Upgrade complete. The talents and skills the host does not wish to upgrade have been simplified, and new functions have been added. Please check them yourself. Oh, that was quick. I expected it would take some time, perhaps a day or so. After a brief lament, He Lingxian silently commanded the system. System, open the panel. I want to see what new functions have been added. Unlimited upgrade system. Host, He Lingxian. Normal combat power, 100 billion. Points can be allocated. Limit combat power, 300 trillion. In the form of a humanoid great ape, mastering 10x Super Saiyan God, currently at the limit of 300x Kaioken. This segment will be simplified in future displays unless there are new changes. Dimensional level, divine dimension, points can be allocated. Similar to the ranks of Kaioshin and destroyers, life level, immortal body, points can be allocated. Attacks under rule-based strikes cannot completely kill it. Mental strength, 100 million, points can be allocated. Talent, legendary Saiyan bloodline, points can be allocated. Top-tier physical talent, points can be allocated. Humanoid great ape transformation, points can be allocated. Skills, potential explosion, points can be allocated. Ability theft, points can be allocated. Immortal 1, points can be allocated. Kaioken 1, points can be allocated. Perfect technique, points can be allocated. I have integrated the technique into skills to avoid excessive word count later. Upgrade points, 30. 5 million. Items, second level first kill gift pack. Killing a higher level being grants the first kill gift pack of the following level. Third level first kill gift pack. Unlimited upgrade times, 3. My goodness, am I truly this powerful now? Next, I shall upgrade all my skills and talents. Let me think. Both potential explosion and ability enhancement are essential upgrades, followed by upgrading immortal, Kaioken, and technique with my upgrade points. Given that the last one has the highest consumption, I will upgrade it first. Otherwise, I could save it for later, as there is no time limit. He Lingxian contemplated how to allocate points rationally to maximize his combat power and potential. System upgrade me. Ding. Unlimited upgrade points consumed. 1. Ability theft successfully upgraded. Ding. Having consumed an unlimited number of upgrade attempts, I successfully enhanced my potential explosion. Ding. I have expended 5 million upgrade points to successfully upgrade my perfect technique to the divine technique. Ding. I have consumed 10 million upgrade points to successfully elevate my immortal level 1 to eternal immortality. Ding. I have utilized 10 million upgrade points to upgrade my King S Fist level 1 to King S Fist level 2. Ding. I have spent 10 million upgrade points to successfully upgrade my Supreme Physique to Legendary Physique. Ding. I have consumed an unlimited number of upgrade attempts to successfully enhance my humanoid giant ape power to primordial power. After this series of upgrades, He Lingxian has nearly exhausted all of his upgrade points and unlimited upgrade attempts. What he did not foresee was that upgrading the humanoid giant ape talent would require an astonishing 10 million upgrade points. With a gamble on the line, he decided to use his last unlimited upgrade attempt on it. He refrained from upgrading the legendary Saiyan bloodline, believing that progress should be made step by step. The legendary Saiyan bloodline was already formidable, and he had yet to tap into even a fraction of its power. Even with his current abilities in the divine dimension and possessing a billion spiritual energy, he feared whether he could maintain his rationality after unleashing his full strength, let alone after upgrading the Saiyan bloodline. After all, the Saiyan bloodline's combative nature is ingrained in their very essence, and upgrading would only amplify that ferocity. Clearly, the enhancement of the humanoid giant ape power did not disappoint He Lingxian. Primordial power possesses the ability to amplify all aspects of the host's capabilities by 10 to 100 times, including spiritual energy and other facets. Goodness! I suddenly feel that taking on Beerus is not an impossible feat. He Lingxian gazed at the enhanced talents and skills, his expression one of astonishment. For each upgrade was simply outrageous. The primordial power brought forth was not merely a tenfold increase akin to the humanoid giant ape power, but a comprehensive amplification. Even though the augmentation did not alter He Lingxian's perception, this upgrade was indeed worthwhile. This meant that upon utilizing primordial power, all his attributes, spiritual energy, dimensional level, physical strength, essence of life, soul will, combat power, and more, could potentially surge by up to 100 times. The combat enhancement was not a trivial increase of a mere hundredfold, but could elevate He Lingxian's overall strength by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. It is no exaggeration to say that with primordial power, He Lingxian could carve out a place for himself even in the chaotic power scale of Dragon Ball Super. Moreover, as a Saiyan, he could stack transformations like Super Saiyan and King's Fist, among others. Frankly speaking, with a hundredfold enhancement in overall physical strength, He Lingxian felt that his King's Fist, even when combined with Super Saiyan God, could unleash over 1,000 times the King's Fist. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before I could truly contend with Beerus. He Lingxuan's excitement was palpable, his fist clenched, as a terrifying power accompanied by a distortion of the surrounding force field manifested. Even in his preliminary use of primordial power, He Lingxian could unleash a single punch that shattered space, achieving a combat power level in the trillions. Unbeknownst to He Lingxian, far beyond the Milky Way and Earth, in the realm of destruction, an angel sensed his existence. Let us rewind time to earlier, when He Lingxian had just transformed into a Super Saiyan God. In the realm of destruction, on an expansive, desolate land, a tall figure with blue hair was savoring delicacies from across the universe, occasionally displaying a look of satisfaction. The culinary delights of this planet were indeed delightful, though perhaps a tad salty and easy to grow weary of if consumed in excess. However, the stock was running low. He wielded a long staff, occasionally retrieving food from unknown dimensions to taste and critique. Suddenly, a vast divine aura resonated through the cosmos, even reaching the realm of destruction. Oh, this level of divine energy should not be possessed by the Kais. Could it be that a mortal has ascended to godhood after centuries? With curiosity, Whis lightly tapped his staff on the ground, causing an image to materialize before him. It was He Lingxian in his Super Saiyan God form, characterized by his crimson hair and red eyes. A Saiyan? This aura and form suggest he has indeed become a deity, appearing to be around 20 years old. Quite gifted indeed. It is unfortunate, for I recall not long ago, a decade or so, that Lord Beerus commanded before his slumber that Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, exterminating the majority of Saiyans. This must be one of the few survivors. I did not anticipate such talent. I shall observe further, as Lord Beerus has yet to awaken, and I cannot make decisions hastily. Whis murmured to himself, observing the Super Saiyan form of He Lingxian with a rare contemplative expression, as if formulating a plan. However, after merely a brief glance, he dismissed the image and resumed his enjoyment of the delicacies. Meanwhile, He Lingxian was immersed in the joy of his transformation and the comfort and pain brought by the alteration of his essence, unaware of the watchful gaze upon him. With talents and skills upgraded, it was time to test the full extent of my power. I should be able to reach the levels of Goku and Vegeta during the Super Dragon Ball era, right? With this thought, He Lingxian shook his head. As the power scaling in Dragon Ball Super had become quite erratic, Super Saiyan Blue likely matched Golden Frieza, both being around 100 quintillion in combat power. That is a unit of 10 to the power of 20. Never mind, I won't dwell on such distant thoughts. Let us first explore the full amplification of primordial power. With a thought, an immense force began to enhance every aspect of He Lingxian directly. First, his combat power surged from 100 billion to 10 trillion, followed by his spiritual energy escalating to 10 billion. Next, his dimensional level began to rise infinitely, causing He Lingxian to become increasingly ethereal, as if transcending the mundane world, embodying a true divinity. The intensity of his aura and destructive power across all aspects also increased by 100 times. Furthermore, due to the elevation of his dimensional level, the essence of his aura reached a high tier even among divine energies. The enhancement of his life essence led He Lingxian to feel that even a god of destruction might struggle to harm him, though he thought it wise not to be overly arrogant regarding the King's erasure rules. Ultimately, The comprehensive amplification of 100 times from primordial power made He Lingxian believe that within the Dragon Ball universe, he could surpass levels unknown, appearing to possess a surface combat power of 10 trillion. Yet in reality, his true combat power might exceed hundreds of trillions. After all, the powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe often possess significant flaws in various aspects. And this did not even account for the battle growth potential and adaptability of the legendary Saiyan bloodline, nor the enhancements from various skills. Next came the transformation into Super Saiyan God. The transformation into Super Saiyan God was remarkably smooth. In just an instant, He Lingxian transformed into his crimson-haired, red-eyed form, emanating an overwhelming divine aura that seemed capable of incinerating all. With 10 trillion combat power, under He Lingxian's perfect mastery of the Super Saiyan God form, that equated to 10 quadrillion. His red eyes slightly shifted as He Lingxian gazed into the depths of the cosmic starry sky, as if sensing a probing force. In the realm of destruction, Whis, noticing the divine energy erupting from the universe, which exceeded anything he had encountered before, felt a sense of astonishment as he investigated the source of the aura. It turned out to be that same Saiyan, though it appeared he had not transformed into the crimson-haired, red-eyed form. However, he still radiated a high-quality divine aura and a dimensional level that almost surpassed that of the god of destruction and the Kais, his divine power even nearing the strength of the rules. This revelation left Whis genuinely astonished for the first time in countless billions of years. It is worth noting that the enhancement of dimensional levels and the quality of divine energy is no simple feat. Since the inception of the King's universe, countless billions of years have passed, and the number of universes achieving self-deification is minuscule. Later on, after meticulously planning the complete hierarchy of dimensions, it became apparent that ascending one's dimensional level could only be achieved through the inheritance of divine status. Ordinary mortals could only cultivate the divine energy to enhance their own strength, yet they remained incapable of altering the dimensional hierarchy unless they inherited a divine position. This concept, while a creative interpretation by the author, was not explicitly stated in the original text, as even the mightiest individuals without divine inheritance would not endure for long unless they belonged to a unique race, science being a prime example. Although divine energy could be cultivated, progression became increasingly arduous after a certain threshold. Even candidates for Destroyer Gods and prospective Supreme Kai faced similar challenges. The candidates for Destroyer Gods were initially powerful mortals, and while their strength could be augmented through the cultivation of divine energy, further advancement would become increasingly difficult, and immortality remained elusive unless they inherited divine status. Even upon inheriting such a status, it merely prolonged one's lifespan rather than granting true eternal existence. The dimensional level and the tier of divine energy exhibited by He Lingxian appeared incongruous with his current capabilities, a fact that even Whis found perplexing. For a mortal to attain such a level of power seemed nearly impossible. He should have already reached or surpassed the level of a Destroyer God. The strength of this Saiyan was evidently far from that of a Destroyer God, and typically, such a level of power would be beyond comprehension for one who had not grasped divine energy. Even if the Saiyan race possessed unique traits allowing them to comprehend divine energy early on, it was improbable that he would possess such a high-dimensional level without any divine aura about him. All of these circumstances left Whis, an angel who had existed since the dawn of the universe and had witnessed countless phenomena, utterly bewildered and astonished. If he possesses such a degree of dimensional level and divine energy, training him personally could lead him to angelic status in due time. And perhaps he could even surpass Lord Beerus before long, Whis mused, taking a sharp intake of breath. Then, as if recalling something, a flicker of desire to take on a disciple sparked within him. In Whis's eyes, such exceptional talent left untutored would waste immense potential, taking ages to reach the level of a Destroyer God. However, with a masterful guide, this time could be significantly shortened. Chapter 55. The Birth of Super Blue and the Terrifying Aura That Shook the Universe. Reflecting on Lord Beerus's notoriously lazy demeanor, Whis shook his head, his resolve to take He Lingxian as a disciple growing stronger. Yet, the very next moment, an event transpired that solidified his determination. On the projection screen, Whis witnessed He Lingxian transform once again into a form characterized by crimson hair and red eyes, and astonishingly, turning to gaze directly at the screen, it appeared he had detected Whis through instinct and perception. Whis, noticing this moment, chuckled softly and gently tapped the ground with his staff. In the next instant, He Lingxian, feeling a sense of being watched, noticed that this sensation had abruptly vanished, not disappeared, but rather seemed to have concealed itself deeper. Since He Lingxian had ascended to divinity, his instincts were extremely acute, bolstered by his formidable mental prowess. Furthermore, turning to gaze directly at the screen displaying him, it appeared he had intuitively detected Whis' observation. Amused, Whis chuckled softly and lightly tapped the ground with his staff. In the next moment, He Lingxian, feeling the peculiar sensation of being watched, noticed that it had either vanished or was now concealed more deeply. Having ascended to godhood, He Lingxuan's instincts were exceptionally sharp, coupled with his formidable mental prowess. Since Whis had not employed any concealment in his observation, it was only natural for He Lingxian to notice. This mysterious sensation of being observed caused He Lingxian to frown slightly, deep in thought. Who could it be? Logically, there shouldn't be any powerful entities in Universe 7 at this hour. Destroyer God Beerus was slumbering, and the Supreme Kai was far from formidable. Moreover, He Lingxian had already attained godhood, his essence and power transformed into divine aura and divine energy. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck He Lingxuan's mind. Yes, there was indeed such an entity, Whis, the attendant and trainer of Destroyer God Beerus. Of course, while Beerus dozed, Whis remained vigilant, likely observing the happenings in the universe. Moreover, he had not committed any heinous acts, so he could continue to unleash his power further. Next would be the limit of the enhanced Kaioken, which He Lingxian felt less concerned. After all, angels had their duties and could not act freely. Besides, he had committed no heinous acts. It would only equate to using the unenhanced Kaioken at 20 times once reaching above that threshold. He Lingxian examined the upgraded feature could achieve a burden-free multiplier of up to 100 times and a minimal burden for up to 1,000 times. He Lingxian examined the enhancements to his Kaioken technique, and to his astonishment, it brought forth a delightful surprise. This meant he could stack the Kaioken technique while in the Super Saiyan God form, directly transcending a mathematical unit and elevating his current battle power from 10 quintillion to 10 sextillion. And now he was on the verge of attaining it. Thus, elated, filled with excitement, He Lingxian decided to immediately attempt combining the Kaioken with the power of the Super Saiyan God to ascertain just how formidable he had become. However, a sudden sensation coursed through his body, prompting him to reconsider this endeavor. It was not that he could not stack the Kaioken, but rather that he sensed he might be able to transform into a Super Saiyan again while in the Super Saiyan God state. Seizing this intuition, He Lingxian focused intently, harnessing his mastery over divine techniques. In the next instant, he fully grasped this feeling, and a vast, sacred aura erupted from within him. His crimson hair and red eyes transformed into blue hair and blue eyes, and his aura surged 50-fold in an instant, propelling his combat power from 10 quadrillion to 500 quadrillion. The sacred blue flames enveloped him in an instant, an aura of divine energy far more fearsome than before now resonating throughout the universe. The entire cosmos seemed to tremble under this terrifying presence, and Whis, who continued to observe He Lingxuan's condition in secret, could not help but display his astonishment once more. Within the Supreme Kai realm, the East Supreme Kai and his attendant were rendered motionless by this overwhelming aura, trembling in fear, unable to move. This was the Super Saiyan Blue, the form achieved by transforming into Super Saiyan once more while in the Super Saiyan God state. I never anticipated reaching this level. Such power is truly astounding. Boasting a staggering 50,000 times the usual strength, He Lingxuan's face lit up with joy, as he had never anticipated achieving the form of Super Saiyan Blue without mastering Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. He would undoubtedly be able to reach Super Saiyan 2. As for Super Saiyan 3, to be honest, it seemed unnecessary. That form has too many drawbacks, and its power multiplier is only 400 times. However, if he were to accidentally, He Lingxian noticed the divine energy consumption rate in the Super Blue form was abnormally rapid, a drawback stemming from his lack of mastery over this state. In Dragon Ball Super, Super Blue is divided into several stages: Leaking Blue, Overdrawn Blue, Full Power Form, and Deep Blue Evolution, 4 distinct stages. Leaking Blue refers to the state when Goku and Vegeta first mastered the Super Blue form, characterized by substantial energy consumption but also unparalleled immense power. Overdrawn blue is the form Goku took during the Tournament of Power when he disregarded his body to forcibly enhance his strength in the Super Blue form. The full-power Super Saiyan Blue form, achieved by Son Goku during his battle against the fused Zamasu in the Dragon Ball Super manga, encapsulates the entirety of the Super Saiyan Blue aura within his body, allowing each punch and kick to unleash the full might of this form. In this state, Goku nearly overwhelmed the fused Zamasu and maintained a relatively low energy expenditure, although it demands a high degree of physical resilience. The next evolution is the Evolution Blue, or Deep Blue evolution, realized by Vegeta during the Tournament of Power while battling the God of Destruction from Universe 11, Topo. This transformation is akin to ascending from Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan 2, but it offers an even greater enhancement in power, approximately 2 to 10 times that of a standard Super Saiyan Blue, marking it as an exceptionally potent form. In Chapter 56, the full-power Super Saiyan Blue, amplified by a 10,000-fold Kaioken, is introduced. He Lingxuan asserts that one cannot truly grasp the essence of the system's power. In an instant, his mastery over his divine techniques enables him to condense the wild blue flames that burst forth around him back into his core. Full-power Super Saiyan Blue achieved. Feeling the surge of energy within, He Lingxuan displayed a satisfied expression, ready to invoke the Kaioken at a magnitude that transcends ordinary levels. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a radiant blue flame and soared deeper into the vastness of space. Fearing that the explosive energy he was about to unleash might obliterate the earth, he sought to distance himself, despite his adept control over his own power and aura. Yet, even a momentary surge of energy could spell disaster. Thus, he ventured further into the cosmos to afford himself a moment of reaction time in the event of an unforeseen mishap. Once more, he concentrated the energy, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, gradually summoning the Kaioken. Suddenly, ominous black lightning flickered through the cosmos, striking the expansive void and tearing open rifts in space that would consume all in their path, more terrifying than black holes due to their inherent unpredictability. The entire universe trembled, as if a dreadful force was on the verge of awakening. The power surged once more, transforming his stance. What is this young warrior planning while his eyes are shut? Could he possibly be on the verge of further amplifying his strength? Whis, observing from the realm of the gods of destruction with his staff, anticipated the next move of He Lingxuan. This scion had provided him with countless surprises, nay, perhaps he should be referred to as the god of scions, for he had already ascended to divinity and possessed the essence of a god, along with an extraordinarily high dimensional level. If he were to accept Whis as his master, he could potentially elevate him to a level surpassing that of Lord Beerus in no time. Whis couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the thought of Beerus's reaction upon awakening. He resolved to visit the planet known as Earth to inquire whether this god of scions would be willing to become a candidate for the position of god of destruction. In the boundless expanse of the universe, at a small galaxy bordering the cosmic frontier, lies the solar system and Earth. Though its location is quite obscure, it boasts a peculiarly advanced civilization within the seventh universe, known for its top-tier cuisine, eccentric scientists, and martial philosophies that far exceed the cosmic average, all created by ordinary humans with an average combat power of less than 10. This exemplifies the diversity of the universe. A human stood several tens of millions of kilometers from Earth, eyes closed, exuding an aura that inspired reverence, akin to the vast disparity in life forms, like mortals before deities, or ordinary gods before higher deities. Uncertain of how long he had remained in this state, his striking appearance remained untouched by even a speck of cosmic dust, and his robust physique radiated an extraordinary presence. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, unleashing a divine aura that shook the cosmos. A torrent of blue flames erupted from within him, enveloping his form, followed closely by a crimson aura reminiscent of blood, enveloping the blue flames. The already celestial quality of his being became even more ethereal, as a transcendent energy quietly emerged. His striking blue hair, coupled with azure eyes and an expression of indifference, could easily inspire the declaration of his divinity among mere mortals. The blue divine aura, cloaked in a layer of fierce red flames, intensified his already otherworldly presence. A closer examination revealed that the blue divine flames were speckled with twinkling starlight, as if encapsulating the very evolution of the universe itself. The entire cosmos seemed to tremble under this extraordinary aura, prompting many divine entities to display expressions of fear and awe upon sensing this energy. For those with combat powers in the billions, such as the escalation, the mere thought of a being emitting such an aura was unfathomable. The very fabric of the universe, including the realms of the Kaiashins, gods of destruction, and even the underworld and demonic planes, spaces that were almost independent of the cosmos, felt the tremors of this power. He Lingxuan, now in his newly achieved full-power Super Saiyan Blue form, amplified by the Kaioken, had propelled his combat power from 500 quadrillion to an astounding 500 quintillion. This level of power surpassed even the recently transformed Super Saiyan Blues of Goku and Vegeta, as well as the newly attained Golden Frieza, whose combat power was merely 100 quintillion. The disparity among these fighters was notable, yet He Lingxuan now wielded 5 times that power. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your combat power has reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Please eliminate a 4th tier creature promptly to receive greater rewards. Overjoyed yet perplexed, He Lingxuan grimaced at the announcement. Where could he possibly find an adversary of such caliber? Am I expected to traverse time and space? Traversing time and space? Perhaps that is indeed feasible, as such occurrences seem commonplace in the Dragon Ball universe. However, for now, he would refrain from considering that, and instead return to Earth to rest before devising a plan to visit Namek and make a wish upon the dragon. The current gravity-weighted training gear was beginning to feel insufficient. He recalled that Son Goku had mentioned Bulma was researching a gravity chamber. If it was completed, he would not need to worry too much, as long as it didn't hinder his training. Contemplating his training regimen, He Lingxuan felt a pang of concern. To rapidly increase his combat power, he needed an opponent capable of applying pressure, allowing him to unlock his full potential. Yet, prior to that, it would be prudent to train and cultivate the latent potential within him, as unlocking potential can yield significant benefits. In Chapter 57, He Lingxuan seeks Bulma. After his upgrade, the potential explosion he anticipated had indeed arrived. He could now unleash his latent power without resorting to anger. As long as his body could withstand it, he could manifest as much potential as was hidden within him. This presented a challenge. The elite Saiyan bloodline he possessed before the upgrade was already formidable, and now, the legendary Saiyan bloodline promised even greater power. Though he had yet to fully harness it, He Lingxuan could distinctly sense the immense potential and strength lying dormant within him. With minimal training and combat against skilled opponents, he could swiftly elevate his combat prowess. This was merely a fraction of his potential being unleashed. Should he employ a potential explosion, he might even develop a form akin to Gohan's beast mode. However, given the overwhelming strength of the legendary Saiyan bloodline, He Lingxuan was uncertain whether he could withstand the immense power that would accompany such an explosion. Presently, he was located several tens of millions of kilometers from Earth, approximately the distance from Earth to Mars. Yet, for him, this distance could be traversed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of red and blue light, hurtling back to Earth at superluminal speeds, arriving in a mere 0.00001 seconds. In this form, I truly feel incredibly powerful. After a moment of reflection, He Lingxuan gazed at his surroundings. He was atop a high mountain, overlooking the vast range below, where wisps of smoke gently spiraled upwards, suggesting that a few households nestled in the woods were preparing their meals. How serene it is. To relish a life of peace and tranquility, one either must remain blissfully ignorant or cultivate strength to achieve such a peaceful existence. He Lingxuan mused inwardly. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, a realm of high martial arts where even Earth could explode at any moment, it is rather unrealistic to seek a peaceful life without power. Much like in my past life, without money, one is powerless. Even returning to the countryside to farm requires financial resources, doesn't it? After a period of contemplation with closed eyes, He Lingxuan felt as though he had fully mastered the form of the original power at full capacity, Super Blue stacked with the Kaioken. After all, with his upgraded divine techniques, learning any move, even the divine skills, was remarkably easy. For instance, the God of Destruction's power, the self-mastery technique cultivated by Vegeta, and Goku's Ultra Instinct. As long as he witnessed others employing these techniques or received guidance, he could swiftly learn and apply them, achieving a flawless execution. It can be said that the current He Lingxuan embodies a legendary Saiyan God, combining terrifying learning ability with boundless potential. Upon opening his eyes, The blue and red aura enveloping him had dissipated. His blue hair, brows, and pupils reverted to black, and he seemed to return to a state of tranquility. The enhancement brought by the original power was gradually fading, and sensing the diminishing strength in various aspects, He Lingxuan appeared somewhat unaccustomed. For the combat prowess he had just experienced was overwhelmingly potent. Suddenly feeling so weak was a bit disconcerting. Yet he reassured himself that a bit of movement would help him adjust. He mumbled to himself, casually retrieving the gravity ring from his spatial backpack in the chat group. He adjusted it to the highest multiplier and began to bounce in place, slightly acclimating to the increased gravity. Noticing the diminished training effect, he concluded that he indeed needed to train in the gravity chamber. Now, to seek out Goku, who should have acquired the gravity chamber from Bulma by now. Well, why shouldn't he take advantage of others? Let's see if there's anything suitable for girls in the chat group shop. I can have Goku gift it to Bulma to assist in building a new gravity chamber. As He Lingxuan soared through the sky towards Goku's residence, he perused the chat group's marketplace and finally discovered a few fitting items to gift. Protective clothing that could effortlessly change forms, powered by solar energy and featuring self-cleaning capabilities, along with some advanced technological knowledge. Although He Lingxuan himself couldn't comprehend it, that wouldn't hinder Bulma's understanding. For a genius scientist like Bulma, such high-tech knowledge would undoubtedly be a splendid gift. You may wonder why not purchase a gravity chamber directly from the chat group? The answer is simple. It is far too expensive. Even the most basic 100x gravity chamber costs an exorbitant amount, requiring 10,000 points. While he possessed just over 10,000 points, even with the group leader's exclusive discount, it would still cost over 1,000 points, which pales in comparison to the dozens of points for high-tech knowledge and clothing. Soon, through his perception of Goku's energy, He Lingxuan arrived above his location. He immediately noticed that Goku was situated within a large structure made of extraordinary materials. Most importantly, He Lingxuan could sense that the gravity inside this building was several times heavier than outside. It seemed Goku had indeed acted swiftly. After a moment of admiration, He Lingxuan descended and approached the gravity chamber, knocking on the door. Inside, Goku, upon hearing the commotion, initially thought it was Gohan bringing him food and promptly deactivated the gravity before opening the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an unexpected yet familiar face, which caused him to freeze momentarily before cheerfully waving at He Lingxuan. Not one to linger on the surprise, He Lingxuan engaged Goku in conversation, though communicating with him was undeniably challenging, especially when He Lingxuan expressed a desire for a gravity chamber and to gift Bulma something. Goku nonchalantly said there was no need for him to ask Bulma for one. After a rather arduous negotiation, Goku decided to take He Lingxuan directly to Bulma's home for a more straightforward discussion. Why complicate matters when all he wanted was a gravity chamber? Goku muttered as he flew ahead, his words somewhat unclear, but it appeared he was complaining about the hassle. Meanwhile, Bulma was at home, engrossed in her research on alien technology from Raditz spaceship, having just solved a significant challenge. Hearing the rush of air outside, she recognized it was Goku, as no one else approached her home in such a manner. Setting aside her work, she stepped outside and was greeted by the sight of Goku alongside a handsome stranger. Chapter 58, The Arrival of Angel Whis. Upon seeing He Lingxuan's striking features, Bulma found herself momentarily captivated. Sensing someone watching her intently, He Lingxuan turned to find a girl gazing at him as if she might devour him whole. Even with his extraordinary strength, He Lingxuan couldn't help but shiver at such a disconcerting gaze, reminiscent of the infatuated stares he received in his past life. Such a familiar gaze, akin to the adoring looks from those infatuated women in my previous existence, He Lingxuan silently criticized, recalling how he had been exceptionally handsome, almost androgynous, appealing to both genders. Fortunately, since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, his awakened Scion bloodline had imparted a more masculine vigor, rendering him strikingly handsome. He Lingxuan had always been confident in his looks, yet this familiar gaze left him slightly disconcerted. Hey, Bulma, why are you staring at He Lingxuan? It's quite strange that you're not moving, Goku remarked as he approached Bulma, waving his hands in front of her. Bulma finally snapped back to reality, blushed, and turned to Goku, who was still playfully waving at her, unable to resist delivering a playful punch to his head, causing the unsuspecting Goku to cry out in surprise. Wow, Bulma, what was that for? Why did you hit me out of nowhere? Goku asked, rubbing his head where she had struck him. Who told you to wave around in front of me? Bulma retorted, turning her head away, seemingly displeased with Goku's earlier antics. Then, regaining her composure, she turned back to Goku and asked, "Is this your friend? When did you meet him? He is so handsome. Why didn't you introduce us?" Her voice trailed off, almost shyly. Realizing she was talking about He Lingxuan, Goku finally reacted and began the introductions. "Oh, I haven't introduced you to Lingxian yet, have I? Let me do that now. This is He Lingxian, a fellow from my clan. Although he has a peculiar temperament, he is fundamentally a good person." Goku gestured towards He Lingxian as he introduced him to Bulma. After Goku's introduction, He Lingxian stepped forward. Observing the petite woman beneath his tall stature, he extended his hand with a gentle smile and said, "Hello, Bulma. I have heard much about you as a brilliant young scientist. Meeting you today, your reputation is well-deserved. You are even more beautiful than rumored. And the ability to create a gravity chamber signifies your exceptional prowess. It is indeed rare to encounter someone of your caliber at such a young age." He Lingxian did not hesitate to lavish praise, understanding that such compliments cost him nothing. "Why do you say such extravagant things?" Bulma replied, her cheeks flushing as she caught another glimpse of He Lingxuan's striking visage. She extended her hand to shake his, responding, "I'm also pleased to meet you. Like Goku, may I call you Lingxian?" Feeling the warmth emanating from He Lingxuan's hand, Bulma wished to hold on a moment longer. Yet, in adherence to her ladylike demeanor, she swiftly withdrew her hand. Nevertheless, the flush on her cheeks betrayed her excitement. How gentlemanly. He was generous with compliments, but most importantly, he was indeed quite handsome, up close. He appeared even more striking. Bulma's inner thoughts were tumultuous. He Lingxian was undeniably charming, especially as his essence of life had already transcended that of ordinary beings. The aura of his elevated life essence was irresistibly captivating to those of lesser vitality. Of course, He Lingxian typically refrained from exuding this life essence. It was not that he sought to abandon a normal existence. Furthermore, his ascension to divinity had brought about substantial transformations. At present, He Lingxian could maintain an immaculate state, impervious to any external contaminants, as if he were perpetually cleansed. Thus, Bulma observed him closely and found him even more appealing. Not to mention, she was still an innocent girl, untouched by romance. In this timeline, she had yet to engage in any romantic entanglements with Lu Ping. Her quest for the Dragon Balls stemmed purely from her curiosity about such legendary artifacts. Having been a prodigious scientist since childhood, she had long surpassed the curriculum taught in school. Boredom led her to discover a Dragon Ball in her family's warehouse, which she began to study. She found its material composition and energy properties unlike any elements from other realms. Coupled with mythological lore and her pursuit of scientific truths, she devised the Dragon Ball radar, embarking on a journey to locate the Dragon Balls. Her encounter with Sun Wukong was also unique, possessing an IQ and EQ far superior to others. Bulma effortlessly persuaded him to become her bodyguard, accompanying her on her search. Aside from an encounter with the Red Ribbon Army, which was vanquished by Sun Wukong as in the original story, her experiences had slightly diverged. This deviation led to her current dissatisfaction. Although she yearned for romance, she had yet to find a suitable partner. Having witnessed various formidable martial artists beyond the bounds of scientific rationale, Bulma's standards for a partner had risen. He must be both handsome and powerful. This left her still single, despite being the daughter of the world's wealthiest family and a brilliant scientist. It wasn't until Sun Wukong returned from his training transformed, taller and more attractive, that Bulma felt a flicker of romantic interest again. However, she was taken aback when he married Chi-Chi on the spot during a tournament. Consequently, she remained unattached until she encountered the newly emerged He Lingxian, stirring her youthful heart once more. Tall and handsome, a friend of Sun Wukong and of the same lineage, he undoubtedly possessed strength. His demeanor was exceptional, and his self-proclamation as a genius scientist was the epitome of Bulma's ideal partner. The only uncertainty lingered. Did this handsome gentleman have a significant other? Just as Bulma blushed while daydreaming, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by a voice. "It's rather unbecoming to spy from the shadows, my friend." He Lingxuan's cold voice cut through the air, leaving both Bulma and Sun Wukong bewildered. Sun Wukong quickly sensed the surroundings, noting the absence of any formidable presence, which puzzled him. He Lingxuan's comment stemmed from his acute perception. Upon arriving at Bulma's home, he had sensed a profound divine aura lurking in the depths of the void. "Ah, Mr. He Lingxian, Your perception is indeed keen. A tall blue-skinned man wielding a staff emerged from the shadows. Upon recognizing him, He Lingxuan's expression shifted to one of shock, though he quickly regained his composure, as if he had anticipated this encounter. Chapter 59. The Angel of the 7th Level. Is it Angel Whis? Although he had guessed correctly, seeing him in person still elicited a moment of astonishment. He Lingxian maintained a calm facade while turmoil brewed within, for a notification from his system had just startled him, disrupting his earlier tranquility. Ding. Warning. Please evacuate the area immediately. The presence of a 7th level entity has been detected. If escape is not possible, you may expend points to open a world passage for your departure. Was an angel truly this formidable? What did the existence of a 7th level entail? According to his previous life's assessments of the Dragon Ball universe, coupled with the system's level classifications, even a god of destruction would only reach a maximum of 5th level. He Lingxian understood that angels were indeed stronger than gods of destruction. Yet he had never anticipated such an overwhelming disparity. While He Lingxian had unlocked significant power, his strongest form was merely 4th level. A full 3 levels shy of the 7th level. Each level represented a staggering 100 million times the difference. 3 levels apart meant a multiplication of 300 million. How staggering! He Lingxian decided against dwelling on it further, as the disparity was disheartening. However, he remained unfazed by the system's alarm. After all, he knew that angels could not act without cause and were unlikely to exert their full power against him. Even if circumstances changed, he could always retreat through the chat group. Besides, if someone of Whis' caliber sought to eliminate him, he would likely perish without even a moment's notice, perhaps without experiencing pain. Thus, He Lingxian remained remarkably composed, contemplating whether he could persuade Whis to train him, perhaps in mastering Ultra Instinct. Given his extraordinary comprehension ability, he was confident he could learn and apply it effectively. With his robust physique and divine status, the side effects of utilizing Ultra Instinct would be minimal, especially with the enhancements of immortality and his innate physical talents. The energy expenditure would be outpaced by his recovery. Hence, He Lingxian found himself increasingly enamored with the potential of Ultra Instinct, especially since reaching its pinnacle would render it a permanent state. If he could achieve that, layering it with his other abilities would be nothing short of extraordinary. The more he contemplated, the further his thoughts drifted. But his formidable mental fortitude brought him back to the present, redirecting his gaze to Whis. He Lingxian spoke softly. Might I inquire if you are indeed an angel? Whis paused briefly in contemplation before responding. Ah, Mr. He Lingxian, greetings. How did you come to ascertain my identity as an angel? Well, it's quite evident. You possess an immeasurable depth of divine power. Your blue skin and the staff you wield align almost perfectly with the depictions of angels from ancient lore. Most importantly, while others may feign strength, yours is unmistakably authentic. He Lingxian endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he addressed Whis. Whis offered no rebuttal. Recognizing that a human who had reached the level of a god of destruction and successfully cultivated divine power was indeed worthy of acknowledgement. Suddenly, Whis' expression shifted to one of solemnity as he formally addressed He Lingxian. Very well, Mr. He Lingxian. Out of respect for you, allow me to introduce myself. I am Whis, servant to the god of destruction and an angel. The god of destruction represents the pinnacle of strength within this universe. While angels are not technically deities, they stand apart from the gods of this universe. A friendly reminder, despite your most powerful form, you remain far from being a match for a god of destruction. As for me, while I serve the god of destruction, I am also his mentor. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the position of a god of destruction? I can personally guide you in your journey to strength. With this extensive preamble, Whis revealed his intention to recruit He Lingxian as his disciple, aiming to prepare him for the role of a god of destruction. He Lingxian feigned contemplation, while Sun Wukong, standing nearby, appeared increasingly anxious. Hearing the conversation between the two, Sun Wukong, although not fully comprehending, grasped one undeniable fact. This blue-skinned angel was formidable, even surpassing He Lingxian, and was the master of the universe's most powerful god of destruction. Despite the incomprehension, there was an air of undeniable prowess about him. Thus, Sun Wukong resolutely made a decision and called out to Whis. Hey, you are Whis, right? I've heard from He Lingxian that you are quite powerful. Would you consider taking me as your disciple? Oh dear, this fool. With your current strength, how could Whis possibly take you as a disciple? He Lingxian thought to himself. nearly widening his eyes in disbelief as he turned to look at Sun Wukong. The boy was clever, but his strength was still far too weak. Had it been after the Bu saga, it might have been a different story, perhaps with the temptation of delicious food to sway Whis, but as it stood, it was a long shot. As expected, Whis scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe, noting that while this little scion shared potential with He Lingxuan, his current strength left much to be desired. Thus, with decisive firmness, he turned away and politely declined, saying, "Mr. Sun Wukong, although your potential is commendable, your current power requires significant improvement. Perhaps in the future, fate may allow us to cross paths again. For now, it would be best for you to focus on your training." Sun Wukong, somewhat disheartened, lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck. However, he soon lifted his head with a cheerful grin, saying, "That's all right. I really need to train hard and enhance my strength, especially since I can't even defeat Gohan at this point." Whis nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to He Lingxuan, inquiring, "So, have you made your decision, Mr. He Lingxuan?" "I have indeed made my decision. My answer is a refusal to become a candidate for the God of Destruction, as I cherish my freedom. However, I would like to ask if you could still guide me in my training, Whis. I can offer you a taste of the exquisite delicacies from Earth. I dare say, few foods in the universe can surpass those from our planet." He Lingxuan declined the position of candidate for God of Destruction, yet he still sought guidance from Whis in his training. As he spoke, he produced a mousse cake from the chat group space and handed it to Whis. Upon receiving it, Whis did not respond verbally but accepted the cake, delicately slicing a small piece and savoring it. The cake melted in his mouth, the rich flavors of chocolate and cream providing immense satisfaction. Initially skeptical of He Lingxuan's claim that Earth's cuisine was among the rarest delights in the universe, Whis found himself pleasantly surprised. The taste of this cake indeed surpassed all the various foods he had encountered throughout the eons. It even led him to wonder what he had been eating all this time. Maintaining his composure, Whis quickly finished the cake, wiping his mouth with a napkin that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, and exclaimed to He Lingxuan, "This cake is truly exquisite." Bulma, observing this exchange, began to piece together that this blue-skinned being was an angel of considerable strength, even greater than that of Sun Wukong and He Lingxuan. It amused her that Sun Wukong wished to apprentice under him, and He Lingxuan sought his mentorship as well. However, when she saw Whis rave about a seemingly ordinary mousse cake, she couldn't help but wonder if such a powerful angel had never encountered truly delicious food before. Quick-witted, she immediately arranged for her servants to prepare a variety of delectable dishes, continuing to watch the conversation unfold, occasionally stealing glances at He Lingxuan's handsome face. "How is it? Delicious, I assent to it. This cake is merely a trivial dessert from Earth. There are myriad other delicious foods I can offer you, if you agree to guide my training. I promise to deliver an array of unique culinary delights every so often," He Lingxuan assured Whis, patting his chest confidently. Although Whis harbored a hint of skepticism, the memory of the mousse cake lingered, enticing him to inquire eagerly, "Really? Mr. He Lingxuan, are there truly more delectable foods like that cake, merely a dessert?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, I can prepare some delicacies for you shortly, so you can taste for yourself," He Lingxuan reassured him once more. However, Whis suddenly fixed a steady gaze upon He Lingxuan, the intensity of his stare sending a shiver down He Lingxuan's spine, causing a palpable tension among the others present. Whis, is there something else you need?" He Lingxuan asked, feeling the weight of Whis's powerful presence. "Oh ho ho. I merely wish to inquire if there is any more of that delightful cake," Whis responded, concealing a chuckle behind his hand, leaving He Lingxuan and the others speechless. Just as He Lingxuan was about to respond, Bulma interjected, "Everyone come to my home as guests. As the host, I cannot allow my guests to go hungry. Follow me. I've instructed my servants to prepare plenty of food." With that, Bulma noticed Whis's eager expression, He Lingxuan's astonishment, and Sun Wukong's hungry demeanor. Whis was naturally excited about the prospect of an array of delectable dishes, while He Lingxuan was surprised at Bulma's cleverness. Given his own perceptive abilities, he had sensed Bulma's subtle communication with her servants, but had not realized the intent behind it at the time. Acknowledging Bulma's keen awareness was impressive, considering she was the daughter of the world's richest man. As for Sun Wukong, his simple desire was for sustenance, as he had been training in the gravity chamber, eagerly awaiting Gohan's arrival with food. The group followed Bulma to the dining hall, which was indeed a testament to wealth, featuring multiple rooms serving various functions, attended by countless servants. They soon began to relish the joy of the feast, devouring the food with fervor. Whis seemed as if he had never eaten before, sampling a little from here and there, his expressions revealing immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, He Lingxuan and Sun Wukong, both scions with hearty appetites, transformed into blurs as they swept through the banquet, nearly consuming dishes in a single bite. The kitchen staff were working tirelessly, yet the dishes continued to be cleared away almost as quickly as they were served. Bulma, having already had her fill, simply watched the spectacle of gluttony unfold. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the meal came to a halt, and the three of them wiped their mouths, appearing thoroughly satisfied. Mr. He Lingxuan, I agree to guide your training, but such exquisite food will be essential. Earth is indeed a remarkable planet, not only for its delectable cuisine, but also for attracting powerful beings like yourself to settle here, Whis stated, clearly pleased with the meal, noting that in his extensive existence, he had never tasted anything as delightful as this. The food from other planets paled in comparison to that of Earth. Of course, you are welcome to come anytime for a meal. Just focus on guiding He Lingxuan's training, Bulma interjected, winking at He Lingxuan. Am I being coerced into living off the generosity of others? He Lingxuan mused inwardly, scratching his nose in slight resignation. Whis, however, was visibly excited, nodding in agreement. He turned to He Lingxuan, saying, Mr. He Lingxuan, Miss Bulma has already compensated you for your service. So shall we proceed to the God of Destruction's realm for your training? Is there anything else you need to attend to? I can wait for a bit. But it shouldn't take too long. If Lord Beerus wakes up and doesn't see me, it could lead to complications, Whis added. Whis, could you provide me with a means to contact you? I have some matters to tend to, perhaps in about a month. Would it be alright if I reached out then? I can prepare some delicacies for you when you come to Bulma's place. He Lingxuan contemplated for a moment, realizing he had several unfinished tasks that required his attention. Whis considered this, hesitating briefly before producing his angelic staff and gently tapping it. A crystal orb materialized in his hand. If you wish to find me, simply call my name into this crystal ball, and I shall come to you. Also thank you, Miss Bulma, for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Handing the crystal ball to He Lingxuan, Whis transformed into a beam of blue light and vanished from Earth. He Lingxuan, upon receiving the crystal ball, felt a surge of joy, thinking he had finally found a powerful ally. In the following days, he urgently set his plans into motion. First, he expressed his gratitude to Bulma for her hospitality, then placed the crystal ball into the chat group's backpack space. He had purchased 2 one-time space teleportation items through the chat group, with the destination being planet Namek. His target was the mighty dragon Shinron Porunga, whose miraculous powers and 3 wishes far surpassed those of Earth's dragon. Within a month, He Lingxuan initiated his action plan. He arrived on planet Namek and sought out the Grand Elder, who seemed to have anticipated his arrival, having already gathered the 7 Dragon Balls as if waiting for him. This left He Lingxuan perplexed. However, after conversing with the Grand Elder, he learned that a prophecy foretold of a scion coming to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to aid the planet, which was on the brink of apocalypse. Without hesitation, He Lingxuan left behind a crystal of his energy, a creation born from his formidable divine techniques. This crystal could unleash his full power or protect the planet and its bearer. Most importantly, once utilized, it would summon his essence to swiftly arrive on Namek to resolve its crisis. Seeing this, the Grand Elder readily handed over the 7 Dragon Balls for He Lingxuan to make his wishes. He even arranged for a Namekian to serve as his translator. He Lingxuan quickly made his 3 wishes. The first wish was to obtain a complete star map of the universe, detailing the specific locations of every celestial body, whether planets, black holes, or stars, with real-time updates. Porunga easily granted this wish, with a flash of red light. He Lingxuan's mind was flooded with vast knowledge of the universe's star map and the precise locations of various celestial entities. The sudden influx of information nearly overwhelmed him, but his elevated life level and mental capacity allowed him to process it within seconds. For his second wish, He Lingxuan wished for the health and eternal youth of his family and friends, ensuring their lifespans were maximally extended. After a moment's hesitation, Porunga nodded, and with another flash of red light, the wish was granted. He Lingxuan sighed in relief, having feared that such a lengthy wish might be beyond Porunga's capabilities. Finally, after much contemplation, He Lingxuan made his last wish, to reinforce Earth with Porunga's utmost power. allowing it to self-repair to a certain extent without disrupting the natural existence of life on the planet. The Namekian translator conveyed this to Purunga, who, after a moment of contemplation, realized it was a simple request. In the next instant, a flash of red light engulfed the earth, transforming it dramatically. Its mass and hardness increased exponentially, with the ability to recover from damage while maintaining unchanged gravity and other conditions, an extraordinary feat attributed to the miraculous powers of the dragon. Once the wishes were fulfilled, He Lingxuan engaged in further conversation with the Grand Elder before departing from Namek. Before leaving, the Grand Elder offered to unlock some of his potential, but He Lingxuan declined, preferring to develop his abilities independently, wary of the risks involved in such endeavors. Upon returning to Earth, He Lingxuan found himself back at Bulma's home, as he had departed from there. In the interest of time, he did not seek out any other locations, knowing Bulma would be unfazed by his sudden appearance. Welcomed warmly by Bulma, he enjoyed a meal before embarking on his next plan. He then proceeded to the empty courtyard of Bulma's home and used the space teleportation item, targeting planet Yardrat, the place where Sun Wukong learned the instant transmission technique. Indeed, He Lingxuan's objective was to master this technique and other skills related to energy manipulation, as this planet had achieved an unparalleled level of development in this regard. Upon arriving on Yardrat, He Lingxuan encountered some misunderstanding with the native residents. However, once they sensed that his energy was not malevolent, they engaged him in conversation. Upon learning his intentions, the Yardratians retracted their formidable clone techniques and guided He Lingxuan to their residential areas. In the subsequent days, under the tutelage of the Yardratians, He Lingxuan mastered various techniques related to energy manipulation. His profound understanding and application of energy allowed him to learn rapidly, completing nearly all the teachings of the Yardratians in just over 20 days. This astonishing speed left the Yardratians speechless, as typically, even the simplest techniques took other aliens years to grasp. He Lingxuan, however, merely needed to observe and comprehend their operational principles before mastering them. Witnessing He Lingxuan's swift acquisition of the instant transmission technique, which had taken Sun Wukong an entire year to learn, was nothing short of remarkable. After mastering all the skills, He Lingxuan left behind his improved versions of most of them, recognizing the importance of reciprocity for the knowledge he had gained. Following his training on Yardrat, He Lingxuan ventured to planet Metamor to study the fusion technique before returning to Earth in the final days of the month. He then realized that the month-long period regarding the system options had concluded. Without further ado, he sought out various warriors from the original series for friendly duels. Due to power suppression, they managed to withstand a few of his attacks. But the vast disparity in energy manipulation and combat techniques led to even Sun Wukong being defeated in less than 100 exchanges. Ultimately, He Lingxuan faced off against Sun Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming energy from their battle astonished onlookers. While He Lingxuan's prowess was anticipated, they were taken aback by the strength of Sun Gohan. After an intense contest, He Lingxuan emerged victorious, utilizing his superior combat skills and a plethora of unconventional techniques. However, he noted that no loot had dropped from the battle, indicating the low probability of rewards. Perhaps it was merely a protective measure for newcomers. Yet, there was ample time ahead. He could engage in this training monthly. Over the course of a year, each participant would have 12 opportunities, and surely, the odds of securing at least one loot drop per person were favorable. He eagerly anticipated the skill packages from Wukong, filled with various useful techniques and transformations. However, he knew he had to continue his own training. Thus, He Lingxuan returned to Bulma's home, prepared a feast in the cafeteria, and summoned Whis using the crystal ball. Whis, can you hear me? I've completed my tasks here. Come take me to the God of Destruction's realm for further training. He Lingxuan called out to the crystal ball that Weiss had given him. I've prepared a sumptuous feast, so please come slowly, or some dishes might get cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal ball suddenly illuminated, revealing an image. At a glance, it was Weiss with his iconic blue skin and cheerful smile. He chuckled, covering his mouth, and said, "Oh ho ho, has Mr. He Lingxuan completed his tasks? I shall come to escort you for your training shortly. Just make sure those delicious dishes don't get cold. Of course, I've kept them warm for you. Your arrival is perfectly timed, as I've meticulously prepared this meal. Even more delectable than the last," He Lingxuan eagerly responded. Upon hearing He Lingxuan's reply, Weiss displayed an expression of anticipation before ending the communication. causing the image in the crystal ball to vanish. It was evident that Weiss was hastening his journey to Earth. Finally, Weiss was on his way. He Lingxuan, relieved, decided to indulge in the culinary delights laid before him. After all, during his previous training on another planet, he had primarily subsisted on mystical beans. Though he had consumed only 3, the allure of a true feast was irresistible. As for the dishes prepared for Weiss, they were carefully stored away. The food on the table was merely a tantalizing display to entice him. Thus, He Lingxuan began to feast heartily. Before long, the table was cleared of its bountiful offerings. Bulma, sitting on a nearby sofa, regarded He Lingxuan with a curious gaze. As time passed, the table became cluttered with empty plates, and He Lingxuan, having satisfied his hunger, heard the sound of air currents signaling Weiss's arrival. Weiss approached him, a smile gracing his face. "Mr. He Lingxuan, where are the delicacies? I've been eagerly awaiting them." "Come with me, Mr. Weiss. I have prepared a special feast just for you," Bulma interjected. Weiss's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded at Bulma and followed her into a spacious room filled with an array of desserts and delicacies, some of which emitted a rich aroma even beneath their lids. "I shall not hold back then," he declared, grabbing the utensils prepared on the table and diving into the feast. He moved like a whirlwind, selecting various dishes and savoring them, exclaiming how delicious each one was. The crispness here, the chewiness there, and the delightful flavors overall. It was not until several minutes later that Weiss concluded his gastronomic adventure. Turning to He Lingxuan and Bulma, he adopted an apologetic demeanor. "I apologize, Mr. He Lingxuan and Miss Bulma, for my indulgence, making you wait so long. Shall we proceed? Mr. He Lingxuan, I assume there is nothing left for you to discuss with Miss Bulma?" Evidently, Weiss had misinterpreted their relationship, which was understandable given that their encounters had consistently taken place in Bulma's home. Moreover, it seemed that Bulma had been the one preparing all the meals Weiss had enjoyed, despite it being He Lingxuan who had the actual need. He Lingxuan awkwardly chuckled, while Bulma blushed and hurried indoors. Weiss, observing their interactions with a grin, then led He Lingxuan to the realm of destruction. Upon entering the realm, He Lingxuan marveled at the spatial intensity and other aspects that far surpassed those of Earth, realizing that training here would yield greater results. Under Weiss's guidance, He Lingxuan embarked on his training journey. His formidable Saiyan bloodline and ever-growing potential allowed him to make rapid progress. Within just a few months, his base power had reached an astonishing 100 trillion, an increase of 1,000 times compared to his previous power level. He also made significant strides in mastering transformations. The legendary transformation had been unlocked, its potency inflating with his rising fury. Though there was a cap, it was significantly superior to the ordinary Super Saiyan form. He had developed the ordinary Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 3 and was now attempting Super Saiyan 4. With Weiss's assistance, he had transformed into the Golden Oozuru several times, nearing success. As for the Super Saiyan God transformation, he had further developed the Deep Blue form, akin to Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 2, with power multiplication ranging between 2 to 10 times. Initially, the multiplier was 2, but it gradually increased, peaking at 10 times that of the ordinary Blue Super Saiyan. During this period, to avoid conflicts between his chat group obligations and training schedule, He Lingxuan had refrained from logging in, resulting in a significant disparity in the flow of time between the chat group and his current timeline. Perhaps only a few days had elapsed in the group, or even less, while he had taken a monthly leave to return to Earth to guide the Z fighters in their training and to collect upgrade points and gifts. After all, even the smallest morsel was nourishment. Not to mention, both Gohan and Goku had experienced rapid power increases, yielding substantial upgrade points for defeating them. As for the gifts, although he had received several, they were mostly for Lu Ping and others, rendering them nearly useless for He Lingxuan at this stage. Moreover, since every return to Earth occurred at Bulma's residence, she consistently prepared a plethora of food for him. This had led to an awkward yet ambiguous dynamic between the two. Eventually, during one encounter, Bulma boldly approached him, only for He Lingxuan, inexperienced in romance, to panic and flee. However, after Bulma's relentless pursuit, He Lingxuan finally succumbed. On that fateful day, feeling utterly exhausted after an intense training session, He Lingxuan teleported into the room Bulma had prepared for him, intending to take a refreshing shower. Yet, due to the immense pressure Weiss had placed on him during training, he was mentally drained and oblivious to the subtle anomalies in his surroundings. He stripped off his clothes and headed for the bathroom. Upon opening the bathroom door, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman bathing, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was Bulma. She had orchestrated this scenario, having keenly observed that He Lingxuan tended to shower after his grueling training sessions. After a brief moment of shock, He Lingxuan quickly regained his composure and attempted to turn away, oblivious to the fact that his body had already reacted. As he turned, he muttered, "My apologies for intruding. I shall take my leave now." Bulma, taken aback by his apparent indifference despite her boldness, gritted her teeth and, locking her gaze on his sculpted physique, taunted, "Are you really not tempted at all? Seeing me like this, do you feel nothing?" As she spoke, she moved behind He Lingxuan, embracing him, her softness pressing against his firm back, creating an unprecedented sensation. He Lingxuan felt the strings of reason in his mind fraying dangerously. "Bulma, do you truly believe I would shy away from you?" He Lingxuan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with tension as the inner fire within him surged. Bulma leaned in, blowing softly into his ear. "What is the matter? Is something wrong? I'm being this forward, and you still have no response?" The gentle breath against his ear sent shivers down his spine, and Bulma's teasing voice shattered the last remnants of his rationality. He turned, wrapping his arms around her delicate form and leading her into the bathroom, preparing for an unprecedented encounter. The battle commenced as the young warrior faced the fierce dragon, momentarily faltering under the dragon's onslaught. However, he quickly regained his composure, matching Bulma blow for blow. Their clash began in the bathroom and soon spilled into the living room, escalating in intensity. In the midst of the chaos, He Lingxuan conjured a barrier of energy to muffle the sounds echoing within and without. Immediately, the malevolent dragon transformed into a human form, resembling a young maiden. Yet, the valiant boy, as a hero, exhibited no mercy and resolutely engaged in combat with her. After enduring several strikes, the maiden barely managed to regain her composure, her expression turning ferocious as she faced the onslaught of the boy's sword. In response, she swiftly drew forth her own divine artifact to counter the attack. The clash of their formidable weapons echoed with a cacophony, bang, bang, slashing sounds, creating a tumultuous resonance that seemed poised to shatter everything around them. However, ensconced in the boy's protective barrier, the outside world remained blissfully unaware of the tumult within. Eventually, as the battle intensified, the boy's superior artifact and strength overwhelmed the maiden, securing his victory. This monumental duel raged on for 3 full days and nights. Had it not been for He Lingxuan utilizing a time-altering device purchased in a chat group, creating a time differential of 1 to 10, perhaps Weiss would have already arrived. During the previous skirmishes, the Dragon Maiden had been on the verge of collapse, yet with a mystical being provided by He Lingxuan, they continued their evenly matched contest. It was only after the Dragon Maiden, Bulma, nearly succumbed to dizziness, on the brink of conceding, that He Lingxuan finally halted his assault. He withdrew his divine artifact and deactivated the time-altering device. Following their fierce battle, the Dragon Maiden, Bulma, found herself transformed from foe to ally by He Lingxuan's efforts. On a spacious bed, Bulma and He Lingxuan lay entwined, peacefully asleep. It was not until the time barrier was lifted that the sky erupted with light as the sun rose. "Ugh, don't disturb me, let me sleep a little longer." Bulma's feeble voice stirred He Lingxuan beside her. "Just a few days ago, you were the one who initiated the attack. Weren't you quite arrogant then? Why do you sound so weak now?" His teasing words elicited a furrowed brow from Bulma, who, with weary arms, reached toward He Lingxuan's waist and gave it a sharp twist. "Ouch, be gentle. What are you trying to do, murder your husband?" At this, Bulma tightened her grip, prompting a hasty apology from He Lingxuan. All right, I was wrong. I'll prepare breakfast for you. Just rest well," he said, and upon hearing this, Bulma finally released him. After all, she was indeed exhausted, battling for 3 days and nights against He Lingxuan, a being of boundless stamina, was no small feat, even after consuming the mystical being. Chapter 62. The results of a year's training. Mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. After a tumultuous period, the two had solidified their relationship. Yet their training was far from complete, with He Lingxuan taking 1 day each week to return home. A full year had passed since He Lingxuan traversed into the Dragon Ball world, now in the year 762 of the Eiji calendar. Most of this time had been dedicated to rigorous training, but he had also accomplished numerous meaningful tasks. Initially, he had guided Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber, enabling him to attain Super Saiyan status. Subsequently, He participated in rescue missions within the chat group and world-saving endeavors, which were closely intertwined, consuming only a few days in total. Later, he explored his own ultimate form, attracting Weiss's attention, who subsequently agreed to mentor him under the allure of delectable cuisine. After several months of training, Bulma's proactive advances led He Lingxuan to become enamored. However, due to his overwhelming physique, Bulma struggled to keep up with his prowess. Consequently, He Lingxuan sought out various items to enhance their combat abilities and health. Leveraging his exceptional comprehension and divine techniques, he devised a dual cultivation method, allowing Bulma to grow stronger while resting. It is no exaggeration to state that under He Lingxuan's nurturing, Bulma had amassed a battle power of several million. After a year of training, He Lingxuan's own battle power had surged to the 4th tier. Bulma had also mastered the technique He Lingxuan created to elevate dimensional levels, which extended her lifespan. With diligent, personalized instruction, she had begun harnessing her ki, raising her dimensional level to that of a celestial being on Earth, even surpassing it slightly. Nearing the realm of the King of Hell, her lifespan had now exceeded 10,000 years, though her physical resilience still paled in comparison to He Lingxuan, who grew stronger each day. Thankfully, with only 4 weeks in a month, He Lingxuan returned weekly. Otherwise, Bulma would have found it unbearable. Of course, weekly guidance of various characters from the original series was indispensable, yielding numerous upgrade points and skill packages. Naturally, Raditz, forgotten in the mountains, also faced his share of challenges. Ultimately, in pursuit of efficiency, He Lingxuan taught numerous Z warriors how to rapidly enhance their combat strength. Even Raditz, with his lazy disposition, began training under the threat of He Lingxuan's demise, boosting his power from 200,000 to the million range, albeit at a slow rate. He Lingxuan had also brought back numerous gravity chambers from outer space and had Bulma modify them to increase their gravitational intensity. The enhanced gravity chambers became a training ground where the warriors diligently honed their skills, resulting in a rapid increase in their battle powers. With the daily rigorous training coupled with He Lingxuan's pressure and knowledge, the Z warriors experienced remarkable enhancements. Goku's battle power reached an astounding 5 million. Gohan's, through diligent effort, soared to 10 million, though his academic pursuits limited his training time. Piccolo's power reached a solid 1 million. Yet due to the unique physiology of Namekians, he could unleash an astonishing 50 times his power using the modified Kaioken technique He Lingxuan had taught all the Z warriors and Raditz. Goku, unable to master the Super Saiyan transformation, could only utilize a 20 times Kaioken without risking injury. Thus, in their sparring sessions, Piccolo would employ the 50 times Kaioken while Goku used a 10 times Kaioken to match their combat levels. Piccolo's slow progress stemmed from his inherent limitations, but should he fuse with the Kai, his battle power would skyrocket to billions. However, given Piccolo's character, he would only consider such a fusion in dire circumstances. Despite He Lingxuan's explanations regarding their comparative power levels, the other Z warriors also reached battle powers in the hundreds of thousands, with most surpassing the 2nd tier, providing He Lingxuan with substantial upgrade point rewards. Gohan in Super Saiyan form and Goku using a 20 times Kaioken both attained the 3rd tier, reaching the billion range. Defeating them once a month granted He Lingxuan a total of 2 million upgrade points, 1 million each, accumulating to over 22 million upgrade points within the year. Excluding the first month, the majority of these points were utilized to enhance He Lingxuan's skills and talents, yet he still retained over 10 million. A year of training had partially unleashed He Lingxuan's incredible potential, with his base battle power reaching approximately 10 quintillion. His physical strength and overall capabilities had vastly improved, leaving him unsure of his true strength. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could overpower a god of destruction. Even against Beerus, He Lingxuan felt assured that, with both combatants at full power, he could dominate him. It was even conceivable that he could defeat 12 gods of destruction, for He Lingxuan, now at the 4th tier, could utilize various transformations to reach the 5th tier, and even at that peak, he surpassed nearly all gods of destruction by an entire level. Recently, under the comprehensive enhancement of the primordial force, Whis felt that he had reached the threshold of mastering the Ultra Instinct technique, and thus began to teach himself this profound skill. The prodigious He Lingxuan then elucidated what it meant to fully grasp the Ultra Instinct technique within a month. This mastery allowed the technique to be seamlessly integrated into his regular state. However, He Lingxian also discerned the reasons behind the technique's formidable strength. Beyond the automatic responses devoid of conscious thought, it adeptly harnessed divine power for evasion, defense, and offensive maneuvers, while simultaneously elevating the user's dimensional level to a certain extent. Most critically, it could tap into the vast reservoir of latent potential and strength within, akin to a Saiyan-S transformation into a Super Saiyan, where the resultant power surge, when combined with the anomalies produced by divine power, could be exceedingly extraordinary. This explains why Son Goku's strength escalates so vastly when employing the Ultra Instinct technique. Of course, the so-called side effects merely stem from an incomplete mastery, as this skill is inherently one that can only be learned by those who have attained godly existence, meaning both dimensional level and power must align with divine capabilities. Hence, this skill is virtually unattainable for mortals, save for the peculiar Saiyans who can comprehend such powers and dimensional levels through their transformations. Moreover, the true essence of Ultra Instinct is simply the flawless manifestation of one's inherent strength, enabling actions that transcend conscious commands, akin to innate muscle reflexes. Admittedly, this martial philosophy is indeed remarkable, though it must be said that within the Dragon Ball universe, it is exceedingly potent. After all, there exist realms of martial prowess and philosophies that far surpass this, perhaps augmented by the will of the world, as He Lingxian speculated. Nonetheless, anything that can enhance strength is undoubtedly valuable, prompting He Lingxian to refine the Ultra Instinct technique to perfection, integrating it into his regular state. Upon achieving this integration, He Lingxian realized that he would no longer utilize Ultra Instinct as a transformation state to amplify his power, but rather embody its essence, the innate capacity for self-awareness, automatic evasion of attacks, and defense, while developing the core nature of divine power to its limits. This led He Lingxian to feel as though he had touched upon the fundamental rules that could elevate one's power within the Dragon Ball realm, namely, comprehending the true laws through this profoundly extended divine power. Much like angels, who are inherently imbued with formidable angelic power and possess the Ultra Instinct almost from birth, requiring only a degree of cultivation to attain perfection. One could even posit that the gap between He Lingxian and the angels is now merely a matter of extraordinary techniques, principles, and foundational strength. However, when viewed from this perspective, the disparity remains substantial. To speak candidly, under conditions of equal power, He Lingxian could confidently assert that no god or mortal in the Dragon Ball universe could rival him. Whis soon realized that He Lingxian had managed to cultivate the Ultra Instinct to its pinnacle, integrating it into his regular state. And the serene mindset cultivated over such a long period was nearly disrupted. Indeed, He Lingxian was a prodigy, after all. Even if He Lingxian's regular power had grown rapidly and his dimensional level had risen significantly, Whis had managed to maintain his composure despite He Lingxian's earlier weaker understanding of divine power, merely contemplating the idea of taking him on as a disciple. However, mastering a technique that even the gods find exceedingly difficult to cultivate in a mere month, achieving its zenith and integrating it into his regular state, what remarkable insight and talent this displayed. For hundreds of billions of years, Whis had never encountered such an anomaly. It was akin to having a cheat code. This realization prompted Whis to conclude that after merely a year of training under him, He Lingxian should return to his own cultivation, focusing on enhancing his regular power, as Whis felt he had little left to impart. Reluctantly, He Lingxian concluded his year of training in the God of Destruction's realm and returned to Earth. Coincidentally, the Dragon Balls had also returned to normal, signifying that wishes could once again be granted. Moreover, by the timeline, Namek should also have recovered. He had already contemplated 4 wishes, 2 or 3 of which involved acquiring multiple gravity training devices to assist Son Goku and the others in their weighted training sessions. Additionally, he intended to use the Namekian Dragon's wish to enhance the gravity of his own training devices. Ideally, he hoped to upgrade all of them. While deep in thought, He Lingxian was jolted back to reality by Whis' call. He Lingxian, has your final training concluded? Are you lingering to keep me company? Oh ho ho. I dare say Miss Bulma might take offense. Hearing Whis' jest, He Lingxian retorted with a straight face, I was merely contemplating, and besides, I'm unsure who was left dumbstruck by my rapid mastery of Ultra Instinct, urging me to depart. He then caught a glimpse of Whis' increasingly dangerous gaze, and, in a heartbeat, used instant transmission to escape, fearing an additional training session. Before departing, he left behind a parting remark, "Whis. Do come to Earth for a visit whenever you have the time. Just remember to inform us in advance so we can prepare some delightful treats for you. Whis." Upon hearing this, couldn't he help but smile, reflecting on how satisfied he was with He Lingxuan's performance during their year of training together. With talent surpassing even Lord Beerus and an exceptional work ethic, He Lingxian trained almost daily, never removing the double-weighted gravity devices, despite the immense burden they imposed. Once his regular power reached the level of a god of destruction, he would likely become an invincible entity beneath the angels, providing him with ample opportunity to boast before his fellow siblings. After all, despite Lord Beerus's laziness, he was still the strongest among all gods of destruction under Whis's tutelage. And now, encountering a diligent and talented scion, if only He Lingxian would consent to be a candidate for God of Destruction, he might already possess strength capable of rivaling Lord Beerus. Ultimately, Whis wished He Lingxian a smooth journey and a future filled with promise. Upon instantaneously transporting to Bulma's side, He Lingxian was greeted by the enchanting sight of her bathing, prompting him to rush forward. After a passionate encounter, Bulma playfully punched He Lingxian's chest, seemingly reproaching him for interrupting her with studies at such an inopportune time. "All right, you take your time to rest. I'm off to find Son Goku and retrieve the 4-star Dragon Ball to summon the dragon." Previously, after making his wishes, He Lingxian had collected all the Dragon Balls and kept them close, save for the 4-star Dragon Ball, which he had given to Son Goku. After joining Bulma, he placed the Dragon Balls in her home, primarily out of concern that they might not absorb the world's wish energy to restore their original state if left in his system backpack. Soon, He Lingxian acquired the 4-star Dragon Ball from Son Goku and began the summoning ritual. "Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish." In the next instant, the sky darkened. The previously clear heavens transformed into a night shrouded in heavy clouds, with intermittent flashes of lightning. The 7 Dragon Balls coalesced into a golden light that swelled until it formed a slender dragon. The dragon lowered its massive head, gazing at He Lingxian, whom it hadn't seen in a year, and spoke, "State your wish. I can fulfill any wish, but only one." Without further ado, He Lingxian declared, "As for the gravity training devices I possess, grant me as many as you can, ensuring all functionalities remain intact. By the way, dragon, you wouldn't be unable to provide me with more than 10, would you?" "Surely not." The dragon, upon hearing this, seemed to falter, appearing visibly anxious about being unable to fulfill the request for 10 or more, even breaking out in a cold sweat. However, in the next moment, it responded with arrogance. "Humph, I am the dragon capable of granting wishes. 10? Uft, I shall grant you 20. With that proclamation, the dragon's colossal head shimmered with red light for several seconds, and a total of 20 gravity training devices descended from the sky, landing before He Lingxian. Then, without a word, the dragon vanished in an instant, seemingly exhausted from the effort, leaving no message behind. As He Lingxian beheld the transformation of the Shenlong into the Dragon Balls, he promptly gathered all 7 orbs, tossing the 4-star Dragon Ball aside to Son Goku. He then employed instant transmission, departing with 12 gravity rings in tow. The remaining 8 were naturally left for Goku and his companions, allowing Goku to distribute the gravity rings among the warriors on Earth. Upon returning home, He Lingxian discovered Bulma working on something outside a gravity chamber. Sensing movement behind her, Bulma swiftly completed her task and turned to face He Lingxian, rushing towards him. In response, he opened his arms to embrace the beautiful woman, feeling the warmth and delicate fragrance emanating from her. Whether it was perfume or some other scent, he could not tell. "What's the matter, my dear? Missing your husband already after such a short absence?" He Lingxian teased warmly, his voice a melody to Bulma's ears. Overcome with flattery, Bulma regained her composure and whispered in his ear, "I've further improved the gravity chamber. It now reaches a maximum of 10 times the gravity." He Lingxian, pleasantly surprised, cupped Bulma's face and planted a kiss on her lips, affectionately exclaiming, "You're remarkable, my love." While the two exchanged sweet nothings, He Lingxian suddenly lifted his gaze towards the horizon. "They have arrived. What's coming?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. Yet, shortly thereafter, she too sensed 2 malevolent energies, her battle power having soared past 100,000 thanks to He Lingxuan's enhancement. Although these energies were not overwhelmingly strong, they radiated an unsettling evil. "Vegeta and Nappa are here. Two circular spaceships streaked across the sky, their descent igniting the surrounding oxygen into fiery tails, crashing into a desolate expanse. With a resounding boom, two massive impact craters marred the ground. As the hatches opened, a figure emerged from each vessel. One bald man surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of delight flickering across his face before it promptly soured with the recollection of something. Vegeta, we arrived. What should we do next? Nappa asked anxiously, his demeanor reflecting his inner turmoil. After all, coming to Earth was not truly what he desired. A Saiyan here bore a grudge against Prince Vegeta, one whose power had shattered the old battle scouter. If the information were accurate, this Saiyan could potentially surpass Vegeta. Hence, Nappa felt a foreboding sense of danger. Humph. Look at you, so cowardly. Are you still a Saiyan? Calm down. Let us hide and ascertain the highest battle power among them. We brought the latest battle scouter, Vegeta remarked, his irritation palpable as he shot Nappa a disdainful glance. Unfortunately for Vegeta, his plan was destined to fail. Lacking any understanding of energy concealment, they were sensed the moment they set foot on Earth. Their conspicuous auras stood out like glaring light bulbs in a dark room, easily detectable by the Z fighters. Just as they intended to act, their battle scouter began to flicker alarmingly. This is bad, Vegeta. Several energy signatures exceeding 5,000 or 6,000 are approaching us at high speed. Nappa exclaimed, panic etched across his face as he looked to Vegeta for direction. Damn it. Why were we exposed right from the start? No matter. Prepare for battle. These fools likely won't exceed a power level of 10,000. I'll swiftly eliminate them. And then we'll hide. Vegeta replied, though he was perplexed as to why they had been discovered immediately upon their arrival. However, there was no time for hesitation. The two quickly readied themselves for combat, gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo had gathered together. Their energies don't seem particularly strong. They're only slightly stronger than we were a few months ago. Yamcha smirked, his confidence palpable. Under the pressure of He Lingxuan's training in the gravity chamber, he had reached a battle power of over 100,000, despite his previously lazy disposition. Regardless, let us move in and assess the situation. They likely won't be easy to deal with, and Goku should be arriving soon, Piccolo asserted, taking charge as they awaited Goku's arrival. Soon, the sound of rushing air heralded Son Goku's arrival as he appeared before them. Goku, you're here, Krillin greeted joyfully, only to notice a smaller figure trailing behind Goku. It was Goten, initially. The group had been unaware that Goku had a son until recent events had drawn the attention of many Z fighters. They had been perplexed by the intensity of Goku's energy, wondering what formidable adversary had forced him to unleash his full power. After their intense battle concluded, Goku took the opportunity to introduce his son, revealing Goten's remarkable talents and strength. All right, let us go meet those two down below, Goku declared, leading the group downwards. As they prepared to dive, a voice interrupted them. Wait, Kakarot, can I take care of Prince Vegeta and Nappa? They used to bully me when I was weaker. But now, Raditz's voice echoed from afar, halting the group. Though he spoke with bravado about confronting Vegeta and Nappa, he indeed possessed the strength to back it up. His battle power had soared to a staggering 1 million, making him one of the strongest present, aside from Piccolo, Goku, and Goten. Having long harbored resentment after being relegated to menial tasks while following Vegeta's team, Raditz was now determined to seek vengeance and protect Earth. The group, recognizing the diminished threat of Vegeta and Nappa, saw no reason to object to Raditz's proposition, opting instead to allow him to handle the situation. After a brief discussion, they descended toward the pit. Upon arrival, they found Vegeta and Nappa already poised for battle. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the group, Vegeta quickly fixed his gaze on Raditz. Raditz, you're alive. And from the looks of you, you plan to take me on? After a year, your audacity has grown. Do you dare to betray me? Raditz responded, Vegeta, let me enlighten you. Those who understand the times are wise. With your current power level, you couldn't even defeat me, let alone my far stronger brother Kakarot and my Super Saiyan nephew Goten. Besides, what benefits do you gain from serving Frieza? Being treated like a dog? Have you truly grown accustomed to that, Prince Vegeta? The taunts only served to ignite Vegeta's fury, and he retaliated with a ki blast aimed at Raditz. Boom. The explosion enveloped the Z fighters in a cloud of smoke. Following the attack, Vegeta sneered. Is this the best you can do and still call yourself a Super Saiyan? You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Oh, is that so? It seems. Prince Vegeta, you remain oblivious to reality. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Raditz' voice emerged from the smoke, followed by a chorus of power surges that dissipated the fog. The readings on Vegeta and Nappa's scouters began to fluctuate wildly before ultimately exploding. Nappa, trembling at the sight, stammered, Prince Vegeta, perhaps we should retreat? Their power levels are so formidable they shattered the new scouter. We are clearly outmatched. The prudent course of action is to withdraw for now. Vegeta's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination, ultimately resolving to take a risk. He proclaimed, let us give it our all. No matter how formidable their power level, it cannot surpass a certain threshold. We shall transform into great apes and catch them off guard. As for that Raditz, he will lose control in his transformation. We need only keep our distance. At that moment, Nappa trembled in fear, for the overwhelming aura radiating from Goku and his companions far exceeded their current capabilities. Even in his great ape form, Nappa doubted his ability to confront them. Provide me cover, Nappa. I will summon the artificial moon. Vegeta commanded, gathering his energy to create the moon. Originally, they had planned to wait for a natural full moon, but to their dismay, the moon seemed to have been destroyed, leaving them with no choice but to resort to artificial means. Although this would diminish his own fighting power, the urgency of the situation rendered such concerns trivial. Raditz observed the unfolding scene and seemed to grasp its implications, his expression shifting slightly, though he remained unconcerned. With his current power level, even a transformed Vegeta would be no match for him. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What if he too were to become a great ape? After all, he could not control his sanity in that form. As this realization dawned on him, he saw Vegeta and Nappa vanish in an instant. The ground they had just tread upon cracked and fissured, as if crushed by immense force. Nappa, sensing something amiss with Raditz's sudden disappearance, was struck by a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a bitter taste in his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Raditz had swiftly knocked him out with a single, powerful punch, seemingly fueled by his resentment towards Nappa, who often bullied him, unlike Vegeta. Goku and his companions watched with keen interest, particularly Piccolo, who recalled the time Raditz had thoroughly bested him and Goku. The sight of this turn of events brought him great satisfaction. Vegeta, you shall not prevail, Raditz shouted. In response, Vegeta smirked wickedly, laughing derisively. With your speed, by the time you reach me, I will have already unleashed the artificial moon. Pity your inferior Saiyan bloodline, Raditz. The moon was nearly formed in Vegeta's grasp, yet Raditz suddenly scoffed, his speed surging to an astonishing level, swiftly closing the distance to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, this time you've miscalculated. I am far stronger than you imagined. With a flurry of swift strikes, Raditz sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, causing the artificial moon to dissipate. How is this possible? You, merely an ordinary Saiyan. Vegeta's voice, filled with disbelief, echoed as he fell. Humph. You cannot comprehend Lord He Lingxuan's power. My life on Earth has been quite satisfactory, indulging in delicious food and rapidly augmenting my strength. So heed my advice, Prince Vegeta. It is not too late to turn back. This shall be the last time I address you as such, so choose wisely. If you wish to grow stronger like me, remain on Earth, but do not entertain thoughts of causing trouble. My brother and that green-skinned Namekian are far more formidable than I, and they are far less forgiving. Raditz harbored some affection for Prince Vegeta, as he recognized that without Vegeta's leadership, they might have perished under Frieza's rule. Chapter 65, Vegeta's Choice. The journey to Namek. At this moment, He Lingxuan appeared beside Goku and his companions through instant transmission. Oh, was it Raditz who struck? It seems he wished to vent some frustration. However, since Raditz has dealt with them, I shall not exploit this opportunity. Consider this Senzu bean a gift, Vegeta. Ignoring Raditz's expression of alarm, He Lingxuan approached Vegeta, turning him over and feeding him a Senzu bean. Weakened, Vegeta gazed at He Lingxuan as the bean was placed in his mouth, uncertain of his intentions. Raditz, recalling something dreadful, remarked, Fear not, Vegeta. This Senzu bean restores all injuries and energy. Moreover, it is crucial to note that our Saiyan race experiences a surge in power upon recovery from severe wounds. Even if we intended to harm you, there would be no need, as you are already incapacitated. With no alternatives, Vegeta shot Raditz a fierce glare before chewing and swallowing the Senzu bean. Almost immediately, its effects began to take hold, rapidly healing Vegeta's injuries and replenishing his energy. Simultaneously, the Saiyan's innate ability kicked in, causing his power level to soar to 30,000. Once restored, Vegeta sprang to his feet, feeling the immense surge of energy coursing through him. However, He Lingxuan was not inclined to allow him any reprieve. A tremendous aura descended upon Vegeta, exerting pressure equivalent to hundreds of times normal gravity, rendering him unable to move, forcing him back to the ground. At that moment, Vegeta could not even lift a finger. The weight of this energy felt insurmountable, eclipsing even Frieza's might in his mind. In light of the past, I prefer not to dwell on it. In summary, if you seek to grow stronger, I wholeheartedly welcome your presence on Earth. However, you must refrain from abusing your power. Furthermore, I shall assess your progress monthly. If there is none, I shall not be overly harsh, as there are only so few Saiyans. With that, He Lingxuan lifted the pressure on Vegeta and turned away without a glance, departing. Vegeta, struggling to rise, found himself utterly drained from the earlier pressure. Fortunately, Raditz came to his aid, helping him to his feet. A newfound desire flickered in Vegeta's eyes, the desire to grow stronger, to gain strength and never again feel this helplessness. This singular thought consumed him. Yet, just then, He Lingxuan's voice echoed once more, causing Vegeta to shudder with resolve. If you believe yourself a coward, a failure, unable to improve amid countless training methods, you may leave Earth at once. Of course, if you choose to stay, I welcome your challenge anytime. I hope to see the day you can defeat me, though that seems unlikely, ha ha ha. He Lingxuan's words were deliberately provocative as he swiftly moved to stand before Goku and Piccolo. I, Vegeta, am no coward. Vegeta silently roared within. Meanwhile, Goten rushed towards He Lingxuan, greeting him enthusiastically. Brother Lingxuan, it seems you've grown significantly stronger. Ah, it's merely the strength of the universe's finest, haha. He Lingxuan replied in a teasing tone, though the truth behind his words remained uncertain. Gohan, your strength has also increased considerably, I see. It appears you have diligently trained in my absence this past month. He Lingxuan ruffled Gohan's hair affectionately, before turning to Goku and Piccolo, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Do you both wish to advance and grow stronger? Piccolo retorted, you aren't suggesting that we fuse with that old man again, are you? I assure you, that is absolutely out of the question. Goku, however, responded with excitement. You mean there's a way for us both to become stronger in a short time? He Lingxuan remarked, of course, Piccolo. I believe I've mentioned that you are not from Earth, but rather a Namekian. The method I speak of can only be accomplished by traveling to Namek. Upon hearing about his homeland, Piccolo's interest was piqued. A flicker of unprecedented emotion danced in his eyes, suggesting a deep-seated attachment to his origins. Piccolo, somewhat irked, responded, all right. Stop keeping me in suspense. What exactly is this method? And how are we supposed to reach Namek without a spaceship? Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, seemingly eager for He Lingxuan to reveal how they might gain strength through Namek. He Lingxuan, observing their impatience, sighed and replied, all right, I see how anxious you are. Rest assured, I have a plan for your journey to Namek. You needn't worry. For now, let me share with you the opportunities that await on Namek. It involves the Grand Elder of Namek, who possesses the ability to unlock one's potential. After He Lingxuan's explanation, both warriors were enlightened. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, felt intrigued as well. After all, who wouldn't desire an effortless enhancement of power? We would also like to visit Namek and broaden our horizons, if that is possible. Krillin voiced the collective sentiment of his companions, glancing nervously at He Lingxuan. He Lingxuan smiled calmly and replied, of course, that's perfectly fine. This trip was indeed arranged with you in mind, especially since we might encounter unforeseen adversaries. It would be beneficial for you to gain experience and enhance your combat abilities, lest you find yourselves outmatched by my suppressed strength. His words eased their anxious hearts, though the mention of future battles sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 66. The sinister Frieza Force. Merely 3 days had passed since the last conversation. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, beyond a green planet teeming with life, many times larger than Earth, a colossal spaceship loomed. Within the main control room of the spacecraft, a small demon seated in a baby carriage cackled ominously, his malicious gaze penetrating the transparent barrier of the ship as he eyed their destination. Namek. Dodoria. Have the arrangements been made? I can hardly wait to witness those stinky monkeys transform into their so-called Super Saiyan forms, only to be crushed beneath my might. The sinister laughter and words belonged to none other than Frieza, the Emperor of the Seventh Universe. It remains unclear what anomalies have occurred that have informed him of the Super Saiyans. Beside him, Dodoria nodded with a smile, yet now exuded an aura of dark energy, indicating his combat power had reached a staggering million. Lord Frisia, everything has been arranged. The Ginyu Force has completed their enhancements and received the blessing of the Dark Lord. Their combat power now exceeds 10 million, making them more than capable of dealing with those Saiyan monkeys. Frisia's expression turned cold, the terrifying aura surrounding him amplifying his oppressive presence. Dodoria, do not underestimate those monkeys. They can transform into golden-haired wild monkeys when provoked, and should that occur, the Ginyu Force may not stand a chance. Whether they will have the opportunity to do so remains to be seen. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Dodoria's forehead as he bowed his head in agreement. So, Lord Frisia, are we prepared to descend upon Namek to seize the Dragon Balls? He respectfully inquired. Frisia nodded slightly, prompting Dodoria to exit with understanding. And soon the entire ship began its descent towards Namek. On Earth, Vegeta, who had decided to stay behind, inquired about how Raditz had become so formidable. Learning that anyone with a hint of power on Earth had been equipped with gravity training devices and instructed in certain cultivation techniques by He Lingxuan. Along with monthly sparring sessions, Vegeta finally comprehended why Raditz and those Earthlings had grown so strong, especially when Raditz emphasized that his nephew, Sun Wukong, had already managed to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression soured. From a young age, Vegeta had been aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan, and it seemed even Frisia feared their emergence, leading to the annihilation of planet Vegeta. Now, to be told that the legendary Super Saiyan was merely a child left Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, feeling utterly humiliated. Fortunately, Raditz quickly clarified that every Saiyan has the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan, provided certain conditions are met. This revelation somewhat eased Vegeta's demeanor, allowing him to listen intently to Raditz's explanation. The notion that S-cells required a tranquil mindset and environment for rapid growth, and that a baseline combat power of 3 million was necessary, left Vegeta incredulous. Did this mean Kakarot's son had already attained 3 million combat power at such a young age? This was hard for him to believe, until Raditz disclosed that his own power had reached 1 million after merely a year of casual training. At that moment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Meanwhile, the neglected Nappa, lying on the ground, awoke to see the calm exchange between Vegeta and Raditz. He stammered, seemingly wanting to call out for Vegeta to assist him. But upon realizing Vegeta didn't even glance his way, he nearly fainted from frustration. On the other side, after conversing with the Z fighters, they confirmed their departure in 3 hours and returned home to gather their belongings. The meeting point was set at He Lingxuan's residence, specifically in Bulma's backyard. Back at home, He Lingxuan eagerly tested the enhanced gravity chamber. With the gravity rings amplifying the weight and the chamber set to 100 times gravity, he was subjected to a staggering 1,000,000 times gravity. This overwhelming force nearly overwhelmed him. Yet with his currently absurd baseline combat power and physical resilience, he quickly adapted to this level of pressure. After an hour of experimentation in the enhanced gravity chamber, He Lingxuan was satisfied and exited, realizing that he would likely spend a significant amount of time training in this chamber in the future. Spotting Bulma waiting outside, he approached her for an embrace, only to be pushed away. Bulma, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Look at you, drenched in sweat. Go wash up quickly, I just changed." Yet her eyes couldn't help but wander over He Lingxuan's bare torso, admiring his defined abs and striking features, his sweat only enhancing his allure. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Unable to resist her coy demeanor, He Lingxuan rushed forward, scooping Bulma into his arms and heading toward the bathroom. The ensuing sounds of rushing wind and chirping birds filled the air as they enjoyed a shared bath for an hour and a half. After changing into fresh clothes, He Lingxuan informed Bulma about the impending arrival of Sun Wukong and the others. Bulma shot him a reproachful glance before busily preparing food to welcome their long-absent friends. Meanwhile, He Lingxuan reclined on the sofa, reopening the chat group that had lain dormant for a year. Despite the significant temporal discrepancy between his world and the chat group, he was unaware of how much time had passed within it. Finally, feeling relaxed and unburdened by the urgency of training, He Lingxuan decided to synchronize the time difference within the chat group and lifted the information block. Of course, he remained alert to significant messages and mentions directed at him. To his astonishment, he discovered that only 3 days had elapsed in the chat group, despite having lifted the time discrepancy just yesterday. This meant that nearly a year had passed for him, while only 2 days had gone by in the chat group. Naturally, He Lingxuan was quite pleased and began to peruse the discussions that had unfolded during the past few days. It appeared they were embroiled in a heated debate over who should be the new administrator, ultimately deciding to settle the matter in a week's time within the chat group S arena. Chapter 67. Recent Affairs in the Chat Group, Shinobi Realm. Uchiha Madara, this time, I shall see who dares to contest me for the position of administrator. Saitama, newcomer, are you not eager for a duel? In this contest for the position of administrator, I shall indulge you, hoping your strength will not disappoint me. Currently, Uchiha Madara, having undergone the salvation mission in the world of Genshin Impact, has successfully transcended to the 3rd tier, also known as the Star Destroyer level, utilizing the points and items acquired from the contribution package. In the realm of Dragon Ball, his battle power can reach levels in the hundreds of thousands. And it is worth noting that Madara's prowess extends far beyond this, especially after devouring several Otsutsuki. In an actual confrontation, unless one surpasses him by 3 or 4 times, it is nearly impossible to defeat him head-on. However, despite this, eliminating him is no trivial task. Only those who are several times stronger can hope to vanquish him. Thus lies Madara's confidence. Apart from the recently displayed terrifying power of He Lingxuan in the Genshin world, Madara boldly asserts that he has no rivals within the chat group. Saitama, of course, I eagerly anticipate our battle. It has been far too long since I engaged in a fair and exhilarating fight. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama is currently enjoying hot pot with Genos and King, engaging in casual conversation. Genos inquires, Saitama-sensei, are you saying you will be fighting someone soon? May I observe? I wish to witness the disparity between us. King adds, yes, Saitama, who are you planning to battle? With your strength, you should have no opponents, right? Could it possibly be one of the top S-class heroes? Upon hearing their questions, Saitama feels slightly embarrassed. How could he explain that he is being invited to a fight by individuals in a chat group that has appeared before him? They would surely think he had lost his mind. As he contemplates this while savoring the hard-earned discounted beef, he considers how to respond. Genos, it's not that I don't want you to watch this fight, but it is too perilous. The opponent I will face is formidable, and I may not be able to safeguard you, so it's best if you refrain from attending. Despite his words, Genos's eyes reveal a hint of reluctance. Resolved to secretly follow and witness the clash between his teacher and the enigmatic powerhouse. Talent awakened Li Jiahao, Madara, do not underestimate me. I have recently made a breakthrough and possess considerable strength now. Ninja World Azura Uchiha Madara. Humph, let us settle this in the arena. I am eager to see if your peculiar techniques can indeed best me. Cosmic Overlord Thanos. I too covet this position of administrator. I have recently acquired the Power Stone and have confirmed with the chat group that it can be utilized in the arena. Be prepared, for you may not withstand even a single blow from me. Ninja World Azura Uchiha Madara. Arrogance. The truth of strength shall be revealed in our forthcoming battle. There is no need for verbal sparring here. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. I have been in seclusion for a few days. It has been a while, everyone. Shinichi Kudo, group leader, you finally logged in after a few days of inactivity. Alas, my daily world is truly troublesome, though I have enhanced my body through points. I dare not overdo it, such as withstanding bullets to the face, so I merely made superficial enhancements. Shinichi Kudo. The remaining points were used to bolster my mental prowess and deductive skills, alongside purchasing some minor gadgets. Can someone explain why, despite enhancing myself with points, I still inhabit a child's body? Although I have recently discovered I can automatically control my size, it is time-limited. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan, Shinichi Kudo. It has been a few days. Have you drifted off? You dare suggest I have been inactive? Very well. When we meet next, I shall treat you properly. I hold no grudges. Shinichi Kudo. I apologize, group leader. I shall retract my statement and will not dare repeat it. Ding. Shinichi Kudo has retracted a message. Yunjin, group leader, you have finally logged in. I was just about to call you over to watch the show. However, you have been absent for the past 3 days. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. I was in seclusion for a few days, hence I muted the chat group. If you need anything, just mention me, and I will see it. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. Shinichi Kudo, this time I shall let it slide, just teasing you. Why did you actually retract your message? In the world of Detective Conan, still resembling Conan, Shinichi Kudo wipes the sweat from his forehead, muttering complaints. I can't believe you. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. All right, I merely logged in to check if anyone needed assistance. Since there are no matters at hand, I shall take my leave. I still have some unfinished business. Queen of Demons Morgana. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. You are the leader of this group, correct? I advise you to hastily transfer the position of leader to me and embrace the dark, or else you shall witness the true power of the Demon Queen. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. Are you still half asleep? Speaking so arrogantly. Has no one taught you the virtue of humility? Queen of Demons Morgana. I am the Demon Queen, and apart from that group of angels led by Kaisa, I have yet to encounter any worthy adversaries. Do you think that with your peculiar technological methods, you can create a marvelous chat group before me, and I would bow to you? Ding. Group leader Super Saiyan He Lingxuan has muted the Queen of Demons Morgana for 1 week. Talent awakened Li Jiahao. The muting technique is indeed terrifying. Three-sword style Master Zoro. The muting technique is indeed terrifying. Arataki gang leader Arataki Ito. The muting technique is indeed terrifying. Tushan's second in command, Tushan Yaya. The muting technique is indeed terrifying. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. Enough. Do not disrupt the order. It is merely a muting. Do not create a fuss. And Li Jiahao, are you feeling a bit rebellious? I muted her solely due to her disrespectful remarks. After all, it is not good to lead children astray. Ding. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan has lifted the muting of the Queen of Demons Morgana. Super Saiyan He Lingxuan. Morgana, I advise you to conduct yourself wisely. Do not threaten others in the group, lest you face consequences. I hope there will be no next time. If it happens again, it will be a minimum of 1 month's penalty. With that, He Lingxuan also logged off from the chat group. Meanwhile, sounds of commotion could be heard from the courtyard. It was Goku and the others arriving.